Brother, it's time to wake up. Huh? Who is calling me handsome? Wait a moment. Am I not sleeping alone? Who is speaking? In a state of confusion, Su Ping quickly opened his eyes and turned to look. What he saw nearly sent him into a panic. Next to his pillow was a ghostly visage, blood oozing from its 7 orifices, with a twisted grin and sharp white teeth. Oh no. Su Ping trembled and instinctively slapped at the apparition. His hand passed straight through the ghost's face and landed on the soft pillow, striking nothing but air. The ghost slightly parted its lips, revealing a crimson tongue. In sheer terror, Su Ping turned to flee, but in his panic, he misjudged his footing, stumbled, and fell face first onto the floor. Ouch! Su Ping felt as though his nose might break, the pain searing. However, the thought of the terrifying ghost behind him sent chills down his spine. It seemed he had been holding back laughter, but suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. Su Ping jumped in fright. Is the ghost laughing? Ha. Su Ping, are you trying to make me die of laughter? You got scared so easily, how pathetic. The laughter came from one side of the room. Su Ping was bewildered as he turned to look. At the foot of the bed stood a charming young girl, donned in orange cartoon pajamas, with bright eyes and a lovely smile, yet at that moment, she was laughing uncontrollably, utterly losing her composure. What is happening? Su Ping felt a bit dazed, and then he suddenly noticed that the surroundings were somewhat different. Most notably, there was a large monster poster affixed to the wall behind the girl, presumably from a movie. Clearly, this was not his room. Su Ping had never been one to adorn his walls with posters. What happened to the ghost? Remembering the terrifying specter that had been left aside, Su Ping was startled and quickly turned to look. To his surprise, the bed was empty and the ghost had vanished. Gone? Su Ping was taken aback, just as he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a shadow leaped out from the blankets of Black Cat. Rather than leaped, it could be more accurately described as rolled out, for its body was so plump it resembled a sphere. Snowball, come here, the girl called to the Black Cat. Upon hearing her, the cat struggled with its short limbs, finally managing to right itself. It shook its body and glanced at the startled Su Ping before elegantly strutting towards the girl. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Su Ping felt as if he were being scorned by a cat. A question mark slowly appeared above his head. Buzz. Suddenly, it felt as if time and space were trembling. Su Ping's vision blurred, and a torrent of information surged into his mind from all directions, overwhelming him like a deluge. Su Ping, Su Lingwe? Star Pets? Another world? The flood of information was chaotic and immense, and Su Ping felt as if his head would explode from the pain. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to suppress any sound. So, I have crossed over. Su Ping felt somewhat dazed. No wonder he found himself in this unfamiliar room, encountering this strange girl and this peculiar cat. But I was merely sleeping at home. How could this happen? Could it be the hand exercises I did before bed? Su Ping chuckled bitterly as he began to organize the memories flooding his mind. This is a world similar to Earth, yet more technologically advanced, having ventured into the interstellar age. However, this world does not primarily focus on technological development, but rather on unique star pets. There is a vast variety of star pets, intricately intertwined with human society, including tool pets responsible for infrastructure, transportation, and daily living, even in scientific research. Meanwhile, interstellar exploration and warfare are managed by combat pets, determining the strength and status of nations based on the prowess of these combatants. Star pets. Devil-type combat pet, Illusion Flame Beast, primarily possesses the ability to create illusions and control fire elements. This Illusion Flame Beast is that strange cat, a fierce devil-type combat pet, excelling in both mental and elemental domains, classified as a rare species, and thus exceedingly valuable. And such a rare star pet is being used by my sister Su Lingwei to frighten me daily. After perusing the memories of the original owner, Su Ping couldn't help but chuckle. These siblings truly were adversaries, having always viewed each other with disdain. In their childhood, Su Ping was fond of playing tricks, bullying, and startling his sister, only to find that as they grew up, the roles had reversed, and he was now the one living in constant fear. This shift occurred when they both entered different schools at the age of 12. One attended a regular vocational school. The other, the Star Pet Combat Master Academy. In this world dominated by star pets, not everyone can become a Star Pet Combat Master. Only those with innate core talents can form contracts with star pets. Evidently, the Su Ping lacked such talent, a gift determined at birth, meaning he was destined to be an ordinary person from the very beginning. However, During their childhood, neither sibling grasped this concept, resulting in Su Lingyue, who possessed star pet talent, being bullied by her untalented brother Su Ping. Once they recognized their differences, Su Ping's misfortune began. Today, the chasm between them had widened. One was a genius girl, attending a prestigious star pet institution with a promising future, while the other couldn't even gain admission to an ordinary university and had to drop out early to help with family business. Hey, why are you just sitting there? You haven't really become an idiot, have you? Seeing Su Ping sitting dazedly on the floor, Su Lingyue found it peculiar, recalling how he had fallen headfirst earlier. She frowned slightly. Her concern wasn't for Su Ping's well-being, but rather for the potential blame from their parents. Now that he had taken over this body, he certainly did not wish to continue living under the shadow of his sister's pranks. Su Lingyue paused, a hint of surprise crossing her features. Normally, in such situations, he would immediately jump up and berate her like a shrew, wouldn't he? Why was he so quiet today? Does he think that enduring silently will soften my heart? Humph. As long as you're not an idiot, but with your pitiful intellect, perhaps a collision might even make you smarter. Su Lingyue scoffed mockingly, turning to leave. Stop dawdling and come down for breakfast. Don't make Mom call me up again. Bang. She slammed the door behind her. Su Ping smiled wryly. Weren't other people's sisters supposed to be sweet and adorable? Why did it seem to lean towards being a bit of a bully? Swish. Suddenly, the door swung open again. Su Ping jumped in fright, realizing it was Su Lingyue returning. Her ominous expression peered from behind the door, saying, "And remember, don't you dare go to Mom to complain, or else." She made a gesture across her throat. Bang. After sitting in silence for a while, once there was no more noise from outside, Su Ping finally rose from the floor. He glanced around the room, taking note of numerous star pet figurines and posters. Although he had once been an ordinary person, his research into star pets was no less than that of an average star pet combat master. To be precise, he was searching for a way to defeat his sister's star pets. However, many years had passed, and he still suffered daily from torment and disdain, unable to retaliate, indicating that this research was progressing slowly. Reflecting on the 18 years of this fellow's life, Su Ping felt a twinge of melancholy. Not only had he achieved nothing, but he had also offended the only ally he had, having bullied his sister mercilessly since childhood. He had made her childhood a nightmare, whether by placing caterpillars in her lunchbox or scaring her at night by pretending to be a ghost, becoming her childhood trauma. Now, the ally had become an adversary, and this sister was no pushover, having transformed into his adult shadowed. Su Ping pondered that he needed to find an opportunity to reconcile with this formidable sister. Otherwise, if he endured a few more bizarre scares, he might not develop a psychological shadow, but he would surely suffer from neurosis. After tidying up briefly, he slipped into his slippers and descended the stairs. Why are you only coming down now? The porridge is getting cold. Come and eat, his mother, Li Qingru, said, appearing to be in her 40s, gentle and composed. At the dining table, Su Lingyue was already seated, devouring her meal, with her phantom beast, Snowball, perched on the chair beside Heron chair that belonged to Su Ping. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of Su Ping's mouth. Even having breakfast could feel laden with malice. "I'm here," he announced, moving to the living room to fetch another chair to sit down. Gazing at the sumptuous spread of white porridge, meat patties, and soybean milk, he felt a genuine pang of hunger. Su Lingyue raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ping. She intentionally occupied his chair with Snowball to provoke him, hoping he would erupt in anger, shout, and invite their mother's reproach. Unexpectedly, however, this fellow had managed to endure it. How peculiar. A sudden alertness flickered in Su Lingyue's gaze. This was not his usual behavior. Could he be scheming once more? "Mom, I've finished eating. I'm heading to the academy," she declared, her plan thwarted, and she had no desire to linger any longer. Li Qingru, noticing her intention to leave, called out, "Xiaoyu, wait a moment." Huh. Su Lingyue turned her head. "Recently, your brother's shop has been struggling. It lacks customers. How about you let Snowball stay at the shop for a while to attract some attention?" Li Qingru inquired tentatively. Su Lingyue paused, casting a glance at Su Ping, who was heartily consuming his porridge. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Mom, ever since you entrusted this shop to him, the business has plummeted. What do you think the reason is? It's because he's perpetually neglecting his duties. Do you remember the last time we almost got reported to the Star Pet Association? You would trust this incompetent oaf with my Snowball?" This creature has the potential to advance to a high-tier star pet. If you're willing to part with it, I have no objections, but after all, Snowball was your purchase. Li Qingru opened her mouth but fell silent, letting out a sigh. If it weren't for her poor health, requiring her to rest, she would never have allowed Su Ping to take over the shop so early. Noticing Su Lingyu's unfriendly gaze directed at him, Su Ping felt speechless and continued to eat his porridge, ignoring her. After a while, having finished his breakfast, he rode his bicycle to the shop under Li Qingru's reminders, as per usual. The shop was a star pet store. Su Ping was a novice star pet cultivator. Although he bore the title of cultivator, he primarily provided services for star pets. After all, true cultivation masters possess the ability to alter the potential and rank of star pets, holding a status not much inferior to that of star pet trainers, perhaps even surpassing them. As he traversed the streets, Su Ping observed skyscrapers reminiscent of those on Earth, with one notable distinction. Many pedestrians were accompanied by peculiar-looking star pets. Indeed, this is another world. Su Ping mused, entranced, as everything unfolded like a dream, yet was undeniably real. Soon, he arrived at his family's star pet store. However, since the shop had fallen into Su Ping's hands, its fortunes had declined precipitously. Could one truly expect a person who detests star pets to care for them properly? With a clang, Su Ping raised the roll-up door, sunlight streaming into the shop, illuminating the dust particles swirling in the air. It appeared that the shop had not been cleaned in ages, as a pungent odor of urine and pet excrement filled the air, rather offensive to the senses. Su Ping slightly held his breath, frowning. Target detected within range. Suitable soul identified, initiating contract assessment. Contract completed. System binding in process. Binding complete. Preparing to initiate. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in Su Ping's mind. A system? Su Ping was taken aback, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. So, what was meant to come has finally arrived. Chapter 2. The Ancient Breeding Grounds. As a reclusive individual, Su Ping spent his days immersed in the online world, well acquainted with various systems. Upon discovering the system before him, he was filled with astonishment and immediately inquired about its purpose. I am the supreme pet system, dedicated to nurturing the mightiest beasts of the world. My fundamental tenet is, all things can be cultivated, and everything can be a pet. A pet breeding system? Su Ping was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. The system's tone was rather audacious. If everything could be a pet, did that include the flowers and grasses by the roadside? Su Ping was momentarily stunned. Wide-eyed as he questioned, "Can you hear my thoughts? I am bound to the host's soul, thus I am aware of your thoughts. Please be advised. This is your first warning for cursing." Silence enveloped Su Ping. The system has been activated. Please bind to a pet store within 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in the termination of the system and the erasure of your memory of this day. The system continued. Termination of the system? Su Ping raised an eyebrow. Although this system was peculiar, having it was undoubtedly better than not having it at all. There is a pet store in front of me. Can it be bound? Su Ping thought to himself. It can be bound. Please confirm. Without hesitation, Su Ping confirmed. After all, the store belonged to him, so he felt free to experiment. Binding successful. Adjusting pet store, pet slot, established. Fostering space, established. Breeding dimension window, established. Establishment complete. Initiating beginner's guidance. Task 2 pets have been detected in the store. Please choose one to enhance its strength to 3 times its original capacity within 1 week to meet the system's qualifying standards. Upon hearing this, Su Ping felt that the pet store had transformed. The previously pungent odors of urine and feces had vanished, and the interior appeared considerably cleaner. Though the items remained the same, there was a refreshing ambience. Enhancing a pet's strength threefold within a week? Su Ping doubted his ears or suspected that the system was rather misguided. How challenging could it be to elevate a pet's strength? Without daily hunting for training, and lacking rare pet food, achieving such a feat was utterly impossible. Let alone tripling its strength, even a mere 10% increase would be extraordinarily difficult. And the time constraint of just 1 week made it seem insurmountable. What happens if the task fails? Su Ping inquired. The host will face penalties for failure, which may include lightning punishment, purgatory penalties, or extreme pain experiences, the system replied. Su Ping rolled his eyes. The names of these penalties sounded ominous indeed. Can't we change the task? He asked desperately. Cursing warning issued for the 3rd time. Random lightning punishment initiated. Before Su Ping could react, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably, resembling a zombie dancing to disco music. The electric shock was brief but intense, leaving him with a burning pain throughout his body. He longed to curse, but ultimately restrained himself, thinking a wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. Forget it. I'll give the task a try. If I fail, it's just a reflection of how awful this system is. Su Ping gritted his teeth in frustration. He dragged his aching body into the pet room of the store. Upon entering, he noticed that the space had expanded considerably, although the area remained the same. The 20 or so empty iron cages had vanished, replaced by 2 stone enclosures. Although termed stone enclosures, they resembled an odd stone formation. Several stone pillars jutted from the ground, encircling 2 star pets. The gaps between the pillars were substantial, and there was no ceiling, allowing the star pets to leap out or squeeze through the openings with ease. However, both pets remained docile within, showing no inclination to escape. Su Ping raised an eyebrow, suspecting that the system had orchestrated this. The pet slots previously mentioned likely referred to these enclosures. He glanced at the 2 pets within. Both were rather common battle pets. One was a thunder mouse, a low-tier agile battle pet, possessing only mid-level strength at maturity, with a minimal chance of evolution. Even if it evolved into a thunder rat, its strength would only reach the 3rd tier, marking its utmost potential. The other was a moon chaser dog, similarly a low-tier agile battle pet, boasting upper-level strength at maturity, comparable to a Siberian tiger on Earth. Su Ping vaguely recalled that these 2 star pets had been entrusted to their store by others and would be picked up in a couple of days. I'll choose the thunder mouse. After some contemplation, he opted for the weaker thunder mouse, as it would allow for greater potential for improvement during training. Pet selected. Please draw from the breeding dimension. The System S voice resonated. As soon as the words left the System S mouth, a shimmering white light appeared before Su Ping, tearing through the fabric of space, forming a vertical slit filled with an aura of chaotic destruction. Startled, Su Ping hesitated until he confirmed that this phenomenon posed no threat to him. What is the breeding dimension? He queried. The breeding dimension is the primary venue for nurturing pets. The host may select a location corresponding to the pet for cultivation. Cultivation site? Su Ping rifled through his memories of basic breeding knowledge. Star pet cultivation places great emphasis on the venue, which is why many star pet breeding shops occupy vast areas to construct specialized hunting grounds. In contrast, smaller pet stores like Su Ping's only needed to ensure the pets were well-fed and clean. Pet assessment. Thunder Mouse, a thunder-type pet, has automatically matched the optimal breeding dimension, the ancient thundercloud sea. Do you wish to enter? Su Ping was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat disoriented. Enter, I suppose. As soon as he uttered those words, a sense of familiarity washed over him regarding the name of the breeding dimension. The origins of star pets vary widely, but most emerge from starry rifts, various celestial beast planets, or ancient planets. The Thundercloud Sea, however, appeared to be the birthplace of long-lost thunder-type star pets. Many renowned thunder-type star pets, such as the Azure Thunder Dragon and the Nine-Headed Thunder Monarch, were said to have originated from this realm. With the Thundercloud Sea now shattered and vanished, these legendary star pets had become mere myths, seldom seen. Could it be that he was about to venture into a long-lost ancient place? His vision spun wildly, and suddenly darkness enveloped him. When his sight returned, he found himself surrounded by a hazy white mist and the distant rumbling of thunder. Su Ping stood in shock for a moment, then was overwhelmed by the breathtaking scenery before him. Was this the ancient lost land? The surroundings were vast and desolate, encircled by colossal trees, with clouds swirling in the air at a distance of several dozen meters above. Within the mist, flashes of lightning danced, as if celestial dragons were soaring through the clouds. In the thinner areas of the mist, the vast expanse of the starry sky was visible. Countless enormous celestial bodies loomed nearby, their surfaces and rings of asteroids clearly discernible to the naked eye. Chapter 3. Infinite Death. The host has connected to the Thundercloud Sea realm. Connection time, 3 days. During the novice task period, the host will receive novice protection, unlimited exploration of death. The host has temporarily established a contract with the pet. Please explore at your leisure. He paused, immediately sensing a perilous term within. Death count? A wave of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept overhead, as if the sky had darkened. Su Ping looked up, his pupils dilating in shock. A pair of immense wings, obscuring the sun, stirred the vast cloud sea, seemingly boundless. Dark purple feathers crackled with lightning, and with each languid flap, countless layers of clouds churned restlessly. What on earth is that thing? Su Ping was bewildered. Even the largest blue whale could not compare to a single feather of this beast. In the midst of his astonishment, a powerful, violent gust of wind suddenly surged down from above, as if countless blades of wind were slicing through the air. Run. The thought barely formed in Su Ping's mind when a sharp pain engulfed his body, his vision darkening as darkness rushed in. Am I dead? He felt dazed, but soon. Light surged back like a tide, and he opened his eyes to find himself once again in that ancient and vast primordial landscape. However, the surrounding environment had changed. He was no longer encircled by towering trees, but surrounded by luxuriant, giant grass. Here, I can die as many times as I want. With this thought, Su Ping felt a slight sense of relief, but it was quickly overshadowed by a desire to curse. Although he couldn't die, the agonizing pain he had just experienced was something he never wished to endure again. It was simply unbearable. Su Ping adopted a pleading tone, feeling somewhat resigned. The task was incomplete, and he couldn't return early. Please be advised. One warning for abusive language. Su Ping's face turned ashen. He had to remain in this savage world ruled by monstrous beasts for 3 days? How many times would he have to die? He felt a sense of despair. What a treacherous system this was. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound broke the silence. Su Ping's hair stood on end with terror as he turned to look, only to find that the source of the noise was the lightning mouse at his feet, trembling in fear alongside him. The earlier towering beast had clearly frightened this little creature to the core. Poor little thing. You two must accompany me in this death for 3 days. With a sigh, Su Ping felt a kinship with the trembling lightning mouse. As he saw its quivering body, compassion welled up within him. He crouched down to gently stroke and soothe its emotions. As he caressed it, Su Ping suddenly remembered his purpose for being sent here, to train this little creature, to triple its strength within a week. Though challenging, this task was all about it. And this terrifying training ground was prepared for its benefit. If it could undergo sufficient training, the task could conclude early, although difficult. How could one know without pushing a little? With this thought, Su Ping's gaze gradually shifted to the lightning mouse, which was slowly calming down in his warm palm, as if it had found a safe harbor. Just then, it suddenly felt an intense sense of unease from deep within. Following that feeling, it glanced up with trepidation, only to find its temporary master staring at it with glowing, terrifying eyes. Lightning mouse. You can do it. I believe in you. Su Ping smiled broadly. The lightning mouse's fur bristled. It seemed to realize something and began to struggle violently in Su Ping's grip, its strength considerable. Despite being a nimble star pet, it was still stronger than an ordinary human like Su Ping and quickly broke free. However, as it shouted, it recoiled in fear. This was the Thundercloud Sea realm, filled with ferocious beasts. Shouting like that was akin to courting death. At that moment, he recalled that he had established a temporary contract with the lightning mouse. With a thought, he sensed a vague consciousness beyond his own, transmitting weak emotions and intentions. Fear, anxiety, dread, escape. These were the thoughts conveyed by the lightning mouse. Is this the power of the star pet contract? No wonder it is said that star pets and their masters share a bond of thought. This sensation is truly difficult to describe without experiencing it firsthand. Su Ping's eyes sparkled. The power of this contract was something his former self had yearned for. A sword that delineated the ordinary from the star pet warriors. Suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from the distant jungle. Su Ping jolted and rushed toward the sound. He beheld the lightning mouse, for bristled, baring its teeth as it confronted a massive insect near the base of towering grass leaves. This giant insect, 2 meters in length, was a vivid green adorned with purple patterns, bolts of electricity surging from its markings. It too was a thunder-type star pet. What a grotesque creature it appeared to be. Reminiscent of a caterpillar, yet far more menacing. Damn, am I going to be devoured by this insect? The sight of its razor-sharp teeth sent a shiver down Su Ping's spine. The earlier wind pressure from that colossal beast had led to an instant demise. But if he were ensnared by this insect, it would be a fate worse than death. He even contemplated immediate self-destruction. If he took his own life, he would reappear in another random location. However, he had no weapon at hand. Su Ping scanned his surroundings and found a stone on the ground, his expression complex. To end his life with a single blow, how heavy must he strike? What if he only succeeded in mortally wounding himself? This dilemma loomed over Su Ping's mind like an intricate philosophical conundrum. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation of the most lethal angle to strike, a piercing scream broke through. Looking up, he saw that the lightning mouse was indeed in peril, ensnared by the giant insect. The insect, with its many sharp legs, pierced the lightning mouse's soft belly, blood gushing forth as it struggled helplessly before succumbing. Su Ping's expression darkened, torn between empathy and an inexplicable surge of anger. Should he immediately revive the pet? The system prompt echoed in his mind. Su Ping was taken aback. As he watched the lightning mouse's lifeless body nearing the insect's maw, he declared without hesitation, "Revive." At the very moment the words left his lips, the lightning mouse, which was about to be consumed, transformed into a flurry of starlight, descending onto the ground before the insect and reassembling into its original form. The insect snapped its jaws shut, missing its target, gazing at the suddenly vanished and revived prey. The insect appeared momentarily bewildered. In a flash, Su Ping called out, "Attack it." Through the power of their bond, his command was instantly transmitted to the lightning mouse. The creature, still startled by its previous death, was jolted back to reality by Su Ping's order. Its instinct to obey surged forth, and it instinctively charged forward. Lightning speed charge. The lightning mouse surged forward, colliding forcefully with the giant insect. Bang! The insect was thrown back, but just as it began to topple, it quickly regained its footing. Its many limbs reacting with astonishing speed to seize the lightning mouse, tearing it apart mercilessly. The lightning mouse fell once more. Should the pet be revived immediately? Without a second thought, Su Ping commanded, "Attack again." Since he could resurrect infinitely, Su Ping was unconvinced that this colossal insect could not be defeated. Although there was a significant disparity between them, it was not devoid of a glimmer of hope, even if the odds were a mere 1 in 10,000. He was determined to seize the opportunity. Chapter 4. Secret Techniques. The recently revived Thunder Mouse appeared somewhat dazed, yet it swiftly regained its composure. After a moment's hesitation, it obeyed the command and charged towards the colossal insect. Having witnessed two prey vanish mysteriously, the giant insect grew increasingly irate. As the Thunder Mouse approached, it suddenly spewed forth a stream of white viscous liquid that expanded like a spider's web, ensnaring the Thunder Mouse instantly. Having captured its prey, the giant insect twisted its body and lunged forward, tearing into it with its sharp blades. "Revive." "Attack again." Su Ping revived the Thunder Mouse at once, urging it to strike once more. Lightning flash. Su Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that truly the legendary secret technique, lightning flash, known to be among the top 10 abilities of lightning-type star pets? Could it be that he was hallucinating? This seemingly inconsequential first-tier Thunder Mouse had actually grasped such an invaluable lightning technique? Su Ping was taken aback. It was well known that even many high-ranking lightning-type star pets of levels 7 or 8 might not master such a precious top-tier technique. This Thunder Mouse, with its ordinary, even subpar, aptitude, should not even be capable of comprehending intermediate lightning techniques, let alone such a rarity. Su Ping's gaze sharpened as he observed intently, following its sudden dash. The Thunder Mouse quickly positioned itself beside the giant insect, exploiting a crucial opening. It was enveloped in a radiant surge of lightning before crashing into the insect's vulnerable flank. The giant insect collapsed immediately, its soft flesh scorched. However, it did not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, the excruciating pain incited it to thrash wildly before it rose again, retaliating with even greater speed towards the Thunder Mouse. Having just unleashed all its electric power, the Thunder Mouse felt fatigued and sluggish. Under the giant insect's counterattack, it was once again ensnared and met its demise. "Revive." Su Ping commanded swiftly. The Thunder Mouse reformed on the ground, no longer bewildered as before. It seemed to have acclimatized to the brief pain, emerging revitalized. Upon seeing the injured giant insect, the Thunder Mouse charged forward unbidden, eager to continue the unfinished battle. Attack. Injure, perish, revive. This cycle repeated itself over a dozen times until, before the seemingly immortal Thunder Mouse, the giant insect finally succumbed, defeated and resentful. Throughout the ensuing skirmishes, Su Ping did not witness the reemergence of Lightning Flash, which seemed to have been merely an ephemeral illusion. Disappointment washed over him, however. The thought that if that moment were indeed genuine, then the Thunder Mouse would inevitably unleash it once more in the future, kindled a flicker of hope within him. With the giant insect vanquished, Su Ping felt a sigh of relief, at the very least. He would not be devoured by the creature and subjected to the nauseating sensation of death. Though this place was perilous, the training it offered was undeniably potent. As he gazed at the exhausted Thunder Mouse sprawled atop the giant insect's carcass, he noted that its speed had noticeably increased during its revivals, and its attacks had become more cunning and agile, even employing feints to ambush its opponent. Though the battle involved continuous death and revival, it had only spanned a mere 10 minutes. Such remarkable improvement within such a brief time frame was truly astounding. Perhaps, by the end of 3 days, its strength would indeed surge dramatically. Su Ping suddenly felt a sense of anticipation, realizing that the task might not be as hopeless as it initially seemed. Let us proceed. Little one, he said, affectionately patting the thunder mouse on its small head as he rose to continue the search for the next target. Exhausted, the thunder mouse conveyed a reluctant thought. Su Ping paused momentarily. Reflecting on the arduous struggle it endured to vanquish the giant insect, he felt a surge of understanding. Then let us first recuperate, he replied with a warm smile. The thunder mouse, resting atop the giant insect's back, wearily glanced up, and upon seeing Su Ping's close, smiling face, it experienced an odd sensation. Before it could react, a sudden sharp pain struck. Revive. Su Ping watched as the thunder mouse reformed on the ground beside him. Grinning as he asked, have you regained your strength? He had noticed that each time the thunder mouse revived, it returned to its optimal state, showing no signs of fatigue from prior exertions. Thus, this was indeed the most effective method for a swift recovery. The thunder mouse bristled at the realization. The human smile was now indelibly etched into its memory. Hiss! The thunder mouse bared its teeth, seemingly warning Su Ping not to continue in such a manner. Su Ping released his grip on the giant insect's claw, which proved to be remarkably sharp, capable of piercing the thunder mouse with the slightest pressure, truly a formidable weapon. Be good, let us go, he said, gently ruffling its small head. The thunder mouse's teeth ground together audibly, were it not for the constraints of their contract. It might have been compelled to bite its master in retaliation. 3 days later, atop a towering mountain amidst the thundercloud sea, the mountain's midsection was shrouded in mist, with rocky peaks standing majestically, creating a serene and breathtaking portrayal of untamed wilderness. On an inconspicuous boulder, several minuscule lives, akin to ants, were engaged in a fierce battle for survival. Quick, use lightning shadow to divert its attention. Flank it from the side. Attack its flank with lightning slash, Su Ping commanded telepathically from beside the boulder. In the fray, 2 figures, one large and one small, were locked in a fierce struggle. The larger was a cockroach-like monstrosity, massive as an elephant, its body agile, encased in a grayish rock-like carapace, with sharp stone spikes jutting from its underbelly. A rare Earth-type star pet from this rocky domain, and a natural adversary to lightning-type star pets. The smaller figure, comparable in size to an ordinary house cat, sported purplish fur, crackling with electricity, its bristles standing on end like sharp needles. It was the thunder mouse. Zing! With a surge of lightning, the thunder mouse darted towards the stone cockroach. The creature instinctively pursued. However, at that moment, a fainter hue of purple flashed past, appearing behind the stone cockroach. The stone cockroach quickly sensed something amiss. The thunder mouse, enveloped in crackling electricity, began to fade until it became a semi-transparent electric shadow. It was an afterimage. The stone cockroach suddenly recognized the danger and swiftly turned its head, but at that instant, a dazzling purple light appeared before its eyes. The thunder mouse leapt high, its body aglow with intense lightning, which gradually coalesced into a blade-like shape above its head, as if highly compressed. Swish! The lightning blade descended, slicing effortlessly through the soft flesh between the gaps of the stone cockroach's carapace, cleaving it in 2. Green blood gushed forth, splattering the stones. Perfect. Su Ping snapped his fingers. With just a single life, the thunder mouse had slain this Earth-type star pet, which was evidently superior to its own first-tier strength, showcasing a remarkable leap in power since 3 days prior. Indeed, this was the case. Just moments ago, he had received a notification from the system confirming the task's completion. He marveled at the fact that such a transformation had been achieved in a mere 3 days. Su Ping silently reflected, finding it almost inconceivable. Yet, the immense gains came at a cost. He and the thunder mouse had endured countless deaths, experiencing every conceivable demise over 100 times, with the thunder mouse suffering even more, at least 1,000 times. With the task completed, the cultivation realm would soon close. The host would be severed from the thundercloud sea. The temporary contract between the host and the pet would be dissolved. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him. When the light returned, the familiar sight of the pet shop greeted Su Ping, as if he had awakened from a dream. Chapter 5. The arrival for rewards. With the completion of the novice task, the host panel has been unlocked, and the pet shop is officially open for business. The currency conversion module and the chaos nurturing pool have been established. The rewards for the novice task are now available. Would you like to claim them now? The familiar sound of the system's prompt jolted Su Ping back to reality. Upon hearing about the rewards, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, and without hesitation, he declared, "Claim." The host has acquired the basic skill of pet identification. Pet identification? Su Ping waited a few moments but did not receive any further notifications, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was that all? After enduring a grueling 3 days of torment, he had merely exchanged it for a book on pet identification, and it was only a basic one. With the Federation's comprehensive pet encyclopedia, Su Ping perceived this skill as utterly useless, a worthless ability. However, the pet identification skill bestowed by this system could discern billions of star pet species, far surpassing the pet encyclopedia. Su Ping was taken aback. Billions of star pets? In his recollection, even the most authoritative and comprehensive pet encyclopedia of the Federation contained only a few million species, many of which were already extinct. Could this be the legendary quality of a system product? Suddenly, all his grievances vanished. Although this reward was not what he had hoped would immediately bolster his strength, it was still an exceedingly valuable skill. Moreover, should he venture again into ancient realms like the Thundercloud Sea, this identification technique would enable him to recognize those ancient star pets, as most of them had already vanished, with little documentation in the Federation's encyclopedia. With the skill freshly acquired, Su Ping was filled with excitement and eager anticipation. As he scanned his surroundings, he suddenly recalled the Thunder Mouse. Where was that little creature? Rushing to the back pet room, he found the Thunder Mouse nestled within an ancient stone tooth array, fast asleep. Compared to 3 days prior, the Thunder Mouse's appearance had not changed much. Only a few dark purple strands had mingled with its light purple fur, and it appeared slightly leaner. However, the faintly ominous aura emanating from it caused the moon-chasing hound in the adjacent stone array to tremble, visibly distressed. Seeing that it was unharmed, Su Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although their bond had been severed, making emotional communication impossible, he found himself somewhat reluctant to part with the little creature after their brief companionship. Would you like to use the pet identification skill? As Su Ping sighed inwardly, a prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Identify this little one. He hesitated for a moment before selecting yes. Thundermouse attributes: Thunder-type pet level, upper first-rank combat power, 3/6 qualification, below average ability mastery, lightning dash, thunder flash, thunder shadow clone, thundercut. Thundercloak. Su Ping was taken aback. Thunder flash? He was astonished to see thunder flash listed among its abilities. It had indeed mastered this top-tier thunder technique? Su Ping was shocked. He had not witnessed the Thunder Mouse use Thunder Flash in the battles that followed and had thought he was mistaken at the time. To think it had truly comprehended it. A mere low-tier Thunder Mouse, commonplace in the Federation, had grasped a technique that even higher-tier Thunderstar pets struggled to master. How astonishing. If he shared this information, others might think he had lost his senses. This little creature, its value had skyrocketed. Recovering from his astonishment, Su Ping's eyes gleamed with excitement. A Thunder Mouse that had mastered Thunder Flash was worth far more than 100 of its peers, not to mention its other formidable skills. Besides the ubiquitous Lightning Dash, both Thunder Cut and Thunder Shadow Clone were essential for high-tier star pets. With such a vast array of powerful abilities, it would not be an exaggeration to describe this Thunder Mouse as a low-tier divine beast. However, he found it curious that its qualification rating was listed as below average. The qualification assessment was based on a comparison of all Thunder Mice data from the inception of the chaos to the present. The host need not doubt this. All Thunder Mice. Su Ping was left dumbfounded, speechless. The annual birth rate of Thunder Mice in the Federation was an unfathomable number, let alone considering the counts from the distant chaos era. By this reckoning, this Thunder Mouse being rated as below average qualification was already astonishingly strong. Su Yinying slightly lifted her gaze and could already see the sign of the little pet shop at the end of the street. Mischievous Pet Shop. Today was sunny. Yet Su Yinying's mood was overshadowed by gloom, as she found herself in a dire predicament. This was the Academy's annual grand event, where the strengths and weaknesses of the students would be on full display. Success in the competition could attract the attention of esteemed star pet masters, leading to better mentorship opportunities and a prestigious resume for her future endeavors in a star pet battle team. Unfortunately, after 3 consecutive rounds, she faced formidable opponents, resulting in her carefully nurtured battle pet sustaining injuries and rendered incapable of further fighting. To falter in the preliminary selection? Such a notion was utterly unacceptable to her. She had already spent a substantial sum to hire a senior pet healer to mend the injuries of one of her battle pets. Yet, one was insufficient. It could only serve as a trump card. She needed to press forward and probe the enemy's strongest battle pet. Were it not for the Academy's prohibition against competing with contracted pets within a month, she might have considered purchasing a few additional pets, despite the immense strain it would place on her. However, now she had no other battle pets left, save for a Thunder Mouse fostered elsewhere, a rather ordinary low-tier Thunder Mouse. Unremarkable. She had initially planned to abandon it, as it could no longer keep pace with her. Against her current opponents, it would merely be a liability. Yet, fortunate for her, a moment of compassion had prevented her from severing the contract, resulting in this thunder mouse being her only remaining battle pet eligible for participation. Though weak, it should suffice as a stepping stone. Is the owner here? Pushing open the door, Su Yinying entered the pet shop, casually surveying the sparse interior, which appeared to be on the verge of closing down. Was it going out of business? She thought to herself, relieved that she arrived in time. Is anyone here? Su Ping, hearing the voice, quickly exited the pet room and spotted a youthful girl standing in the shop, scanning her surroundings. Chapter 6. Awakening Greetings. Su Ping approached, embodying the courtesy befitting a guest. Is it the master of the Thunderlight Mouse? Su Ping was taken aback, memories surfacing in his mind. He quickly recollected, his expression turning peculiar as he stole a few more glances at the girl. So, she is the fortunate one. The thought of returning the Thunderlight Mouse to its rightful owner stirred an uncomfortable feeling in Su Ping's heart, a mix of sentiment and a twinge of pain. After all, this was a super Thunderlight Mouse that had comprehended the 10 ultimate techniques. To simply hand it over? Well, this little creature was originally someone else's. With a resigned sigh, Su Ping felt a sense of ennui and lethargy as he said, "It's perfectly fine, better than ever. Please come over to settle the bill." Su Yinying paused, sensing an odd tone in the boss's words, as if he was rather dejected. A thought struck her, and she quickly added, "Rest assured, boss. Although I arrived early to claim it, the boarding fee will remain as previously agreed. I won't shortchange you." Chuckling dryly, Su Ping chose to ignore her. Retrieving the deposit invoice from the counter, upon seeing the figures inscribed on it, his heart ached once more. He inhaled deeply, slowly tearing the bill. The act felt akin to peeling away a piece of flesh from his own body, his voice heavy with sorrow as he announced, after deducting the deposit. "The remaining amount is 108. His voice quivered, almost choking. 108. 108 coins. This star pet, having grasped the 10 ultimate techniques, is being relinquished at an astoundingly paltry price. Su Yinying sensed something was amiss with the boss, though she couldn't quite place it. She hurriedly made the payment, saying, "Please keep the money, boss. Could you take me to see my star pet?" She was eager to see the Thunderlight Mouse, desperate to ensure its well-being. After all, some pet shops mishandle their animals, resulting in sickness. Though such occurrences were rare, she did not wish for misfortune to befall her at this critical juncture. Hearing the notification of the payment received, Su Ping's lips twitched slightly, but he ultimately turned silently and instructed, "Wait here." He exited the counter and sauntered into the pet room. Gazing at the Thunderlight Mouse still slumbering within the stone tooth array, he felt a pang of reluctance. Recalling their shared experiences over the past 3 days, the Thunderlight Mouse suddenly awoke, and upon recognizing Su Ping, it gradually relaxed, closing its eyes once more to resume its slumber. In the harrowing trials of the past 3 days, it found solace only in Su Ping's presence, a testament to their bond of trust and habit. A bittersweet smile graced Su Ping's lips as he took a deep breath to steady his emotions before exiting the pet room. "My Thunderlight Mouse." Su Yinying's eyes sparkled upon seeing the Thunderlight Mouse in Su Ping's arms. The moment she laid eyes on it, she instinctively knew it was hers. Despite subtle changes in its appearance, the bond forged by their contract conveyed an unmistakable sense of kinship. However, she found it peculiar that she could not sense it upon entering the pet shop, as if something had obstructed her connection. Without dwelling on the mystery, she hurriedly approached and cradled the Thunderlight Mouse from Su Ping's hands. The mouse stirred awake once again, and upon seeing Su Yinying, its sleepy eyes lit up with joy as it eagerly bounded toward her, chirping animatedly. Standing aside, Su Ping felt an inexplicable surge of emotion at the sound of the Thunderlight Mouse's joyful calls, a feeling that almost urged him to squeeze it tightly. This creature, upon arriving with its true owner, it immediately began to chirp with delight. It had never behaved this way before him. Yet, Su Ping understood that the emotional transmission facilitated by their bond was profoundly influential, which explained why most star pets remained loyal to their masters, often willing to face peril for them. Seeing the Thunderlight Mouse unharmed, albeit slightly emaciated, Su Yinying exhaled a sigh of relief. She had heard of unscrupulous pet shops cutting corners to maximize profits by skimping on the animal's food, but she chose not to dwell on it. As long as it was healthy, that was all that mattered. After all, recovery from illness could be quite time-consuming. Placing the Thunderlight Mouse on the ground, she gently patted its head, then dismissed any further glance at Su Ping, mentally marking the shop with a poor review, vowing never to return. The Thunderlight Mouse leaped around Su Yinying with exuberance, delighted to be reunited with its long-lost master. She strode towards the door, and together, They swiftly vanished from Su Ping's sight. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Currency detected. Shop activated. Beep. Currency has automatically converted into energy points. Su Ping was momentarily stunned. Before he could investigate further, another notification chimed. Task: Chaotic Breeding Spirit Pool has been established. Host must cultivate a star pet within 1 week. Task reward: a random battle pet master skill book. Task failure penalty: reduction of host rating. Failure to meet the rating will result in erasure. A battle pet master skill book? Su Ping was taken aback, for he was not a battle pet master. His cellular structure lacked the primal core power. You may purchase awakening liquid from the shop to attain the qualifications of a battle pet master, the system explained. Su Ping was astonished. His breathing quickening. Awakening liquid? Was it possible to defy fate and become a battle pet master despite being destined for ordinariness since birth? It is known that talent is determined at birth. Only an infinitesimal fraction of individuals awaken their abilities later in life. Of course, it was rumored that the Federation had developed unique potions derived from peculiar plants harvested from the cosmos, significantly enhancing the chances of ordinary people awakening their potential. However, these concoctions were prized for the wealthy. Anyone without billions to their name would not even dream of acquiring them. And among the affluent, aside from momentary curiosity, who would dare to risk becoming a battle pet master, venturing to the front lines in pursuit of glory? Where's the shop? Su Ping pondered, feeling an overwhelming eagerness for this awakening liquid. No matter what, he yearned to obtain it, for the distinction between a battle pet master and an ordinary person was monumental, both in strength and survival capability. The simplest comparison lay between Su Ping and his sister, Su Lingyu. Ever since she entered the Star Pet Academy at the age of 12, Su Ping had never bested her in physical confrontations, consistently being effortlessly overpowered. Thus, over the years, he had learned to avoid confrontations whenever possible. Another missed opportunity. The reasons are convoluted. Regrettably, the gravitational pull that day was too strong, rendering any movement impossible, leaving only the slow accumulation of future compensations. Chapter 7. 3 services. The shop materializes in the host's consciousness with but a silent thought. The system proclaimed. Su Ping felt a jolt within, and suddenly, a dark gray shop interface leaped into his mind, resembling a warehouse grid, yet containing merely 3 items: awakening liquid, 100 energy points, primary beast catching ring, 100 energy points, low-level star pet food. 10 energy points. Information regarding these 3 items simultaneously emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ping chose to purchase the awakening liquid. Purchase unsuccessful, insufficient energy, the system stated. Energy? Su Ping was taken aback, finally noticing the purchasing requirements. Energy is primarily converted from the currency earned by the host, at a ratio of 100:1, and currently, he had merely 1 point remaining. Stunned, Su Ping recalled something and opened his account record. -100. Indeed, his account was short by 100, transferred to an unknown account. So, I only need 10,000 to make a purchase? Su Ping, instead of feeling disheartened, was rather astonished. That's extraordinarily inexpensive. This is something that can elevate an ordinary person to a star pet warrior. If purchased within the Federation, not only would the channels be convoluted, but the price would also be astronomical, with the effects likely not equaling this. Convert all remaining balance in my account into energy, Su Ping commanded promptly. He still had over 20,000 in his account, money sent by his family for acquiring several star pet cubs. Aside from the currency earned within this establishment, funds acquired through other channels cannot be converted, the system replied. What? Su Ping was bewildered. Is there a distinction between money earned here and elsewhere? There is none. Please note, this is a warning for foul language. Taking a deep breath, Su Ping clenched his fists. If there is no difference, why can't funds from other places be converted? The currency conversion module primarily tests the host's growth capability, and this ability will be part of the system's final evaluation of the host, the system explained. What final evaluation? Su Ping raised an eyebrow. Host privileges are insufficient. I cannot divulge that information. Suppressing a certain impulse, Su Ping slowly relaxed his clenched fists. Under the system's authority, one must bow. Fortunately, earning 10,000 through the pet shop was not overly difficult. It merely required time. If he could nurture another lightning mouse-like pet and sell it, he could easily exceed 10,000, even reaching 100,000. Su Ping mused internally. With the host's current privileges, selling pets is temporarily not an option. Only renting is permitted. The system promptly doused his hopes. What? Su Ping exclaimed. As a pet shop, One cannot sell pets? Please note. This is a second warning for foul language. The system's voice turned icy. Certain painful memories surged forth, prompting Su Ping to rein in the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. Taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly, he had attained enlightenment. Even if renting, charging 10,000 for a lightning mouse's quality was not a challenge. All services in this establishment are reasonably priced. The host has no authority to alter prices, the system reiterated. Su Ping was taken aback. A sense of foreboding washed over him. What are the prices? Currently, this establishment offers only 3 services: fostering, renting, and food sales. Given that the host has not purchased a fostering slot, the 2 fostering slots available are complimentary but deemed useless by the system, thus charging 10 yuan per hour for fostering. The pet rental service is assessed based on the pet's rank, combat power, and qualifications. As the host has yet to nurture a pet, no estimation can be made. As for food sales, the host must personally gather food from the nurturing area, with pricing determined by the quality of the food. Su Ping was left speechless. Only these 3 services? Does that mean all supplementary items and services related to pets are rendered unusable? Clothing, toys, grooming, and care services are the true revenue sources for a pet shop. One should not assume pets exist solely for combat. They accompany their owners in leisure, dining, and entertainment. Most combat pet trainers take great pleasure in pampering their pets, as they are the only companions in life and death situations. Relying solely on fostering for revenue, he calculated that at 10 yuan per hour, a single fostering slot would yield 240 yuan per day, for 180 for 2, and approximately. Su Ping assessed the figures. It was somewhat acceptable. A month of such earnings would suffice. Yet, the fostering fees appeared significantly higher than the competition, and charged by the hour. Who would only foster a pet for an hour? System, you just mentioned these fostering slots are free gifts. Are there more expensive fostering slots? Su Ping pondered. Of course. The system replied immediately. A primary fostering slot costs 10 energy points each, consuming 1 energy point daily for maintenance, to be paid by the host. Consuming energy for maintenance? Su Ping felt he had encountered a swindler. Weren't these supposed to be permanent? Certainly not, the system clarified. Primary fostering slots are constructed from spirit stones, nurturing the pets within with pure spiritual energy, enhancing their comprehension and improving their physical condition, thereby facilitating the mastery of powerful secret techniques. Su Ping was taken aback. That is astonishing. To enhance a pet's comprehension, aside from rare mystical treasures, only high-level nurturing masters can achieve that. Yet, a mere fostering slot offers such benefits. It's akin to having a high-level nurturing master care for them at all times. What is the fee for this primary fostering slot? Su Ping inquired hastily. 100 per hour, the system responded. Su Ping fell into silence. In the market, the typical price for pet fostering is around 100 for 10 days, unless the owner has special requests that add other services. Otherwise, prices do not vary greatly. At 100 per hour, that amounts to 2,400 per day and 24,000 for 10 days. That is 24 times the price of other pet shops. System. Su Ping suddenly spoke. Can the price be increased further? The price was undeniably exorbitant, bordering on the absurd. Yet, in Su Ping's eyes, the advantages offered by the primary fostering slot were simply too substantial. Even if the price were to multiply tenfold, he would deem it reasonable. However, currently, he could not afford this primary fostering slot. Was he destined to languish with the current useless fostering slot? Su Ping felt a pang of frustration. As for food sales, he would need to venture back into the nurturing area to gather supplies. The memories of countless deaths he had encountered over the past 3 days in that place made his lips twitch involuntarily. Life is too difficult. Wait. I suddenly disappeared for 3 days. My family must be worried. Su Ping thought suddenly, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. There is no need for the host to worry. Time flows differently in the nurturing area compared to here. Only 3 hours have passed outside. The system remarked indifferently. Chapter 8. Incubation of Chaos 3 hours? Su Ping was taken aback and immediately turned on the computer next to him to check. The date displayed on it was indeed the day he had just arrived at the store. Phew. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if he had really been missing for 3 days, his mother would have been worried sick. Of course, his sister might not have been. Soon, in the lounge behind the store, he discovered a well-like pool. This was most likely the Chaos Incubation Spirit pool that the system had just established in the pet store. Incubate in here? With what? Su Ping was curious. Suddenly, he thought of a hen laying an egg, and his expression changed slightly. The foot that was slightly forward also slowly stood upright. The host is in the Novice Protection Month. Currently, using the Chaos Incubation Spirit Pool only requires 10 points of energy per use, the system said. Su Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Energy is fine. However, using energy was also a headache. 10 points of energy was equal to 1,000 yuan. Fortunately, after completing the task, he would be able to receive a Pet Warrior skill book, which was like spending 1,000 yuan to buy a skill book, a total bargain. Ordinary pet warriors need to be admitted to a Star Pet Academy and spend a lot of time studying and training hard to master a skill. This is definitely not comparable to a mere 1,000 yuan. System, is there any way to make money the fastest? Su Ping asked the system in his heart. After a moment, the system succinctly said, the host can quickly earn energy through food sales. Food sales? Su Ping naturally remembered this. And suddenly his body hair stood on end, and he got goosebumps all over. This requires going to a cultivation site to collect it. Could this cultivation site be a place like the Thundercloud Sea Realm? He didn't want to go to such a dangerous place to collect any food. He was already terrified of dying. If it was an instant death, that would be fine, but he was afraid of being entangled by something and slowly bitten to death. That would be the most terrifying. The system replied, the Thundercloud Sea Realm is not the only cultivation site, but one of countless cultivation sites. And it is a high-level cultivation site. The host's remaining energy is not enough to pay for the teleportation to the Thundercloud Sea Realm. Please select a cultivation site with the corresponding price to go to. Note, the higher the level of the cultivation site, the higher the possibility of collecting rare food. What? Su Ping sat up abruptly. Price? Energy? Please note, verbal abuse warning. Second time. Su Ping's face twisted slightly. Going to the cultivation site also costs money. Are you an overpet system or a monopoly system? Su Ping felt too embarrassed. A moment ago, he didn't want to go, but the next second he was told that even if he wanted to go, he couldn't. Moreover, according to the system, he had lost a lot. In the previous 3-day cultivation task, he didn't do anything and only played with rats. Missing the opportunity to collect food in a high-level cultivation site like the Thundercloud Sea Realm for 3 days. System, you're me. Su Ping was extremely resentful. The system said indifferently, you didn't ask, and as a qualified host, you should learn to actively collect everything related to pets. You. Su Ping gritted his teeth. Verbal abuse warning, third time, random extraction of punishment, extreme pain experience. The system prompt sounded. Su Ping's eyes widened instantly, no? Oh. After a long time, after a burst of intense screams, Su Ping sat listlessly at the entrance of the pet store, full of vicissitudes. Plop. A coin was dropped in front of him. Su Ping looked up and saw a middle-parted man in a suit with a kind smile and an ornate turning back. Su Ping silently picked up the coin. He stared at the coin, staring continuously. System, can this money be converted into energy? Su Ping suddenly asked. System, no. Su Ping whispered oh and slowly put the coin into his pocket, then stood up, patted the dust off his buttocks. Life is so difficult. But we have to continue, right? Back in the store, Su Ping silently recited the cultivation plane window in his heart. Soon, a windowed table appeared in front of him, with many place names on it, and each place name was followed by an energy number display. Su Ping pulled down from the top and saw the words Thundercloud Sea Realm. And the energy display behind it was 1,000. 1,000 per entry. Su Ping's mouth twitched slightly, but soon returned to calm. He had become a Buddha. Su Ping kept pulling down and came to the primary cultivation plane. The energy requirement to enter here was 1 to 10 points. Su Ping suddenly saw that there was also a Thundercloud Sea Realm plane here, and the energy requirement behind it was only 1 point. Did I see it wrong? Su Ping looked carefully twice and found that he had not made a mistake. So, was the system wrong? This system will not make mistakes. The system's voice immediately sounded. This is a plain fragment of the Thundercloud Sea Realm. It contains incomplete Thundercloud Sea Realm, perhaps one of the corner lands, or a ruin without any creatures or plants. Entering is risks. The host needs to be cautious. Fragment? Su Ping then noticed that there were 2 extremely small words fragment behind it. He suddenly thought of the description in the federal history books. The Thundercloud Sea Realm had already shattered and disappeared. Could this be the shattered fragment? Then, the previous entry was into the complete Thundercloud Sea Realm? But since it is shattered, why is there a complete Thundercloud Sea Realm again? After browsing through it, Su Ping closed the cultivation plane and did not choose to enter it immediately. He was tired. Too tired. Dying hundreds of times in the Thundercloud Sea Realm for 3 days was not just a number. Nearly half of the deaths were in incredibly painful torture. Su Ping pulled down the roller blind. When the store darkened, he immediately on the counter and fell into a deep sleep. The spacious academy has large areas of green grass with a high greening rate. In the middle of the distant square, there is also a pool waterfall for some students' water-type pets to play in. However, at this moment, the pool is calm and tranquil, without any pets, including the vast airport-like academy. There are not many people to be seen. Everywhere is a dead silence. Su Yinying was not surprised at all. She naturally knew where people had gone. At the end of the square, there is a huge venue similar to a stadium. At this moment, bursts of cheers are faintly heard from inside. Even standing at the entrance of the academy, you can faintly hear it. The afternoon game is still in progress. Hurry up. Su Yinying said to the Thunderlight Mouse following her feet, and then quickened her pace to run. Going to the pet store delayed too much time. Fortunately, her game is scheduled later, starting around 4 p.m. However, if the previous opponent falls too quickly, her game will be advanced. Chapter 9, 7th Level Thunder Technique, Thunder Break. Part 1. Soon, Su Yinying arrived at the Star Pet Battle Hall accompanied by her Thunderlight Mouse. Although she was not wearing the academy uniform, the gatekeeper clearly recognized her and allowed her to pass without requiring her student ID. Flame Slash. The Crimson Flame Hound unleashed its Flame Slash. Upon entering the competition arena, Su Yinying was immediately greeted by the referee's excited shouts, echoing throughout the hall with deafening intensity. Simultaneously, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience seated on either side of the entrance. Su Yinying maintained her composure. This scene was all too familiar to her. Her gaze swept across the venue, quickly locating her class, Class 2 of the 3rd year. She hastened towards it, but suddenly remembered that her pet, the Thunderlight Mouse, was still behind her. This little creature, she had never brought it to such a grand competition before. Would the overwhelming atmosphere of thousands of voices frighten it? Perhaps not. Su Yinying felt a sense of relief. A pet was not merely a wild beast, but possessed basic thought and spirit. Typically, timid pets would have been paralyzed by such a scene. Seeing it so bold and unafraid brought her a measure of delight. Yinying, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I was worried sick. Lan Lele, a prominent figure in their class, gestured towards a girl with lustrous black hair at the front of the class. Over time, their surroundings had fostered a sense of rivalry between them. Although Lan Lele was naturally fond of Su Yinying. Oh, Su Yinying nodded, giving little heed, her attention still focused on the competition. At that moment, Lan Lele noticed the Thunderlight Mouse at Su Yinying's feet, nibbling on a piece of fruit peel, and exclaimed, "Is that the Thunderlight Mouse you sent for boarding? It looks famished. Why is it eating everything? Stop eating that, it's too dirty." Su Yinying immediately said, using the power of their bond to convey her thoughts. Being a person with a penchant for cleanliness, she could not tolerate her pet scavenging for trash. Simultaneously, she recalled that pet store. That damned black market dealer. Once the competition concluded, she would definitely report that shop to the Star Pet Association. Sensing Su Yinying's command, the Thunderlight Mouse halted, blinking innocently. Of course. Su Yinying replied, her expression calm. Lan Lele widened her eyes in surprise, saying, "Are you out of your mind? This is the annual pet competition, and the minimum for participation is a 2nd-level pet. Sending your Thunderlight Mouse into the arena is tantamount to sending it to its doom. The Academy has rules preventing casualties during competitions. If there's any danger, the referees will intervene promptly," Su Yinying assured her. "But even if it won't die, sending the Thunderlight Mouse out there is futile. It's merely a mid-level 1st-tier pet. Any pet on the field could easily defeat it," Lan Lele replied, her face filled with confusion. "I know," Su Yinying's gaze was resolute and unwavering. "But don't forget, I possess the secret technique of a battle pet trainer, the 3rd-tier power amplification. The lower its tier, the greater my amplification effect will be. It should be able to unleash the strength of a mid-level 2nd-tier pet, and combined with my tactics and commands, it will be sufficient to contend with other pets." Lan Lele was well aware of her friend's capabilities and responded with confusion. "Didn't you say you had a high-level healer come to restore the strength of your 100-tooth evil tiger? Why not let it compete? During the previous battles, others assumed it was injured. Now, it is my trump card and must not be revealed easily," Su Yinying said in a low voice. Lan Lele sighed, realizing, "You've had quite unfortunate luck. You encountered those difficult opponents right from the start. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a predicament." Su Yinying fell silent, contemplating. At that moment, the battle in the arena concluded, with the operator of the Crimson Flame Hound emerging victorious, and both sides began to exit the field. Meanwhile, the girl known as Jiang Binghuai, whom Lan Lele had mentioned, slowly rose, immediately captivating the fervent gazes of all the boys in their class, as well as others who glared at her with gritted teeth. "That girl has such good fortune. encountering nothing but novices. Lan Lele thought indignantly. Su Yinying furrowed her brow but did not respond. A few minutes later, the battle concluded, and the girl with an icy demeanor descended from the stage. Su Yinying sensed that as she stepped down, the girl cast her a glance, one filled with unspoken meaning, as if to say, "Don't let me down, humph." Su Yinying clenched her fingers, her expression growing increasingly tranquil. "Let us go," she said, addressing both Lan Lele and her Thunderlight Mouse. The Thunderlight Mouse, sensing a shift in its master's mood, stood upright, a glint of sharpness flashing in its eyes. However, no one paid attention to the gaze of a low-tier Thunderlight Mouse, oblivious to the concealed danger it harbored. Following the pathway, Su Yinying ascended the steps to the arena, one deliberate step after another, while the Thunderlight Mouse hopped along behind her. In the vast hall, she stood quietly, welcoming the gaze of the entire audience. The girl exhibited no trace of fear. Her gaze remained proud and calm. "It is Su Yinying from Class 2 of the 3rd year." The referee promptly announced her name, passionately proclaiming, "Now, let us check the big screen to see who Su Yinying's opponent will be." All eyes turned to the enormous scoreboard suspended above the arena, where a series of avatars flashed before eventually settling on one. Oh no! Lan Lele's expression changed as she recognized the frozen avatar. It was Zhang Xiao from Class 7, an exceptionally formidable opponent and one of the top figures in that class. Su Yinying's expression also shifted slightly. Her luck seemed to be extraordinarily poor. Was she to face yet another tough adversary? Soon, her opponent made his entrance, a young man approximately 175 meters tall, with tousled black hair and a haughty gaze, adorned with an expensive wristwatch, exuding a wild and aristocratic air. Class 2 of the 3rd year, is it? Su Yinying? Zhang Xiao observed his opponent and couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like my luck is quite good. I heard that in your previous battles, your pets were all injured." TSK, so now you're relying on that little mouse by your side? Su Yinying's face darkened, her heart gradually sinking. The competition would be a best-of-3 format, with both sides permitted to send 3 pets into battle, and no malicious harm was allowed. "Now, let the match begin," the referee announced coldly from the side of the arena. Zhang Xiao smirked lightly, raising his hand to summon the power of the contract. Suddenly, the space before him began to twist and swirl, followed by the descent of a figure enveloped in black flames. Second-tier Gale Power. A hazy white light emanated from Zhang Xiao, transforming into a whirlwind that coiled around the limbs of the black flame figure. This was the most fundamental amplification ability possessed by a battle pet trainer. Chapter 10, 7th Level Thunder Technique, Thunder Break. Part 2. It is the Demon Dragon Dog. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Xiao from Class 7 unleashed a notoriously difficult-to-tame demon-type pet, the Demon Dragon Dog, right from the start. This creature is already at the 3rd-tier peak during its growth phase. Could Zhang Xiao be aiming for an overwhelming victory of 3-0? Upon witnessing the formidable creature summoned from the contract space, the commentator's voice brimmed with astonishment. To deploy such a powerful battle pet against a low-tier Thunder Mouse seemed rather unfair. The Demon Dragon Dog. Su Yinying's gaze darkened. This beast is not only ferocious, but is also rumored to possess the bloodline of the King Beast, Hell Dragon. Its demonic flame roar is imbued with the might of a dragon's roar, exerting absolute dominance over creatures of a lower tier. Even before the battle commenced, the mere presence of the Demon Dragon Dog instilled fear. Aware that she had chosen the Thunder Mouse, Zhang Xiao's intention to intimidate her with the Demon Dragon Dog was clear. Was he trying to make her look foolish? Su Yinying clenched her fingers, inhaling deeply. This could work to her advantage. She had brought the Thunder Mouse as a probe to test her opponent's capabilities. If he underestimated her, it would indicate that the Thunder Mouse had already achieved half of its purpose. A sudden roar echoed through the arena, resonating with the might of a tiger and dragon. The nearly 3-meter-tall Demon Dragon Dog stepped forward, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the venue. Su Yinying's pupils constricted as her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The roar of the Demon Dragon Dog not only terrified low-tier pets but was also a formidable intimidation for timid trainers. After all, the mere sight of its colossal, flame-wreathed form created an overwhelming visual pressure. However, Su Yinying was not one to cower in fear. She had encountered even more powerful creatures during her training and possessed a strong mental fortitude. Just as she was about to summon her trump card, the 100-toothed evil tiger beast, a crackling sound of electricity erupted unexpectedly. Violet lightning leaped forth, darting from her line of sight. Su Yinying was taken aback. Looking down, she was astonished to see her Thunder Mouse, once at her feet, had leaped into the center of the arena. Its diminutive form, enveloped in crackling electricity, stood defiantly before the towering demon dragon dog, showing no signs of retreat. It is not afraid? Su Yinying was momentarily stunned. As a low-tier thundermouse, known for its timid nature, it boldly confronted the demon dragon dog, baring its teeth in a fierce display. It seemed to be defending something, protecting something. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yinying quickly called out. Zhang Xiao furrowed his brow upon seeing the electrified creature standing before the demon dragon dog. It was astonishing that the thunder mouse was not paralyzed by fear. He had intended to embarrass Su Yinying, but this little mouse had thwarted his plan. Eliminated. Zhang Xiao conveyed his thoughts. The demon dragon dog, with its fierce gaze and razor-sharp teeth, roared once more. The audacity of this small creature to stand its ground provoked its wrath. Flames surged from its body as it unleashed a torrent of hellfire. A dark inferno that swept through the arena, rushing toward the thunder mouse. The flames engulfed the thunder mouse's form in an instant. Su Yinying's complexion drained of color. Humph. Zhang Xiao scoffed. Just then, a glimmer of purple light caught his peripheral vision. He was taken aback and turned to see a figure wreathed in lightning racing toward him at incredible speed. So fast. He could barely discern the shape, a sphere of lightning hurtling toward him. The demon dragon dog sensed the impending danger and immediately retaliated with another blast of hellfire. Swish. The lightning sphere deftly evaded the oncoming flames. Another fireball shot out. Swish. It dodged again, as the spectators watched in astonishment. The form within the lightning sphere became clear. It was none other than the low-tier thundermouse that had been presumed lost to the inferno. How is this possible? Gasps erupted from the crowd. It's the thunder mouse. The commentator was momentarily speechless. Receiving its master's command, the demon dragon dog bared its teeth, flames still clinging to its body. With renewed vigor and the aid of second-tier gale force, its speed surged as it met the oncoming thunder mouse. Roar. The demon dragon dog, with its terrifying maw, lunged at the thunder mouse. To everyone's surprise, the thunder mouse did not shy away. Its tiny eyes, now narrowed, glinted with a fierce determination. Lightning rapidly coalesced above its head, forming a concentrated blade of energy. Thunderbreak. In the arena, someone suddenly leaped to their feet. Crackle. Accompanied by the howling wind and crackling electricity, the blade of lightning surged toward the gaping maw of the demon dragon dog. Boom. An explosive burst of lightning erupted, shaking the entire venue. The blinding light was akin to a star's core detonating, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. As the brilliance faded, visibility gradually returned to the crowd, and gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the arena. In one corner lay the massive form of the demon dragon dog, twitching on the ground, smoke rising from its scorched body. Next to it, Zhang Xiao sat in shock, his face ashen. And beside the fallen beast was the previously unassuming thunder mouse, now slowly making its way back to Su Yinying. After a brief silence, the arena erupted with fervent cheers. The battle had been nothing short of spectacular. Who could have anticipated that the demon-type demon dragon dog would fall, especially to an ordinary thunder mouse? Yet, in that moment, no one regarded the thunder mouse as merely an ordinary creature. As Su Yinying watched the thunder mouse return, she found herself in a daze. Had they truly won? A mere first-tier thunder mouse had defeated the demon dragon dog? As a student of Star Pet Academy, she felt her understanding of the world had been fundamentally shaken. Did you all witness that? Among a row of powerful figures seated in the audience, the vice principal of the academy was present at the edge of their seats. Indeed, it seems to be Thunderbreak. A woman with fiery red hair remarked softly. Clad in unique armor, her exquisitely beautiful face bore a long brown scar, lending her an intimidating appearance, yet the gazes around her were filled with admiration. To think it was a 7th-level thunder technique, if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe it. Such an advanced technique, not even every high-tier pet can master, was comprehended by a mere thunder mouse. Another robust figure chuckled lightly. What an enviable talent. If this little creature evolves into a thunder rat, becoming a 3rd-tier pet, it could rival 4th or even 5th-tier beasts. What a pity. It remains merely a low-tier thunder mouse. Even if it wields such an advanced thunder technique, its effectiveness is limited. Had it been a creature of greater potential, the value would be incalculable. I would be tempted myself. Chapter 11. The enigmatic thunder rat. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. Others nodded slightly, their faces betraying a hint of regret. A mere low-tier pet beast, capable of comprehending such profound and intricate high-level combat techniques, clearly demonstrates an extraordinary level of intelligence. However, such brilliance manifested in a thunder rat feels like a tragic waste. The creature's bloodline is exceedingly low. Even if it were to evolve into a thunderstorm rat, it would merely ascend to a tier 3 beast, lacking the potential for greater heights. Simply possessing remarkable insight is insufficient. On the stage, the first round of combat had concluded. Su Yinying, cradling the thunder rat that had collapsed in her arms, remained somewhat dazed, unable to believe how effortlessly she had won the initial fierce battle. Throughout the entire fight, as the thunder rat's master and a battle pet trainer, she had not participated at all and yet emerged victorious. A solitary thunder rat had secured her triumph. Contemplating this, her expression grew peculiar, caught between laughter and tears. How presumptuous of him! He felt a surge of frustration, realizing he should have anticipated that the opponent, competing in such a prominent pet beast tournament, had chosen to battle with a thunder rat for a reason. To his astonishment, this thunder rat turned out to be a rare specimen. Having comprehended the 7th-tier technique Thunder Sever, he had never encountered such a creature before. However, this was where it would end. He had initially aimed for a clean, decisive victory. But that was evidently unattainable now. Therefore, he must showcase his prowess as a battle pet trainer and ensure he does not stumble in the same place twice. Rock Rhino. Zhang Xiao summoned the power of his contract once more, a soft yellow light materializing before him. The arena beneath trembled slightly as a larger, rhino-like beast emerged. This rock rhino was enveloped in a sturdy rocky shell, with sharp spines jutting from its back, making it nearly impervious to frontal assaults from other creatures. It is an earth-type beast. Su Yinying's expression changed as she recognized the opponent's pet. At that moment, the thunder rat nestled in her arms seemed to sense something and suddenly leaped free, turning to stand in front of her, baring its teeth and radiating fierce lightning. The thunder rat. Su Yinying was taken aback. Whoosh! The thunder rat surged forward at an astonishing speed, charging directly at the rock rhino. This bold move elicited gasps from the audience. Even the nearby judges and commentators were taken aback, perplexed as to why Su Yinying, as the thunder rat's owner, would continue to send it into battle against an earth-type beast, fully aware of the elemental disadvantage. Humph, courting death. Zhang Xiao sneered, commanding a reckless charge to obliterate it. As he issued the command, starlight enveloped him, and he swiftly unleashed a series of enhancement techniques: 2nd-tier power amplification, 2nd-tier wind speed amplification, and 3rd-tier hardness amplification. Notably, the 3rd technique, hardness amplification, was his forte. He had diligently trained in this skill to complement his rock rhino, with its naturally tough hide. The addition of hardness amplification would render it nearly impervious. Even his magical dragon hound would find it challenging to inflict damage. A series of enhancement auras flickered beneath the rock rhino's feet, transforming into energy runes that entwined around its body before melding into its flesh. Though this process was fleeting, it stirred a wave of astonishment among the spectators. The ability to seamlessly execute 3 enhancement techniques in rapid succession showcased Zhang Xiao's skills, surpassing the vast majority of students present. Roar! The rock rhino bellowed, suddenly charging toward the thunder rat. Meanwhile, Su Yinying, witnessing Zhang Xiao's enhancement techniques, regained her composure and hastily attempted to empower the thunder rat. However, to her shock, she realized the thunder rat had already slipped beyond her range of influence. Crackle! Lightning surged once more as the thunder rat dashed toward the rock rhino. At the moment of collision, the thunder rat seemingly split into 2. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 thunder rats darted past the sides of the rock rhino, giving the illusion that it had crashed into the original and bifurcated it. Thunder Shadow Afterimage. In the front row of the audience, several distinguished figures suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? The woman with fiery red hair gasped, her lips parting in astonishment. To comprehend a 7th-tier technique like Thunder Sever was one thing, but to manifest an identical tier technique like Thunder Shadow Afterimage as well? A mere low-tier thunder rat has grasped 2 high-level techniques? Not only was she incredulous, but the others nearby also wore expressions of shock. If it were only one technique, it could be considered a stroke of luck, albeit one with low probability. But to exhibit 2 high-level techniques consecutively, could this truly be sheer coincidence? Am I mistaken? The burly man among them blinked in disbelief. To possess both high-level techniques, such talent, such insight, even those elite lightning-type beasts might not compare. I recall that only our old captain's Dark Thunder Dragon has mastered both techniques. At this point, they exchanged glances, rendered speechless. A low-tier thunder rat's intelligence rivals that of the Dark Thunder Dragon. This. On the stage, the bifurcated thunder rats bewildered the rock rhino, leaving it unable to discern which was the real one. In fact, even its master, Zhang Xiao, appeared utterly confounded. Though he had heard of the high-level lightning technique Thunder Shadow Afterimage during lessons, who knew how to counter it? Whoosh! As Zhang Xiao grappled with his confusion, One of the lightning-fast figures surged toward him. While unable to contend with the rock rhino, the thunder rat posed a significant threat to Zhang Xiao. Not good. Star Shield. Zhang Xiao hurriedly summoned the starlight within him, conjuring a transparent barrier to envelop himself. Puff. The moment the barrier materialized, it shattered. Thunder Sever. The thunder rat unleashed Thunder Sever once more, and after shattering the barrier, the compressed lightning blade above its head surged forward toward Zhang Xiao. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiao's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was suspended in midair, cradled by a nearly transparent bird, gradually descending to the ground. Second round, Zhang Xiao loses. The judge's cold voice announced, while the peculiar bird that had embraced him fluttered its wings once, then vanished into the air. Chapter 12. Its master is a genius. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Zhang Xiao had unexpectedly suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Moreover, he had summoned the illustrious magic dragon hound and the formidable rock rhinoceros, one boasting royal blood and the other a mid-tier beast with elemental advantage, capable of reaching 4th-tier strength upon maturity. To think that such esteemed creatures could be vanquished by a mere low-tier thunder mouse. Was that the thunder shadow technique? Good heavens! A thunder mouse exhibiting such advanced skills. It was utterly astounding. It was nothing short of a mouse king. Many students recognized the thunder shadow technique and gasped in disbelief. Another victory. Curse it. Zhang Xiao's face turned crimson with humiliation as he heard the uproar from the audience. If the first match was a result of his overconfidence, the second match, where he deployed the rock rhinoceros specifically to counter his opponent, could only be attributed to his lack of skill. How could a mere thunder mouse utterly overpower him? It was utterly disgraceful. Had it not been for his starry sky yellow beast still being in training and not brought along, he would not have let this slide so easily. Zhang Xiao cast a cold, piercing glare at Su Yinying in the distance, vowing to remember this humiliation. Now, both sides, please send out your third beast. The referee announced loudly, glancing at the thunder mouse nestled in Su Yinying's arms. This little creature was simply breathtaking, possessing a talent that incited envy. Provided there were no unforeseen circumstances, the 2 advanced techniques it commanded would be sufficient to trounce any low-tier beast. Humph. Zhang Xiao scoffed, turning away from the arena. Opting not to summon his third beast, he conceded defeat. Although he possessed another beast even stronger than the magic dragon hound, his ace in the preliminary rounds, the difference in strength was marginal. Furthermore, he had no means to counter the thunder mouse thunder shadow technique. A direct confrontation would only result in mutual destruction. He had many rivals ahead, and losing this point would not significantly hinder his advance through the preliminaries. There was no need to push to the limit and become a stepping stone for others. As Zhang Xiao exited the stage, the crowd erupted in a chorus of fervent cheers, tinged with a hint of mockery. No one had anticipated that they would cheer for a low-tier, inexpensive thunder mouse in such a grand and solemn competition. Amidst their astonishment, they couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Victorious. Su Yinying stared at Zhang Xiao's departing figure, momentarily stunned. The enthusiastic cheers of the audience confirmed the reality of her triumph. She had done nothing to earn this victory, all thanks to the thunder mouse she had originally intended to release from their bond. Thunder Break, Thunder Shadow Technique. Su Yinying gazed at the thunder mouse nuzzling against her, feeling as though she were in a fantastical dream. Such formidable skills, previously unseen, had manifested in this unassuming creature. How had she failed to recognize its remarkable combat prowess before? Suddenly recalling the fostering, Su Yinying's expression shifted from bewilderment to contemplation. Could it be that all of this was connected to the pet shop where she had fostered the creature? But that was merely an ordinary establishment, surely. It couldn't be what an eye-opening experience today has been. Indeed, we have witnessed a miraculous battle. In the audience's VIP section, several formidable figures exchanged astonished glances, their faces lit with smiles. They had heard tales of low-tier beasts with extraordinary talents, capable of mastering rare techniques and even defeating high-tier beasts, but had always dismissed such claims as mere fabrications. To witness such potential firsthand was beyond their expectations. A robust figure remarked, "This thunder mouse possesses 2 advanced techniques. It is no coincidence. It must be the result of its owner's training. I can only conclude that its master is a genius. Is that the young girl over there?" A fiery-haired woman mused. How intriguing. Her confidence is such that she did not even utilize basic enhancements for the thunder mouse. It seems we have yet to grasp the true extent of this creature's abilities. You are overthinking it. Yet, to train a low-tier thunder mouse to this level is no small feat. I am curious as to why she has not trained other high-tier star beasts. Could there be some extraordinary reason behind it? Deputy Principal Dong, this young lady deserves our attention. Indeed, a talent like hers will not go unnoticed by our school. As night fell, at the little rascal pet shop on Taohua Creek Street, Su Ping awoke to find darkness enveloping the outside world. He had inadvertently slept through the afternoon. Rising to turn on the lights, the stark brightness momentarily blinded him, causing him to shield his eyes until he gradually adjusted. Soon, he became aware of his growling stomach, reminding him that he had yet to eat lunch. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 10 in the evening, the usual closing time. Being new, he was reluctant to disrupt the original owner's routine, especially as hunger gnawed at him. He swiftly found the keys, turned off the lights, and locked the door in one fluid motion. Mounting his bicycle, he pedaled northward. Inside the living room, his mother, Li Qingru, was watching television. Upon seeing Su Ping enter and change his shoes, she immediately lowered the volume and asked, "How was business at the shop today?" Noticing her concerned expression, Su Ping replied vaguely, "Not too bad," knowing he couldn't admit to having slept the entire afternoon. "Take it slow. Don't lose heart. As long as you care for each pet well, the good reviews will come, and business will gradually improve," she encouraged. "Children grow up. It's not easy to manage." "Oh." Su Ping feigned disinterest, stating, "I'm hungry. I'll eat first." Just as he finished speaking, the front door swung open, and Su Lingwei stepped inside. She shot a glare at Su Ping, clearly having overheard his comment. After changing her shoes, she headed straight for the living room. Rolling her eyes at Su Ping as she passed him in the hallway, "Move aside." Chapter 13. Inferior Su Ping, disinterested in engaging in a verbal dispute, hung up his coat and took a seat on the sofa in the living room, pouring himself a glass of water. Just as he finished pouring, a delicate, snow-white hand reached out, snatching the glass and consuming its contents in one gulp. Who else could it be but Su Lingwei? Noticing Su Ping's gaze, she raised an eyebrow, silently questioning if he had any objections. Su Ping cast a fleeting glance at the mischievous phantom flame beast perched on her shoulder. He deemed it prudent to be magnanimous, so he refrained from confronting her and retrieved another cup to pour himself another drink. Su Lingwei let out a light huff, tossing herself onto the other end of the sofa, stretching languidly. Today, she seemed quite agreeable. Indeed, a promising pupil. Su Ping, however, chose to ignore her demeanor and scrutinized the phantom flame beast nestled in her arms. Phantom flame beast attributes: demon-type pet level, tier 3 upper class combat power, 4. 6 qualification, inferior abilities, phantom flame impact, hellfire breath, heart flame illusion, mental piercing, phantom roar. After reviewing this information, Su Ping raised an eyebrow. Inferior qualification? That is rather disappointing. The Thunderlight mouse he nurtured managed to achieve a middle to upper class status, yet this creature was truly lacking. Noticing Su Ping's gaze, Su Lingwei shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes warning him not to harbor any ill thoughts. My Snowball is an exceptionally talented phantom flame beast, nearly invincible among its peers. Even against a tier 4 pet, the outcome remains uncertain. Su Ping remained noncommittal. Although the phantom flame beast possessed a tier 3 upper class strength, its combat power had reached 4. 6, which, according to the system's interpretation, equated to a mid-tier tier 4 combat capability. The ability to battle above its level was indeed remarkable, but that was the extent of its merit. It is worth noting that the Thunderlight mouse he nurtured is of tier 1 upper class strength yet boasts a combat power of 3. 6. Were it to reach tier 3 strength, it could very well exhibit combat prowess comparable to tier 5 or 6. Now that is terrifying. However, even such a prodigious Thunderlight mouse is merely regarded as possessing middle to upper class qualifications in the eyes of the system. From Su Ping's perspective, the Phantom Flame Beast had a long way to go. He did not expect it to be extraordinary, but a middle-class qualification would suffice. Humph? Why the sneer? Su Lingwei frowned, her expression darkening as she regarded Su Ping. Su Ping, somewhat speechless, wondered if he was not allowed to smile. But you were sneering. Enough. Enough. What are you two bickering about? Come to dinner. Li Qingru called, carrying a plate of warm dishes as she approached the siblings. Come eat. Stop watching television. Seeing this, Su Ping lost interest in further banter with Su Lingwei. He rose to wash his hands before dining. The dinner was lavish, featuring fish soup, braised pork, stir-fried tofu with meat, and several vegetable dishes, inciting Su Ping's appetite. After washing his hands, he quickly took his seat and began to eat. Su Lingwei also brought her Snowball to the dining table. Li Qingru served Su Lingwei a bowl of rice and seated herself, inquiring, "How did the competition go today? Did you pass?" Su Lingwei picked up her chopsticks, a slight smile gracing her lips, though her demeanor remained nonchalant. Today was merely the preliminary round. It was trivial for me. Besides, my opponents were merely freshmen from my class, lacking challenge. I accumulated enough points to advance within a single morning. What a pity. What a pity about what? Li Qingru asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Such a pity that I couldn't face the third-year seniors. If I had, I could have secured my place in the final competition, Su Lingyue lamented, her expression filled with regret. Su Ping nearly choked, coughing violently. Su Lingyue shot him a sideways glance. No one is competing with you. Eating so quickly could choke you. After gulping down 2 mouthfuls of fish soup to regain composure, Su Ping ignored her and continued to eat. Li Qingru, upon hearing Su Lingyue's words, felt relieved and chided. You child, you have only just entered Xinglong Academy. To stand out among the freshmen is already quite an achievement. Do not constantly compare yourself with the seniors. It might wear you out. Yes, mother is right. Su Lingyue nodded earnestly, her eyes shimmering with joy. Su Ping coughed again. Su Lingyue shot him a glare that could kill, even without glancing up. Su Ping could sense 2 sharp, glowing gazes directed at him. You must be exhausted today. Eat more, Li Qingru encouraged, placing meat in Su Lingyue's bowl. Yes. Mother should have some too, Su Lingyue replied cheerfully. Su Ping quickly finished his meal and went for a second bowl. Speaking of which, something peculiar occurred during today's competition at the academy. You won't believe it when I tell you, Su Lingyue suddenly recalled, exclaiming. Li Qingru, intrigued, asked, what strange occurrence? A senior sister, who seems to be one of the academy's prominent figures, used a Thunderlight Mouse today. Initially, I thought she was being foolish, but guess what? Her Thunderlight Mouse won 2 consecutive matches, defeating both a magic dragon hound and a rock rhinoceros. Su Lingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shared the news. Thunderlight Mouse? Su Ping's ears perked up. Li Qingru was left speechless. It defeated a magic dragon hound and a rock rhinoceros? You must be mistaken. It couldn't have been a Thunderlight Mouse. Even if it were, that would be impossible. As a trained breeder, she knew well that such feats were inconceivable. Seeing the puzzled expression on Li Qingru's face, Su Lingyue decided to elaborate. You might be shocked to hear this, but the Thunderlight Mouse surprisingly mastered 2 advanced abilities. One is the Tier 7-foot Thunder Sever, and the other is Thunder Shadow Afterimage. It was these 2 advanced abilities that allowed it to effortlessly defeat the magic dragon hound, and the rock rhinoceros couldn't protect its owner either, leading to its defeat. Su Ping was taken aback. Thunder Sever? Thunder Shadow Afterimage? Could it truly be the one he had nurtured? That seemed unlikely. Suddenly, Su Ping recalled the appearance of the Thunderlight Mouse's owner, a young individual not much older than Su Lingyue, making it quite possible they were a fellow student. The most crucial point was that Su Ping believed there wouldn't be another Thunderlight Mouse in the vicinity as terrifying as the one he had raised. And it just so happened they shared the same abilities. What a small world, Su Ping murmured to himself, a slight bitter smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that this little creature's owner would be from the same academy as Su Lingyue. 2 advanced abilities? Li Qingru exclaimed, astonished. This Thunderlight Mouse's talent is simply extraordinary. Indeed, everyone was astonished, Su Lingyue agreed, her admiration evident. Its owner is truly a genius, few can impress me. But that senior sister is certainly one of them. However, such thoughts were fleeting. Even if he voiced them, the other party would likely scoff at the claim. After dinner, Su Ping and Su Lingyue departed their separate ways. After showering, Su Ping ascended to his room, expecting to feel alert after a restful afternoon nap. However, as soon as he lay down, sleepiness washed over him, and he quickly drifted into slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Ping and Su Lingyue parted ways. One heading to the academy, the other to the store. Having rested well the previous night, Su Ping felt invigorated and determined to gather resources today to earn energy swiftly. Upon arriving at the store, Su Ping first fed the Moonchaser dog with its previous dog food, then closed the store door, mentally reciting the invocation for the nurturing dimension window. Soon, the dimensional window materialized before him. Su Ping selected a dimension that required merely 1 point of transportation energy and chose to enter. Chapter 14. Foraging for provisions. The host is now connected to extraterrestrial Starfall Zone 1002. Connection duration, 24 hours. The host is under novice protection for 1 month, granting 30 complimentary resurrections. The host has acquired a novice spatial inventory with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. The host has been granted 3 uses of the primordial flora identification skill. Please explore independently. A series of system notifications echoed in Su Ping's mind. He promptly opened his eyes to find himself amidst a desolate, untamed mountain forest. devoid of any signs of civilization. Above him, a myriad of stars illuminated the vast expanse of space. Su Ping swiftly surveyed his surroundings, ensuring the absence of any immediate threats before experiencing a modicum of relief. He then inquired of the system within his mind. Did I just hear 30 complementary resurrections? Isn't that supposed to be unlimited? Certainly not. The system responded flatly. Unlimited resurrections were exclusive to the previous novice mission. The host has completed the mission and is no longer entitled to that privilege. Furthermore, once the novice protection month concludes, the host will no longer receive complementary resurrections. Therefore, please endeavor to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible, or you will find future progress exceedingly difficult. Su Ping paused, somewhat bemused. So, what happens when there are no more complementary resurrections? Is that truly the end? He doubted he could navigate treacherous environments like the Thundercloud Sea Realm without dying, even once. Purchase options are available, the system replied. Ah, I see, Su Ping muttered, inwardly relieved. That seemed reasonable enough. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon, akin to a deafening thunderclap. Caught off guard, Su Ping instinctively ducked. He then observed the sky in the distance, tinged with crimson flames, as if a fierce battle raged beneath that horizon. Good heavens, such a powerful roar. Even a king beast's voice couldn't surpass that, Su Ping thought, his heart pounding. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. After running for several hundred meters, thwack, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Su Ping barely had time to turn his head when a grotesque maw lunged into his field of vision. Darkness enveloped him. Before he could even register the sensation of pain, Su Ping knew he was dead. He hadn't even glimpsed what had killed him. However, he was certain that his corpse was being devoured. A level 1 energy cultivation plane? Is this terrifying? Su Ping felt exasperated. How long had he been here? To meet such an untimely demise, a sudden, unforeseen death. I'm simply too weak, Su Ping lamented, feeling drained. He was just an ordinary person. Certain monsters, adept at lurking, remained hidden in the shadows, undetectable to him. He might even inadvertently stumble into their clutches. Resurrect in place resurrect randomly? A prompt appeared before him. Su Ping rolled his eyes. Although he was unsure whether his current state of death even included a body, he instinctively reached out and selected resurrect randomly. A surge of incandescent light enveloped him, and his vision gradually cleared. Soon, Su Ping could discern his surroundings. This time, he found himself on a desolate, rocky hillside, sparsely covered with weeds and devoid of any visible monsters. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, Su Ping noticed a slight tremor in the pile of rocks in the distance. Upon closer inspection, his blood ran cold. This wasn't a pile of rocks at all. It was a colossal serpent with a body composed entirely of stone. Rock Python attribute, Earth-type pet level, 8th order, lower-tier combat power. 8. 1 aptitude, inferior abilities, constriction, engulf, ground mine impale, Earth Guardian. As Su Ping stared, the serpent's information materialized in his mind. Upon seeing its level, Su Ping's pupils constricted slightly. It was an 8th order pet. However, the rock python's aptitude was exceptionally poor, setting a new low in Su Ping's understanding. Its combat power barely met the standard for an 8th order, making it one of the weakest of its kind. Run! Su Ping turned to flee, repeatedly chanting, "It can't see me." In the instant of his turn, he caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye, and his body froze. Rock vermilion fruit? Su Ping's gaze fixed on a plant growing in a rock crevice 4 or 5 meters ahead. It was a small tree, half a meter tall, adorned with a cluster of fiery red fruits, resembling crimson raindrops, the size of soybeans, gently swaying in the breeze. He seemed to recognize the plant instantly. All sorts of information about it flooded his mind, including its effects, growth cycle, and more. The information that had stopped him in his tracks was that it was the favorite food of the crimson vermilion bird. Pet food? Su Ping paused, surprised that a type of pet food was right before his eyes. He owed this discovery to the system's temporary grant of primordial flora identification. Without it, he would have missed it. However, he glanced at the rock python in the distance, gently undulating its body, and his expression changed slightly. But after only a moment's hesitation, Su Ping made his decision. His body abruptly darted out from behind the rocks, rushing towards the rock vermilion fruit with reckless abandon. He roughly uprooted the entire rock vermilion fruit plant, but it was firmly rooted. He exerted too much force, and his palm was pierced by the thorns on the roots, causing excruciating pain. Store in the spatial inventory? The system prompted. Store. The rock vermilion fruit in his hand vanished into thin air. At the same time, Su Ping sensed a void within his mind, a small space where the rock vermilion fruit was suspended. This is the spatial inventory? Su Ping glanced at it, relieved. Hiss. Hiss. Suddenly, the ground around him trembled slightly. Su Ping looked up and saw the rock python raising its head, its serpentine eyes fixed on him. Run. Without a word. Su Ping turned and fled, knowing that his chances of escape were slim. A dozen seconds later, resurrect and place resurrect randomly, the system options appeared before him once more. Unsurprisingly, Su Ping had not escaped. He was swallowed by the rock python's fetid maw and crushed to death within its body. The excruciating pain of being torn apart was almost an illusion. Su Ping grimaced slightly, still feeling as if he were running naked in a biting wind, instinctively shivering. At least, it wasn't a complete loss, Su Ping consoled himself. At least he had managed to gather some provisions. Although painful, this was life. With 28 resurrections remaining. If I can gather some provisions each time before I die, I might be able to fill most of the spatial inventory, Su Ping mused, feeling a hint of anticipation. Resurrect randomly. Su Ping made his choice. His body regained consciousness once more, but as soon as it did, he felt an icy chill. He looked around and found himself submerged in water. Where did this random resurrection take me? Su Ping was taken aback. He turned and saw several crocodile-like monsters slowly approaching. Before Su Ping could struggle, he was pounced upon and torn to shreds. Resurrect and place resurrect randomly? Random. 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 Death after death, resurrection after resurrection. Sometimes he was killed as soon as he resurrected, while other times he managed to gather many strange pet fruits before encountering a monster. Soon, the 30 complementary resurrections were exhausted. Phew. As light returned to his darkened vision, and the familiar environment of the store came into view, Su Ping felt a sense of relief mixed with regret. This time's harvest should be quite bountiful, Su Ping thought, gazing at the pet food crammed into his spatial inventory. He felt a sense of satisfaction. In terms of quantity alone, it was quite substantial. He just wondered how the system would assess its value. Would you like to price these pet provisions for sale? The system prompted. Yes, Su Ping replied immediately. In a flash, the pet food in the storage vanished into thin air. Subsequently, Su Ping beheld an array of jars and containers materializing upon the shelves behind the shop counter, each filled with the very pet food he had painstakingly harvested at the cost of his own life. The extreme fiery fishing grass, priced at $380 per stalk. The ice fire snake scale grass, priced at $800 per stalk. The rock shoe fruit, priced at $130 per piece. Chapter 15. The price of 20,000. Upon seeing the price displayed, Su Ping was somewhat taken aback. Each type of grain was priced at no less than 100, translating to a minimum of 1 energy point for exchange. Grains priced in the range of 3 to 800 were abundant, each capable of yielding several energy points. Moreover, the transportation fee for a trip to the cultivation realm was only 1 energy point. By such calculations, his harvest could be said to have multiplied by hundreds, if not more. However, recalling the 30 agonizing experiences of death, Su Ping suddenly felt that all this was not quite as delightful as it appeared. Furthermore, the substantial profit he was about to reap was attributed not only to the unexpectedly favorable cultivation realm he had chosen, but also to the system's provision of free death attempts. Without those 30 free deaths, he would have had no opportunity to gather such a bounty of grain. Shaking his head, Su Ping mused that while he was not afraid of instant death, the slow torment of death was a different matter entirely. The rock shoe fruit, priced at 130 each. Had he harvested that single fruit, it must have contained at least 20 or 30 seeds, right? Su Ping remembered the experience of acquiring the rock shoe fruit. Upon checking the quantity, he confirmed it to be approximately 34. If sold, it would yield at least 40 energy points, just from a single rock shoe tree. He had already struck a substantial harvest. The price of this one. Suddenly, Su Ping's attention was drawn to a solitary grain nearby, resembling a potted plant, with a peculiar appearance akin to a young sapling, adorned with 7 leaves of different colors. The 7-colored Buddha heart leaf was priced at a staggering 820 for a single piece. Su Ping initially thought he had misread, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed 20,000. In his astonishment, Su Ping recalled the effects of this item. It was not ordinary pet food, but rather a treasure of awakening, a spiritual herb. It could immensely enhance a pet's intelligence, significantly elevating its comprehension. Comprehension was of paramount importance to pets. Intelligent pets could effortlessly grasp powerful abilities and easily understand their master's commands during battle. Additionally, pets with higher comprehension found it easier to advance and evolve compared to ordinary counterparts, especially when encountering their kin. The more intelligent pets often emerged as rulers among their kind, easily defeating peers due to their superior abilities and combat skills. In simple terms, this item could enable a pet to ascend to a dominant existence among its kin. Su Ping vaguely recalled that he had collected this item near a pond, and the process had been unexpectedly easy and uneventful. Not paying much attention at the time, he only knew it was edible and took it without realizing it was the most precious grain he had gathered. 20,000. If sold, that would equate to 200 energy points? Su Ping calculated and felt his blood surge with excitement. Just this single 7-colored Buddha heart leaf would resolve his need to purchase the awakening liquid and still leave him with a surplus. This was indeed a windfall. Elated, Su Ping suddenly felt that dying a few more times was not such a grave concern. Soon, he calmed himself and promptly inquired of the system, "Isn't this price set too low? If this is used for high-level pets, the effects would far exceed a mere 20,000. Su Ping was certain that if this item could awaken a high-level pet and enable it to comprehend rare abilities, even adding a zero to the price would still be considered cheap. It was sheer luck that he had stumbled upon it. Most people would be hard-pressed to find it for sale. The host has no authority to negotiate the price, the system replied coldly. The 7-colored Buddha heart leaf is not the best food for enhancing comprehension. It is merely an ordinary spiritual herb, effective only for 9th-tier pets, priced at 300 energy points. Which is reasonable. Su Ping nearly spat blood. Being effective for 9th-tier pets was already an extraordinary feat. Beyond that tier lay the king beasts, of which there were scarcely a few on the continent. What more could one desire? Do not press this matter further, or you will face the pain experience penalty. The system added brusquely, its tone growing colder. With a face full of indignation, Su Ping felt this was utterly unreasonable. Ultimately, he could only submit reluctantly, lamenting as he counted the remaining grains. Once he calculated the final total price, his mood improved somewhat. The grains were now in place, just awaiting sale. With a sigh of relief, Su Ping pulled up the shop's roll-up door, allowing the dazzling sunlight to stream in. Although he had spent most of the day in the cultivation realm, less than an hour had passed since his return to the shop. Sitting behind the counter, he perused the federal pet data on his computer to acclimate himself to this world while awaiting customers. Before long, a customer walked in. "Boss, I'll take a bag of Blazehound dog food," said a casually dressed young man, engrossed in his phone, not even looking up. "Certainly," the young man instinctively agreed. But upon preparing to pay, he was taken aback. "How much?" 380, Su Ping replied with a slight frown. This product enhances the concentration of fire elements within fire-type pets. And with prolonged use, there is a chance for low-tier fire-type pets to undergo metamorphosis and evolve into higher-tier pets. Element concentration? Evolution? The young man's eyebrows raised in intrigue, his gaze sweeping over the prices of the grains displayed behind Su Ping. Upon seeing the staggering price of 20,000 for the 7-colored Buddha heart leaf, he was rendered speechless and promptly turned to leave. What the heck? I just walked into a scam shop, and they're talking about evolution for dog food? Damn it. As he watched the young man storm off, Su Ping's expression darkened with anger, but he ultimately restrained himself. From the perspective of grain pricing, it was indeed on the expensive side. Yet the product was worth its value. He was not deceiving anyone, but rather offering a bargain in his view. Though his business had not started well, Su Ping remained undeterred. As long as the quality of his goods was high, they would eventually sell. After all, gold will always shine. "Boss, do you have bird pet food?" A new customer entered as noon approached. Chapter 16. Entry. Su Ping raised his head and saw an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, accompanied by a bird-like creature that stood half a man's height. This creature, adorned with vibrant red feathers reminiscent of an ostrich, hung its small head low, seemingly lacking vitality. The moment Su Ping beheld this peculiar bird, his heart stirred with intrigue. "Excuse me, do you offer any unusual avian delicacies? Perhaps something particularly aromatic?" asked Fan Shangda, noticing the youthful Su Ping behind the counter. "Aromatic delicacies?" Su Ping replied, slightly taken aback. Observing the creature's dejected demeanor, he deduced, "Has it been refusing to eat lately?" Fan Shangda nodded, a hint of distress in his voice. "It has been quite disinterested in food for the past few days. I am at a loss as to why. I even took it to the vet, but they couldn't diagnose anything." Understanding his plight, Su Ping turned and retrieved a bottle of rock-shoe fruit from behind the counter. "This should appeal to it," he remarked. "Oh." Fan Shangda scrutinized the fruit with a curious gaze. "What kind of delicacy is this? I've never heard of it before." Su Ping was uncertain how to explain, as he was not privy to whether the nurturing realm bestowed upon him by the system was a relic of the past or still extant. Perhaps this item was an ancient treasure. Regardless, he had faith in the system's judgment. Why not let it try? Su Ping suggested. Fan Shangda, being well-versed in avian delicacies, was unable to identify this particular fruit. However, trusting that Su Ping's establishment was a reputable pet shop, he unscrewed the cap and gently poured out 2 pieces. At the moment the cap was removed, the previously despondent bird suddenly perked up, its feathers ruffling as it lifted its head. Its once lackluster gaze now radiated with eagerness, fixating intently on the 2 pieces of rockshoe fruit in Fan Shangda's hand. Surprised by the creature's reaction, Fan Shangda felt a flicker of hope. He lowered his hand, bringing the 2 fruits to the bird's beak. The creature pecked swiftly, consuming both pieces in an instant, and emitted a joyful chirp. Its small wings flapped energetically, and its eyes gleamed with fervor as it turned its gaze towards the full bottle of fruit on the counter. Fan Shangda was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this little one, which had been so disinterested in food for days, was now so animated and still craving more. Seeing the positive effect, Fan Shangda wasted no time and promptly said to Su Ping, "What is this delicacy? I'd like to purchase several bottles." "Ah, 1 bottle costs 130. Su Ping began, but was suddenly interrupted as Fan Shangda's expression shifted. "Per piece?" Su Ping nodded. "Indeed, per piece." Fan Shangda was momentarily stunned. Locking eyes with Su Ping, he confirmed he had indeed heard correctly upon witnessing Su Ping's earnest and composed demeanor. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of other items displayed behind the counter, and he was astonished to discover that they were priced even higher than the fruit. It appeared that Su Ping was not arbitrarily inflating prices to exploit him. Do these delicacies possess any unique qualities? Fan Shangda quickly regained his composure and inquired. Su Ping, somewhat surprised by his calmness, replied candidly, "Each delicacy has distinct effects, but most enhance the strength of the creatures. Some even offer additional benefits. They are far from ordinary pet food and are undoubtedly worth the investment." "Enhancing strength?" Fan Shangda expressed keen interest, pointing to the most expensive item labeled Rainbow Buddha leaf priced at 20,000. "What purpose does this serve?" "This enhances the comprehension abilities of the creatures," Su Ping explained. Astonished, Su Ping thought, has he placed an order? Does this mean I have made a profit? It felt as though energy points were beckoning to him, stirring a subtle excitement within, yet he maintained his composure. Calculating swiftly, he stated, "The price for 10 pieces is 1,300. Your Chiju bird has consumed 2, totaling 260, which brings the grand total to 1,560. Fan Shangda nodded slightly and transferred the money to Su Ping, asking, "How long can these 10 pieces last?" Initially, Fan Shangda had not considered the price exorbitant, but upon Su Ping's revelation, he felt a twinge of regret. Although wealth was not an issue, spending 1,500 on a single meal was a different matter. After bidding farewell to his customer, Su Ping promptly checked his account, and indeed, 1,560 had been credited. Converting that into energy points, it amounted to 15.6 points. Given that the task of nurturing a creature only required 10 points, he realized he was now capable of completing the task. Grateful that the nurturing realm he had chosen was not desolate, he silently rejoiced, reflecting that if he had selected a dilapidated world devoid of creatures and flora, he would have faced a catastrophic beginning. Blue Bay Garden, a seemingly ordinary neighborhood. Its buildings bore a certain age and wear. "Old duh, out again with that silly bird? And you're out with your old partner, I see." "Bah, you're the one with the old partner." Old duh remained as irreverent as ever, and the couple quickly departed. Arriving at the elevator, they ascended to the 6th floor. He resided in Unit 601. Upon opening the door, Fan Shangda immediately noticed signs of someone else's presence, the most evident being the disappearance of the smelly socks he had carelessly left at the entrance. A thief? Fan Shangda remained unflustered, instead maintaining a calm demeanor. After changing his shoes in the foyer, he stepped into the living room, where he promptly spotted 2 figures seated, accompanied by the enticing aroma of stir-fried dishes wafting from the kitchen. One lively young girl's eyes sparkled upon seeing him, and she gleefully rushed over, exclaiming, "Grandpa, we've been waiting for you." Fan Shangda smiled, ruffling the girl's hair. "What brings you here today?" "I just missed you, Grandpa," she pouted adorably. "Oh, you always know how to sweet talk," he chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. A young man standing obediently by the sofa grinned widely and said, "Grandpa, didn't you mention that your Chiju bird hasn't had much of an appetite lately? I got some fire element delicacies for it from my team, especially for you." Chapter 17. This is a black shop. You certainly have a thoughtful disposition, Fan Shanda remarked with a nod. Not at all, it is merely the duty of a grandson. The young man scratched his head with a sheepish smile. The girl, beaming with delight, ventured into the living room and retrieved a metallic box, beckoning to the crimson-feathered bird. Little fire, come quickly, these are all prepared for you. She opened the box, revealing a delightful array of pet delicacies consisting of various fruits, flowers, and grasses, along with sealed jars of insects, all favored by birds and beasts alike. Fan Shanda glanced at the contents and turned to the crimson bird behind him, saying, "Little one, come take a look. Someone has brought you treats." As a creature of moderate intelligence, the crimson bird had shown little interest until Fan Shanda spoke, at which point it reluctantly approached, peering in with a lazy demeanor before promptly turning its head away, lying down on the floor, utterly disinterested. The girl was taken aback, not expecting the bird to be so dismissive of the feast before it. The young man beside her also appeared momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of awkwardness. Fan Shanda, however, was not particularly surprised. He had previously fed the bird many of these treats, but to no avail. "Grandfather, do you think this bird might be ill?" the girl inquired, glancing at the lethargic bird sprawled on the floor. Fan Shanda raised an eyebrow. Under different circumstances, he might have entertained that notion. But after witnessing the bird's exuberance at the pet shop, he suspected the issue lay with the food itself. The young man seized the opportunity to suggest, in that case, "Grandfather, why not take it to the upper city? There, we have access to the finest star pet hospital, which can surely diagnose its issues. And any future problems could be addressed promptly." Fan Shanda snorted, declaring, "I have already stated my intention to remain here. I shall not go anywhere." The young man's expression shifted slightly, and he fell into a contemplative silence, refraining from further argument. "Grandfather, even if you refuse to go, you must consider Little Fire's well-being. If it continues to refuse food, it will not last long. Surely you cannot bear to watch it starve." The girl quickly sought to persuade him from a different angle. Upon hearing this, Fan Shanda raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of unexplainable pride as he replied, "It will not starve. I have already procured some delectable food for it today. It simply refuses to eat the ordinary fare you have brought, which does not imply it shuns all food." The young man was momentarily speechless, as he had brought nothing but premium pet food. "You have found it something to eat?" the girl asked, astonished. "It will consume other pet food?" "Indeed," Fan Shanda replied with a smile. "I don't believe it," Fan Xiaoyu said skeptically. Convinced her grandfather was concocting excuses to avoid joining them in the upper city, having employed numerous strange justifications over the years. The young man, Fan Yujing, shared her bewilderment. Fan Shanda raised an eyebrow, retrieving a small vial from his pocket, twisting it open and pouring out a single morsel. "Come," he called to the crimson bird. As he unscrewed the vial, the bird had already turned its head towards him. He tossed the fruit, and the bird immediately opened its beak to catch it. Promptly swallowing it whole, the siblings exchanged bewildered glances. Afterward, she pulled out a few fruits from the box, calling, "Little Fire, come." A sizable chunk of fruit landed squarely on the bird's face. Fan Xiaoyu, seeing the bird's feathers bristle in surprise. Fan Xiaoyu broke into a cold sweat and dared not attempt again. "Now, do you believe?" Fan Shanda chuckled, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Fan Xiaoyu regarded him with exasperation, realizing her attempt to leverage Little Fire for success had failed. "Grandfather, what kind of pet food is this? I have never seen it before. Where did you acquire it?" Fan Yujing scrutinized the fruit in his grandfather's hand, perplexed. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a creature's delicacy. Fan Shanda replied nonchalantly, "I bought it at a nearby pet shop, something called Rakshu fruit." "Rakshu fruit?" Fan Xiaoyu pondered the name, her scholarly mind failing to yield any relevant information, prompting her to exclaim, "I have never heard of such fruit. Is it safe to eat? It's not something harmful, is it?" Fan Yujing nodded, echoing her concerns. Indeed, some unscrupulous pet shops sell inferior products disguised as pet food. Such practices are strictly regulated in the upper city, but here, the oversight is far less stringent. "Grandfather, please ensure you haven't purchased anything dubious that could harm Little Fire." Upon hearing their remarks, Fan Shanda felt a sudden tightening in his chest. The crimson bird was his beloved companion, of immense significance to him. He could not bear to contemplate any harm befalling it. "This should be fine. I bought it from a legitimate pet shop, and they possess a business license." He reassured himself, maintaining a calm facade despite his inner turmoil. Fan Xiaoyu contemplated aloud. "I have heard tales of certain black shops that incorporate harmful chemicals into pet food to enhance its flavor, making it irresistible to pets. Should they refuse to eat, They might go into a frenzy, but persistent consumption could lead to sudden death or severe repercussions. Fan Shanda was taken aback. He had seen similar reports on television, and his heart sank with concern. Indeed, the food I brought is favored by fire-type birds, yet little fire pays it no heed, showing only interest in what you provided. Which is exceedingly peculiar, Fan Yujing remarked, his previously jovial expression replaced by a steely resolve. By the way, grandfather, how much did you pay for this? Fan Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. Fan Shanda hesitated, instinctively replying, 1,500. 1,005 for a single vial? Fan Xiaoyu gasped, her expression turning icy. This is not the upper city. Such exorbitant prices for pet food can only indicate a black shop. Grandfather, where is this shop located? What is its name? Fan Yujing asked directly. It's called Little Mischief. Chapter 18. The breeding of the royal beast inside the mischievous pet shop. Su Ping felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety regarding the type of star pet that might be born. The more precious and rare the star pet, the higher the rental price, which promised to be a substantial source of income. The system prompted, the chaotic breeding spirit pool is currently in a level 1 state. Each breeding can introduce a 1/1000th portion of chaotic energy. Would you like to proceed? Chaotic energy? Su Ping was taken aback. This energy was described as the primal force of the universe, the origin of all things. The system's explanation was somewhat mystical, leaving Su Ping bewildered. He furrowed his brows, expressing his concern. Even if it is primal energy, introducing merely a 1/100000th portion seems rather stingy, does it not? You may independently upgrade the spirit pool. The system replied nonchalantly. Instantly, the requirements for upgrading the spirit pool flashed through Su Ping's mind, along with the functions of different levels. Currently, he possessed a level 1 chaotic spirit pool. To elevate it to level 2 would require 100 energy points, enabling the importation of chaotic energy up to a 1,000,000th portion, which could yield high bloodline star pets. Progressing to a level 3 chaotic spirit pool necessitated 10,000 energy points, allowing for a 1,000,000th portion of chaotic energy with a low probability of producing star pets with royal bloodlines. To reach level 4, an astounding 100,000 energy points were needed, enhancing the introduction of chaotic energy to 100,000th, significantly increasing the likelihood of birthing star pets with royal bloodlines, along with a minuscule chance of even more powerful creatures. The subsequent levels stretched onward to a maximum of level 9, where vast amounts of chaotic energy could be imported to breed the progenitors of demonic beasts or ancient deities. Gazing at the descriptions, Su Ping felt dazed. Ancient deities? Progenitors of demonic beasts? Simply hearing those names evoked a sense of formidable terror. Such beings would likely surpass the legendary star pets cataloged by the Federation, each capable of devastating destruction. Could these even be classified as star pets? Upon seeing the energy points required to reach level 9, Su Ping felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, realizing that this was not something he could contemplate at present. The prospect of advancing to level 3 seemed extraordinarily distant. Moreover, the level 3 chaotic spirit pool already promised formidable outcomes. Just introducing a 1,000,000th portion of chaotic energy could yield star pets with royal bloodlines. What does it mean to possess royal bloodlines? It signifies that upon maturity, the creature would inherently possess the strength of a royal beast. Regardless of its innate talents or comprehension, once matured, its power would reach royal beast standards, with distinctions only in their ranks among royal beasts. Here, bloodline does not refer to specific pets possessing royal beast lineage. Most star pets containing royal blood are hybridized, with the bloodline being exceedingly diluted and incomplete, making evolution into a royal beast virtually impossible. Breeding a royal beast. Staring at the small, well-like chaotic spirit pool before him, Su Ping felt parched. Royal beasts are monsters that roam the land with impunity, notoriously difficult to tame, each one fearsome and formidable. If he could breed one, he would have no need for mere bicycles. It would be a direct leap to greatness. After a moment of excitement, Su Ping gradually calmed down. For now, he could only utilize this level 1 chaotic spirit pool. Fortunately, even at level 1, its effects were still quite powerful, with a low probability of breeding medium bloodline star pets. A medium bloodline star pet could fetch a starting price of at least 100,000 yuan in the Federation. Activate the spirit pool. Su Ping looked at his 15,6 energy points, gritting his teeth as he invested the energy. -10 energy. The chaotic spirit pool, resembling a well, suddenly radiated a brilliant glow, a flicker of dark energy, briefly shimmering before vanishing, leaving everything once more in tranquility. Crack. A sound akin to something breaking resonated. Su Ping looked on in astonishment as a small, grayish-white skeleton emerged from the edge of the chaotic spirit pool, standing at a mere 20 centimeters. Barely below human knee height, it struggled to pull itself out of the pool, only to collapse, its body falling apart. A demon-type skeleton? Su Ping was dumbfounded. Demon types were exceedingly popular as battle pets, known for their fierce abilities and favored by pet trainers. But this little skeleton was the lowest tier among demon-type pets. Su Ping had hoped for a medium bloodline pet, but instead, he had received the most inferior existence among low-tier pets. Though he felt like crying, Su Ping clung to a sliver of hope and cast an identification spell on it. Little skeleton type, demon-type pet level, low tier. Level 1 combat power, 1 qualification. Inferior ability control, limb regeneration. The panel was disappointingly mediocre, nearly causing Su Ping to weep. Ding. Breeding task completed. You have received a random pet trainer skill book. The system notified him. Where's the skill book? In the host storage space. Su Ping immediately accessed his storage space. And indeed, there lay a light blue skill book. Beginner pet trainer skill, killing intent. Su Ping was taken aback. It was killing intent? This appeared to be a relatively rare skill among pet trainers. Typically, the fundamental skills mastered by pet trainers include 4 enhancement skills: strength enhancement, wind speed enhancement, resilience enhancement, and perception enhancement. These 4 enhancement skills are essential for all pet trainers. Learning these 4 fundamental enhancement skills requires considerable time, and beyond that, other skills possess unique effects. For instance, the killing intent skill book could incite a pet's murderous instincts through the power of contract, plunging them into a frenzied state where they would fight without fear, even if gravely wounded. This skill was highly aggressive and particularly effective against intimidating pets. It seemed to be a challenging skill to master, as most pet trainers below level 4 might struggle to learn it. Su Ping felt a surge of excitement, although the bred pet was somewhat disappointing. The reward was quite favorable. However, he was not yet a pet trainer, so he could not utilize it. Crack, crack. At that moment, the small skeleton that had shattered at the edge of the chaotic spirit pool stood up again, stumbling towards Su Ping with its hollow eye sockets staring blankly at him. Appearing somewhat dazed. Pet, little skeleton rental fee, 1 yuan per hour. 1 yuan. The corner of Su Ping's mouth twitched slightly. That was the rental price. And whether it could even be rented out was a different matter entirely. After all, who would rent a low-tier level 1 skeleton for battle? As Su Ping chuckled bitterly, several footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. The next moment, the shop door was flung open, and 2 figures rushed in. Su Ping was momentarily taken aback as he placed the little skeleton onto a nearby chair, gazing at the imposing young man and woman who had entered, questioning. May I ask who you are? You black market dealer, confess honestly, what have you added to the pet food you sold? The young man said, his gaze icy. The newcomers were Fan Yujing and his sister, Fan Xiaoyu. After inquiring about the address from their grandfather, they had hastily arrived. Su Ping frowned, perplexed. I don't understand what you're saying. Furthermore, are you my customers? Do I know you? He rifled through the original owner's memories but could not recall having met either of them. I advise you not to be stubborn, otherwise, you will regret it. Fan Yujing's gaze was disdainful as he coldly stated, You just sold pet food to an elderly man called Rockshu Fruit. What on earth did you mix into it? Exactly. Fan Xiaoyu placed her hands on her hips, speaking haughtily. Upon hearing Rockshu Fruit, Su Ping's memory was jogged, and upon observing their demeanor, he quickly understood. You suspect that I tampered with the pet food? Su Ping's expression turned frosty. How could his life as work be questioned? Suddenly, a chilling notification echoed in his mind from the system, which had always been indifferent, now imbued with an unusual coldness and a hint of anger. Temporary mission. Our establishment has been unjustly slandered. Please, host, prove your innocence and demonstrate that there are absolutely no issues with the pet food. Preserving the reputation of our establishment from any loss. Mission success reward. 1 opportunity to enter any breeding realm, along with unlimited deaths for a duration of 5 days. Mission failure. Host rating will be deducted by 10 points. Su Ping was taken aback. A temporary mission? Moreover, the rewards for this task included the chance to enter any breeding realm and unlimited deaths. Previously, he had failed to appreciate such opportunities, only to regret it later. To his astonishment, he now had the chance to attain such privileges once more. This was an opportunity to effortlessly cultivate a low-tier pet into an exceptional one. Chapter 19. A severed limb. As Su Ping received his task with exhilaration, Fan Xiaoyu slammed her palm on the counter, her face contorted with rage. If the items you sell were legitimate, How could a pet with no appetite continuously consume them? You had better come clean. Come clean? The two before him were evidently beast tamers, and he was no match for them. Rest assured, dear host, within this establishment, nothing can threaten your life. Anyone harboring murderous intent towards you will be eradicated, even if ancient deities descend. The system's cold voice echoed, exuding an aura of absolute confidence. Su Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the pet store possessed such capabilities. Did this imply that the store was his strongest sanctuary? With the system's assurance, his apprehensions were significantly alleviated. He regarded the two with indifference and said, "You claim that improper substances have been mixed into my pet food. Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Fan Yujing's eyes narrowed, and he retorted, "My word is evidence. Do you believe I won't summon the Pet Food Association to inspect your establishment and shut it down?" Su Ping raised an eyebrow. He was not afraid of the Pet Food Association's inspection. After all, he sourced only natural pet food, posing no issues. However, should the association conduct an inspection, the process would be exceedingly tedious, likely impacting his business and tarnishing the store's reputation, which would be detrimental to fulfilling his system tasks. "Brother, look. This truly is a black market establishment." At that moment, Fan Xiaoyu noticed the numerous pet foods on the counter behind Su Ping. Upon seeing the marked prices, she gasped in astonishment. Fan Yujing's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings. He had not expected such audacity from a black market in this outer district. A clear indication of a lawless place. "Humph," Su Ping scoffed. "Is a high price indicative of a black market? If you cannot afford it, then do not buy. Do not come here to slander me simply because you can't afford to eat. What I sell is of excellent quality at a fair price. One gets what one pays for." "Cannot afford?" Fan Xiaoyu was infuriated. Even if the prices were tenfold higher, it would be mere pocket change for them. How dare he claim they could not afford it? Moreover, this price, which was more than 10 times that of ordinary pet food, was described as excellent value, and one gets what one pays for. I am curious to know how the item you sell for 20,000 could possibly be of any use. Does it grant immortality? Fan Xiaoyu retorted with a mix of anger and incredulity. Su Ping replied nonchalantly, "Do you expect to gain immortality for only 20,000? You must be dreaming." "You." Fan Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened, and she erupted in fury. "Say that again. Isn't it true?" Su Ping shrugged. "Insulting my sister is tantamount to seeking death." Fan Yujing's gaze turned frigid as he suddenly lunged, his fingers darting towards Su Ping's neck. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Before Fan Yujing could deliberate, a crack echoed as his arm seemingly succumbed to some unseen force, abruptly shattering at the elbow. Agonizing pain coursed through him, prompting Fan Yujing to stagger back several steps, distancing himself from Su Ping. "Brother?" The swift turn of events left Fan Xiaoyu stunned. In her rage, she had only seen her brother attempt to teach Su Ping a lesson, yet now he was retreating as if struck by an unseen force. Upon witnessing her brother's shattered arm, her countenance drained of color. Her brother was a formidable beast tamer, having already graduated into a combat team, far surpassing her in strength. How could he possibly be so severely injured? Su Ping observed the scene with some astonishment, secretly relieved. The system was indeed formidable, delivering on its promises. Had it not been for your lack of murderous intent, the consequence would have been far worse than merely an arm. Su Ping remarked coldly. Having experienced numerous deaths in the training dimension, he possessed a keen sensitivity to murderous intent. Earlier, Fan Yujing had merely aimed to discipline him without harboring lethal intentions. Thus the system's retribution was not severe. Who was this individual capable of so effortlessly breaking her brother's arm? Moreover, judging by Su Ping's appearance, he was barely in his 20s, perhaps even younger than her brother. Did this not imply that Su Ping's talent surpassed that of her brother? Fan Yujing, seasoned by countless battles, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. The shock in his eyes surpassed that of Fan Xiaoyu. The momentary sensation of peril still lingered in his mind like a thorn, impossible to erase. He had no doubt that he had danced on the precipice of death. "Who on earth are you?" Fan Yujing inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Anyone capable of so easily incapacitating him, and who appeared younger, was undoubtedly a prodigy, rivaling the brightest talents within the Federation, not someone of obscure renown. "As you can see, I am merely an ordinary person, the owner of this pet store." Su Ping replied with an air of tranquility. "Now, I believe we can engage in a more equitable discourse." Fan Yujing's expression shifted as he spoke in a low voice. "We meant no offense. It was merely a matter concerning family that made us somewhat hasty." "Haha." Su Ping chuckled lightly, inwardly lamenting. "Indeed, strength begets authority. Without it, One's explanations would fall on deaf ears. Might is truth, even if one's words are erroneous. Weren't you just asking me what this item is useful for? Su Ping stated calmly. This is known as the rainbow Buddha leaf, a type of pet food, but it is a one-time use item. Its sole effect is to awaken the spirit of the pet, enhancing its comprehension. Awakening the spirit? Fan Yujing's expression changed dramatically. Items capable of such feats typically began at a price of 100,000. The fact that this was only priced at 20,000 was astonishing. Supportive of her brother, Fan Xiaoyu was equally taken aback. She had never imagined that this seemingly extravagant plant was a treasure capable of awakening spirits. What level of pet can the rainbow Buddha leaf awaken? Fan Yujing inquired. At this moment, he no longer regarded the store owner as a mere unscrupulous merchant. After all, what unscrupulous merchant could so subtly sever his arm? Su Ping shrugged. It is effective for pets below the king rank. The siblings were left speechless. Effective for pets below the king rank? Did that mean even pets of the 9th tier could benefit? The concept of a treasure capable of awakening the spirits of 9th tier pets was unfathomable. Forget 100,000. Even millions would not procure such a thing. In an instant, the gaze the siblings cast upon Su Ping became peculiar. To claim he was a fraud would be absurd. Given his overwhelming strength, such power rendered deception unnecessary. Yet to assert he was not a fraud, who would be foolish enough to sell such a top-tier item for merely 20,000? Noticing the odd looks from the siblings, Su Ping's lips twitched slightly, his heart pained. He was well aware that the price of 20,000 was a mere pittance. Only the system, with its vast resources, would deem such a price reasonable. Chapter 20. Advancement. As I previously mentioned, our establishment offers exceptional quality at remarkably fair prices. Su Ping stated with an impassive expression. The siblings were momentarily taken aback. If what Su Ping asserted were true, it transcended mere affordability, it bordered on giving away goods. They exchanged glances, slightly astonished by Su Ping's prowess, yet the situation still seemed rather enigmatic. Noticing their skepticism, Su Ping furrowed his brow and suddenly recalled something. His demeanor remaining composed. If you two are doubtful, I happen to possess an item that can validate your suspicions. What is it? Fan Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. From behind the counter, Su Ping retrieved a transparent glass vial containing 2 azure fruits, explaining. This is a blue origin fruit, a low-tier spiritual fruit favored by high-tier water-type beasts. Prolonged consumption can enhance the abilities of high-tier water-type beasts, while low-tier water-type beasts can directly advance by 1 rank. Directly advancing by 1 rank? Both were astonished. Items capable of such an extraordinary effect are exceedingly expensive, even those meant for the advancement of low-tier beasts. The blue origin fruit is restricted to use by beasts of ranks 1 to 3, and its efficacy is only valid upon first consumption, priced at 8,700. Su Ping continued nonchalantly. If you can procure a low-tier water-type beast, you may verify its authenticity. Only 8,700? The siblings were rendered speechless by this bargain. However, recalling the previously mentioned 7-color Buddha heart leaf, they quickly reconciled themselves to the situation. A low-tier water-type beast, you need not look elsewhere. I have one. Fan Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she addressed Su Ping. Boss, can we test it right now? Raising an eyebrow, Su Ping replied, of course. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaoyu summoned her star energy, lifting her hand to conjure a swirling vortex from which a light blue figure leapt, landing on her shoulder. It was a diminutive creature, roughly the size of a fist, adorned with pale blue spots, resembling a water droplet, with an oversized head and remarkably short limbs, nearly imperceptible. A sprinkler beast? Su Ping instantly recognized the creature. It was a common first-tier water-type pet, ubiquitous to the point of being found in nearly every household. For many adventurers, having a sprinkler beast along is akin to carrying a portable source of water for washing hands or quenching thirst. Boss, is this one suitable? Fan Xiaoyu presented the sprinkler beast before Su Ping. Certainly, Su Ping replied, that you must first settle the payment for the blue origin fruit. Fan Xiaoyu hesitated. At that moment, Fan Yujing approached, produced a card, and transferred the funds to Su Ping. Boss, please proceed. Upon hearing the delightful notification of the transaction, a subtle smile graced Su Ping's previously indifferent expression. He opened the vial and retrieved a blue origin fruit. This was one of the most sought-after pet foods in his shop, second only to the 7-color Buddha heart leaf. Here you go, little one, Su Ping said, extending the fruit to the sprinkler beast. The creature, having already caught a whiff of the fruit's enticing aroma, eagerly lunged for it without waiting for its owner's permission. The thumb-sized fruit was swiftly devoured, its mouth puffing up like a balloon before vanishing entirely. All 3 pairs of eyes were fixated on the sprinkler beast. anxiously awaiting its response. Su Ping initially anticipated it would require some time to digest, yet to his astonishment, within 3 minutes, the sprinkler beast exhibited a transformation. The pale blue spots on its body began to flow like liquid, and its form expanded slightly. Su Ping raised his hand to shield himself as a water arrow struck his palm, causing a sting. Suddenly, a more robust water arrow shot forth. Su Ping barely had time to defend himself. However, in the next moment, the arrow collided with an unseen barrier, thwarted in its trajectory. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaoyu, recognizing the imminent danger after the sprinkler beast unleashed an aggressive water arrow, quickly summoned a star shield to envelop herself and her brother. The water arrow splashed against the star shield, creating ripples. Her shield, being of superior quality, easily absorbed the impact. Moments later, the sprinkler beast's movements gradually ceased, and it had grown considerably, its previously concealed limbs now visible. Although still diminutive, it could now stand steadily on its legs. It truly advanced. Fan Xiaoyu's eyes widened. The appearance of a first to third-tier sprinkler beast was familiar to even a child of 7 or 8. She was acutely aware of the changes. A flicker of astonishment crossed Fan Yujing's eyes. He had not anticipated the blue origin fruit to genuinely be a catalyst for advancement. While limited to low-tier beasts, such items were indeed rare. It worked. Su Ping exhaled with relief at the outcome, then inquired, "Do you have any further questions? We apologize for our earlier presumptions." Fan Yujing gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain from his severed arm. Fan Xiaoyu's expression shifted as she finally acquiesced. They understood that anyone capable of selling advancement items with the potential of being rare spiritual treasures was certainly not a black market dealer. The fruit sold to their grandfather could not be an ordinary item, which likely explained the red Jew bird's fondness for it. Indeed, Su Ping nodded, accepting their apology as a matter of course. Although it appeared that they had suffered a loss without the protection of the system, he might have found himself in a similarly unfortunate position, as their earlier aggressive demeanor would have rendered them unreceptive to his explanations. After a brief silence, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Fan Xiaoyu glanced at the 7-color Buddha heart leaf nearby, hesitating before asking, "Boss, does this truly have an effect?" Su Ping raised an eyebrow. Still doubting? He replied curtly, "I have already provided an introduction. I shall not repeat myself." Realizing he had misunderstood her intent, Fan Xiaoyu opened her mouth to clarify. But Fan Yujing interjected, directly transferring the funds to Su Ping, stating, "We will purchase this." No amount of explanation could rival the act of buying. Fan Yujing believed spending 20,000 to verify its efficacy was worthwhile. If it proved genuine, they would reap substantial rewards. Upon witnessing her brother's decision, Fan Xiaoyu paused momentarily, but quickly grasped his reasoning. She refrained from further protest, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her heart. Chapter 21. The first main quest. Upon hearing the notification of funds received, Su Ping raised an eyebrow, surprised by the quick response from the individual. 20,000 had been credited, equating to 200 energy points. With these energy points, he could immediately purchase a bottle of awakening liquid and become a beast tamer. Although a surge of joy coursed through him, Su Ping maintained a facade of calm, tinged with reluctance. After all, the true worth of the colorful Bodhi leaf far exceeded this amount. If it were not for the fact that money earned outside the shop could not be converted into energy points, he would have considered selling it elsewhere, where he could dictate the price. System, is there truly no possibility of a price increase? Su Ping pondered wistfully. The system's pricing is reasonable and requires no adjustment. The system replied. A surge of frustration welled within Su Ping, his face darkening slightly. Observing his troubled expression, the siblings exchanged curious glances. Typically, one would frown only when a business deal soured. Yet here was a proprietor who, despite completing a sale, wore a grim countenance. Truly puzzling. Here, Su Ping handed the item over. Fan Xiaoyu quickly took it from her brother, inquiring with curiosity, how should this be consumed? How to eat it? Su Ping replied nonchalantly. Chew it well, it's less likely to cause choking. Fan Xiaoyu nearly choked on her astonishment, momentarily speechless. Ignoring his sister's plight, Fan Yujing addressed Su Ping, "Boss, how many of those rockju fruits do you have left? I'll take them all." Seeing another order placed, Su Ping's expression softened slightly. He turned to count the rockju fruits in the bottle, stating, "Each one is 130, with 22 remaining. That totals 2860. 130 each?" Fan Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. "You sell them by the piece? Otherwise, would you prefer slices?" Su Ping shot back. Fan Xiaoyu fell silent. Fan Yujing had previously noted the few rock zhu fruits held by their grandfather and was somewhat prepared for the price, saying nothing further. After all, at present, these fruits were the only sustenance suitable for the red zhu bird, and if they were costly, so be it. After payment was made and the goods received, Fan Yujing glanced at the other items on the counter but lacked the inclination to probe further. "Let us go," she said. Having been left speechless by Su Ping multiple times, her frustration simmered beneath the surface. Were it not for the terrifying strength he had displayed, she might have exploded in indignation. With some resignation, Fan Yujing remarked, "We were too careless. Who would have thought we'd encounter such an oddity in a place like this? This person, possessing such prowess and youth, chooses to live a life of ease here, truly enigmatic. Merely a charlatan. Perhaps he is a bastard from some affluent family, homeless and reduced to selling his possessions to survive." Fan Xiaoyu speculated with malice, a smirk creeping onto her lips, her earlier gloom dissipating in an instant. Fan Yujing, observing her sister amuse herself, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Fine, you drive. Let us find a decent hospital for a bandage. I'll contact a friend later for treatment." Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaoyu glanced at her brother's distorted arm, her smile fading, brow furrowing slightly, a glint of concern flashing in her eyes. The extent of his injury hinted at the formidable strength of their assailant. She, who considered herself among the elite of her peers, was astonished to encounter someone even stronger in this remote locale. How infuriating. The memory of that indifferent figure made her grit her teeth in frustration. Virum. The car roared to life, akin to a wild beast, its exhaust growling ominously. Fan Yujing sensed something was amiss, and in the next instant, the vehicle shot forward with great velocity. Upon hearing the sound of the car speeding away, Su Ping realized the siblings had departed, noting the urgency in the roar of the exhaust. He counted the funds, his heart racing with excitement. 8700200028603156 in total. Over 30,000, converted into energy, that amounted to 315. 6. Finally, he was free from poverty. Tears welled in Su Ping's eyes as he swiftly accessed the shop. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased the bottle of awakening liquid valued at 100 energy points. Minus 100. As the energy was deducted, a weighty object materialized in Su Ping's pocket. He withdrew it to find the awakening liquid from the shop. "System, how is this consumed?" Su Ping inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "The awakening liquid is an ancient spiritual essence. It is to be ingested orally," the system replied matter-of-factly. Without delay, Su Ping prepared to consume it, but then recalled something. He stepped away from the counter, closed the shop door, and retreated to a room at the back, where he uncapped the bottle and gulped down the liquid in one swift motion. It felt like inhaling a warm mist rather than drinking water. So warm. As the liquid coursed through him, it enveloped his lungs and rapidly spread throughout his body, igniting warmth in his arms, legs, and back. Simultaneously, he felt as if his body was becoming lighter, as though he could float with the slightest lift of his feet. Amidst this enveloping warmth, Su Ping faintly heard the sound of gentle cracking emanating from various parts of his body. It was a peculiar sound accompanied by a wondrous sensation, as if each cell was sprouting and dividing, releasing something new from within. This sensation of cracking and renewal extended beyond his physical form. Su Ping sensed a similar phenomenon occurring within his mind, faint pops echoing in his ears until they entirely consumed his thoughts. Time passed, and when everything settled, Su Ping opened his eyes once more. A world, strikingly clear and intimately familiar, unfolded before him. To his astonishment, he found that the dim room and all surrounding details were vividly discernible. Even the protruding particles on the white walls were clearly visible. "Congratulations, host. You have become a beast tamer, and your main quest has commenced. Main quest, please cultivate a beast of your own within 1 week. Ensuring its quality rating is no less than above average." The system's voice resonated in his mind. Su Ping was taken aback. Another main quest? However, the requirement to cultivate a beast of above-average quality was daunting. His previous experience with the system's rigorous standards when nurturing the Thundermouse had left a lasting impression. Even a creature deemed exceptional in his eyes was only regarded as below average by the system. He found it hard to fathom what a beast of above-average quality would entail. Chapter 22. The contract of ancient spiritual beast. Su Ping attentively examined his body. He had now become a beast master. The distinction between a beast master and an ordinary individual is indeed profound. Su Ping could already perceive a remarkable enhancement in his physical condition. He felt lighter, and his senses, sight, hearing, and others, had sharpened almost to an extraordinary degree. In the Federation, Beastmasters are classified into 9 ranks. The 1st to 3rd ranks denote junior Beastmasters. The 4th to 6th ranks signify intermediate Beastmasters, while the 7th rank is reserved for advanced Beastmasters. The 8th rank corresponds to Beastmasters of great renown, who hold esteemed positions, often as professors in prestigious academies. The pinnacle, the 9th rank, is reserved for those who have received titles and possess unique monikers, earning the admiration of thousands. Beyond this, there are the legendary Beastmasters, each a figure of myth, their life stories immortalized in countless films and novels. Even a century after their demise, their legacies endure. At present, having merely awakened his innate talent, Su Ping had yet to engage in the training of a Beastmaster. Lacking the accumulation of astral energy necessary to even be deemed a first-tier Beastmaster, the prospect of training weighed heavily on his mind. Given his current age, the opportunity to enroll in an academy for Star Beasts was virtually non-existent unless through exceptional merit. The foundational knowledge for junior Beastmasters primarily emanates from various Beast Academies. Although some training methods for Beastmasters circulate online, they remain superficial, lacking concrete operational examples. The thought of his sister, Su Lingwei, with her haughty demeanor, immediately dispelled any notion of seeking her guidance. The likelihood of her imparting knowledge was, quite frankly, non-existent. Nay, it could be deemed negative, as he would likely face her merciless ridicule. Shaking his head, Su Ping resolved that, irrespective of the circumstances, as a Beastmaster, he must first forge a contract with a beast. He was familiar with the fundamental concepts of beast bonding. This was no esoteric knowledge, as anyone with a modicum of understanding of beasts would be aware. The number of beasts a Beastmaster can bond with is contingent upon their mental strength. The stronger the mental fortitude, the greater the number and power of the beasts they can command. Generally, a Beastmaster cannot bond with beasts that are more than 2 ranks above their own, lest the mental strain drive them to madness, loss of reason, or even complete incapacitation. Currently, as he was not yet a first-tier Beastmaster, the beasts available for bonding were exceedingly limited, though fortuitously, one resided within the shop. Reflecting upon the small skeleton, Su Ping hesitated. This diminutive creature held little value, and forming a bond would merely occupy a space. After all, the more beasts one bonds with, the greater the mental burden on the master, should he choose to acquire other beasts. Most of the higher-tier lineage beasts would transition from the first tier in a fleeting moment. If his own strength did not advance in tandem, he would hinder their growth. Furrowing his brow, Su Ping realized he had little choice but to select a lower-tier beast. Fortunately, once his strength increased, he could dissolve the contract. Albeit this dissolution would also impose significant mental strain, rendering him combat ineffective for 3 days, the protection offered by the beast shop would mitigate the repercussions. With a firm resolution, Su Ping ceased his inner turmoil and proceeded to the front desk. With a thud, the small skeleton seemed startled and tumbled from the chair at the front desk, shattering into a pile of bones, yet it quickly began to reassemble itself. Su Ping felt a twinge of exasperation. This little skeleton appeared to possess an exceedingly timid disposition, which was quite rare for a demon-type beast. "Little fellow, you shall be my beast from now on," he declared, approaching to lift the small skeleton from the ground and place it upon the counter. The little skeleton sat there, vacant eye sockets fixed vacuously upon Su Ping. Seeing its docile nature brought Su Ping a measure of satisfaction. The sole advantage of a timid beast was its greater ease of taming. Just as he was about to initiate the bonding process, the system suddenly issued a prompt. "Host, do you wish to purchase the contract of ancient spiritual beasts?" The mention of the contract of ancient spiritual beasts rendered Su Ping momentarily speechless. He was astonished to learn that contracts could possess varying effects. In his recollection, there had only been one type of Star Beast contract. Never had anyone considered the existence of an alternative contract beyond the conventional Star Beast contract. Suddenly alert, Su Ping inquired, "How much energy is required?" "Only 100 energy," the system replied. Su Ping was taken aback. Just 100 energy? Such a potent item was available at such a modest price? It is worth noting that even the low-tier beast capture rings in the shop cost 100 energy. This contract is considered a semi-gift. Its actual value far exceeds this, the system stated nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Su Ping mused skeptically. "Could it be that this is merely a promotional item, and you are attempting to extort 100 from me? Warning. First infraction for abusive language." "Humph. So you admit it?" Su Ping retorted with a cold smirk. Though reluctant, he ultimately decided to purchase it, gritting his teeth. While the immediate benefits of the contract were not readily apparent, there was no denying that the contract of ancient spiritual beasts was a highly valuable item. Moreover, This contract was not a one-time use. It could be employed repeatedly for all beasts, allowing him to utilize it for an extended period. 100. Purchase successful. Your contract of ancient spiritual beasts has been credited. Please check your inventory, the system announced. Before Su Ping could lament the deduction of his energy, a complex mark suddenly manifested in his mind. This mark, intricate in its design, inscribed itself in his memory, each line meticulously etched until it became indelibly ingrained. Using blood as a guide and formations as the contract, the method of bonding was not through astral energy, but rather utilizing one's own blood as the contract medium, inscribing elaborate and mysterious patterns to signify the terms of the contract. The resulting bond was exceedingly robust, unless the master voluntarily chose to dissolve the contract. It could not be severed. Chapter 23. Mutation. The little skeleton remained seated, appearing dazed and oblivious to its surroundings. However, upon catching the scent of blood from Su Ping's finger, a faint crimson hue flickered within its hollow eye sockets, and its body exhibited a reaction. A complex pattern of blood was imprinted upon the little skeleton's forehead. As Su Ping withdrew his hand, the blood pattern gradually faded, seemingly absorbed by the little skeleton. In the next moment, Su Ping suddenly sensed a new thread in his consciousness, linking him to an external awareness. This thread represented a faint consciousness, flickering like a candle flame, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. From this fragile awareness emanated feelings of fear and confusion. Was this its consciousness? Su Ping gazed at the little skeleton, and through the power of their bond, he could distinctly perceive its emotional fluctuations. The little skeleton slowly lifted its head, staring blankly at Su Ping, still bewildered by its transformation. Su Ping gently patted its tiny head, recognizing that the little skeleton was newly formed, lacking inherited memories, and thus was in a state of innocence regarding its surroundings. He opened the store door, and as sunlight streamed in, he suddenly felt a wave of fear emanating from the little skeleton's thoughts. Turning to look, he saw that the little skeleton had tumbled from the counter, its scattered bones shrinking into a dark corner of the counter, reassembling itself as it curled up, trembling in fright. Was it afraid of the sunlight? Su Ping was momentarily taken aback, realizing his oversight. Most demon-type pets favored dark environments, and a few were indeed terrified of sunlight, preferring to remain in shadows. Noticing the vacant nurturing spot, Su Ping approached and placed the little skeleton within the stone tooth array. System, does this complimentary nurturing spot have any benefits? Considering it costs 10 coins per hour? Su Ping inquired curiously. The nurturing spot, priced at 10 coins per hour, is not inexpensive. It is constructed from spiritual stone waste, containing residual faint spiritual energy and chaotic, disordered mind radiation. This offers slight growth benefits to pets and significantly increases the probability of mutation, the system explained. Mutation? Su Ping was taken aback. Pets, aside from evolving, could also have a lower probability of mutation due to differing growth environments. Mutation entailed the transformation into another species, perhaps a stronger, superior new species, or a regressed, inferior one. In war-torn regions with dire environments and littered with technological debris, mutated pets were most likely to thrive. These mutated pets often carried unknown pathogenic bacteria, easily leading to plagues or large-scale viral outbreaks, which could be extremely lethal to ordinary people. Hence, the term mutated pets often invoked panic. However, in the realm of pet research, the pursuit of facilitating mutations had never ceased. Many renowned ninth-tier pets within the Federation were catalyzed by science to mutate, exhibiting formidable combat prowess as entirely new species. Are the mutated pets here good or bad? Su Ping asked the system. Both good and bad. I recommend that the host upgrade to a primary nurturing spot promptly to avoid impacting this store's reputation, the system succinctly replied. Su Ping's lips twitched. It was fortunate that he had inquired. As the system mentioned the mind radiation, he sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Then let us upgrade. He decided without much deliberation. Setting aside the fact that the rental price would increase tenfold post-upgrade, the benefits were manifold. The risk of a failed mutation was something he could not afford. If a customer's pet were to be harmed, the repercussions on the store's reputation would be tremendous. The system was not merely offering him a complimentary nurturing spot, but laying a treacherous trap. Fortunately, he was earning quickly, and the business had not been too bustling in recent days, sparing him from calamity. -20 energy. Before Su Ping's eyes, the two ancient stone tooth arrays suddenly radiated with a hazy white light. As the light dissipated, the stone tooth array appeared revitalized, although it retained its original sharpness. The hue of each stone tooth was entirely transformed. Previously resembling ordinary, Dull stones, they now gleamed like white jade, brimming with spiritual essence. It truly seemed to be improving. Su Ping thought with satisfaction. However, the realization that maintaining this primary nurturing spot required 1 energy point daily made his heart ache. Money flowed like water. His prior 315 energy points had dwindled to just below 100. He needed to earn energy swiftly. The chaotic spiritual pool still awaited an upgrade. The thought of the effects of a level 3 chaotic spiritual pool ignited a fervor within Su Ping. If he could nurture a pet with the bloodline of a royal beast, merely placing it at the entrance for publicity would undoubtedly attract a continuous stream of customers. Is anyone there? A voice suddenly rang from outside the store. Peering out, Su Ping saw 2 elegantly dressed young women standing at the door, cautiously peering inside. Upon spotting one of them, Su Ping recognized her instantly. She was the one who had previously taken the lightning mouse from the shop. Is the boss not here? The girl at the entrance was indeed Su Yinying, curiously surveying the store with a puzzled expression. Yinying, are you certain this is the place? Beside her stood Lan Lele, dressed in a flowing sheer dress, accompanying her friend. She gazed skeptically at the shabby little shop, struggling to believe that the extraordinary lightning mouse had originated from here. This is definitely it, Su Yinying asserted with conviction. My lightning mouse is undoubtedly connected to this place. After the preliminary selection rounds concluded, she gradually became aware of the significant issues surrounding her lightning mouse, particularly after inquiries from her teacher and homeroom teacher. She realized just how extraordinary and terrifying her lightning mouse truly was. If it were merely a case of mastering an advanced pet skill, one could attribute it to coincidence. But simultaneously exhibiting 2 skills would leave no room for doubt. It could not simply be a coincidence. When faced with her teacher's inquiries, she had been vague, for she herself was unclear, but she sensed that it might be related to the pet shop where she had placed her pet for nurturing. After all, the lightning mouse had performed unremarkably until her nurturing, and having not encountered anything else prior, she deduced that the only variable was this pet shop. Chapter 24. What have you done to it? The proprietor emerged. Upon spotting Su Ping walking out from behind, Su Yinying's eyes brightened slightly, and she promptly pulled her friend inside. Good day. How may I assist you? Su Ping approached the counter, a frown creasing his brow. The mere thought that the exquisite Thunderlight mouse brought him a meager profit of merely 108 coins caused a dull ache in his heart. Noticing Su Ping's unusual expression, Su Yinying felt puzzled but did not dwell on it. She urgently inquired, Boss, do you remember the Thunderlight mouse I adopted? A sound akin to a scar being torn open echoed in his chest. Su Ping's lips twitched slightly, his countenance growing darker. What happened to it? It's nothing serious. She replied, I merely wanted to inquire if you have done anything special with it. Su Yinying realized her question might have sounded odd. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her voice. Boss, you misunderstood. I just wanted to ask if it has undergone any training here. She spoke with a hint of caution and reverence. If the Thunderlight mouse had indeed been nurtured here, it would imply the presence of master-level trainers. Such individuals, even if merely known as renowned pet trainers, warranted respect, let alone someone of her standing. Oh, Su Ping raised an eyebrow, piecing together information he had received from his sister, Su Linghua. He immediately grasped her intentions. She had witnessed the little creature's prowess and sought to understand the source of its power. However, this pertained to the secrets of the pet shop and its system, which he could not divulge. If walking it counts as training, then yes. It has indeed received some training, Su Ping replied nonchalantly. Su Yinying paused in surprise. Walking it? Of course, if it eats too much. It needs to be taken out for a stroll, Su Ping rambled, almost convincing himself. Seeing Su Ping's dismissive attitude, Su Yinying grew anxious. She quickly insisted, Boss, I am serious. You truly haven't trained it, have you? Noticing her persistence, Su Ping furrowed his brow. Whether it has been trained or not, what does it concern you? If you believe it has a problem, I can offer compensation or return it to you. I am willing to pay. And if you think it's exceptional and wish to compensate me further, that is also acceptable. However, if there is nothing more, I kindly ask you to leave and not disturb my business. Raising an eyebrow, Su Ping continued, Is that so? Then it has indeed been trained. Are you satisfied? Su Yinying was left speechless. Hey, boss, we are not here to cause trouble. If you have trained that Thunderlight mouse, just say so. We won't hold it against you. Blue Lele interjected, somewhat displeased with Su Ping's demeanor. Su Ping replied calmly, I have stated it has received some training. If you wish to inquire about the training process or methods, I am afraid I cannot share that information. It was only then that Su Yinying realized Su Ping had misunderstood her intentions. She quickly shook her head, stating, "Boss, I have no interest in your training methods or processes. I am merely grateful to you for nurturing my pet." "Oh." Su Ping's cold demeanor softened slightly. "If you wish to express your gratitude, then do consider offering a bit more." "Huh?" Su Yinying was taken aback. "Money? To her?" Someone capable of nurturing a thunderlight mouse to such a level seemed to dwell far above the mundane concerns of currency. "Not enough?" Su Ping raised an eyebrow, his expression growing colder once more. Feeling a sense of disorientation, Su Yinying pondered whether she had miscalculated everything. Was her thunderlight mouse truly nurtured here? Was this what they meant by being blinded by money? Realizing this, she swiftly retrieved her phone and transferred 1,000 coins, stating, "Boss, this is to express my gratitude." Su Ping did not anticipate her to truly offer additional payment. Surprised, he nodded slightly. "Very good, very good. More would be even better." Su Yinying was at a loss for words, knowing she could not continue to shower Su Ping with money. What kind of person is this? Blue Lele, overhearing Su Ping, was nearly infuriated. Just then, she noticed the plethora of pet food on the counter behind Su Ping, her eyes widening. 300 apiece? This is outright extortion. She quickly grasped Su Yinying's arm, urging her to leave. "This shop is definitely a scam. It's too much." Su Yinying hesitated for a moment, but did not allow herself to be dragged away. A glimmer of contemplation crossed her eyes, and after a brief pause, she addressed Su Ping, "Boss, I would like to board a few more pets. Is that acceptable?" Delighted by the prospect of business, Su Ping nodded, "Of course." "How long do you wish to board them?" 3 days, Su Yinying replied after consideration. Su Ping nodded slightly, retrieved an old-fashioned calculator, and quickly calculated, "For 3 days. That would be 3 multiplied by 24. Each pet requires 200 coins for boarding. How many do you wish to board?" 3. As she spoke, Su Yinying's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredulity etched across her face. What did you say the boarding fee is?" "I must have misheard," Blue Lele echoed, equally bewildered. 200 each. Su Ping observed their reactions, his brow furrowing slightly. 200? Su Yinying could not help but repeat, questioning whether her ears had betrayed her. "Each one is 200? Boss, I am only boarding for 3 days." Su Ping affirmed, "Indeed, that is the price for 3 days. The boarding fee here is 100 coins per hour, which totals 200 for 3 days. 100 an hour?" Blue Lele regarded Su Ping as if he were a creature from another world. Chapter 25. Commencing pet nurturing services. "This individual must be consumed by avarice," Blue Lele exclaimed, visibly incensed. Even the most esteemed nurturing masters' flagship stores in the locale, offering comprehensive care, typically charged around that price for fostering. Yet, what did this dilapidated establishment amount to? Blue Lele surmised that the proprietor intended to subsist for 3 years on a single transaction, aiming to exploit them for all they were worth. Inconceivable. "Ying, let's depart. This proprietor is a veritable swindler. A master capable of nurturing a thunderbolt rat would never associate with such a person." Blue Lele glared at Su Ping with indignation before addressing Su Yinying, who stood beside her. Now that the amenities have been enhanced, an increase in price is only natural. Su Ping stated nonchalantly. "Amenities enhanced?" Su Yinying inquired, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Does this imply that the fostering services are now superior to before? Will it enable my pet to comprehend even more advanced pet skills?" "Assuredly not," Su Ping replied without hesitation. "Huh?" Su Yinying responded, bewildered. The previous instance was merely a casual training session for that diminutive creature. Its transformation was purely accidental, Su Ping stated impassively. Currently, such leisure is unavailable. Should you desire to foster your pet, it will be purely for sustenance, devoid of any nurturing. Su Yinying comprehended, then chuckled. "Proprietor, you have finally conceded, haven't you? The thunderbolt rat was indeed nurtured by you." "I previously acknowledged that," Su Ping retorted. "That is dissimilar," Su Yinying uttered gleefully. Her decision to remain was indeed judicious. She promptly inquired, "Proprietor, what advantages does this unadulterated fostering entail?" She surmised that there must be some justification for such an exorbitant fee. Su Ping replied impassively, "Merely an amelioration of constitution and an augmentation of comprehension. If the pet possesses commendable inherent qualities, there is a slight probability of evolution. Beyond that, there is nothing else. If you aspire to have your pet comprehend pet skills, you will be disappointed." He was being candid, as the benefits conferred by the fostering position alone were sufficient to justify the fee. To provide nurturing on top of that would result in significant losses. Just an augmentation of comprehension and an amelioration of constitution? Blue Lele scrutinized Su Ping with skepticism, although Su Ping conceded that the thunderbolt rat was associated with the establishment. She remained dubious. Su Ping's explanation of the benefits of fostering only exacerbated her skepticism. Such rhetoric was practically a mantra employed by all pet stores during promotional campaigns. After all, comprehension and constitution were immeasurable and difficult to assess. Unless the enhancement was substantial, who could ascertain whether the pet's constitution and comprehension had indeed improved? Proprietor, may I request that you nurture my pet once more? Su Yinying implored Su Ping with anticipation. As for mere sustenance, after hearing Su Ping's explanation, she had little interest. Typically, pet owners would entrust their pets to a pet store when they were unable to provide adequate care themselves. However, she currently had ample time to attend to her pet's needs, including feeding and training. Nurturing? Initiated pet nurture service. Host can accept orders based on the price of the nurture service. A menu-like price list emerged in Su Ping's mind, delineating the various tiers of nurturing service fees. Tier 1 to 3 pet. Nurturing fee, 10, 000 Tier 4 to 6 pet. Nurturing fee, 100, 000 Tier 7 to 9 pet. Nurturing fee, 1, 000 Royal pet. Nurturing fee, 10, 000 Starting with the second tier, the Tier 4 to 6 pet nurturing, the options were grayed out, indicating that Su Ping was unable to accept such orders. Currently, he could only nurture low-tier pets ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3. The condition for unlocking Tier 4 to 6 pet nurturing is to nurture a low-tier pet with above-average aptitude. Upon seeing the unlocking condition, Su Ping was rendered speechless. This was more challenging than earning $1 million. However, the unlocking condition coincided with the main quest he had previously accepted. In other words, completing the main quest would concurrently unlock the second tier of nurturing. Proprietor? Su Yinying called out, noticing Su Ping's sudden trance. 10,000. Su Yinying mused. Although the price was slightly exorbitant, it was more reasonable than the fostering position. After all, nurturing services were intrinsically expensive and had no upper limit. Whether it was worthwhile depended solely on the outcome of the nurturing. Given the precedent of the thunderbolt rat, Su Yinying harbored considerable trust in the establishment. Even if it could not nurture a second thunderbolt rat, even if it was slightly inferior, it would be exceedingly worthwhile, even a windfall. Then, I shall have the thunderbolt rat nurtured once more, Su Yinying decided after deliberation. Blue Lele, standing beside her, was taken aback. Ying, are you going to nurture that diminutive creature again? It is already exceptionally proficient. Further nurturing would yield minimal results. Moreover, the second round of the competition is in a few days. That diminutive creature is currently your mainstay. If something were to go awry during nurturing, it would be disastrous. Su Yinying gently shook her head. I do not intend to deploy it in the second round of the competition. Its performance was excessively astonishing. The opponents for the second round are determined by advanced drawing. They will undoubtedly exhaust every means to target my thunderbolt rat during these few days. Deploying it again would be ineffective. Furthermore, by the day of the competition, my other pets will have recuperated sufficiently to pass the second round. Blue Lele was at a loss for words, feeling uneasy. Have you decided? Su Ping inquired, glancing at Blue Lele before addressing the young woman before him. Su Yinying nodded emphatically. My decision is final. Very well, remit the fee first, Su Ping replied. Host triggered a side quest. Complete the first pet nurturing order. Accept? Su Ping was taken aback, not expecting a quest. He promptly accepted it mentally. Acceptance successful. Quest introduction. Successfully complete the first pet nurturing order and garner favorable feedback from the customer. Quest requirement. A masterpiece must be produced. The host must nurture the customer's pet's combat prowess to double its original value. Nurturing deadline. No customer requirement. Quest reward. 3 elementary primal force pills. Upon seeing the quest requirements, Su Ping was rendered speechless. Double the combat prowess? The previous thunderbolt rat had a combat prowess of 3. 6. Doubling it would necessitate reaching 7. 2 combat prowess? That would be equivalent to a Tier 7 pet. Tier 7 pets were considered high-tier pets and were not commonly encountered. Individuals capable of wielding high-tier pets were considered advanced battle pet masters, exceptional figures within exploration teams. Yet, he was expected to nurture a low-tier thunderbolt rat to such an extent? Chapter 26. Not for sale. Su Ping was uncertain about whether to voice certain thoughts. At this moment, he noticed the reward item and inwardly inquired, what is this force pill? It is a primary potion consumed by beast masters. Effective only for those below the 3rd rank, capable of enhancing star power cultivation, the system responded. Su Ping raised an eyebrow. Enhancing cultivation is indeed quite commendable. Nevertheless, since the task had already been accepted, he could only proceed to fulfill it. Su Yinying expressed surprise. Boss, do you also offer healing services? Only for minor injuries. Su Ping replied. Why didn't you mention it earlier? If the boarding also includes treatment, that wouldn't be a loss. Su Yinying was somewhat tempted. Although the healer she hired estimated that her beast would recover by the day of the 2nd round of the competition, any deviation from that estimate could pose significant issues. If she had to hire another healer, the cost would be substantial, starting at tens of thousands. Su Ping chuckled softly. He had refrained from mentioning the minor healing effects included with the boarding because, compared to enhancing comprehension and improving physical condition, it seemed trivial. Unexpectedly, it turned into a selling point. However, it seemed he hadn't brought enough money. Just as Su Yinying was about to agree, she suddenly recalled that after paying the 10,000 cultivation fee for the Thunder Mouse, she had very little left. Don't worry, I'll lend you some, Lan Lele said, pulling out her wallet. Given the circumstances, she could no longer deter her friend and decided to join her in this gamble. She simply could not believe that the store would actually take their money without providing any service. If that were the case, she would not be an easy target. Sensing the hostility and anger emanating from the girl, Su Ping rolled his eyes in annoyance. Were it not for the daily maintenance fee of 1 energy point weighing on him, he would have been less inclined to engage in business. Only he understood the true value of what the system provided. The price was undoubtedly a loss, and once his reputation grew, there would surely be a queue for boarding services. All right, Lele, I'll repay you once I save enough money, Su Yinying said with a giggle, not bothering to be overly polite. Okay. With determination, Su Yinying summoned forth her beasts. A gentle azure star power swirled at her fingertips, and she pointed to an empty space beside her. Instantly, a purple silhouette leaped from the contract space, landing on the ground and glancing around. It was the Thunder Mouse. Upon recognizing its surroundings, the Thunder Mouse blinked and looked up, immediately spotting the smiling human face behind the counter. Hiss. The Thunder Mouse bared its teeth, as if facing a formidable foe, its body crackling with electricity. Su Yinying was taken aback, sensing the fear and agitation radiating from the Thunder Mouse. She quickly sought to soothe it. After a moment, under Su Yinying's patient reassurance, the Thunder Mouse gradually calmed down, though it remained curled tightly at her feet, ever vigilant. Come out, Flame Phoenix, Su Yinying summoned another beast. A blazing fire materialized, and a bird of half-human stature appeared, emanating an intense heat, enveloped in flames. An advanced beast. The Flame Phoenix? Su Ping raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a precious avian creature, currently at the upper 3rd rank, with inferior aptitude and a combat strength of 4. 2, barely capable of fighting above its rank. Following the Flame Phoenix, Su Yinying summoned 2 more formidable beasts. One was a 100-tooth fierce tiger, of medium bloodline, currently at the mid-4th rank, boasting a combat strength of 4. 9, nearing the 5th rank. The other was a rock beast, resembling an irregular boulder, also of medium bloodline, currently at the lower 4th rank, with a combat strength of 4. 3 and inferior aptitude. That's it, Su Yinying concluded her summoning. The 3 beasts crowded the already small pet shop, making it feel even more cramped. Su Ping mused that once he started earning money, he would need to expand the shop's area quickly. Otherwise, when others brought in high-level beasts, each of which could span over 10 or even several dozen meters, the shop might not accommodate them. 3 beasts for 3 days of boarding. The fee is 21,600, Su Ping calculated swiftly. Boss, can you waive the odd change for us? Lan Lele asked, preparing to pay. Su Ping replied nonchalantly. No discounts. I knew it, Lan Lele pouted, huffing lightly as she quickly transferred the money. Once the payment was received, Su Ping prepared the receipt for them. Is there anything else you need? That's all, Su Yinying replied, feeling awkward about asking her friend to cover any further costs. Lan Lele glanced around, puzzled, and asked, Isn't this a pet shop? Why don't I see any pets for sale? We're not selling pets at the moment, Su Ping stated. A pet shop that doesn't sell pets? Lan Lele looked bemused. Su Yinying also felt a twinge of curiosity, sensing an air of mystery surrounding the shop. All right, we've completed our business. Let us go, Lan Lele said. Not lingering any longer and preparing to leave, Su Yinying comforted her beasts for a moment, feeling a hint of reluctance. Before departing, she turned to Su Ping and said, Boss, please take good care of them. She opened her mouth to add a few more instructions, but, realizing that 3 days would pass swiftly, She restrained herself and turned to leave. Once they departed, Su Ping took the beast to the back room. Fortunately, the door to the beast room was wide, horizontally sliding open with a width of 4 meters, allowing ample space for the sizable 100-tooth fierce tiger to pass through. System, I wish to purchase another primary boarding position. Su Ping instructed the system. Understood, the system replied. -10 energy. Su Ping was no longer surprised by the system's capabilities. However, upon observing the boarding position size, he suddenly considered that the 100-tooth fierce tiger would not fit within such a small space. There is no need for concern, host. The boarding position contains its own space, capable of accommodating beasts of any size, the system assured. Su Ping sighed in relief. Thankfully, the system was impressive. He gently extracted the sleeping little skeleton and moon-chasing dog from the previous 2 boarding positions and allowed the 3 newly boarded beasts to enter. As soon as their bodies crossed the threshold of the boarding area, they shrank rapidly. The flame phoenix, once half-human in size, now resembled a fiery canary. Meanwhile, the 100-tooth fierce tiger, originally 6 to 7 meters long, reduced to the size of an ordinary small dog, its tiger stripes still visible. Chapter 27. Secondary breeding. The small skeleton and the moon chaser hound awakened, bewildered to find their home occupied. Su Ping glanced at the moon chaser hound, a pet previously entrusted to him for care, which was due to be picked up by its owner tomorrow. The fee paid was merely for standard boarding, and now he had no choice but to relinquish the space. All pets hosted in this establishment must remain in their designated boarding spots and cannot be left idle. Please purchase an additional boarding space for the moon chaser hound immediately. The system suddenly interjected, its tone somewhat stern. Su Ping was taken aback. After all, the hound had been left here before as part of standard care. As the proprietor of a pet shop, how could he lack compassion for these creatures? Since you were so compassionate, why not gift me a few for free? Warning. Insult detected. First offense. When did I insult anyone? Warning. Insult detected. Second offense. With that, Su Ping quickly regained his composure. Breathing in and out, he came to terms with the situation. It was merely a matter of 10 energy points. Given his current reserves, he could afford it. Moreover, the moon chaser hound would soon be collected, so it would not occupy the space for long. He would inevitably acquire new business and need to purchase additional boarding spaces anyway. Today's maintenance fee of 1 energy point would come out of his own pocket. Su Ping sighed. This boarding arrangement for the moon chaser hound would yield a mere 100 credits, effectively rendering it a free service for someone else. Thankfully, such occurrences would not happen again. Choosing to purchase, a new boarding space materialized before him. Go ahead. Su Ping instructed the panting moon chaser hound as it nestled into the space. The small skeleton looked on, puzzled. Su Ping crouched down and patted the small skeleton's head, inadvertently applying too much pressure, causing its skull to pop off. Upon seeing the bone connection, Su Ping felt relieved. The small skeleton was his own pet and did not need to be boarded, a fact the system had not mandated. I will purchase a boarding space for you when I have extra energy, Su Ping reassured the small skeleton. Since it was his own, he felt it deserved to enjoy some comfort as well. The small skeleton seemed to understand, nodding vacantly. With a slight smile, Su Ping turned to the lounge, assessing his remaining energy. Having earned over 300 today, combined with previous earnings, he had just over 400 energy points, quite a comfortable sum. Upgrade the Chaos Spirit Pool, Su Ping declared. Immediately, 100 points were deducted from his energy. Simultaneously, the desolate Chaos Spirit Pool before him erupted with a brilliant light at its dim edges. As the radiance faded, peculiar lines resembling ancient runes emerged along the rim of the pool. It has reached level 2, Su Ping exclaimed, his heart buoyed. The level 2 spirit pool could channel 1 part in 10 million of chaotic energy, capable of breeding high bloodline pets. Each high bloodline pet could command a market price of at least several 100,000, with exceptional specimens fetching millions, even billions. Though the pet shop could not sell them at present, Su Ping could cultivate them for rental, providing a substantial source of income. Proceed with breeding? Yes. Breeding fee, 100 energy points. Please confirm. To Su Ping's surprise, the breeding fee had multiplied tenfold after upgrading the spirit pool, leaving him with enough energy for only 3 attempts. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and confirmed. The Chaos Spirit Pool activated. A faint glow flickered within the desolate pool, and star-like lights seemed to converge at the bottom. Moments later, the pool returned to its original stillness. Breeding failed. The pool displayed in ominous letters. Su Ping was left dumbfounded. Failed? Breeding can fail? The chaotic energy constructs life. But a low probability of errors may prevent the formation of a life form, the system explained. Su Ping was stunned. Did that mean his 100 energy points were lost just like that? Proceed with breeding? The pool prompted again. Regaining his composure, Su Ping felt his eyes redden slightly. 100 energy points equated to 10,000 credits, all gone in an instant. One more try. Su Ping resolved, his determination hardening. After investing the energy, the chaos spirit pool shimmered once more. As the light began to fade, Su Ping widened his eyes in anticipation. Before him, a milky white egg floated serenely atop the spirit pool. Su Ping was astounded. Could it truly produce an egg? His appraisal skills faltered before it, revealing nothing. Please collect. The system prompted. Dumbfounded, Su Ping cradled the sizable egg, feeling its warmth. An unexpected hunger pang struck him as he thought of frying an egg. What kind of egg is this, and how do I hatch it? Su Ping inquired of the system. Please resolve it yourself, the system retorted. Su Ping's lips twitched. While it could identify pets, it couldn't discern an egg. Would he need to spend money to consult an expert at the pet appraisal center? After some contemplation, Su Ping dismissed the idea. He did not have the funds for such a service. Instead, he decided to search online for information about various pet eggs. Hoping to uncover something useful, he placed the egg on a nearby single bed, used for resting during the day, situating it next to the pillow and covering it with blankets for warmth. After taking care of that, Su Ping glanced back at the chaos spirit pool. He hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding against further attempts. He had only a little over 100 energy points remaining. Upcoming tasks, including completing the main breeding mission, accessing breeding realms, and purchasing death retries, would all require energy. He needed to conserve some for those purposes. This situation afforded him a perfect opportunity to focus on the main and breeding tasks. Feeling a sense of hidden delight, Su Ping exited the lounge. Spotting the Thunder Mouse cowering behind the counter, he beamed and beckoned, "Come here, come here." Startled, the Thunder Mouse's fur bristled, activating its electric cloak ability. Its hair stood on end like steel needles, crackling with electricity as it bared its teeth at Su Ping, radiating hostility. Sensing the animosity emanating from the Thunder Mouse, the small skeleton stumbled forward to stand protectively in front of Su Ping. It clenched its tiny fists, assuming a defensive posture, its vacant eye sockets glowing with a deep crimson hue. Su Ping was taken aback. He hadn't expected this little creature to defend itself. Feeling the tension, anxiety, and a hint of ferocity emanating from the small skeleton, he paused momentarily. After a brief silence, Su Ping gently picked up the small skeleton and walked towards the door. Pulling down the roller shutter, the shop was instantly cloaked in darkness. System, can I bring both of them into a breeding realm simultaneously? Su Ping inquired. Temporary contract? Before him, a shop interface sprang to life, replacing the awakening liquid item with a roll of golden parchment labeled temporary contract, priced at 10 energy points. Chapter 28. The chaotic undead realm. Upon witnessing the price, Su Ping was momentarily speechless. Thus, it seemed that every time he wished to cultivate a pet beast, he would first need to expend 10 energy points. The necessity to purchase a temporary contract, the cost of additional deaths, and the fees to access the cultivation realm all accumulated, leading Su Ping to feel a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Was he being exploited? He quietly rejoiced that he had refrained from further breeding, having preserved over 100 energy points. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford it. Using this temporary contract, won't he affect the original owner of the pet beast? Will it? He asked cautiously, despite having anticipated the answer. Rest assured, came the system's reply. With that, Su Ping decided to proceed with the purchase. As the energy was deducted, he observed a golden scroll materialize within the storage space of his consciousness. With a mere thought, the golden scroll fell into his hands. It was exceedingly soft, akin to grasping a cloud, devoid of any roughness. How is this to be used? Su Ping pondered, examining it from various angles. Simply apply the blood of the contract signer and affix it to the pet beast in question, the system elucidated. Understanding dawned upon him. He turned to the shadowy figure of the lightning mouse. Managing a smile he deemed harmless. Come here, little one. However, the lightning mouse immediately bristled, perceiving the strangeness of his smile as a nightmare. With a swift motion, it darted away into the back room filled with pet beasts. Su Ping was momentarily taken aback before hastily following. The pet room was impeccably tidy, having been cleared by the system. The lightning mouse was clearly visible, cowering beside the nursery of 100 tooth beast, its fur crackling with electricity as it bared its teeth at Su Ping. Noticing the fierce glint in its eyes, Su Ping sensed that it was genuinely prepared to fight. This little creature was no ordinary lightning mouse, and without a formidable battle pet at his disposal, he found himself at a disadvantage. He spotted a bottle of pet food, lightning seeds, These were harvested from a grain-like plant, and there were dozens of them, each priced at over 50 coins. Rich in potent electrical energy, they would explode when exposed to fire, making them a favored delicacy among electric-type beasts. A faint smile crept across Su Ping's face as he retrieved one, then bit his finger to draw blood, which he smeared onto a corner of the temporary contract. He refrained from disturbing the mouse, carefully placing the contract on the ground at the doorway and setting the lightning seed in the center. With everything prepared, he closed the door and awaited the outcome. However, perhaps due to the remote location, no customers arrived. In his boredom, Su Ping began searching online for clues regarding a certain pet beast egg, but found nothing identical after perusing several major pet portals, though there were many similar ones. Seriously? I have to upgrade to a member just to view the high-tier pet section? Are they asking me to pay? Su Ping fumed as he exited the site. He shifted to smaller websites, but after a short search, his computer froze and crashed. Is it infected with a virus? Su Ping mused, swiftly disconnecting the internet cable in preparation to reboot. Suddenly, outside of his awareness, a connection formed, accompanied by a joyful consciousness. Have you eaten? Su Ping was taken aback. It was the lightning mouse in the pet room. Through this connection, he could sense its current position. If the distance were too great, the link would sever, rendering him unable to sense it further. Not dwelling on his computer troubles, Su Ping hurried to the pet room. Upon opening the door, he found the lightning mouse clutching the lightning seed, gnawing on it. Startled by his sudden appearance, it glanced up but continued its meal after a moment. Under the influence of the temporary contract, although it remembered the detestable human, the warmth emanating from him quelled any animosity it might have felt. Little one. It's time to set off, Su Ping chuckled as he gently grasped the soft flesh at the back of the mouse's neck, bringing it to the counter alongside the little skeleton. He then pulled down the shutter door. The cultivation interface shimmered with a ghostly light, revealing numerous breeding realms to choose from. The finest, the most expensive. Su Ping immediately selected the top-tier breeding realm category, where the options were few but of the highest caliber. The entry fee for these realms started at a minimum of 1,000 energy points, with the upper limit reaching a staggering 10,000 points. Within this selection, the Thundercloud Sea realm appeared as merely a minor entity. As Su Ping scrolled through the various breeding realms, he noted the Primeval Divine realm required 9,000 energy points and the Azura realm demanded 3,000 points. Additionally, there was the Middle-earth continent, necessitating 5,000 points. Goodness. Just the names of these realms suggested they were extraordinary places, especially the Primeval Divine realm, rumored to be a dwelling of deities. Having witnessed the colossal shadow of the Thundercloud Sea realm, Su Ping's horizons had broadened. If deities truly existed, he was inclined to believe. The maximum stay in any top-tier breeding realm was 1 day. Exceeding this duration would result in either forced exit or double energy deductions. Surpassing 2 days would incur triple energy penalties. Contemplating the accompanying details, Su Ping felt a surge of excitement and inquired of the system. The opportunity you previously provided for any breeding realm allows for a 5-day stay. Can this be applied to a top-tier breeding realm? After a brief silence, the system responded with a somewhat ominous tone, indeed. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Su Ping snapped his fingers, nearly jumping for joy. If he could enter a breeding realm, such as the Primeval Divine realm, 5 days would equate to a value of 45,000 energy points. And now, it was free. He could luxuriate in any top-tier breeding realm for 5 days without restraint. What an extraordinary opportunity. Su Ping reveled in the sheer brilliance of this reward. After a considerable time, he gradually composed himself, yet remained exhilarated. To spend 5 days in any top-tier breeding realm and complete the main quest seemed entirely feasible. If he failed to do so, it would suggest the quest was inherently flawed. Regrettably, with his current strength, the gains from such a top-tier breeding realm would be quite limited. He could not fully exploit the value of the entry ticket. Su Ping felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that in such a realm, he would likely only be able to roam the periphery, as even a slightly stronger creature could easily overpower him. Nevertheless, such a rare opportunity must be seized. And he could also gather pet food. Su Ping was exceedingly pleased with this reward, contemplating whether he should invite more people to cause a commotion and trigger more tasks like this. However, he suspected the system would not allow him to exploit such loopholes. Yet those considerations were for another time. The entry energy for this breeding realm was on par with the Primeval Divine realm, both requiring 9,000 points. Chapter 29. Intent to kill training. Are you certain about this intent to kill training? The system inquired, observing Su Ping's selection of this Tier 1 sequence within the elite cultivation plane. Absolutely. Su Ping grinned. Very well. The system had barely finished its affirmation when Su Ping felt his vision violently spin, plunging him into a disorienting vortex, akin to his soul separating from his corporeal form. As lucidity returned, the familiar system notification echoed. Host connected to the chaotic necropolis. Connection duration, 5 days. This connection grants the host unlimited resurrections. Explore at your discretion. 3 colossal, crimson moons dominated the firmament, casting an intensely scarlet luminescence across the somber sky. Upon closer inspection, minute silhouettes seemed to flit across the moon's surfaces, resembling minuscule insects. Considering the vast distance, the true scale of these seemingly insignificant specks was undoubtedly terrifying. A chorus of terrified whimpers and mournful cries reached Su Ping's ears. Glancing down, he saw his thunder rat cowering at his feet, trembling and frantically scanning its surroundings. Su Ping surveyed the environment himself, his heart seizing in his chest. What a nightmarish tableau. Grotesque, gnarled trees, reminiscent of human limbs, dotted the landscape. Ashen, desiccated grasses writhed with an unsettling vitality. He stood at the edge of a desolate forest. Puddles, remnants of a recent rain, teemed with maggot-like creatures, while skeletal remains were strewn throughout the adjacent undergrowth. As far as the eye could see, the world exuded an utter absence of life. A sanguine sky, a tenebrous world, saturated with death and despair. As Su Ping reeled, both the little skeleton and the thunder rat emitted simultaneous warnings, the thunder rats tinged heavily with fear. Scanning ahead, Su Ping discerned 2 vaguely humanoid figures drifting through the sparse trees. Upon closer inspection, they proved to be gaunt skeletons, each nearly 3 meters tall, their bodies hunched and contorted. Su Ping's pulse quickened, but the knowledge of his invulnerability emboldened him. He promptly commanded his companions to attack. Clack, clack, without hesitation. The little skeleton lurched forward, seemingly oblivious to the concept of mortality. The thunder rat, however, resisted, clinging to Su Ping's feet, despite its resentment toward the human. In this alien, horrific environment, he was its sole source of security. So timid? Su Ping muttered, taken aback. He realized that his own fearlessness stemmed from his knowledge of immortality, a concept foreign to the thunder rat. This presented a predicament. Then, he recalled the skill book he had claimed earlier. Slapping his forehead, he berated himself for forgetting it. Mentally accessing his storage, he retrieved the book. Intent to Kill. The title was emblazoned on the cover in sharp, angular lettering. Without a second thought, Su Ping opened it. As he did, the book dissolved into motes of golden light, which streamed into his body. A flood of information surged into his consciousness. When the influx subsided, he found himself proficient in the skill. Intent to Kill. Su Ping cast the skill upon the thunder rat. A faint, ethereal substance flowed through the bond connecting them. Instantly, the thunder rat's eyes glowed crimson, filled with bloodlust. Baring its fangs, it charged toward the skeletal figures. As the thunder rat surged forward, Su Ping felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, as if his energy had been abruptly depleted. The thunder rat overtook the little skeleton, reaching the skeletal figures in a flash, unleashing its most potent attack. Thunderclap. Raw electricity coalesced above its head, compressing into a blade of lightning that crashed down upon one of the skeletons. The skeletal figures, previously moving sluggishly, seemed to react instantaneously. Red lights flared in their empty eye sockets, and they swung their scythe-like arms, striking the thunderclap head-on. With a resounding crack, the thunder rat was hurled backward. The skeleton's arm smoked and charred, but the damage was minimal. As if experiencing pain, it howled and charged at the thunder rat. With startling speed, the skeleton lunged, a stark contrast to its earlier languid movements. It caught up to the thunder rat in an instant, crushing the little skeleton, which had stumbled into its path. Snap! The sound of shattering bone echoed. Su Ping's mental connection with the little skeleton severed. Resurrect pet in situ? The system prompted. Yes, Su Ping affirmed. The little skeleton's combat prowess was too meager, and its current Tier 1 status meant that its regeneration ability could only reattach intact bones, not repair shattered ones. Su Ping selected in situ resurrection once more. The little skeleton rose again, looking about before lurching after the skeletal figures. Simultaneously, as the first skeleton closed in, the thunder rats first stood on end. It unleashed its thunder armor, crackling with electricity. A duplicate of the thunder rat split off, flanking the skeleton. Thunder doppelganger. The skeleton seemed unfazed and continued its attack on the first thunder rat. Bang! The first thunder rat shattered into a burst of electricity, which lashed against the skeleton's arm, inflicting considerable damage and dispelling some of the darkness surrounding it. At the moment of the illusion's destruction, the real thunder rat leaped out, striking the skeleton's neck with thunderclap. But the skeleton reacted even faster. With explosive speed, it twisted its body, swinging its other arm to strike the thunder rat. Thunder flash. The thunder rat vanished an instant before impact, dodging the skeleton's arm and slamming thunderclap into its face. Crack. The skeleton's head was twisted, its neck nearly severed. Before the thunder rat could follow up, the second skeleton arrived, tearing the thunder rat to pieces with a swipe of its withered claws. Blood splattered as the thunder rat's corpse fell to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Su Ping's heart pounded as he watched. When the thunder rat was slain, he immediately chose to resurrect it. In less than a second, the corpse dissolved into motes of light, reconstructing itself. The newly resurrected thunder rat, driven by instinct, leaped away, creating distance between itself and the skeletons. Upon assessing its surroundings, the thunder rat's fur bristled in terror. It turned and fled. Su Ping's face darkened. He cast intent to kill again. The thunder rat, halfway through its escape, halted, snarled, and charged back toward the skeletons. Chapter 30, Bone Assembly, Focus Fire. Through the power of the contract, Su Ping transmitted his consciousness. For the battle, pet master often serves as the mind of their pet, making decisive combat judgments. This nurturing ground trained not only the pets but Su Ping himself. Swoosh. The lightning rat immediately deployed its lightning shadow doppelganger, creating two entities, and charged toward the previously injured humanoid skeleton. Although killing intent could send the lightning rat into a frenzy, it could still accurately receive its master's commands. The humanoid skeleton, observing the lightning rat's renewed assault, appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly surprised that its prey had returned to life. However, its rudimentary intellect did not dwell on the matter. As the lightning rat approached, it abruptly lunged toward one of the duplicates. Whoosh! Its side-like arm swung wildly. Lightning flash. In a moment of dire need, the lightning rat executed its rarely used lightning flash, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Upon landing, the lightning rat leaped again, unleashing a lightning sever. Bang! The second humanoid skeleton charged from the side, its arm crashing down, slamming the lightning rat into the ground, instantly killing it. Revive. Su Ping made the immediate choice. These two humanoid skeletons could kill it with a casual blow, and it could sense the danger and terror. Seeing this, Su Ping could only release killing intent again. This time, he distinctly felt something being drawn from within him. As the skill was unleashed, his vision blurred, his consciousness faltered, and his body collapsed forward. Releasing it 3 times is my limit? Do I have to resort to suicide to recover? Su Ping's consciousness struggled to function. As he gazed at the blurred figures in his sight, unable to distinguish between the humanoid skeletons and the surrounding grotesque trees, everything was swaying, with overlapping images. Biting his teeth, Su Ping summoned his last vestige of willpower, laboriously rising from the ground and dragging his body forward. He had but one purpose, to seek death. He stumbled forward, taking an unknown number of steps over an indeterminate amount of time, until a tremendous force suddenly struck his head, and excruciating pain instantly overwhelmed him. Su Ping's previously exhausted consciousness was revitalized, and he chose to revive on the spot. Beside their feet lay the shattered remains of the small skeleton. Noticing Su Ping's sudden appearance, the two humanoid skeletons paused momentarily, slowly turning around. Revive! Revive! Su Ping hastily revived the lightning rat and the small skeleton. As they were resurrected, Su Ping saw one of the humanoid skeletons instantly charge toward him. The towering figure, over 3 meters tall, was immensely imposing. Its side-like, withered arm swung, and without a doubt, before Su Ping could even attempt to block, his body was torn apart. Revive! The searing pain arrived and vanished in an instant. As darkness loomed, Su Ping chose to revive once more. This time, he saw the 2 humanoid skeletons chasing after the fleeing lightning rat, while the small skeleton trailed far behind. Killing intent. Su Ping activated the skill immediately. As the lightning rat regained its fighting spirit, Su Ping commanded it to use lightning shadow doppelganger, sending one duplicate to distract the other humanoid skeleton, while the original charged toward the injured one. Fight it. Use lightning flash. Su Ping commanded, determined to make the lightning rat fight to the death. Even if it died, it would leave marks on the humanoid skeleton. Fortunately, the lightning rat had mastered the advanced pet skill lightning flash. With the aid of brief teleportation, it could often narrowly evade the humanoid skeleton's defenses, ambushing it from the other side and inflicting damage with lightning sever. Su Ping repeatedly revived the deceased lightning rat. After using killing intent twice, he had the lightning rat lure the humanoid skeleton toward him while fighting. After the lightning rat died and the third killing intent was released, Su Ping himself charged toward the humanoid skeleton. He was unsure how long had passed, but Su Ping noticed that after using the third killing intent, his consciousness was no longer as feeble as before. He could still barely make out the surroundings. His body, under repeated extreme exhaustion, seemed to be gradually adapting. Crack! One of the humanoid skeleton's arms was torn off by the lightning rat, and the dark, turbid aura surrounding it grew increasingly faint, leaving only a few wisps. The humanoid skeleton backhanded the lightning rat, tearing it apart, and then expended a wisp of dark, turbid aura to restore its arm that had fallen to the ground. Revive. After 7 or 8 revivals, the lightning rat finally exhausted the dark, turbid aura on the humanoid skeleton, when it once again severed its head with lightning sever. The humanoid skeleton's body suddenly disintegrated, falling to the ground and remaining motionless. Is it dead? Su Ping saw the scattered bones and, with a sigh of relief, felt a surge of elation. Previously, the lightning rat had severed the humanoid skeleton's limbs or head countless times, even shattering its bones. But the creature had always used the dark, turbid aura to restore itself to its complete form, making it virtually immortal. If Su Ping hadn't noticed that the lightning rat's electricity seemed to be restraining the humanoid skeleton, each electric attack diluting the dark, turbid aura on its body, Su Ping would have almost given up on killing these 2 humanoid skeletons. Having successfully eliminated 1 humanoid skeleton, Su Ping seemed to see the dawn of victory and immediately directed the lightning rat to attack the remaining one. Just then, Su Ping suddenly sensed a desire from the small skeleton's consciousness. He looked over in surprise, only to see the small skeleton standing beside the dismembered humanoid skeleton, bending down to examine the scattered bones. Wants to eat them? Sensing the thought, Su Ping was somewhat taken aback. In the next moment, he suddenly remembered the evolution methods of demon-type pets, most of which involved preying on their own kind to evolve and advance. The skeleton species was a prime example, mainly advancing by devouring the bones of their own kind. Secondly, it was through absorbing the power of the undead. Eat it. Su Ping immediately granted permission, full of anticipation. With Su Ping's permission, the small skeleton began to pick through the scattered bones, picking up a few ribs, looking at them left and right, then discarding them. Then, it picked up a finger-shaped bone, looked at it for a while, and suddenly pulled out one of its own ribs, then inserted the finger bone, replacing the original rib. The size of this finger bone was about the same as the size of its original rib. After the replacement, a gray, misty force surged from the small skeleton's body, and the finger bone clicked completely into its body, seamlessly becoming part of its body. Chapter 31. The Undead Maiden. After selecting a segment of finger bone, the little skeleton continued to rummage through the pile of bones, unearthing several smaller bones resembling sharp fangs. It replaced these into its own knee and arms, utilizing the ashen energy enveloping its form to transform these bones into parts of its own skeletal structure. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Thunder Rat was embroiled in a fierce battle. Lured by the Thunder Shadow afterimage, the Thunder Rat narrowly escaped death several times. But each approach to the humanoid skeleton was met with a swift and powerful counterattack. Utilizing Thunder Flash, the Thunder Rat attempted to teleport to an advantageous position to strike. But as soon as it landed a blow on the humanoid skeleton, it too was swiftly torn apart by the opponent's reaction. A life for a life. The disparity between the Thunder Rat and the humanoid skeleton was colossal. Under normal circumstances, it would have been utterly annihilated. Fortunately, Su Ping possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. As long as the Thunder Rat could inflict damage on the foe, it could gradually wear it down. Though the humanoid skeleton fought ferociously, it appeared to possess a rather low intellect. Despite the Thunder Rat's repeated revivals and relentless assaults, the skeleton continued to engage in combat, showing no signs of retreat or flight. Minutes passed, and the dark aura enveloping the humanoid skeleton had significantly diminished, its movements growing sluggish and less perceptive. At that moment, Su Ping sensed a strong, combative thought emanating from the little skeleton nearby, and soon after, he witnessed a small black figure darting towards the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the little skeleton. However, it bore a different appearance than before. While its height remained unchanged, it was now surrounded by a faint black mist, and its limbs and knee bones had sharpened and darkened. The most striking difference was its speed, which had dramatically increased, nearly matching that of the Thunder Rat. As the humanoid skeleton struggled with 2 Thunder Rats, confounded by the Thunder Shadow afterimage, it sensed the approach of the little skeleton and, with a furious roar, lunged at it. The little skeleton was no longer an easily crushable presence. In response to the attack, it adeptly evaded the first arm, but was caught by the second arm's unexpected sweep, shattering its form. Among the scattered skeletal remains, several bones remained remarkably intact upon hitting the ground. Upon receiving a prompt from the system, Su Ping realized that the little skeleton had perished and could not be reassembled, forcing him to choose revival. Though it had still been annihilated, the little skeleton had made considerable progress compared to before. With the little skeleton's distraction, the frenzied Thunder Rat launched a rapid series of attacks, delivering several strikes of thunder slash onto the humanoid skeleton, significantly diminishing its dark aura. 5 minutes later, with the collaborative efforts of the little skeleton and the Thunder Rat, the humanoid skeleton was swiftly vanquished, its dark essence nearly exhausted. The little skeleton began sifting through its remains, while the Thunder Rat and Su Ping collapsed, resting on the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose. As Su Ping rested and surveyed his surroundings, he glimpsed a flicker of darkness emerging from deep within the forest. Upon drawing closer, he realized it was a wave of darkness surging towards him. A tumultuous tide of black mist rolled in, accompanied by eerie wails, revealing glimpses of terrifying figures swirling within the fog. What is this? Su Ping was taken aback. In the next moment, the tide engulfed him. He felt an icy chill enveloping his body, his life force rapidly draining away, and in an instant, he found himself in the dark realm of resurrection. Choosing to revive at the same spot, Su Ping sought to discern the nature of the dark mist. Upon reviving, he remained steadfast, refusing to succumb to superstition. After several consecutive revivals, he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from the mist. The fog receded, revealing a ghostly figure gliding toward him, a breathtaking young maiden. So exquisite that she left one breathless, devoid of any flaws, the most beautiful girl Su Ping had ever encountered. Yet, from her chest downward, she was nothing but a withered skeleton, with glimpses of crimson innards visible amid the swirling black mist. The black mist maiden's skin was pallid, her delicate visage betraying no emotion as she gazed at Su Ping, her emerald eyes reflecting intrigue yet exuding an enchanting aura. Su Ping, undaunted, scrutinized her in return, his gaze unrestrained, even considering reaching out to touch her form to discern its texture. Unable to identify her essence, he cast an identification spell, yet gleaned no information. Only intensifying his curiosity, she was evidently a being of high order. At that moment, the Black Mist Maiden uttered a series of peculiar and esoteric words, reminiscent of a call from the dead. Su Ping could not comprehend, and just as he was about to inquire, he noticed her raise a hand, causing the surrounding mist to surge toward him. Upon seeing him, she appeared momentarily taken aback, but her gaze quickly deepened with an even more potent allure as she floated closer to Su Ping. He blinked, suddenly extending a hand toward her chest. It felt soft as vapor. Indeed, it was essentially a mass of mist. Fortunately, such a death was not painful, and Su Ping once again chose to revive at the same spot. The Black Mist Maiden regarded his sudden reappearance with a moment of surprise, slowly descending into contemplation. "Do you possess wisdom? Can you comprehend my words?" Su Ping inquired curiously. Encountering a humanoid being, he hoped to glean some peculiar insights. The Black Mist Maiden fixed her gaze upon him, as if struck by a revelation, her eyes glimmering with green light. She parted her lips, and Su Ping felt all warmth and energy within him coalesce into a faint golden essence, drawn into her mouth. Soon after, Su Ping met his demise once more. Without hesitation, he revived again. This time, the Black Mist Maiden showed no astonishment. She continued to draw on his life energy. Revive, revive, revive. After several more revivals, Su Ping realized that the Black Mist Maiden had not ceased her consumption. His inquiries went unacknowledged. Eventually, it dawned on him that she perceived him as an inexhaustible source of sustenance. Frustrated, Su Ping opted to randomly revive without further investigation. Upon his next revival, he discovered that the surroundings were unlike any he had encountered before. He found himself within a grand palace, seemingly constructed from colossal bones, immensely magnificent. Chapter 32. The King of Bones. Is this the dwelling of a highly intelligent life form from the realm of the undead? Su Ping gazed curiously at the skeletal palace. The very existence of such a grand structure indicated the extraordinary nature of its master. The immense white bones used in its construction were awe-inspiring, evoking a sense of dread at the terrifying creature that once inhabited this place. Ahead lay what appeared to be a grand entrance. Su Ping approached, feeling the air within this place was far more oppressive than outside, imbued with an eerie silence. The atmosphere was thick with a pungent smell of decay and an unsettling stench. After walking a mere dozen meters, he suddenly felt an inexplicable tearing sensation from within, as if his body were being ripped apart, vanishing into nothingness. Revival. His vision darkened momentarily before returning. Su Ping scanned his surroundings, seeking the source of the attack. Boom. His body exploded once more. Revival. The cycle repeated. Explosion. Revival. Damn it. Boom. Revival. Just as he revived again, he beheld the space before him twisting suddenly. A mass of dark energy coalescing into a humanoid form. It was a strikingly voluptuous woman, exuding a mature allure. Adorned with a fishhook-like symbol on her forehead and 8 dark wings fluttering gently, reminiscent of a fallen angel from myth. Su Ping cast an identification spell, but without success. Nothing was revealed. The dark-winged angel raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. Then, with a tentative gesture, she pointed at him. Boom. Su Ping's body burst apart again. Revival. Upon witnessing his return, the dark-winged angel appeared surprised, then pointed once more. This time, a green skeletal energy shot forth from her fingertip, engulfing him entirely. Su Ping felt himself dissolving, his form disintegrating, leaving nothing behind. Revival. Once again, he stood in place, though his complexion had darkened. It seemed the angel was treating him like a lab rat, experimenting with various means of his demise. Can we not communicate properly? Su Ping fumed. Bang. His body exploded once more. Revival. Fuming, he gritted his teeth, determined to confront this being. Indeed, he was obstinate, daring her to kill him. Bang. 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 After several successive explosions, he heard a slightly puzzled A chill of terror surged from the depths of his soul, raising the hairs on his body. His heart raced uncontrollably, blood coursing rapidly through his veins, and he trembled slightly. Though he saw nothing, an overwhelming fear gripped him, as if something were provoking his terror. The dark-winged angel, who had been experimenting on him, suddenly turned in alarm upon hearing the sound. Bending low and kneeling before the skeletal door constructed of bones at the edge of the void, Su Ping noticed that her entire body, including her wings, trembled slightly. Whoosh. In an instant, his vision blurred, and despite their unchanged stance, he and the dark-winged angel found themselves before a throne of bones, seemingly transported by an immense force. Before them lay staircases crafted from a multitude of bones, scattered with various skulls, some adorned with twisted horns resembling those of demons. Atop the stairs loomed a throne of skeletal design, sharp as a sword, flanked by enormous skulls and smaller ones. Leaning against the throne was a towering figure shrouded in darkness, dark energy swirling around him, his elbow resting on the armrest, his pale wrist stark against the shadows. Gazing down upon the masses with an indifference that was chilling. As the lids of his eyes lifted slightly, Su Ping was met with a pair of dark, emotionless eyes that pierced through time itself. Looking up, he felt a wave of cold wash over him, a potent fear urging him to bow in submission. Yet, the thought was quickly extinguished within him. Remembering his immortality, Su Ping steeled himself, straightening his back, and demanded, "Are you the ruler of this place?" At the instant he spoke, the trembling dark-winged angel gasped, her wings erect. She waved her hand, and a dark energy, akin to adhesive tape, sealed his mouth. She then bowed her head, offering apologies to the figure above, but Su Ping could not comprehend her words. Boom. Without warning, his body exploded again. Su Ping was bewildered. Why did these powerful beings act without any forewarning? Annoyance surged within him as he revived once more. The King of Bones regarded the resurrected Su Ping with a gaze that seemed to narrow slightly, an ancient indifference etched upon his features. Boom. Su Ping exploded again. Revival. Yet another explosion. Revival. Can someone let me speak? Boom. Revival. This time, however, Su Ping did not perish immediately, fueled by rage. He charged up the staircase toward the figure. Do noble lords and princes not possess any dignity? He knew he was but an ant compared to this entity. Incapable of inflicting harm, yet he felt compelled to throw a punch. If he didn't retaliate, would his repeated deaths be in vain? Seeing Su Ping approach the king, the dark-winged angel's expression shifted to one of horror, her demeanor morphing into something more grotesque and furious. Dark energy surged around her as she unleashed her most formidable attack. Even if Su Ping were 100 times stronger, it would be sufficient to obliterate him 1,000 times. However, before her attack could manifest, her body contracted as if grasped by an unseen force, producing the sound of shattering bones, and she was flung aside, like a bird with broken wings. Crashing against a white skeletal pillar of the hall. Fueled by fury, Su Ping, oblivious to the commotion beside him, dashed up the steps, standing defiantly before the throne. The process was surprisingly seamless, unimpeded. What the hell? He raised his fist, ready to strike. But suddenly, his movement froze, his body stiffening, rendered immobile. Yet, Su Ping noted that the figure had not moved his lips. What is this? Though unfamiliar with the sensation, he surmised it must be connected to his ability to revive, to reverse the flow of time and space in the realm of the undead. Who are you? Or rather, who is it that stands behind you? the indifferent voice intoned, exuding an undeniable authority. Why does it concern you? Su Ping mentally retorted, unable to voice his defiance. Boom. His body exploded once more. Revival. Upon reviving, he found his body regained mobility. Anger coursed through him. Aware of the terror embodied in the figure before him, the repeated deaths were infuriating. At that moment, he caught sight of a blood-red orb, roughly the size of an infant's fist, resting on the throne beside the figure's leg, potentially a treasure. Even if it were merely a common gem, it would still hold considerable value, he mused, and without further thought, he bent down. Boom. His body burst apart once again. Revival. Maintaining the posture he had before death, he leaned down slightly more. Boom. Revival. Again, he leaned down a bit further. Upon his fifth revival, he found himself perilously close to the blood-red orb. In his mind, he shouted, I've got it. His body did not explode this time. Seizing the moment, his hand grasped the blood-red orb. Stored. The orb vanished, transferred to his storage space. The other party had long since perceived Su Ping's intentions. Yet they were taken aback by the revelation that Su Ping possessed a treasure of storage. It is important to note that at the moment he became aware of Su Ping, he had already seen through this insignificant life entirely. Nothing could elude his discerning gaze. In a moment of triumph upon acquiring the gem, Su Ping's heart swelled with joy, and he unabashedly uttered a profanity. Chapter 33, Cursing and Departing. Boom. At the moment Su Ping's curse escaped his lips, his body erupted violently, disintegrating utterly, leaving not even a trace of smoke, completely obliterated. The figure on the throne narrowed his eyes slightly, a chill emanating from his gaze. Although he could not comprehend Su Ping's words, he could still sense the malevolence behind them. This foolish taunt only deepened his disdain for the ignorance of lesser beings. After a brief show of reprimand, he planned to extract the soul of this insignificant creature upon its resurrection, personally seeking the truth and eternally imprisoning this foolish soul beneath his throne. A fate worse than death. However, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute passed. The void before him remained tranquil, yet Su Ping's form did not reappear. The figure on the throne furrowed his brow slightly, and just as a flicker of confusion crossed his mind, his gaze sharpened, as if piercing through the void in an instant. His previously motionless body sprang to life. Boom. The palace trembled, the fabric of time and space quaked. An overwhelming aura, one that seemed to transcend the ages, radiated from him, as if it sought to pierce the very heavens. Within the vast expanse of the towering bone palace, the souls of the dead sensed their sovereign's wrath, cowering in fear, trembling upon the ground. A transference of time and space. Indeed, a transference of time and space. This figure, shrouded in demonic energy, directed his obsidian gaze across the hall towards the distant sky. The simultaneous application of two supreme laws yielded a distance of transference that exceeded the limits of his domain. Who was it? Who could it be? The black-winged angelic maiden, who had fallen beside the bone palace, slowly rose. Witnessing the king's fury filled her eyes with astonishment. It had been tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, since she had last seen such wrath. When the king was enraged, rivers of blood flowed, and the spirits wailed. The black-winged angel quickly bowed her head, stammering, "At your command, my king." After waiting 2 seconds for further instructions and receiving none, she transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from the demonic palace. Random resurrection. After unleashing his curses, Su Ping accepted his demise with tranquility. Feeling no surprise, this time, he opted for random resurrection. Cursing and departing. What a thrilling experience. Su Ping vented his frustrations, feeling a sense of relief permeate through his being. Especially amusing was the thought that he had provoked a formidable opponent, who now had no means to retaliate against him. Did they truly believe he would foolishly resurrect and continue to meet his end? Such naivety. A faint smirk played on Su Ping's lips. Yet, despite the jest, his actions were perilous. Thankfully, his adversaries' overconfidence and arrogance led them to assume he would always revive in the same location, allowing them to crush him with impunity. He silently hoped not to encounter such a foe again. Otherwise, he would need to find a way to end his own life swiftly. Su Ping mused that he should acquire some means of self-defense or self-termination, lest he be mercilessly tormented by enemies he could not escape. The most pressing concern was the precious time he would squander if subjected to such relentless abuse. At that moment, the scenery around Su Ping gradually clarified. He had been randomly resurrected in a different locale. Above him still hung the 3 blood moons, the sky a deep crimson haze, while he found himself amidst a colossal mountain of bones. The mountain bore no flora or rocks, composed entirely of an overwhelming mass of skeletal remains. Crack! As Su Ping shifted his foot, he crushed a hand bone. The remains appeared to have weathered for millennia, exceedingly fragile. Gradually, Su Ping adapted to the chaotic landscape of the realm of the dead, developing a resilience against the hellish sights that surrounded him. He leisurely summoned forth the Thunderlight Mouse and the little skeleton, both having met their demise in the black mist, yet now, due to their contract, could materialize beside him once more. Upon reappearing, the Thunderlight Mouse, startled by the skeletal mountain, bristled in fear. However, it did not exhibit the same frantic terror as before. Rather, it quickly assumed a vigilant stance, its beady eyes scanning the surroundings. After enduring the repeated stimuli of killing intent, Su Ping noted that the Thunderlight Mouse had become considerably bolder than previously. Meanwhile, the little skeleton emerged, initially staring vacantly at its surroundings. Before its hollow gaze fell upon the pile of bones at its feet, it immediately began to sift through the remains. Though it seemed dissatisfied with nearly every piece it picked up, discarding them after a mere glance. Scout the area for any enemies, Su Ping instructed the Thunderlight Mouse telepathically. Although the mouse hesitated, it cautiously tiptoed over the pile of bones to investigate its surroundings. As Su Ping observed the little skeleton rummaging through bones, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled the blood-red gemstone he had seized from the bone throne. Intrigued, he retrieved it from his storage space. The gemstone felt warm in his palm. In his haste to secure it earlier, he had not taken the time to appreciate its qualities, but now, he marveled at how it seemed almost alive, pulsing faintly in his grasp. Truly, it was no ordinary item. At that moment, the little skeleton, still engaged in its bone selection, abruptly lifted its head, its hollow eye sockets fixated intently on the blood-red gemstone in Su Ping's hand. Through the little skeleton's consciousness, he sensed an intense yearning. This desire was magnitude stronger than what he had witnessed from the humanoid skeleton earlier, were it not for the overpowering restraint of their contract. Su Ping suspected it would have lunged for the gemstone. You desire it? Su Ping raised an eyebrow, recognizing the fervent longing in the little skeleton's gaze. This object was likely of great use to it. Indeed, it was only natural, being an artifact of the realm of the dead, to hold significance for a creature like the little skeleton. Contemplating the overarching task of nurturing, Su Ping hesitated for a moment before ultimately tossing the gemstone to the little skeleton. After all, this little creature was one of his own. The little skeleton swiftly grasped the blood-red gemstone, its crimson glow casting a scarlet hue upon its eye sockets. Without a moment's hesitation, it shoved the gemstone into its mouth, which then vanished into the hollow cavity of its skull. Once released, the gemstone floated within its cranium. Faint tendrils of red energy coursing through the murky essence of its head, spreading throughout its skeletal frame as if akin to a circulatory system. Su Ping watched in astonishment and promptly cast an identification spell upon the little skeleton once more. Chapter 34. Enlightenment Little Skeleton Attribute. Demon-type pet level. Intermediate first stage combat power. 2. 8 qualification. Inferior. The attribute panel remained rather rudimentary, with only a single basic ability characteristic of its skeletal race. However, in comparison to its prior form, the transformation of the little skeleton was remarkably significant. Its combat power surged from a meager 1 to an impressive 2.8, marking a tremendous leap. It is worth noting that a combat power of 1 equates to that of an ordinary human, while 2.8 enables it to easily hunt ferocious beasts like tigers. The disparity between these two figures is self-evident. Moreover, in the chaotic realm of the undead, the little skeleton had scarcely trained, yet its level ascended from the lower tier to the intermediate tier, representing a small but notable advancement. Its qualification improved from inferior to low inferior, at an intermediate first stage level. It exhibited combat power nearing that of a third stage entity, which is quite commendable, albeit still deemed lacking under the system's stringent standards. Su Ping couldn't help but smile wryly, reminded of the mid-level task requirements, which inevitably led to a twinge of frustration. Nevertheless, he reflected on their brief time in this chaotic realm of the undead, where, despite numerous deaths, they had only spent 2 or 3 hours thus far. Achieving such progress in such a short span was indeed commendable. The towering skeleton, nearly 5 meters in length, bore a physique reminiscent of a beast intertwined with a grotesque human form, its body constructed from an array of bones from various creatures. With great agility, it pursued the Thunderlight Mouse. Upon encountering the creature, Su Ping felt no trepidation. Instead, he swiftly focused, unleashing his intent to kill. Turning to the little skeleton at his feet, he observed it standing in a daze, yet unlike before, it seemed to revel in a state of comfortable ecstasy. A gray mist enveloped its form, intertwining with a sanguine energy that coursed through its skeletal frame, rendering the bones increasingly compact under the influence of this gray energy and blood essence. It appeared as though the little skeleton was digesting a blood-red gemstone. Contemplating this, Su Ping decided against sending it into battle and instead instructed the Thunderlight Mouse to engage alone. The combat prowess of this colossal crawling skeleton evidently surpassed that of the humanoid skeleton they had previously encountered. The Thunderlight Mouse struggled to react to its speed, however. It was fortunate to possess the secret technique Thunder Flash, which afforded it the chance to confront foes above its station, coupled with Su Ping's ability to resurrect endlessly. It wore down the enemy gradually, opting for a war of attrition. With a resounding crash, after 100 revivals, the Thunderlight Mouse suddenly unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the crawling skeleton from a distance of several meters. Su Ping was momentarily taken aback, for he had never witnessed such an attack before. Using an identification spell, he soon discovered that the Thunderlight Mouse had acquired a new ability called Flying Thunder Arrow. This intermediate lightning ability, typically wielded by lightning-affiliated flying creatures, had been drawn forth from this little creature under duress. Su Ping couldn't help but chuckle, although it was an intermediate ability. Its capacity for ranged attacks rendered it quite impressive. This indicated that, under the circumstances of repeated close-range sacrificial attacks utilizing Thunder Flash, the Thunderlight Mouse had been compelled to devise a long-range offensive strategy. With the mastery of Flying Thunder Arrow, its combat power reached 4.3, rivaling many fourth-stage battle pets. After approximately an hour, the crawling skeleton finally collapsed, its dark, murky energy depleted, unable to mend its shattered bones, allowing the Thunderlight Mouse to dismantle its entire body. Su Ping watched in amusement as the little skeleton grasped a sharp bone knife. Appearing to wear it as a weapon, he was curious about its purpose, noting that digestion seemed to require considerable time. Glancing at the blood-red gemstone within the little skeleton's skull, he observed that the blood essence had been steadily absorbed, causing the gemstone to shrink slightly. Without pausing for rest, Su Ping commanded the Thunderlight Mouse to search for nearby prey to lure in. Evidently, these skeletal beings possessed a rudimentary form of intelligence, perhaps remnants of consciousness from their former lives, enabling them to utilize equipment. Su Ping promptly ordered the little skeleton and the Thunderlight Mouse to engage together. Wielding its small bone knife, the little skeleton charged toward a nimble crawling skeleton. Upon sighting the little skeleton, both adversaries seemed entranced by some force, abandoning their assault on the Thunderlight Mouse to rush toward the little skeleton instead. The little skeleton swung its knife, attempting to cleave the crawling skeleton, yet failed to sever its bones, and was instead struck by the skeleton's sweeping limbs, sending it sprawling. Remarkably, its form appeared far more resilient than before, sustaining no disintegration. Su Ping cast an identification spell, revealing the crawling skeleton's combat power to be 5.2, significantly surpassing that of the little skeleton and Thunderlight Mouse. The crawling skeleton lunged towards the little skeleton, its jaws wide open, intent on devouring it. However, the giant skeleton that followed swiftly brought down its bone shield upon the crawling skeleton, liberating the little skeleton from its grasp. The giant skeleton then stomped down, intending to consume the nearly dismantled little skeleton, its dark, murky energy swirling as if to assimilate the entire form. With a crack, the little skeleton's body shattered, and the blood-red gemstone fell from its skull, hovering towards the giant skeleton's head. At that moment, Su Ping received a resurrection notification. He paused, astonished that the blood-red gemstone had emerged following the little skeleton's demise. Was this a result of incomplete absorption? Without further contemplation, Su Ping swiftly resurrected the little skeleton, instructing it to join forces with the Thunderlight Mouse to concentrate their attacks on the giant skeleton. In actuality, besides the little skeleton and the Thunderlight Mouse, the previously shield-struck crawling skeleton also turned to pounce upon the giant skeleton, vying for the blood-red gemstone. Utilizing Thunder Flash, Su Ping directed the Thunderlight Mouse to penetrate into the giant skeleton's head and seize the gemstone. The Thunderlight Mouse, understanding the command, flickered continuously, appearing within the giant skeleton's massive cranial cavity, securing the gemstone. Then, with a flash of electric energy, it escaped, reappearing before Su Ping after 2 more rapid movements. Su Ping caught the blood-red gemstone clutched in its mouth, promptly storing it in his inventory. Attack! Su Ping commanded, sending the Thunderlight Mouse and the little skeleton forth to strike. Chapter 35. I once traversed Skull Mountain and Blood Sea. After countless resurrections, the 2 skeletons were finally exhausted and slain by the Thunder Rat and the little skeleton. Su Ping did not rest. leading the Thunder Rat and Little Skeleton to continue searching for other prey on this colossal skull mountain, even though they were the weakest entities here. When his mind grew weary, he would restore it through self-inflicted demise. One person led a rat and a skeleton, battling their way along the skull mountain until they encountered creatures so powerful that they were forced to reincarnate elsewhere, and then set out to conquer again. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping had lost count of how many times he had been resurrected. Nor did he know how many places he had randomly visited. He remembered skull mountains with towering piles of bones, dark forests that sucked the life energy, and a boundless blood sea filled with blood bubbles. He had witnessed all kinds of undead creatures, some hideous and twisted, some exquisitely enchanting, some as weak as ordinary skeletons with a combat power of no more than 5 points, while others were unimaginably powerful, with volumes like gigantic mountains, making it impossible to see their full appearance. In such a treacherous environment, Su Ping, the Thunder Rat, and the Little Skeleton were also growing at an accelerated pace. Bang! 2 grim-faced specters, before they could pounce, were suddenly enveloped by a large mass of lightning, instantly annihilating their pale, transparent bodies. A purple figure leaped out, lightning currents coursing through its fur, landing nimbly and walking past the place where the specters had been annihilated, continuing forward. Behind it, a person and a skeleton followed closely. Compared to 3 days ago, the Thunder Rat's appearance had not changed much, except that the color of its fur was deeper, and the fur also contained a rich lightning energy. After all, its own level was only Tier 2, and continuously casting numerous high-level lightning skills placed a great burden on its own energy. Therefore, as early as when it comprehended Thunder Severance, it had slowly learned more profound energy storage methods, compressing the energy in its body to the limit, filling every part of its body. The total storage of lightning energy alone was no less than that of Tier 5 or 6 lightning pets. Undead fruit. Su Ping suddenly saw a few brightly colored blood-red fruits hanging on a gray, strange tree in front of him. The surfaces of these fruits faintly had human face outlines. They were a favorite food of a few demon-type pets, containing the power of the undead, and were rarely available for purchase in the Federation. After all, each fruit here represented a human life. Attack. Upon receiving Su Ping's thought, the Thunder Rat immediately burst into lightning, gathering a ball of lightning, and suddenly shot it towards the roots of the fruit tree. Bang! At the moment the lightning ball approached, the roots under the fruit tree suddenly burst out of the soil, shooting towards the lightning ball, instantly dispersing it. But several roots were scorched and fell powerless to the ground. Bang! 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 The Thunder Rat continuously unleashed lightning bombardments. The roots of the fruit tree became fewer, and finally, unable to parry, it was hit in the trunk, smashing out a scorched black mark. Faintly hearing a shrill scream from under the tree, Su Ping showed no mercy. This undead tree specialized in preying on other lives. Even some skeletons and specters would become its fertilizer. The lightning-type pet was its nemesis. Soon, the fruit tree was completely broken. Su Ping stepped forward and picked off the undead fruits, storing them in the storage space. The space is almost full. Looking at the storage space that was almost overflowing, Su Ping frowned slightly. It was filled with pet food that he had collected casually in the past 3 days. There were still 2 days of nurturing time left, and he could still collect some more, but this space might not be enough. System, can the storage space be upgraded? Su Ping asked silently in his heart. Yes. How much energy does it cost? Each cubic meter of expansion requires 100 points of energy. Okay. Su Ping did not haggle, because it was useless. He used the remaining energy to upgrade the storage space. This time, he had come to a top-level nurturing plane with a 9,000 energy ticket, and he did not want to miss out on some pet food because the storage space was not enough. Unfortunately, the pet food collected here is almost all unpopular demon-type pet food. It's not sold in ordinary places, and no one buys it. It will take more time to sell it, Su Ping thought to himself. After collecting the fruits, Su Ping continued to explore forward. After inadvertently being ambushed and killed several times, Su Ping had explored this area almost completely, and once again chose to randomly resurrect, switching to another place to continue. The 5th day. It's almost over. Before a steep cliff, Su Ping looked at the turbid sea of corpses in front of him, which was soaked with countless bones and corpses, rising and falling with the waves. Su Ping was already immune to this purgatory-like scene. At his feet, 2 small figures stood quietly. Compared to 5 days ago, the difference in their appearances was not significant. The little skeleton's change was more obvious. The bones of its entire body had changed from grayish-white to deep dark black, and there were faint blood streaks flowing inside the bones, like blood vessels. The little skeleton's height was still at Su Ping's knees, and it had not grown taller. In its hand, it held a sharp bone knife, more accurately a dagger. And this bone knife came from a skeleton monster nearly 10 meters long, forged from its fangs. In just 5 days of training, the little skeleton already resembled a native skeleton of the chaotic nether realm. The energy it released was no longer a thin gray energy, but a deep, dark turbid aura, surrounding its body and the bone knife. There's no road, let's go. This blade is relatively sharp, with a faint dark turbid aura on it. Uffed. Su Ping's expression was natural as he stabbed the blade into his chest. When he felt the pain, he grimaced slightly, miscalculating and stabbing too lightly. His body fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the crimson sky, feeling the rapid loss of blood, Su Ping sighed in his heart. This was simply wasting time. The thunder rat and the little skeleton stared at him blankly, somewhat anxious, but not knowing how to help. Although such scenes had happened many times, each time they felt the master's life weakening, the power from the contract would make them extremely anxious, wanting to do something. Before long, in another place in the chaotic nether realm, a person, a rat, and a skeleton appeared out of thin air. After a brief look around, they launched a fierce attack on the surrounding undead creatures. Peach Blossom Creek Street, Little Rascal Pet Store. The roller shutter door was tightly closed, and the store was pitch black. Suddenly, a vortex appeared out of thin air in the store, and then 3 figures were spat out from it. As the vortex gradually disappeared, a pair of black eyes opened, seeing the long-lost familiar store, smelling the unprecedented fresh air. Su Ping felt as if his whole person had been resurrected from numbness, and life had returned. Chapter 36. The Chaos Star Power Diagram Ding. The main quest has been completed, and the host has received a reward. Would you like to claim it? Ding. The side quest First Cultivation Order has been completed, and the host has received 3 force pills. Would you like to claim them? Su Ping was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. Indeed. Aside from their arduous efforts, the environment of the Chaos Undead realm played a significant role. As a premier cultivation dimension, the realm was saturated with an intense aura of the undead. Merely breathing in the air could gradually transform living beings into undead. For the little skeleton, this was the ideal world, allowing it to ascend from mediocre talent to above average in just 5 days of fervent battle. Currently, the little skeleton and the Thunderlight Rat's combat prowess had exceeded their peers by several streets. There was simply no comparison. Su Ping performed an identification spell. Little skeleton attributes, demon-type pet level, upper second-tier combat power, 7. For quality, above average abilities, rebirth, undead servitude, blood spirit transformation, intermediate swordsmanship, puppet control, corpse poison. Darkness blinding, corpse howl. Apart from its initial racial skill limb reassembly evolving into rebirth, the little skeleton had also comprehended numerous other intermediate to advanced undead abilities, among which undead servitude was an exceedingly rare secret technique. The potency of undead servitude primarily depended on the surrounding environment. The more corpses present, the more terrifying this ability became. Meanwhile, the blood spirit transformation ability allowed it to convert consumed blood into its own power. As for the intermediate swordsmanship, it did not belong to the undead abilities. Only a few humanoid pets possessed it, and its strength was merely moderate. The subsequent skills, such as puppet control and corpse poison, were exceptionally useful, causing most battle pets to encounter great headaches. Despite being merely an upper second-tier creature, the little skeleton's combat power had reached an astonishing 7. 3, comparable to most ordinary 7th-tier pets. Su Ping was exceedingly pleased. When the little skeleton's combat power had reached 7. 1, its identified quality was already above average, and in the subsequent half-day, it had improved by another 0. 3, demonstrating that the Chaos Undead realm truly was its paradise. On the other hand, the Thunderlight Rat attributes, Thunder-type pet level, middle 3rd-tier combat power, 7. 3 quality, above average abilities, Thunder Charge, Thunder Flash, multiple Thunder Shadow after images, Thunder Break, Thunder Armor, 10 Directions Thunder Prison, Bloodthirsty Bite, Thunder Roar, Soul Devour, Undead Claws. Life Drain, Undead Summon, Death Deception. Aside from the prefix Shadow, the Thunderlight Rat possessed a plethora of abilities. First and foremost was Thunder Charge, an upgrade from Lightning Dash, categorized as an advanced Thunder-type pet skill. However, it was rather common among high-tier pet techniques, as most ordinary high-tier pets had already replaced Lightning Dash with Thunder Charge. Secondly, Thunder Shadow Afterimage had been further enhanced, capable of creating up to 4 afterimages at once, totaling 5 along with the main body. The subsequently comprehended Flying Thunder Arrow had also evolved into 10 Directions Thunder Prison, featuring a greater attack range, wider area of effect, and increased power, a requisite for offensive high-tier Thunder-type pets. Thunder Roar was also an advanced pet skill, rather common, serving as a deterrent technique for high-tier pets. Beyond these Thunder-type skills, the subsequent abilities were quite unique. Soul Devour and Life Drain were capabilities possessed by undead-type pets within the demon classification, being relatively common. Undead Claws were also a standard undead pet skill, while Undead Summon was classified as an intermediate undead pet skill, enabling the summoning of undead allies. Lastly, Death Deception was a genuine undead pet skill, allowing one to feign death and completely mask their life force. To his surprise, even a Thunder-type pet could comprehend undead techniques. Such cross-species comprehension of abilities was rare and seemed to arise only from fortuitous circumstances or prolonged exposure to adverse environments. Su Ping, observing the undead summon, found it both amusing and peculiar. Imagining a low-tier Thunderlight Rat suddenly casting undead summon in the arena, calling forth an undead to fight alongside it, was a scene that could utterly shatter one's worldview. After spending 5 days in the Chaos Undead realm, it appeared that this little creature had undergone slight mutation. Within its body, alongside Thunder energy, lay a mixture of undead energy, thus enabling it to wield undead pet techniques. Looking at the Thunderlight Rat beside him, Su Ping noted that, on the surface, it resembled an ordinary Thunderlight Rat. Only upon closer inspection could one discern subtle differences in fur color, fang length, and pupil hue. This led him to speculate that if he were to take the little skeleton to a thunder-based dimension like the Thundercloud Sea, perhaps it too could master a Thunder-type pet technique? Su Ping couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the little skeleton clumsily waving its hand to unleash a thunder strike. Nonetheless, he felt that enabling a pet to cross-species comprehend abilities was no trivial matter. It was important to recognize that this was a premier cultivation dimension, where the thick aura of the undead in the air had a profound effect on the Thunderlight Rat. In other dimensions, such intense environmental influence might not be present, and only through ordinary battles could comprehension be achieved, likely requiring an exceedingly protracted period. What a remarkable Thunderlight Rat, Su Ping lamented. Yet he felt reassured knowing he still had the little skeleton. After sending both pets to the pet chamber, Su Ping spent his remaining 10 energy points to purchase a basic nurturing spot for the little skeleton, allowing it to recuperate within. What on earth is this Chaos Star power diagram? Su Ping wondered curiously. Just as he agreed to claim the reward, an overwhelming ancient aura surged into his mind, instantly drawing his consciousness into a vast expanse of the universe, rendering him a minuscule fragment of awareness amidst the starry skies. Surrounding him were spiral galaxies, stars swirling all around. In the next moment, these cosmic vistas rapidly condensed into a beam of light, merging into his body, with each galaxy corresponding to various parts of his anatomy. The Chaos Star power diagram, an ancient and profound consciousness emerged from the information, revealing that the reward for the main quest, the Chaos Star power diagram, was, in fact, an exceedingly old star power cultivation manual. Su Ping was somewhat astonished. The method of cultivation within the Chaos Star power diagram was truly staggering, employing the self as an expansive universe and referencing the stars to correspond with the acupoints, muscles, and bones throughout the body for cultivation. This was entirely different from the rudimentary understanding he had of the Federation's star power cultivation. Chapter 37 Extraordinary Cultivation. Is this an ancient cultivation method that has been lost to time? The art of stellar energy cultivation. It involves perceiving the energies of the surrounding world and storing them within the primordial nucleus of one's cells. Subsequently, one weaves and compresses these energies within the nucleus to construct a vortex of primal force. Through the countless vortices within the myriad cells, one can influence external energies and thus manifest stellar techniques. The chaotic stellar energy diagram offers an exceptionally detailed explanation of this cultivation, ushering Su Ping into an entirely new realm. In this moment, Su Ping awakened in the truest sense, stepping from the perspective of an ordinary individual into the world of beast masters, witnessing the application of extraordinary powers. With a swift closing of his eyes, Su Ping surrendered his thoughts to the marvels of the chaotic stellar energy diagram. The initial phase of cultivation proved arduous yet exhilarating, immersing Su Ping in a state of utter self-forgetfulness. In profound stillness, he contemplated his own existence in the cosmos around him. Before long, he sensed a nebulous flow of stellar energy swirling about his body, as light and fine as flowing sand. His consciousness, akin to a pair of great hands, gently gathered this energy, which seemed to be summoned by his will, gradually drifting toward him and permeating the surface of his body, ultimately entering the primordial nucleus within his cells. This process unfolded smoothly, filling Su Ping with both surprise and elation. However, while the primordial nucleus appeared minuscule, it seemed to encompass the vastness of the universe. The misty stellar energies that entered the nucleus felt as though they had plunged into an entirely different cosmic expanse, becoming infinitesimally small. Su Ping continued to gather and absorb the surrounding stellar energy, yet his perception and the range of his consciousness were limited. He could only extend his reach to a 2-meter diameter centered around his body. The gathering of stellar energy progressed gently and slowly, and despite his anxious thoughts, he could not hasten the intake, as such impatience would only lead to chaos within the energy, further diminishing the absorption rate. Surrounded by the ethereal stellar energy, the minuscule amount that was absorbed into his primordial nucleus remained nearly imperceptible. How could such a trivial quantity of energy possibly form a vortex within the nucleus or even fill it entirely? As he continued to gather energy, Su Ping's initial excitement began to wane, and he gradually realized that this cultivation of stellar energy was not a task to be completed in a day, but rather a gradual accumulation over time. The true challenge lay in the unwavering perseverance required to continue. Although the act of gathering stellar energy was effortless and the process devoid of obstacles, the cultivation of a stellar vortex demanded a daily commitment to the same actions, requiring a level of patience that transcends the ordinary, along with an extraordinary willpower capable of enduring the monotony that inevitably accompanied such endeavors. This was the essence of the cultivation's difficulty. The chaotic stellar energy diagram begins with the first stage, the stellar vortex realm, which primarily focuses on condensing stellar energy within the primordial nucleus to form a vortex. Once the vortex is established, one can utilize stellar techniques to influence the external world. The second realm is the celestial realm. This stage necessitates filling the primordial nucleus with stellar energy, solidifying the vortex, resulting in an explosive release of power akin to the detonation of countless stars within oneself. At this point, one's physical strength could rival that of a colossal beast of the same rank, or even surpass it. The third realm, the stellar chart realm, remains distant and unattainable for me at present. Slowly, Su Ping opened his eyes. The initial 2 realms of the chaotic stellar energy diagram did not involve intricate techniques. They were primarily focused on the accumulation and sedimentation of stellar energy. After cultivating until his consciousness grew weary, Su Ping discovered that the stellar energy within his primordial nucleus remained exceedingly sparse. The prospect of forming a vortex seemed daunting, let alone manifesting even a wisp of energy. Such a result was undeniably disheartening. This despair, akin to a heart demon, could hinder cultivation, leading to discouragement. This was indeed the essence of the cultivation's difficulty. I still possess 3 primal force pills. Su Ping suddenly recalled the other reward he had, and his spirits lifted instantly. These pills could enhance his stellar energy cultivation. Such items that directly elevate one's capabilities are extremely valuable within the Federation, typically accessible only to the affluent and powerful. This explains why those dazzlingly talented individuals often hail from privileged backgrounds, while ordinary people face nearly insurmountable odds in striving to reach such heights. With a thought, Su Ping retrieved them from his storage space. He held 3 primal force pills in his hand, each a coffee-colored capsule, roughly the size of a thumb. He gently inhaled their fragrant aroma. How should I consume these? Su Ping inquired of the system. Why does that question seem oddly familiar? Su Ping raised an eyebrow, placing 1 pill in his mouth, slowly chewing and swallowing it. As he chewed, he felt a surge of pure stellar energy flowing into his body, converging in his stomach, and then gradually radiating throughout his entire being. Su Ping soon realized that the stellar energy within the primordial nucleus of his cells had noticeably increased. Where there had once been a pitch-black void with only the faintest traces of energy, now there were hundreds of vibrant threads of stellar energy. This single pill must be worth the equivalent of hundreds of days of my cultivation. Su Ping's eyes gleamed with excitement. He promptly closed his eyes again, focusing his consciousness within the primordial nucleus of his cells, allowing the stellar energy to transform into delicate strands of energy, weaving together to form the base of a sandglass-shaped vortex. However, the stellar energy was still insufficient to create a vortex. Without hesitation, Su Ping consumed another primal force pill. Once more, the stellar energy within all his cell nuclei surged forth in a torrent, flooding into the primordial nucleus. Su Ping directed his consciousness to gather this energy into the sandglass vortex, weaving the outer layer. Yet, halfway through, he realized he was running low on energy. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the last remaining primal force pill. In an instant, this pill ignited within him, transforming into a mighty torrent of stellar energy that coursed into every cell's primordial nucleus. Su Ping seized the moment, completing the weaving of the outermost layer of the vortex in one breath. Buzz! Su Ping felt a subtle tremor throughout his body, as if colliding with the very fabric of the world. An unprecedented surge of power surged from every corner of his being, filling him with an exhilarating sensation that he could tear apart a fierce tiger in an instant. Within him, each cell's primordial nucleus housed a minuscule vortex, slowly rotating within the dark confines. With each rotation, it propelled forth a powerful force, granting Su Ping an endless wellspring of strength. Moreover, Su Ping discovered that the faint stellar energy clinging to the surface of his body, akin to dust, was drawn toward the vortex, merging with it, gradually and painstakingly augmenting its power. Chapter 38. The panel. Could this be considered a reluctant entry into the star vortex realm? Observing the minuscule star vortex within the primordial core, Su Ping couldn't help but smile wryly. It was a far cry from the description of the star vortex realm in the chaos star power diagram. The true star vortex realm is characterized by swirling star power, akin to a tempest, spreading throughout the entire primordial core. Yet, the star vortex he currently possessed resembled a mere small galaxy within the dark cosmos, surrounded by vast expanses of darkness. However, despite being a diminutive star vortex, it already exhibited the traits of the star vortex realm. His body incessantly absorbed the ambient free star power, compensating for the energy expended during his daily movements, while also facilitating a gradual enhancement of his star power cultivation. Of course, this rate of growth paled in comparison to active training, but fortuitously, small accumulations can lead to significant advancements, thus indirectly improving his cultivation speed considerably. There remains ample room for progress, nonetheless. Despite not having fully attained the true star vortex realm, my body has already been reinforced several times over. Su Ping could feel a surge of power within him, surpassing that of an ordinary person. His vision had also sharpened, enabling him to discern the pitch-black surroundings, clearly viewing the pet food and price tags on the shelves, an ability not possessed by the average individual. I wonder what level my current strength corresponds to among battle pet masters. It should have reached the first tier, right? Su Ping mused. The host panel had long been unlocked, allowing for a glimpse into his own attributes. The system spoke with an indifferent tone, tinged with a hint of disdain. Su Ping raised an eyebrow, accustomed to the system's eavesdropping on his thoughts, having long realized that it was far from a conventional system. Yet, he couldn't deny its capabilities were quite impressive. Panel. Su Ping silently intoned, and a virtual panel suddenly materialized before his eyes. Su Ping attributes: human level, minor completion of star vortex realm combat power, 3/5 rating? Is that all? Su Ping found himself at a loss for words upon seeing this exceedingly simplistic panel. However, upon noticing that his level was labeled as minor completion of star vortex realm, he felt a slight sense of relief. This indeed indicated that he had stepped into the star vortex realm. Combat power of 3/5. Could it be that my strength has already reached the third-tier battle pet master level? Su Ping was taken aback. If that were the case, it would be rather formidable. After all, he had never trained before. Today marked his first foray into cultivation. This suggested that the 3 primordial power pills he had consumed were exceptionally potent, with each one seemingly enhancing his combat power by 1 point, equivalent to a rank advancement. From awakening at level 0 to suddenly leaping to the third-tier battle pet master level, a feat comparable to many elite students at prestigious star pet academies. No wonder these primordial power pills were only effective for low-tier battle pet masters. They were, in fact, extraordinary pills capable of directly promoting one's rank. Su Ping marveled at the system's prowess. All his arduous efforts in completing such a challenging task had not been in vain. By the way, what does this rating mean? And why is it a question mark? Su Ping recalled the mention of a rating by the system when he received his task. If the rating fell below a certain threshold, there was a risk of obliteration, an attribute crucial to his very existence. The host's rating can only be viewed by this system. The system replied nonchalantly. Su Ping felt exasperated. The system was undeniably overbearing, wielding too much power. Suddenly, Su Ping felt that the format of his panel looked somewhat familiar. It seemed remarkably similar to that of a Battle Pets panel. No, it was essentially identical. The only difference was that aptitude had been replaced with rating, while everything else remained unchanged. Could it be that in the eyes of the system, I am also regarded as a battle pet? Su Ping was momentarily stunned. Is that so? Su Ping couldn't resist probing further. What the hell? Su Ping sprang to his feet, seething with rage. I treat you as a system. And you regard me as a pet. First time. Now you realize you can speak? Second time. You even skipped the courtesy of a warning? Damn it. Crackling. Lightning danced in the dark store, and the previously lively figure suddenly stiffened, then convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Su Ping almost groaned. Damn it. First time. Su Ping quieted down. As the excruciating pain gradually subsided, he slowly rose, sitting despondently. He attempted to pull out a cigarette from his pocket, only to discover he hadn't purchased any, letting out a resigned sigh and saying, "At least if you won't let me see it. You ought to tell me how far I am from being obliterated." The host need not worry. The passing grade is 60 points, while the warning threshold is 70 points. Upon reaching 70 points, this system will notify you that the host is performing well, the system stated. Su Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Having a 10-point grace period was rather decent. Be gentle, Li Qingru softly remarked upon hearing Su Ping enter. Your sister is practicing upstairs. She has a competition at her academy in the coming days. Please do not disturb her. Oh, Su Ping nodded. I'm hungry. Wash your hands first. I will heat up some dishes for you. Thank you. Despite not being his biological mother, Su Ping felt a warm familiarity. Everything felt delightful, except for, Mom, why are there only peppers left in the spicy chicken cubes? Ridiculous. There's still a lump in there. Your sister ate the rest. Mom, why is there only potato and fatty meat left in the braised pork? Your sister has been busy cultivating lately and needs to replenish her strength. Then what am I supposed to eat? Isn't there still a plate of green vegetables? Before sleeping, I should practice a bit. Then I can sleep soundly when I'm tired. Su Ping executed a graceful turn and collapsed onto the comfortable bed, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding star power. Suddenly, he realized that his perception of star power had expanded, far exceeding the 2-meter diameter he had initially sensed while just beginning to cultivate. His consciousness radiated outward in a circular pattern, enveloping the room, revealing countless strands of free star power in the air. Su Ping suddenly noticed that these star powers seemed to be drawn toward the outside of his room. His consciousness immediately followed, observing that all the star power appeared to be converging toward the room across the hallway, which happened to be his sister Su Lingyue's room. Chapter 39. Stealing Knowledge. A flicker of realization ignited within Su Ping as he subtly reached out with his consciousness. He observed the star power, flowing like quicksand, seeping through the walls and crevices of the door, gradually drifting into Su Lingyue's chamber. Within her room, the star power swirled with heightened velocity, coalescing into a vortex. At the center of this gathering was a slender figure, shrouded in the ethereal glow of star power. It was none other than Su Lingyue herself. Was she also cultivating? Su Ping raised an eyebrow, noting the silhouette outlined by the star power. It was then that he discerned that her method of absorbing star power starkly contrasted with his own. In Su Lingyue's room, her body resembled the bottom of an hourglass, drawing in the star power that drifted into her space, gradually forming a vortex. The closer the star power approached her form, the more frantically it spun, culminating in a near injection of energy as she voraciously absorbed it. Her rate of absorption surpassed his own, and significantly so. Could she truly control the speed of star power absorption? Perhaps this was the very technique imparted at the Star Pet Academy. Su Ping had previously endeavored through various means, unable to hasten his absorption of star power, mistakenly believing that the rate was immutable. However, Su Lingyue's cultivation unveiled a novel understanding. Astonished, Su Ping began to scrutinize her method closely. Soon, he noticed that her absorption was predominantly concentrated around her abdominal dantian, where a miniature vortex of star power spun rapidly, generating a formidable gravitational pull. This force not only affected the star power within her body, but also extended outward, creating a larger external vortex. The gravitational influence reached beyond his conscious perception, drawing in star power from the surrounding space, which, upon entering the external vortex, became part of her own absorption. A realization dawned upon Su Ping. It was the gravitational force. How simple a solution it was. How had he not conceived it earlier? Indeed, while one cannot control the star power beyond their body, they can govern the energy within. I shall give it a try. He commanded the vortex within all his cellular nuclei to spin rapidly. Suddenly, a tempest erupted beside Su Ping's bed, conjuring a gust that lifted the sheets fluttering in the air. The star power nearby, which had been drifting slowly towards Su Lingyue's room, became chaotic, akin to a swarm of ants in a hot pan, frantically scurrying about his body. Su Ping paused, swiftly ceasing the rotation. Was the star power in disarray due to the chaotic gravitational forces? He furrowed his brow, realizing that the simultaneous spinning of all the vortices within him had thrown the delicate star power into turmoil. After a moment's contemplation, he attempted to emulate Su Lingyue's technique, concentrating to create a large star vortex at a specific point within his body. With a whoosh, the star power that had been drifting towards Su Lingyue's room suddenly halted, drawn by a force that spiraled toward his abdominal dantian. It worked. Elated at the discovery of the external star vortex's structure, he noticed strands of star power from Su Lingyue's room being slowly drawn toward him. My gravitational pull is stronger than hers. Su Ping was taken aback and promptly ceased his absorption. In her room, Su Lingyue, reclining on her bed while reading and cultivating, suddenly felt a slight tremor in the external star vortex, causing her to pause. As she set her book aside to concentrate, she discovered that the vortex had returned to its normal state, leading her to believe that the earlier sensation was merely a figment of her imagination. How peculiar, she mused. But upon finding everything back to normal, she dismissed the thought and resumed her cozy embrace of the soft pillow, indulging in her favorite world of spirited youth manga. Unlike other girls, she held no affection for romantic dramas or films, nor for comics. After all, having a rather disappointing brother had thoroughly shattered any illusions she might have had about boys. Unaware of the external happenings, Su Ping noted her stillness, his gaze flickering with newfound determination. Now that he had observed Su Lingyue's academic cultivation method, his own approach to star power cultivation had been entirely illuminated. If he could generate a star vortex within himself to absorb energy, perhaps he could also create a reverse star vortex. What effects might that yield? He was eager to experiment. Drawing upon his previous experience with the chaotic star power diagram, Su Ping felt confident in his ability to conjure a vortex. He confined his consciousness to the area surrounding him, not exceeding the confines of his bed, and swiftly condensed a reverse vortex. Before long, another star power vortex emerged at his dantian, but this time it did not draw in the surrounding star power. Instead, it expelled the energy around him, creating a region devoid of star power, an area of energy vacuum. Indeed, the outcome aligned closely with Su Ping's expectations. Though the vacuum appeared to serve no immediate purpose, it was nonetheless a successful endeavor. Observing the displaced star power racing towards Su Lingyue's room, Su Ping paused, a new hypothesis forming in his mind. However, this would necessitate the creation of 2 star vortices. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. While the task seemed challenging, it also promised excitement. He wasted no time in attempting this dual vortex creation. Soon, Su Ping conjured 2 star vortices within his body, one oriented forward and the other backward. In the space just outside the wall behind him, a multitude of free star power was drawn in by the vortex, surging into his back. Yet, rather than absorbing this energy, he released it from the front of his body. His form acted as a conduit, consolidating the surrounding star power before channeling it outward. The expelled star power, having been constricted within his body, became denser and was subsequently drawn toward the star vortex in Su Lingyue's room. As Su Lingyue immersed herself in her manga, she suddenly felt a warm sensation in her abdomen, an unparalleled comfort enveloping her entire being. Reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring, she couldn't help but let out a soft murmur of delight. Startled, Su Lingyue sat up. How could the concentration of star power have increased so dramatically? Chapter 40. Daily routine. Indeed, it proved effective. Su Ping sensed within his consciousness that the compressed stellar energy he had produced was being absorbed by Su Lingyue. This condensed stellar energy was evidently more nourishing than the loose, free-flowing energy. Thus, Su Ping essentially had the ability to assist others, accelerating their cultivation of stellar energy. He had acquired yet another skill. Yet, although the results aligned with his expectations, this ability seemed utterly useless. He could barely cultivate for himself, let alone play the role of a mere facilitator for others. Su Ping shook his head slightly, ceasing the output of stellar whirlpools from his chest. Had it returned to normal? Su Lingyue was about to rise to investigate when she suddenly sensed that the concentration of stellar energy in the room had reverted to its original state. She paused momentarily in surprise. Previously, she had heard her teacher mention that some powerful beings emanated an incredibly dense aura of stellar energy. Could it be that a formidable individual had just passed by downstairs? A hint of doubt flickered in Su Lingyue's mind as she stood and pulled open the cartoon bear-printed curtains, then opened the window to peer outside. Their residence was situated by the roadside, and at this late hour, the street was devoid of any passers-by. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Su Lingyue concentrated and discerned that the surrounding stellar energy had indeed returned to normal. She sensed nothing amiss. It appeared that the powerful entity had already departed. A tinge of disappointment washed over her as she felt a pang of frustration. To encounter a powerful being capable of unconsciously thickening the stellar energy around them was a rare chance. Such individuals were renowned battle pet masters, the idols pursued by countless admirers. Regrettably, she had missed the opportunity to witness one up close. However, one day, I too shall become such a formidable force. Su Lingwei resolved inwardly, lifting her chin defiantly. She adjusted the curtains, then leaped onto her bed, joyfully indulging in her comic book once more. Let us try synchronizing the stellar whirlpool. In the room, Su Ping continued experimenting with different methods of stellar energy cultivation. His initial foray into this realm had ignited a fervent curiosity, prompting him to test his hypotheses one by one, immersing himself in the process with unrestrained delight. As he reached the halfway mark of his exploration, Su Ping sensed that Su Lingwei in the adjacent room had ceased her cultivation, seemingly having fallen asleep. Glancing at the time, he realized that it was indeed late, 2 in the morning. I should also retire for the night, otherwise, I won't be able to rise in the morning. I'll continue my experiments later at the shop. With a yawn, Su Ping halted his new endeavors, swiftly constructing a normal stellar whirlpool within himself, engaging in routine cultivation while retrieving his phone to watch a few low-quality films. In less than 5 minutes, he felt himself drifting into a sleepy haze. Time to rise. A sweet, sultry voice, laced with a hint of playfulness, wafted over from beside him. Su Ping cracked open his eyes slightly, greeted by the light of dawn, signaling that morning had arrived. He rubbed his eyes and turned toward the source of the voice, only to be met with a ghastly visage, adorned with flowing blood and writhing maggots. What a grotesque sight so early in the morning. Is this an attempt to ruin my appetite and steal my breakfast? Having endured the chaotic realm of the undead, Su Ping had long since become immune to such horrors. Compared to the bizarre entities he had encountered there, this ghastly face was almost palatable. He blew a playful kiss. Ugh. It wasn't a question, but rather a drawn-out expression of disdain. Su Ping raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the girl standing at the door. Is there no new trick up your sleeve? How boring. Disgusting. Su Lingwei regarded him with utter revulsion. How could anyone possibly consume such a sight? This guy is indeed a beast. Seeing her extreme aversion, Su Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't she the one who could conjure such a repulsive face with the illusion flame beast? And now she forbids others from sharing a kiss? Where's the fairness in this? Not wanting to engage in a petty argument, Su Ping deployed his ultimate expulsion technique, tossing off the covers as he declared, I sleep in the nude. Huh. In response, a cold laugh echoed back. Su Ping was taken aback. What is the big deal? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Su Lingwei scoffed dismissively. Su Ping was instantly flustered, his mind buzzing. Seen it? When did that happen? There's no recollection of it in the original owner's memories. Oh right, as a child, he did run around naked. You remember such trivial matters? Su Ping was astounded. Do you think my mind is as dull as yours? I'm a genius, do you understand? Su Lingwei mocked, casually summoning forth a dark, fuzzy ball from under the covers, none other than the illusion flame beast known as Snowball. The illusion flame beast begrudgingly rose, casting an angry glare at Su Ping before hopping onto Su Lingwei's shoulder. Clang. Su Lingwei elegantly turned and shut the door. It seems that retreating won't work. I must respond to violence with violence, after all. Su Ping gazed at the trembling door, shaking his head slightly, letting out a sigh. By the time he changed his clothes and ventured downstairs for breakfast, Su Lingwei had nearly finished her meal. Yeah, are you done eating? Hurry up. We need to set off. Came the voices of several girls from outside the door. Su Ping raised an eyebrow and spotted 3 girls around Su Lingwei's age standing at the entrance, evidently her classmates. Almost done, Su Lingwei replied quickly, throwing on her coat with swift movements. Su Ping's brow furrowed. Her tone at that moment was nothing like the usual roughness she displayed when speaking to him. This voice was soothing, gentle, and imbued with a refreshing clarity. If one were to listen, they would undoubtedly perceive her as a refined lady. Before long, Su Lingwei, now properly dressed, departed with her classmates. In the courtyard outside, Su Ping could still faintly hear their voices. Given his current enhanced physique, his sense of hearing was exceptionally acute. Is this the useless brother you mentioned? He certainly looks quite disheartened, one girl remarked. Though he seems rather unremarkable. He is quite handsome. The genes in Ye's family are indeed exceptional. Disheartened? Su Ping felt a pang of exasperation. Which of you saw me looking disheartened? However, while they might lack discernment in other areas, their taste in aesthetics seemed commendable. On that note, he could reluctantly forgive them. It appeared that his sister was well liked among her peers, though it was all a facade. Only he knew her true nature. With a light scoff, Su Ping finished his meal in haste, informed his mother, and then rode his bicycle toward the shop. This included the blood-red gemstone he had seized from the throne of bones. These pet foods were bizarre and varied, yet under the system's scrutiny, they posed no obstacles. The price list soon emerged. It seemed there were quite a few good items. Although Su Ping lacked knowledge of their value, he could discern the disparities from the prices. The pet foods this time generally ranged around 700 to 800, with very few below 500. However, among them were a few worthless items that could only fetch a mere few dozen coins. Chapter 41. Bloodline of the Skeleton King. Su Ping disregarded the three-digit prices of the pet food and focused on the higher-grade offerings. The purple bamboo ghost flower was priced at 26,000 for a single bloom. The soul core cost 10,000 for one. The bone lotus, however, was astonishingly priced at 1,200,000. Upon counting the zeros, Su Ping realized it amounted to 120,000. His breath quickened. 120,000. When converted to energy, that equates to 12,000 points. Moreover, this was a free entry, making it a pure profit. The bone lotus, a crystallization from a royal skeletal creature, harbors a dense aura of necromancy, capable of allowing advanced undead pets to ascend directly by one tier. If administered to a 9th-tier creature, there is a 5 chance it could directly evolve into a king beast. Awestruck by its efficacy, Su Ping was astounded. It was indeed a treasure for promoting high-level pets. Such precious items are exceedingly rare. In fact, Su Ping recollected finding this item at the entrance of an ancient hall. Discovered first by the little skeleton. He remembered the incident well. It was during one of their countless deaths, when they randomly respawned within an ancient hall. The little skeleton had found this item in the remains of a colossal skeleton, over 10 meters tall. Through the little skeleton's gleeful consciousness, Su Ping suspected its value and casually collected it, never anticipating its true worth. Regrettably, shortly after acquiring it, they were obliterated by an inexplicable force before they could explore further. In subsequent defiant respawns, Su Ping was mercilessly eradicated each time, achieving nothing, not even glimpsing the enemy. Ultimately forced to retreat. The item they had casually picked up turned out to be invaluable, while the pet food obtained with great effort, guarded by monsters, was rendered worthless. Noticing some other pet foods with impressive memories, yet marked at merely a few hundred, Su Ping felt a pang of regret, cursing his lack of insight, lamenting his low level of pet food identification. Aside from the bone lotus, the shelf held other pet foods priced in the tens of thousands, each with its unique effects. He moved the calculator over, summing the prices of all pet foods, discovering a total value exceeding 450,000. This meant that selling all these items would yield him 45,000 energy points. 45,000. That could elevate the Chaos Spirit Pool to Tier 3. A Tier 3 Spirit Pool has a low probability of nurturing pets with royal beast bloodlines. Yet, these were all undead pet foods, which have always been somewhat niche, with few users, likely resulting in slow sales. Contemplating this issue, Su Ping couldn't help but frown. Nowadays, young women favored adorable creatures that could both combat and charm, alongside being cuddly multifunctional pets. While undead pets showcased commendable combat prowess, their appearance was too grim, either skeletal figures or blood-soaked apparitions, which might induce discomfort during battle, leading to perceptions of psychological unhealthiness. Humanity has always been a superficial race, judging by appearances. However, if humans weren't so appearance-driven, what would be the value of my handsome visage? Su Ping soon reconciled himself to this notion. Although sales might be challenging, quality goods would eventually find buyers. After organizing the pet food on the counter, his gaze fell upon the remaining blood-red pearl. This item had already been identified by the system as the Blood Spirit Pearl, a seemingly ordinary name. Yet its worth was extraordinary, priced at 15 million. Indeed, 15 million, over 10 times that of the bone lotus. This was the most valuable item he had acquired during this journey. Technically, it wasn't classified as pet food, but within the system's parameters, anything absorbable could be categorized as such. This item originated from the royal bloodline of the skeleton race. A life essence crystallized from the Skeleton King, akin to a human female's placenta. Its singular effect was to enable any skeleton to transform into the bloodline of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King represents the highest and most powerful lineage within the skeleton race, not to be confused with royal beasts. Su Ping did not include this item in the pet food inventory nor intended to sell it. Although 15 million is a considerable sum, an amount ordinary individuals might never earn in a lifetime, money could be regained, whereas such treasures are rare and elusive. The bloodline of the Skeleton King, in Su Ping's eyes, was worth far more than 15 million. The system simply had ample resources. With strength comes abundant wealth. In the elite nurturing realm of the Chaos Undead realm, Su Ping had witnessed countless terrifying monsters and some ancient beings that had survived for eons. He grasped the vastness and grandeur of this world. Only strength remains the sole capital that transcends time. This item was perfectly suited for the little skeleton, whose aptitude was already above average, vastly surpassing countless lower-tier skeletons. If it were to acquire the bloodline of the Skeleton King, its combat potential would surge. Su Ping was generous. With strength, one could obtain even greater treasures. Simply hoarding wealth would be counterproductive. Furthermore, even if he sold this item for energy, converting it into 15,000 points would not suffice for upgrading the Chaos Spirit pool to Tier 4, which required 1,000,000 energy points. He was still far from that goal. For him, the energy obtained from selling the remaining pet food would be entirely sufficient. If absolutely necessary, he could always invest his own resources to visit other nurturing realms. Upon entering the pet chamber, Su Ping found the little skeleton and the thunder rat peacefully slumbering within the nurturing barrier. Approaching the little skeleton, he gently roused it and, amidst its dazed expression, presented the blood spirit pearl. Upon seeing the pearl, the little skeleton's eyes gleamed a vibrant crimson, brimming with excitement. As it accepted the blood spirit pearl, it immediately inserted it into its skull, where it swiftly embedded itself, quietly revolving and emitting a faint flow of blood energy that coursed through the little skeleton, gradually altering its bloodline. Joyful thoughts resonated within the little skeleton's consciousness, causing it to dance with glee. Feeling its exhilaration, Su Ping smiled softly and stroked its little head, realizing that it would not be so easy to break its neck now. Little one, from now on, you'll be relying on yourself, Su Ping chuckled. The little skeleton seemed to comprehend his words, nodding vigorously, drawing the bone knife embedded in its hip and waving it as if to prove its reliability. Time flew by. The number of customers visiting the store was scarce. Occasionally, someone would arrive, only to be startled by the prices displayed on the counter, the lowest being in the dozens. Most around several hundred, prompting them to turn and leave. For 2 consecutive days, although there were visitors, not a single item was sold. On the 3rd day, Su Ping continued his routine, arriving at the store, dusting off the counter, and immersing himself in his training. Before long, a customer entered. "Boss, we're here to collect our pets." A sweet voice chimed. Su Ping looked up to see the same 2 individuals again. Upon beholding the sign for Mischief Pet Store, Su Yinying felt a surge of warmth. Revisiting this enigmatic establishment filled her with a blend of excitement, anticipation, and longing. After a mere 3 days of separation, she was eager to embrace her cherished companions. Although some had grown to immense proportions, requiring her to crane her neck in admiration, she regarded them as her own offspring. Some she had acquired as mere pups and nurtured into adulthood, while some matured rapidly, reaching their prime within 3 to 5 years. Their size had increased from easily held to capable of carrying her upon their backs. "I wonder if this proprietor has taken proper care of your pets," mused Lan Lele, who accompanied Su Yinying, ostensibly as a bodyguard but also to keep a watchful eye, ensuring that the significant sum they had invested was not squandered by the owner. Upon their entrance, Su Ping ceased his cultivation and, with an impassive countenance, directed, "Await here." He then proceeded to the rear of the store, where he roused the 3 pets entrusted to his care, along with the thunder rat. "Emerge," he commanded, releasing them from the nurturing confines of the fosterage barrier. Sensing Su Ping's unwavering will, the pets reluctantly emerged from the barrier, their movements languid. As they left the fosterage barrier, their astral contracts with Su Yinying reconnected, allowing them to perceive each other's presence. "It is them," Su Yinying exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight as she sensed her pets just beyond the wall. She strained on tiptoes, her face brimming with anticipation. Su Yinying was taken aback. Through the astral contracts, she distinctly perceived a profound sense of reluctance emanating from her pets. After only a few days of separation, they displayed no elation at seeing her, only an overwhelming sense of longing. Longing for what? "Depart, depart," Su Ping urged impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. The pets, possessing a degree of sentience, gazed at him with pleading, watery eyes. However, Su Ping remained unmoved, urging them to hasten their departure. Su Yinying sensed their dejection, leaving her bewildered. This was not the joyous reunion she had envisioned. Should they not have bounded toward her with unbridled glee? frolicking at her side? Why did they appear so dispirited upon seeing their mistress? Su Yinying glanced at the thunder rat at her feet. Previously, it had greeted her with unrestrained enthusiasm, but now it appeared crestfallen and listless. This, Su Yinying stammered, feeling a pang of disappointment and a desire to weep. Su Ping, too, noticed their melancholy and reluctance, which surprised him but was not entirely unexpected. The primary fosterage birth, constructed with spirit stones, provided constant nourishment from spiritual energy. The pet's experience within was akin to soaking in a hot spring during winter. To be abruptly removed was bound to elicit some form of displeasure. Proprietor, why do they appear so listless? Lan Lele inquired, sensing something amiss. Su Ping retorted coldly, how would I know? You are their caretaker. Should you not be aware? You. Lan Lele exclaimed, her face contorted in anger. Su Ping scoffed, should I care for you for a couple of days? Would I then be privy to your every whim and emotion? Yinying, there is something peculiar here, Lan Lele urged. Su Yinying demurred gently, I only sense their longing. If they are so attached to this place, it indicates that the proprietor has not mistreated them. On the contrary, he has provided excellent care. I should express my gratitude to him. Ah? Lan Lele stammered, dumbfounded. Attached? They are attached to this place? She found it inconceivable that pets could develop such strong affections after only a few days of fosterage, even with astral contracts facilitating emotional exchange. The bond between master and pet typically began with mere obedience. Severing the contract would render them indifferent. It is true, Su Yinying affirmed with a wry smile. She, too, found it difficult to comprehend. Only exceptional treatment could foster such attachment. This suggested that the store was remarkably conscientious. Lan Lele hesitated, trusting Su Yinying's judgment. There was no reason for her to favor the proprietor over her. It seemed she had been mistaken. Glancing at Su Ping, whose expression remained impassive, Lan Lele swallowed her apology, pretending nothing had happened as she scrutinized the pets. Their injuries seemed to have healed, she observed. After a closer inspection, Lan Lele conceded that Su Yinying was correct. Despite their despondent mood, the pets were fully recovered from their injuries. Moreover, they appeared healthier than before, their coats more vibrant. The flames on the vermilion bird's feathers more intense, indicating exceptional care. Su Yinying nodded slightly. She had noticed this earlier, although the healer had predicted a 3-day recovery. The pet's injuries had clearly healed sooner, implying that they had received genuine treatment, not merely boarding and feeding. As for Su Ping's claims of improved comprehension and enhanced physique, she could not immediately verify them. She was content with the healing alone. I wonder how it fared with its nurturing? Su Yinying's gaze shifted to the thunder rat at her feet. She squatted down, stroking its small head to assuage its melancholy. As she petted it, she noticed that its fur had deepened in color, becoming nearly black rather than dark purple. Furthermore, she sensed that her other pets were reluctant to approach the thunder rat. Consequently, the thunder rat was closest to her, while the others remained at least 2 meters away, seemingly disinclined to be near it, lacking their usual affection. Proprietor, has it changed much since before? Su Yinying inquired. Su Ping replied nonchalantly, it is at least several times stronger than before. Although the battle prowess statistic had only doubled, that was merely a numerical representation, not a true reflection of combat capability. The leap from Tier 3 to Tier 7 represented at least a 10-fold increase in strength. Perhaps even more. 100 Tier 3 pets would be utterly defenseless against a Tier 7 pet. Several times stronger? Su Yinying repeated incredulously. Lan Lele's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting that Su Ping had misspoken. Could such a significant improvement occur in just 3 days of nurturing? Did he fancy himself a top-tier nurturing master? Even the most esteemed nurturing masters would hesitate to make such a claim unless employing arcane techniques. However, who would expend such effort on a mere thunder rat? Besides, the sum they had paid hardly justified such an endeavor. Chapter 43, Training Test Boss, are you serious? Su Yinying couldn't help but exclaim, suspecting that Su Ping might be jesting or mocking them, given his rather unapproachable demeanor. Su Ping, noticing their disbelief, could not be bothered to elaborate. He let out a sharp whistle towards the Raijin mouse at his feet, transmitting his thoughts wrapped in star energy, shadow clone technique. Although there was no contract to maintain it, the lethargic Raijin mouse instinctively responded to Su Ping's intent. In an instant, it erupted with electric energy, manifesting 2 shadowy figures enveloped in crackling lightning. 3 in total. Each Raijin mouse assumed a different posture. Some gazed around, others dashed towards the door, while one kept watch beside Su Yinying. This is a multi-shadow clone technique. Su Yinying and Lan Lele were momentarily stunned at the sight. The ability to conjure two clones was astonishing. Moreover, the distinct movements of the three Raijin mice were far beyond what an ordinary shadow clone could achieve. It was remarkably lifelike. This lazy creature. Su Ping felt a tinge of annoyance at the mere two clones produced, yet he refrained from insisting on further demonstrations. After all, the mere enhancement of the multi-shadow clone ability was already worth the 10,000 he had received. The shadow clone technique had indeed advanced to a higher level. This is incredibly powerful. Both Su Yinying and Lan Lele were taken aback. The fact that the Raijin mouse had previously comprehended the shadow clone technique was already a significant treasure, yet it had now evolved into a multi-shadow clone. A feat not easily achievable even by many advanced lightning-type beasts. In just 3 short days, the advancement of a high-level pet skill was inconceivable without the presence of a nurturing master at this establishment. What does it mean to have a nurturing master? Even a 9th-tier battle pet master would treat them with utmost respect. Reflecting on her earlier attitude, Lan Lele felt a flush of embarrassment and a hint of trepidation. Overlooking Su Ping's indifferent expression, she lowered her head and said, "Boss, I misunderstood you earlier. I apologize." "Not a problem." Su Ping had long since dismissed the prior incident and asked, "Is there anything else you need? Perhaps some pet food?" The two girls paused momentarily, their gazes sweeping over the multitude of pet food options displayed on the counter. Upon seeing the prices, their eyes twitched in shock. Su Yinying hesitated. However, remembering the remarkable transformation of her Raijin mouse, all thanks to this pet shop, she bit her lip and said, "I don't have much money. Could you recommend some affordable pet food? How much do you have?" Su Ping inquired. "Then I'll take this." Su Ping turned to select a suitable fire spirit grass. Just enough for the Raijin mouse, priced at 1,200. Gazing at the diminutive crimson grass, barely 10 centimeters long, Su Yinying's eyelids twitched. 1,200 for just one blade. Considering the Raijin mouse's potential, she clenched her jaw and made the payment. Next to her, Lan Lele understood her thoughts and refrained from objecting, viewing it as a token of gratitude for nurturing the Raijin mouse. Su Ping placed the grass into a transparent jar and handed it to Su Yinying. Accepting the fire spirit grass without a glance, she promptly stowed it away in her satchel and sincerely thanked Su Ping once more for his nurturing. Her gratitude was genuine. After witnessing the multi-shadow clone technique, she harbored no doubts, convinced that her Raijin mouse had indeed been nurtured here. Without the Raijin mouse, she might have faced defeat even when summoning her 100-toothed beast in the last selection, which would have not only been embarrassing but could also severely impact her post-graduation career. It was safe to say that the shop had been her salvation. As she and Lan Lele departed, Su Ping found himself choking on words that remained unspoken. It's fine to say thank you, but you could also contribute a bit more. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, the two glanced at the time, relieved to see it was just 10 o'clock. "Yinying, slow down, your match starts at 11:30. "We still have time," Lan Lele said, slightly breathless and flushed. Su Yinying's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to head to the training ground first and see how they perform." "Sure, I'll accompany you," Lan Lele replied, her eyes gleaming at the thought of the Raijin mouse. The pair soon arrived at the academy's training grounds, which were expansive, featuring 20 distinct arenas, each with a unique environment, including forests, magma pools, and water zones. Depending on the type of pet, different training arenas could be selected. Additionally, there was a standard comprehensive training ground, which boasted an ordinary setting and environment that battle pet masters frequently encountered, as few would fight in an environment where their opponent excelled. Thus, combat effectiveness in standard environments was even more crucial. At this moment, most students were observing matches, resulting in no queues at the training grounds. Su Yinying approached the terminal at the entrance, logged into her student account, deducted her credits, and selected an arena. She chose the standard arena for a 2-person practice match. Lan Lele also logged in, deducted her credits, and accepted Su Yinying's invitation to join her team. Without any waiting, the screen promptly assigned them the arena number 08 after their selection was completed. Su Yinying and Lan Lele stepped inside. "Yinying, let me test your Raijin mouse." Lan Lele was eager to battle a Raijin mouse that had mastered high-level pet skills. The thought alone was exhilarating. She summoned her strongest pet, the Earth Buddha. This high-bloodline rock-type creature was fully petrified, humanoid in shape, and named for its resemblance to an ancient Buddha. "How sly," Su Yinying replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Although the Earth Buddha had yet to reach maturity and was not classified as a high-level pet, it was still a 5th-tier beast. Battling her Raijin mouse with a 5th-tier beast, especially with a type advantage, felt rather unfair. Nevertheless, since it was merely a training test, She also wished to witness whether the multi-shadow clone technique could deceive a fifth-tier beast. Star Shield. Lan Lele stuck out her tongue, summoning the Star Shield as she entered the arena. The previous encounter where the Raijin mouse had used clones to divert a beast while its true form launched a surprise attack on the pet master made her wary. With a dismissive snort, Su Yinying commanded the Raijin mouse at her feet, "Go." Instantly, the Raijin mouse sensed its owner's battle intent and transformed from its previous lethargy. Unbeknownst to anyone, a fierce, bloodthirsty glint flashed in its tiny eyes, a manifestation of its frenzied desire for battle. Chapter 44. The evasive Earth Bodhisattva Zong Zong, defeated, commanded Lan Lele, directing the Earth Bodhisattva before her. With a swift motion, she enveloped it in a gust of wind, causing a whirlwind to spiral around the creature, enhancing its agility and mobility. Roar. The Earth Bodhisattva, originally standing on one leg like an ancient Buddha in meditation, felt its master's intent. Its suspended foot abruptly descended, and its four eyes suddenly opened wide, emitting a fearsome roar. This roar resonated with the fury of a wrathful deity, brimming with intimidation. Ordinary low-tier beasts would shrink back in fear, for this was a fundamental intimidation technique of high-tier beasts, exerting absolute dominance over lesser creatures. Though the Earth Bodhisattva had yet to reach adulthood and attain higher ranks, it still emanated a daunting aura. Su Yinying immediately glanced at the Thunderlight mouse before her, noticing its bristling fur, seemingly frightened. However, from the emotional signals emanating from the Thunderlight mouse, she sensed a fierce battle spirit, almost frenzied, akin to a wild stallion set free, giving her an impression of being unable to restrain it. Earthquake technique. Lan Lele took the initiative, commanding the Earth Bodhisattva to launch a direct assault. Boom. The ground beneath the Earth Bodhisattva suddenly cracked, fissures racing towards the Thunderlight mouse and Su Yinying behind it. The bloodthirsty gleam in the mouse's eyes reflected the figure of the Earth Bodhisattva ahead, an overwhelming desire for bloodlust surging forth, rooted in countless frenzied slaughters. At that moment, as the battle commenced, the Thunderlight mouse's bloodlust reached its zenith. Battle is but slaughter. This was the essence of its training. Just as it was poised to act, an urgent thought pierced through. Quickly use multiple Thunder Shadow clone. This thought belonged to Su Yinying. As she observed the Earth Bodhisattva's attack unfold, she promptly responded by having the Thunderlight mouse employ its strongest technique, multiple Thunder Shadow clone. Her primary intent was to ascertain whether the Thunderlight mouse multiple Thunder Shadow clone could deceive the Earth Bodhisattva's judgment. Defeating it had not crossed her mind. After all, the Earth Bodhisattva was a fifth-tier beast. Though Lan Lele was not a renowned name on the Academy's combat rankings, her beast strength was among the elite in the institution. The reason she had not showcased her prowess in competitions lay entirely in her penchant for leisure and her own insufficient skills as a beast master. One must understand that mere strength of the beast is insufficient. The mastery and command of the beast master are equally crucial. An exceptional beast master can empower their beast to fight beyond its rank. In an instant, 3 Thunderlight mice appeared on the field. However, they did not scatter in different directions but instead surged collectively towards the Earth Bodhisattva, showing no intent to mislead it. Su Yinying was taken aback. Were they truly attempting to confront the Earth Bodhisattva head-on? Yet, it was a fifth-tier beast, and moreover, a creature of a higher bloodline, inherently possessing greater capabilities than other fifth-tier beasts, supplemented by advanced inherited techniques. Disperse the shadows and maneuver around it, Su Yinying hastily commanded. The bloodthirsty glint in the Thunderlight mouse's eyes waned, momentarily flickering with hesitation, but ultimately, it complied with Su Yinying's directive, splitting into 3 routes towards Lan Lele behind the Earth Bodhisattva. Ying, have it engage with Zong Zong. My star shield is quite weak, Lan Lele exclaimed as she noticed the 3 Thunderlight mice charging forth. Despite their seemingly adorable demeanor, these little creatures possess the lethal power to easily slay. Rest assured, I am merely testing whether your Earth Bodhisattva can discern its true form, Su Yinying replied, simultaneously conveying her will to the Thunderlight mouse, prompting it to feign an attack on Lan Lele. Roar. The Earth Bodhisattva, witnessing 2 Thunderlight mice racing towards its master, let out an enraged roar. It struck the ground with its palm, causing the earth around Lan Lele to tremble and rapidly erecting several earthen walls that enveloped her within. Subsequently, it lunged towards the ground as if diving into water, its body seamlessly melding with the earth. In less than 3 seconds, it erupted from the ground, blocking the path of one charging Thunderlight mouse. Boom. Its body, adorned with fearsome spines akin to a sea urchin, struck down the Thunderlight mouse with a single punch. Clone. Su Yinying exclaimed with surprise upon witnessing the scene. Even a 5th-tier beast had been misled, showcasing the extraordinary success of the Thunderlight Mouse's disguise. If it could deceive the eyes of a beast, it could certainly trick those of other beastmasters. After all, the beastmasters she encountered were primarily classmates of similar age within the academy. Such advanced techniques were hardly common knowledge at the university, likely only discernible by exceptionally powerful instructors who could detect subtle distinctions between truth and illusion. Boom. After shattering the Thunderlight Mouse's clone, the Earth Bodhisattva was engulfed by the explosive electric light of the remnants. However, being a 5th-tier Earth-type beast, it efficiently transmitted the lightning into the ground, sustaining no injuries. Its body contracted once more, submerging underground. The 2 Thunderlight mice on the field halted simultaneously. One of the mice exhibited increasingly chaotic electricity, revealing its status as a clone, becoming easier to identify with the passage of time. In contrast, the true Thunderlight mouse remained motionless, pressing tightly against the ground, its blood-red eyes fixated without a blink. Suddenly, its eyes flickered. Boom. The ground beneath it erupted violently, sending soil flying. The menacing figure of the Earth Bodhisattva burst forth, seemingly striking the Thunderlight mouse. In a flash of lightning, the mouse teleported. Previously, the Thunderlight mouse struggled with mastering Lightning Flash, employing it sparingly. Yet, in the Chaos Undead realm, it relied on Lightning Flash for close encounters, making it now exceedingly proficient in this ability. Amidst the swirling dust, the Earth Bodhisattva appeared momentarily bewildered. It had not sensed that it had struck its opponent. Just as it stood in astonishment, a crackling surge of electricity erupted, and in an instant, a figure materialized before it. Those were eyes filled with brutal bloodlust, radiating a violent rage. Lightning slash. Boom. The almost instantaneous manifestation of the lightning slash swept across, cleaving into the Earth Bodhisattva. However, in its moment of panic, the beast reacted swiftly, instinctively raising its earthen armor. With a crack, it was struck and fell to the ground. As it tumbled, its body, akin to falling into water, sank into the earth, vanishing from sight. Chapter 45, The Fear of the Thunderlight Mouse. Upon witnessing the Thunderlight Mouse being sent flying by a sudden burst of earth, Su Yinying was taken aback. Despite the Thunderlight Mouse's keen understanding, it remained a low-tier pet beast, and such a blow would undoubtedly cause severe injury. A thick mist enveloped the creature, prompting Su Yinying to hastily summon her 100-toothed evil tiger to rush into the arena and assist the Thunderlight Mouse. Lele, quickly command your pet to halt, Su Yinying urged. Realizing too late that Lan Lele was encircled by earthen walls, likely unable to hear her voice. Oh no. Just then, the 100-toothed evil tiger had already leaped into the fray, its massive form dispersing the smoke to reveal the Thunderlight Mouse lying unscathed on the ground. Su Yinying stood frozen in disbelief. How could it be unharmed after being struck so forcefully? Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and additional earthen walls rose outside the protective barriers around Lan Lele, stacking 3 high and forming a solid defense. Su Yinying could only stare in astonishment. What did this mean? Were they not planning to launch an attack? However, if the Earth Abbot chose to remain solely on the defensive, she found herself at a loss. After all, it was a 5th-tier creature, renowned for its defensive prowess, while her strongest companion, the 100-toothed evil tiger, was merely mid-level in the 4th tier, rendering them ineffectual against it. Moments later, the earthen walls gradually parted, revealing a small opening through which Lan Lele cautiously emerged. Once she confirmed the absence of immediate danger, she looked at Su Yinying with confusion. What just happened? What? Su Yinying was bewildered. Just now, the Earth Abbot sensed a formidable danger and confined me inside. I was puzzled about what threat could exist in our academy's training ground, but now it seems like nothing is amiss. A sense danger? Su Yinying was filled with questions. Everything had seemed fine. What possible threat could there have been? Moreover, her pet had shown no signs of distress or awareness of any danger. Could it be that the Earth Abbot had misinterpreted the situation? Turning to glance back, Lan Lele spotted the Earth Abbot cowering in the shadows behind the earthen wall. Trembling slightly, its eyes wide with fear. How strange. She tilted her head, utterly baffled. Su Yinying noticed the terror etched upon the Earth Abbot's face and felt a jolt of surprise. Pet beasts were inherently simple creatures, and such fear could not be feigned. This indicated that something indeed threatened the Earth Abbot, instilling in it a genuine sense of peril. Yet, she had been fully present throughout the ordeal and had perceived nothing unusual. Wait, could it be? Su Yinying's mind raced back to the conclusion of the battle, when the Earth Abbot had launched a surprise attack on the Thunderlight Mouse and then retreated. The Thunderlight Mouse had emerged unscathed, suggesting that the Earth Abbot's strike had missed. Logically, it should have pursued the attack, unless something had compelled it to withdraw, something it feared. Could that something be the Thunderlight Mouse itself? The thought struck Su Yinying with astonishment. Was it truly possible? The Thunderlight Mouse was a low-tier creature, although it had grasped advanced techniques. Its potential was ultimately confined to the limitations of a low-tier beast. How could a proud, high-blooded Earth Abbot fear such a creature? Lele, have your Earth Abbot come over here, Su Yinying announced suddenly, eager to confirm her hypothesis through a simple test. Lon Lele blinked in confusion but complied, sending a mental command to the Earth Abbot. Though it resisted the command, its body obediently approached, albeit at a sluggish pace. Thunderlight Mouse, go to its side, Su Yinying instructed telepathically. The Thunderlight Mouse sensed its master's intent and gracefully crawled forward, moving with the elegance and stealth of a cat, despite being a rodent. Even though Su Yinying and Lon Lele were accomplished students, their perspectives were limited. They failed to notice the latent power and lethal intent hidden within the Thunderlight Mouse's every movement, its aura exuding the silent promise of an imminent strike. As the Earth Abbot, slowly approaching the Thunderlight Mouse, beheld the creature's gradual advance, its expression of terror intensified. Its feet seemed to freeze in place, the ground beneath trembling slightly as it instinctively fortified its defenses with layers of earth. Indeed, witnessing this scene, Su Yinying was filled with awe. The Thunderlight Mouse truly instilled fear in the Earth Abbot. This was the Earth Abbot, a renowned high-tier rock-type beast, a veritable star among pets. Yet here it was, trembling before a common Thunderlight Mouse. Something must have transpired that she was unaware of. If that were the case, then the Thunderlight Mouse's abilities extended beyond merely the multiple Thunder Shadow afterimage. It must possess other formidable powers. Su Yinying's heart raced with excitement as she speculated. The mere thought of the multiple Thunder Shadow afterimage had already thrilled her, and now the potential of additional hidden capabilities sent her imagination soaring. Surely the shop owner had not mentioned these abilities, perhaps even they were unaware of them? If so, she had struck gold. This establishment was truly commendable. Though it appeared to lack clientele, it seemed few were aware of its existence. She resolved to visit the shop several more times before it gained popularity, perhaps even securing a membership card. Su Yinying's mind was already racing with possibilities. Ying? Lon Lele observed the dazed, smiling Su Yinying and felt a hint of unease. Could her Earth Abbot have been frightened by her? Oh. Lon Lele dismissed the thought, not pondering it further. The Earth Abbot's fear was of little concern to her. She had never been particularly focused on the matters of pet beasts. With her family's resources, she could easily become a prominent figure on the Academy's combat rankings if she only dedicated more attention to it. As the practice continued, after employing the 100-toothed evil tiger, falling phoenix, and rock ugly beast in succession, Su Yinying noticed a remarkable improvement in the strength of her 3 fostered pets. Although their progress was not as pronounced as that of the Thunderlight Mouse, they had at least increased their combat capabilities by nearly 50%. The previously 4th-tier 100-toothed evil tiger, which had been no match for the Earth Abbot, was now able to hold its own against it, even showing no signs of inferiority. As a frequent sparring partner, Lon Lele also sensed this change, astonished that in just 3 days, Su Yinying's pets had seemingly undergone a transformation, their combat prowess visibly enhanced. Could this be attributed to the nurturing provided by that pet shop? Lon Lele's eyes sparkled with insight. As the daughter of a merchant, she possessed an innate ability to recognize opportunity, sensing that this shop held tremendous potential for profit. Before long, the practice concluded, and Su Yinying glanced at the time. It was nearly time for the competition to begin. She refrained from exhausting her pets further, having kept the previous battles brief. Let us go. Su Yinying felt elated and invigorated. Initially, she had not given much thought to winning the upcoming annual championship, but after witnessing her pet's transformation during the practice, she felt a surge of determination to strive for victory. Chapter 46. Understanding the Blazing Radiance. In the Star Pet Battle Arena, a resounding cheer erupted, filling the air with exuberance. The ordinary students who did not get the chance to compete were equally thrilled as they watched from the stands. By this point, the participants who had made it through the preliminary rounds were nearly all among the top 100 on the Academy's power rankings, showcasing the exceptional talents of the institution. The stakes of the competition had undeniably escalated, with summoned beasts being no less than 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier beasts rarely making an appearance. If they did, they would inevitably falter without a glimmer of hope. When formidable contenders faced off, the atmosphere in the arena would reach a fever pitch. With only 10 minutes remaining, there was no need for haste. Su Yinying and Lon Lele arrived at the venue and quickly settled into their designated area. At that moment, another match was underway. featuring two skilled participants engaged in a fierce contest. As Su Yinying glanced around, she suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon her. Turning her attention forward, she discovered the source of the stare, a figure with a cool, upright posture, known as Jiang Hanque, often referred to as the ice block. Though there had initially been no connection between them, the whispers of those around her had conjured an inexplicable sense of rivalry. The power of rumor was formidable. Gradually, she found herself increasingly aware of Jiang Hanque, and over time, they truly became competitors. The earlier gaze had undoubtedly come from Jiang Hanque. A spark ignited in Su Yinying's eyes. Having assessed the strength of several summoned beasts, she felt an unwavering confidence that she could surpass her opponent. No longer facing a stalemate as before. Yingying, it's almost your turn. Be careful. I await your triumphant return, Lan Lele encouraged, glancing at the electronic scoreboard. Su Yinying smiled slightly, reassuring her, fear not. I have thoroughly analyzed my opponent. I can easily crush them with just Luofeng. At that moment, the announcer called out Su Yinying and her opponent's names, prompting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Within the academy, Su Yinying was somewhat of a celebrity, having secured a position among the top 10 on the senior girls' power rankings, and thus, she drew considerable attention. Soon, her opponent took the stage, a short, stout boy. Su classmate. If I win, will you grant me an autograph? Right here on my chest. I promise I won't bathe for the rest of my life. The boy boldly proclaimed as he stepped onto the platform. The audience erupted in boos. Su classmate belongs to us all. Who dares to lay claim? Hearing the uproar, Su Yinying furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, let us see if you can win first. All right. The stout boy seemed emboldened and quickly summoned his pet, a mid-tier water-type beast known as the water-concealing beast. This humanoid creature, resembling a mass of water, excelled in stealth and assassination, wielding an elemental dagger that could meld with its watery form. Without hesitation, Su Yinying summoned Luofeng. With a piercing cry, Luofeng appeared, drawing gasps from the audience. For it was a high-tier beast of noble lineage, destined to reach its full potential as a high-level creature upon maturity, an exceedingly rare find incomparable to lower-tier beasts. Fiery flames danced around Luofeng, resembling a divine bird amidst the flames. In a battle of elemental strengths, the true test would be the combat prowess of the contenders. As the referee announced the start, the stout boy immediately conceded defeat. This outcome was anticipated by all present. Su Yinying regarded her opponent with a hint of approval, but suddenly noticed a glimmer of satisfaction on his face as he recalled his beast. A slight frown crossed her brow. Something felt amiss. At that moment, the stout boy summoned a second beast, a rock-type creature. While not particularly advantageous against Luofeng, it possessed significant resistance to fire. It was the Earthcaptor beast. Upon seeing this creature, Su Yinying's expression shifted subtly. The Earthcaptor was a notable rock-type beast, although it could not directly counter fire-type beasts. It was the bane of flying creatures. Apologies, Su classmate. I have meticulously researched all your match records over the past 3 years and am well acquainted with your beasts. Luofeng is your most formidable contender. The Earthcaptor and the Hundred-Toothed Tiger, while powerful, are straightforward brawlers. They can merely overpower you head-on. Only Luofeng poses a genuine challenge. Even a 5th-tier beast would struggle to defeat it, as it would be gradually worn down. Of course, you also have that exceptionally gifted little mouse, but in such a competition, it holds little value. My Earthcaptor alone could easily dispatch it. The stout boy remarked with a smug smile, believing the outcome of the match had already been determined. Su Yinying's expression darkened. She had investigated her opponent's records, but the Earthcaptor had not been included, which explained her earlier decision to summon Luofeng without hesitation. Oh, I forgot to mention. I exhausted all my pocket money saved over the past 3 years for this match. I rented the Earthcaptor and my trump card a month ago, all for this tournament. The stout boy's eyes gleamed with ambition. I intend for everyone to remember my name after this competition. I refuse to fade into obscurity during my academic journey. Su Yinying inhaled sharply. 3 years of pocket money. What did that even imply? Are you saying you haven't spent any money over the last 3 years? She inquired incredulously. The stout boy raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly responding, indeed. Then you don't indulge in snacks? Su Yinying could hardly fathom a life devoid of chips, soda, and fried chicken. Such a notion was terrifying. The stout boy frowned. Is now truly the time for this discussion? Why then, are you still so plump? Boom. A soul-crushing blow. The stout boy felt as though he had been struck by an unseen force, his chest tightening as he struggled to contain his response. His lips twitching before he managed to retort hoarsely, Su classmate, you shall regret those words. Will I? Su Yinying raised her hand. summoning a gust of wind that enveloped Luofeng, enhancing its already agile form, causing it to soar with even greater swiftness. Despite facing a nemesis, she chose to engage in battle. Seeking your own demise. The stout boy's expression darkened ominously as he directed his Earth captor with a mental command. Earth prison. Boom. The ground erupted as dozens of spikes surged upwards, racing towards Luofeng in midair. It's the Earth captor's signature Earth prison technique, the announcer exclaimed. Su Yinying's eyes ignited with determination. How could one discern strength without combat? Yes, she faced a counter to her beast, but if her power was sufficient, she could shatter the shackles of her adversary. Crimson Flame Bird. Su Yinying commanded Luofeng to launch an attack. Flame Slash. Two powerful techniques erupted forth from Luofeng, sending a flaming bird diving towards the stout boy. The stout boy scoffed, Earthly Guardian. Boom. Walls of earth rose around him, shielding his form. The Crimson Flame Bird collided with the earthen barrier, instantly disintegrating into sparks. Following closely, the Flame Slash met a similar fate, proving futile. Su Yinying's expression shifted as she realized how resilient the barrier was. How formidable, she muttered. While rock-type beasts possessed considerable fire resistance, this barrier was astonishingly sturdy. It's time to end this, the stout boy declared, utilizing his extended vision technique to assess the battlefield. Noticing Luofeng's attacks were in vain, he smirked. Did you really think I would squander 3 years of savings on a worthless creature? Su Yinying had already cast her extended vision spell and, upon hearing the stout boy's words from within the barrier, her expression changed dramatically as she looked back at the Earth Captor. It was an adult Earth Captor, 5th tier. Upon perceiving the quantity of the Earth-capturing creature's lower jaw horns, Su Yinying's expression swiftly darkened. Were it a mere ordinary 3rd-tier Earth-capturing beast, even with opposing elemental attributes, her falling phoenix would possess the capability to retaliate. However, facing a 5th-tier creature, it is crucial to note that her falling phoenix barely ranks as a 3rd-tier entity. Nevertheless, she still had her Thunderlight Mouse and 100-toothed Fierce Tiger Beast, which served as her trump cards for victory. As she summoned them, a sudden resistance echoed within the consciousness of the falling phoenix. Concurrently, the falling phoenix found itself relentlessly pursued by the earth spikes, cornered against a dirt wall. The falling phoenix unleashed a fiery breath, launching attacks from both sides. Yet the flames merely singed the earth spikes, leaving them charred but largely unharmed. At that moment, a sudden, prideful roar of fury surged into the heavens. With a resounding cry, a wave of flames erupted violently, and simultaneously, an intensely scorching beam of fire swept across the battlefield, severing all the pursuing earth spikes in its path. What had he just witnessed? An 8th-tier fire-type pet skill, Extreme Blaze Ray? The entire combat arena plunged into a brief, stunned silence. Chapter 47. The second astonishment of a genius. Suddenly, the venue erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The Extreme Blazing Ray, an advanced and rare fire-type skill. The assessment of a high-tier pet's qualifications, whether rare or not, is often determined by some scarce pet abilities. Undoubtedly, the falling phoenix before us, which has comprehended the Extreme Blazing Ray, is a remarkable existence even among its own kind. An 8th-tier pet skill. In the audience, several imposing yet restrained figures gazed intensely at the soaring and roaring firebird. Judging by its size, this falling phoenix had yet to reach maturity. Although it possessed a high-tier bloodline, it traditionally did not have the Extreme Blazing Ray among its inherited skills. The fact that this falling phoenix was able to comprehend such an ability during its growth phase showcased an exceptional talent that made them slightly envious. Its master. Could it be that girl? I seem to recall a faint memory. Compared to the pet itself, they were more focused on the pet's owner as battle trainers. After all, the evolution and strength of a pet are inextricably linked to its master. Even a pet of prodigious talent could become a mere shadow of its potential if entrusted to a worthless master. Conversely, an extraordinary battle trainer could gradually unearth the capabilities of even a pet with inferior qualifications, nurturing it to remarkable heights. Ah, I've remembered. Is she not the one who used the Thunderlight Mouse last time? Suddenly, one of them exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the name Thunderlight Mouse, the others quickly reacted, their eyes widening in realization. That Thunderlight Mouse from 3 days ago had indeed been a dazzling spectacle. They had sensed back then that its master was undoubtedly a genius. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Thunderlight Mouse to comprehend so many high-tier pet skills solely based on its innate talent. To their surprise, the girl had once again astonished them. Not only had she nurtured an extraordinary Thunderlight Mouse, but she had also cultivated an exceptionally talented falling phoenix. While this falling phoenix may not match the Thunderlight Mouse's prodigious abilities, it was a high-tier pet with such talent, and combined with its bloodline potential, it would undoubtedly grow into a formidable high-tier battle pet in the future. Deputy Director Dong, what is the name of this girl? Asked a woman with fiery red hair, turning to inquire. Trying to poach her? The others turned in unison, their gaze fixated intently on Dong Songming, a student with such extraordinary talent. If she were to join their battle team, would undoubtedly shine brightly after a few years of training, becoming a brilliant figure on the front lines. Dong Songming, seated nearby, appeared composed as a rock, but felt a surge of excitement within. As a prestigious institution for star pets, nurturing an exceptional genius would undoubtedly extend the school's legacy. If this genius were to join the expedition team and achieve great feats, it would be akin to having a towering tree to rely upon for the academy. She is from Class 2, Year 3, named Su Yinying, Dong Songming replied with a calm smile. Su Yinying. The others exchanged glances, committing the name to memory. Once the competition concluded and they departed, all information regarding this name would be readily available to them. In the arena, Su Yinying remained oblivious to the attention she had garnered from influential figures. Her gaze was fixated on the falling phoenix, her mind buzzing with thoughts. The power of the extreme blazing ray was truly formidable. It was not a dispersive attack of flame energy, but rather a concentrated beam, making it comparable to physical attacks. As the extreme blazing ray swept through, the ground spikes extending outward were severed as if they were mere scraps of paper. With the furious cry of the avian creature, the ray struck towards the stout boy encircled by earthy walls. When did this falling phoenix acquire the extreme blazing ray skill? The stout boy's eyes widened in shock. Comprehending it during battle? How could he have such terrible luck to encounter this? Bam! The earthen wall shattered, the star shield disintegrating into fragments as the ray sliced through the ground, creating a narrow chasm that, though only a finger's width, was unfathomably deep. KO. The stout boy was rescued by the referee just in time, who also declared his defeat. The furious avian creature slowly descended, its fiery wings slightly expanding. Swirling with scorching energy, it had advanced. Su Yinying stared at it in a daze, sensing through their bond that her falling phoenix had ascended from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier. A 4th tier falling phoenix already possessed moderate battle strength. Moreover, having comprehended the rare 8th tier pet skill, its combat power could rival that of a 5th tier pet. Caw! The falling phoenix called affectionately. Just when she thought she would lose this round, it had turned the tables. The ability to comprehend an 8th tier pet skill. Su Yinying still felt it was surreal. What astonishing insight must one possess to achieve this without any guidance whatsoever? Suddenly, she felt as though struck by lightning. The image of that pet shop flashed in her mind. The owner's calm expression, the ability to enhance, insight and improve, constitution. She was taken aback. The 3rd match began, featuring the stout boy against Su Yinying once more. Although it appeared that victory was already assured, there had been instances in prior matches where a 2 o'clock lead had led to miraculous comebacks in the final round. Even the heavens conspired against me. The stout boy's face twisted in rage, his sorrow gradually morphing into resentment, a fierce determination igniting within him. A miracle would not happen a second time. Despite his inability to deal with the most troublesome falling phoenix, he could not concede defeat without a fight. He had prepared his trump card. After 3 years of endurance, he yearned for this moment to ascend, to make the world acknowledge his existence. He would not yield. Come forth, wind demon beast, the stout boy bellowed. The star power coursed from his body like a rushing stream, frantically drawn into the contract before him. Summoning a pet required star power. Summoning a pet of lower rank demanded less star energy, while summoning a pet of higher rank would exponentially increase the required energy. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly swept through the venue. Soft and slow, yet the ground before the stout boy cracked open, torn asunder. A beast nearly 5 meters tall, adorned with peculiar dark green and blue patterns, gradually descended from the contract space. Its form hovered silently before the stout boy, who, upon its arrival, had already exhausted himself to the ground, nearly drained of all energy. Chapter 48. Instant Kill. Instant Kill. Before them stood the wind demon beast, a creature of formidable lineage. This was an adult. As the wind demon beast made its entrance, the atmosphere in the venue thickened with a palpable sense of danger. True to its name, the wind demon beast is a wind-type pet, and its title of demon beast aptly reflects its fierce and brutal nature. It is among the most aggressively formidable of the intermediate beasts. Most strikingly, the beast's massive size and the semi-transparent elemental wind wings behind it unmistakably indicated its maturity. The moment Su Yinying laid eyes on the wind demon beast, her expression shifted dramatically. An adult wind demon beast. This creature was of the 5th tier, and if its aptitude were exceptional, its combat prowess could rival that of a 6th-tier pet. Unlike Lon Lele's earthbound Tathagata, this was an offensive type of pet, known for its extreme aggression. It was common knowledge that Lon Lele's Tathagata was already one of the fiercest pets in the academy. Had it not been for her inadequate mastery, it would certainly be a top contender for victory. This was information that had not been available previously, a hidden trump card. Su Yinying's countenance darkened. She had been overly confident, mistaking her opponent for an inconspicuous figure, only to discover he was a cold, venomous serpent. And this serpent's first strike was fatal. The audience was left in stunned silence. They had believed the outcome was already determined, only to witness a stunning reversal. This was a true miracle comeback. Su Yinying, please summon your battling pet, the referee said, glancing at the wind demon beast with a noticeably serious demeanor before turning to Su Yinying. Grinding her teeth, Su Yinying clenched her fists. Which pet should she send forth? Her falling phoenix had only just broken through to the 4th tier. Even with the high-tier skill, Blazing Ray, it barely reached 5th-tier combat capability, at best mid-tier. As for the 100-toothed fierce tiger and the rock ugly beast, both were 4th tier, considerably inferior to the wind demon beast. Even the exceptionally gifted Thunderlight Mouse, despite its multiple lightning phantoms, was only a 3rd-tier beast. Heh. The stout boy rose from the ground, dusting off his clothes, and looked at Su Yinying's pained expression with a smug smile. Now you realize how terrifying it is that I haven't had snacks for 3 years? Su Yinying's cheeks twitched. She had been slapped in the face. It hurt. She hadn't anticipated losing to such a foe. However, even in defeat, she would not concede so easily. Come forth. Su Yinying summoned the 100-toothed fierce tiger to lead the charge. She had 3 opportunities. She could first exhaust the 100-toothed fierce tiger and Thunderlight Mouse. Then let the falling phoenix take the final stand. Power amplification, gale amplification, perception amplification, and fortitude amplification. She bestowed all 4 foundational amplifications upon the 100-toothed fierce tiger, each at the 3rd tier. Mastering all 4 amplifications to this level was no small feat, as the amplifying energy enveloped the 100-toothed fierce tiger. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the spectators, clearly impressed by Su Yinying's skill in pet training. Humph. The stout boy frowned, then sneered. End it swiftly with universal wind slash. 1 strike to finish. He desired not just victory, but a resounding triumph that would leave a lasting impression on the powerful teams below. The wind demon beast hovered quietly, utterly still. The stout boy froze momentarily, his expression darkening. This wind demon beast was rented, far beyond his own level, making it difficult to control. Damn beast. He cursed internally but refrained from voicing his frustration. With a thunderous roar, the 100-toothed fierce tiger, bolstered by the 4 amplifications, surged forward with a fierce battle power. Its tiger fur bristling as it charged. With a gaping maw, it lunged at the wind demon beast to tear it apart. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swirled around. In the next moment, the 100-toothed fierce tiger's body was suspended mid-air, followed by a cascade of blood as if it were being cleaved by countless invisible blades. Moments later, it was violently hurled backward as if struck by a cannonball. Thud! It crashed to the ground, incapacitated. Instant kill. The arena fell into a stunned silence. No one had anticipated the wind demon beast's ferocity. Was this truly the power of a 5th-tier pet? It was overwhelmingly superior. She had planned to rely on a war of attrition, but now that seemed utterly ludicrous. She spoke bitterly, preparing to concede. Just then, the gentle wind encircling her suddenly intensified, the air thick with lethal intent. Su Yinying was taken aback. The referee, keenly aware of the wind demon beast's intentions, sensed the wind elements around Su Yinying growing denser, and his expression changed. With a whoosh, the ground around Su Yinying erupted with wind scars. Her body seemingly ensnared by blades of wind, caught in the vortex of a tornado. The audience gasped. Was the wind demon beast about to attack Su Yinying? But she had already lost the first round and had not summoned her second pet. This was against the rules. It was out of control. In the audience, a fiery-haired girl furrowed her brows, immediately noticing the problem. Beside her, Dong Soming's expression shifted as he jumped to his feet. Su Yinying was a prodigy, and if she were harmed here, it would be a tremendous loss for the academy. As for the wind demon beast, they could tell at a glance that it was a temporary rental, its owner's strength entirely mismatched with the pet. Damn it. Dong Songming slammed his palm on the table and immediately used his star power to communicate with the referee to subdue the wind demon beast. No one noticed that at the moment the wind elements began to converge around Su Yinying, a figure sprang up beside her feet. It was the Thunderlight Mouse. Its fur bristled, and its tiny eyes gleamed with a violent bloodlust, filled with brutality and ferocity. The crimson gaze fixed intently on the wind demon beast before it. Slaughter! Slaughter! Stimulated by the murderous intent surrounding it, the Thunderlight Mouse surged with adrenaline, its mind consumed solely by the desire to kill. As if commanded by an unseen force, it unleashed a frenzied assault. Kill! 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 A piercing cry echoed unheard, but suddenly, brilliant arcs of lightning erupted forth, dazzling bolts danced around, shattering the invisible blades of wind that threatened Su Yinying. The referee, poised to act, hesitated momentarily, caught off guard. Whoosh! In an instant, the lightning converged into a singular point, abruptly vanishing. It all seemed like an illusion. Yet, 4 to 5 meters away, the Thunderlight Mouse reappeared out of thin air. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished once more. Lightning strike. The audience, including the fiery-haired girl, sprang to their feet, faces etched with disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Flash! 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 In a series of rapid lightning flashes, as the wind demon beast was momentarily dazed, an intense bolt of lightning materialized from behind it, striking down in a furious arc. Boom! The blinding light illuminated the entire arena. When the lightning faded, all eyes were drawn to the charred remains of the massive wind demon beast lying on the ground. Instant kill. The arena was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 49. The Thunderous Abyss. All the students stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the astonishing scene before them. A fully grown wind demon beast, a fifth-tier creature of considerable might, had been decisively vanquished by a mere thunder mouse. And what was more, it had been an instantaneous defeat. Who would dare to believe such a spectacle if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? It was akin to an ant hoisting an elephant and executing a perfect throw. The first to react was the referee standing at the edge of the arena. Though momentarily dazed, he was jolted back to reality by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. As he discerned that this brutal energy emanated from the figure enveloped in crackling lightning, he was taken aback. The Thunder Mouse, its body pulsating with electric energy, slowly approached the seemingly lifeless wind demon beast, poised to deliver a final, lethal blow. Did it intend to kill the wind demon beast? The referee was astonished and quickly glanced at the Thunder Mouse's owner. Was this her intention? It was crucial to note that any malicious attack on an opponent's pet during the competition would lead to disqualification and severe repercussions thereafter. Upon observing the girl's dazed expression, the referee was further perplexed. Wasn't the Thunder Mouse her pet? Why was she so astonished? Did she truly lack understanding of her pet's capabilities? Time was of the essence, and the referee had no opportunity to ponder further or rouse the clearly distracted girl to regain control over her Thunder Mouse. In an instant, he transmitted a thought to his own pet nearby, urging it to act swiftly. Responding to his command, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through the air. Whoosh! A sharp whirlwind erupted, revealing a nearly transparent bird soaring at supersonic speeds. As it entered the arena, the Thunder Mouse, which had been inching closer to the wind demon beast, abruptly halted. It lifted its head, its bloodthirsty eyes locking onto the rapidly approaching bird. Crackle! The ferocious lightning surged from within it once more. Kill! Any who dared to attack would be met with annihilation. This instinct had been forged through countless painful lessons. Boom! In an instant, the Thunder Mouse unleashed a torrent of lightning, transforming it into a thunderous strike that precisely struck the speeding whirlwind. Advanced pet skill, Thunderous Abyss. Crash! The speed of the lightning was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Although the translucent bird moved with remarkable swiftness, it could not react in time. The whirlwind surrounding it was instantly shattered by the thunderclap, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, its body was jolted to a stop, its wings flapping as electric arcs coursed through its feathers, leaving faint scorch marks. The wind god bird. The referee's pupils constricted in horror. This Thunder Mouse had inflicted injury upon his wind god bird. Moreover, it had the ability to sense the bird's movements. It was important to recognize that the wind god bird was a creature of high pedigree, fully matured and ranking at the 7th tier, known for its extreme speed. Even other creatures of the same tier could struggle to keep pace with it, let alone those of a lower tier. And yet, here was a Thunder Mouse, vastly inferior in rank. Thunderous Abyss. In the audience, the fiery-haired woman and others, including Dong Songming, were left in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Having just witnessed the thunder technique lightning flash, they were now confronted with an advanced 8th-tier skill, Thunderous Abyss. This was no less formidable than the extreme scorching ray previously demonstrated by the fallen phoenix. Caw! The wind god bird flapped its wings. Its emerald eyes fixated on the thunder mouse ahead. From the crackling figure, it sensed an unmistakable air of danger. As an advanced pet, its intelligence was on par with that of a human child, and it had encountered low-tier creatures like the thunder mouse countless times. Yet, it never expected that such a creature could inflict harm upon it. Fury. It felt its dignity as a high-tier beast was being provoked by this ignorant existence. The arena was enveloped in a powerful wind elemental force, far surpassing the energy previously generated by the wind demon beast. If the wind god bird so desired, it could overturn the entire venue in an instant. Such was the might of a high-tier pet. Realizing the wind god bird's wrath, the referee quickly attempted to pacify it through thought, simultaneously urging the young girl to restrain her pet. Observing that the thunder mouse had not lost control, the referee sighed in relief, only to then find himself bemused by how a mere thunder mouse had managed to instill such tension within him. Eliciting a silent chuckle of exasperation, the match concluded with Su Yinying emerging victorious. The referee cleared his throat and composed himself before announcing the result. The venue was eerily silent, devoid of cheers. The atmosphere felt profoundly strange. The battle had been so bizarre. How could a thunder mouse defeat a wind demon beast and seemingly engage in a contest with the referee's wind god bird? All the students struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. After a pause of several seconds, someone broke the silence and began to applaud, followed by a cascade of clapping from others, which gradually grew fervent, accompanied by cheers. Although they did not fully understand, they could not deny that this battle had been spectacular, filled with unexpected twists that had broadened their horizons. Su Yinying gazed at the thunder mouse at her feet, her mind swirling with confusion. She was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of a fully grown wind demon beast, as it had been mentioned in textbooks on numerous occasions. Yet, this formidable creature had been defeated in an instant by her thunder mouse. Reflecting on the trembling figure of the earth deity, she looked down at the seemingly ordinary thunder mouse and felt an overwhelming sense of mystery. How strong could this little creature truly be? She recalled the pet store and felt a shiver of trepidation. Who could cultivate an ordinary thunder mouse to such an extraordinary level? She had heard whispers of reclusive masters who preferred to remain hidden within society. Could she have encountered such a figure? Was this truly just a thunder mouse? Perhaps it was a variant that merely resembled one? The notion that the pet at the girl's feet had previously performed lightning flash left her feeling as though she were in a dream. Even an advanced pet mastering such a technique would be a source of astonishment and envy. Just how many advanced pet skills did this little creature possess? A robust man inquired, his curiosity piqued. The others exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly. Considering the earlier shadow of Lightning and Lightning Sever, along with the recently unleashed Thunderous Abyss, this was nothing short of extraordinary. Regrettably, such prodigious talent was embodied in a thunder mouse. Had it been any other creature, even one of moderate pedigree, it would command an astronomical price. The fiery-haired woman sighed wistfully. Principal Dong, may we have a word? The burly man stated. The others immediately directed their gazes toward him. While the fiery-haired woman scoffed, the match isn't over yet. Why the rush? Everyone, this individual belongs to our Crimson Flame team, declared a young man with bandaged arms in a cold tone. Huh. The others scoffed, dismissing him. Want it? You'll need to ask if we agree first. Who in this arena fears whom? Chapter 50, The Frontier in the quaint Taohua Creek Street. At the mischievous pet shop, Su Ping leaned over his computer, simultaneously watching videos and practicing his skills. His previously malfunctioning computer, which had succumbed to a virus, had been repaired. But the mere reinstallation of the system cost him 70 yuan, leaving him feeling quite distressed. Yes, that's it. Exert more effort. A warm, genuine voice resonated from the small speaker. The video displayed a plump, pink civet cat resting on a table while a young man employed a peculiar technique to knead its forepaws. Beside him stood a refined middle-aged man, occasionally nodding and correcting the young man's methods. Is this what they call cultivation? Su Ping felt somewhat speechless. The intricacies of this cultivation process required an intimate understanding of the internal structure of the star pets. Otherwise, the injected star energy could not be digested, resulting in adverse effects. Su Ping had no interest in learning this technique, so he fast-forwarded to the later segments of the video. A few months into the future, the young man was measuring the civet cat's forepaw with a ruler, 12 centimeters. This exceeded the average civet cat's size by 2 centimeters. Remarkably, the cultivation took only 3 months. Viewing the barrage of comments racing across the screen, Su Ping felt incredulous at the expressions of admiration. I wish I could be that civet cat and grow 2 centimeters. Is this truly impressive? He thought. 3 months of consuming the cultivator's star energy, and they only managed to enhance the forepaws attack by 1/5? Gazing at the myriad of worshipful comments, Su Ping found his eyes stinging. He shut off the video, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Business had been slow these past few days, leaving him in a state of gloom. While it is said that good wine needs no bush, he had no time to wait for things to ferment. Distributing flyers on the street proved too ineffective, and he mused that creating promotional videos online might serve as an excellent advertising strategy. Although his shop had little worth filming and he lacked the skills of a cultivator, he could certainly document his cultivation dimension. For cultivators, aside from secret techniques, the cultivation base is paramount. The environment of the cultivation base significantly impacts the pets, which explained how he had elevated the combat power of the Thunder Mouse and Little Skeleton in just a few days, compared to the cultivation bases of those cultivators. His dimension was an entirely different realm, vast and boundless, guaranteed to capture attention. However, certain unique cultivation dimensions could not be fully captured on film. For instance, the chaotic necromancer realm, where the 3 blood-red moons in the sky were simply too striking, clearly not originating from Blue Star, risking accusations of photo manipulation. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that this idea was viable. As for how to film it, he would consider that later. He quickly opened the most popular video portal website and registered an account. Please enter a nickname. Handsome, dashing, invincible, great-looking man. This nickname has already been registered. What the heck? There are such shameless people. Su Ping frowned, deep in thought. After a moment, he swiftly typed again. Handsome, dashing, great guy. This nickname has also been registered. Your great guy is now online. This nickname has. What should I do with such handsomeness? This nickname. 15 minutes later, Su Ping finally succeeded in registering. Just through a simple account, he gained a clearer insight into this ugly world. There truly were far too many shameless individuals. With a weary sigh, he navigated to the personal center behind his account, which contained tutorials on how to upload and publish videos. It was not complicated. He grasped it after a single reading. Now, the only remaining issue was filming the videos. With no cultivation business at the moment, it felt a bit wasteful to visit the cultivation dimension, especially since he needed to prepare a high-definition camera. The thought of the camera brought him a headache. Quality cameras were not cheap, costing several thousand yuan at a minimum. All the money in his shop had been converted into energy. Even if it had tea, he could not spend it on a camera. It seemed the only solution was to ask his family for funds. Oh, right? His mother had previously given him a card with 20,000 yuan intended for purchasing pet offspring at the pet base, but since he could now cultivate pets himself, that money was available for use. Thinking of that savings, Su Ping felt a wave of relief. This way, the camera issue was resolved. Next, he needed to contemplate which cultivation dimension to film and how to approach the filming process. Suddenly, a loud roar from a sports car outside interrupted his thoughts. Su Ping frowned slightly as he realized the vehicle had parked outside his shop. His acute hearing detected the sounds of the car door opening and closing, followed by 2 figures approaching the store. Boss. A clear voice greeted him. Su Ping looked up to recognize the pair of siblings known for their scheming. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude towards them. Without their provocation of the system, he would not have gained the opportunity to enter any dimension for free. Boss, it seems you have a lot of new stock. The slender Fan Xiaoyu entered first, her eyes brightening at the sight of the well-stocked shelves. But her smile faltered as she scrutinized the prices of the items. Wow, the prices have gone up since I last visited? Boss, long time no see. Fan Yujing chimed in, beaming, seemingly unfazed by the previous incident where his arm had been broken. Su Ping glanced at his arm, now fully healed. One must admit, the medical technology in this world was remarkably advanced. Reattaching severed limbs was not difficult. The challenge lay in the cost. What brings you two here? Looking to buy something? Upon seeing their expressions, Su Ping surmised they had likely tasted the sweetness of his offerings and realized the exceptional value of the pet food he provided. As he had suspected, Fan Yujing indeed came with the intent to purchase more pet food, which, although not rare high-tier pet skills, was still quite delightful. Thus, he aimed to experiment further with his purchases. Boss, I wonder if you have any interest in the frontier? Fan Yujing looked at Su Ping with hopeful eyes. Chapter 51, The Rift of the Starry Sky Exploration? Su Ping was taken aback. Beyond the metropolis where humanity resides on this blue planet lies an expanse of wilderness, which is further divided into various regions, totaling over 500 desolate areas globally. These wilderness zones are inhospitable to human life. The formation of these desolate regions can be attributed to two primary causes, one being the scars left by past wars and technological pollution that rendered the land uninhabitable, and the other being the frequent emergence of starry rifts, marking unstable territories. These starry rifts are distorted spatial fissures that lead to unknown mystical realms. Some lead to bizarre floating lands in the cosmos, inhabited by ferocious beasts. Others connect to lifeless planets uncharted on the interstellar maps of the Federation, devoid of any flora or fauna. There are also rifts that open into sun-like stars, which would lead to immediate annihilation upon entry. In these enigmatic realms, fierce star beasts thrive, and the majority of star creatures on the blue planet originate from these otherworldly dimensions. The starry rifts serve as portals to these uncharted territories. In the perilous wilderness areas marked by these rifts, defensive fortifications are typically established, manned by the Federation's military to prevent untamed wild beasts from infiltrating human settlements and wreaking havoc. Upon the emergence of wilderness zones, the Federation government established a specialized department tasked with purging these areas to maintain stability. The personnel in this department are collectively referred to as explorers. Explorers live in the metropolis and enjoy numerous benefits, receiving generous stipends monthly, and possess certain privileges in exceptional circumstances. For ordinary individuals, the most favorable path to wealth and power is to join an explorer team. Even as a mere explorer, one's status surpasses that of a soldier, and those who achieve merits attain a stature that even the mayor must treat with respect. Indeed. Fan Yujing observed Su Ping's contemplation and quickly added, "Boss, with your abilities, do you not feel that running a shop here is an underutilization of your talents? Our explorer team is in dire need of experts like you. If you could join us, all terms would be at your discretion, and I assure you, the profits would far exceed anything you currently earn. Engage in exploration? What a jest! Why would I risk my life in such treacherous wilderness when I can comfortably earn a living here? Should I perish, my life would be forfeit. Do you not grasp the nature of these wilderness zones? There is no guarantee of safety. Encountering a king-tier beast would mean certain death." Fan Yujing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a blunt refusal from Su Ping. Could it be that he was indifferent to wealth? Perhaps. Given Su Ping's prior display of strength when he incapacitated a foe, acquiring riches would pose no challenge for him. Such a formidable individual may simply yearn for challenges. After some thought, Fan Yujing continued, "Recently, it seems there have been disturbances in the wilderness outside our Longjiang city base, with an influx of mid to high-tier star creatures. I believe this presents a commendable opportunity for training. Are you interested?" Su Ping regarded him as if he were foolish. "You wish for me to venture into a perilous situation that has just become even more dangerous? Are you not out of your mind? Training? I would rather express my disdain with 3 words," he stated. "Eh?" Fan Yujing's eyes brightened. Could it be that he was willing? Su Ping's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Brother, no." Fan Yujing was taken aback. "How can you insult me?" exclaimed Fan Xiaoyu, who had regained her composure. Su Ping responded indifferently, "You might as well inspect the goods. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Watching Su Ping's impassive demeanor, Fan Yujing could not help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated that neither money nor challenge would pique Su Ping's interest, thus his attempts at persuasion had failed. Sighing softly, he added, "In truth, my invitation was born of necessity. Last night, a new starry rift appeared in the wilderness outside our Longjiang city base. However, both of my teammates were injured, and we currently lack the manpower to compensate for their absence, hence I thought of you. I had hoped you would be interested." Su Ping raised an eyebrow but showed no further reaction. This matter held no relevance to him, and he saw no reason to involve himself. Sympathy? Perhaps. But only a modicum, and it was not directed towards their team, but rather towards the star creature left behind in the rift. Contemplating the plight of the forsaken creature, Su Ping's brow furrowed deeper. The explorer team was wealthy, yet they lacked capability and were greedy, while the creature remained innocent. "I am sorry, but I am unable to assist," Su Ping coldly declined. Fan Yujing felt a twinge of disappointment and chose not to press the matter further. Fan Xiaoyu glanced at Su Ping but refrained from commenting, understanding the perilous nature of exploration. It was only natural for Su Ping to decline. "Ding. Congratulations. The host has triggered a side quest. Locate the lost star creature. Quest reward: a tome of the divine demon body refinement technique. Quest failure: host rating decreases by 10 points. The system's notification echoed in his mind unexpectedly. Su Ping was momentarily astonished. What was happening? Had he triggered this quest? System. Are you mistaken? With my current strength, how could I possibly assist in finding a lost star creature? Is this not tantamount to courting death? Su Ping could not restrain his inner turmoil. The system replied calmly, as the proprietor of a star creature shop, any matters pertaining to star creatures should not be disregarded. Please complete the quest promptly. Curse it. Su Ping found himself at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming frustration. He was merely a weakling with a power rating of 3.5. Sending him on an exploration mission felt akin to delivering groceries. He contemplated abandoning the quest. But upon considering the consequences of failure, his resolve wavered. A failing score could lead to obliteration. This wretched system was perpetually assessing him. Moreover, the quest reward appeared to be of significant value. After a lengthy internal struggle, Su Ping clenched his teeth and turned to Fan Yujing, asking, First, tell me about the conditions within the starry rift, and what star creature it is that you have lost. Fan Yujing was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with excitement. Boss, are you willing to join our team? Chapter 52. The Supreme Ninth Rank's demeanor instantly became serious upon realizing that the world within the rift of the starry sky was indeed habitable. Suspended in an unknown star domain beyond a cosmic navigation chart. Whether it comprised land or planets remained uncertain. This realm was inhabited by a plethora of indigenous star beasts, predominantly of the demon type, known for their formidable aggression. From the current observations at the entrance, the surrounding creatures appeared to be of medium to low rank. Yet our exploration team encountered several mid to high tier beasts in the depths we ventured into. Among the most formidable was an 8th rank spectral flame bone dragon, which we fortunately detected in time to evade. At this juncture, suddenly recognized he had divulged too much. An 8th rank spectral flame bone dragon was no trivial foe. Despite its considerable prowess, he was merely in his early 20s and could hardly contend with such a high-tier star beast. Stealing a glance at, he was taken aback to find no sign of apprehension on his face. How deep did you explore? Inquired, locking eyes with him. Responded, we have yet to explore the entirety of the area. The extent of this world is still unknown to us. The so-called depth region is relative, however. Based on our instrument's readings, we should be nearing the inner layers of this world. From our previous exploration experiences, there are certainly more than one 8th rank star beast in existence here, and there is a significant likelihood that 9th rank star beasts may also be present. He spoke candidly, aware that revealing such information might diminish his enthusiasm, for 9th rank star beasts were the most formidable creatures beneath the kings, and even the elite teams among their ranks regarded them with trepidation. 9th rank narrowed his eyes. Only a titled beastmaster could tame a 9th rank star beast, and such individuals were exceedingly rare within the entirety of Longzhong Bay City. However, this was not his primary concern. He asked, is 9th rank the highest? Or is there a possibility of a king beast existing? If a 9th rank star beast was akin to a bomb, then a king beast would be comparable to a small nuclear device. The disparity was monumental. A single king beast could potentially obliterate a significant portion of a base city. At the mention of a king beast, S expression shifted. For individuals like them, who teetered on the brink of life and death, those two words were fraught with superstition. Noticing's grave demeanor, quickly shook his head. It's impossible. According to the food chain principle, should a king beast exist, the population of both 8th and 9th rank star beasts would vastly surpass our current findings. Otherwise, a king beast would not have sufficient sustenance, unless it were a herbivorous king beast. Yet this world is saturated with death energy, leaving little room for herbivorous star beasts, let alone those capable of evolving into king beasts. Regarded him thoughtfully, then asked, what is the strength of your team? Replied, our exploration team consists of 5 members. Excluding my 2 injured teammates, our current combat strength comprises myself, the captain, and another member. I am a mid-level 6th rank beastmaster, and my strongest star beast is at the lower tier of 7th rank. Our captain is the strongest, a high-level 7th rank beastmaster with an 8th rank star beast. However, it cannot be compared to a demon-type star beast like the spectral flamebone dragon. The other companion is of similar strength to mine. So, your maximum combat power barely reaches 8th rank? Frowned. That is woefully inadequate. Not only would you have no resistance against a king beast, but even a stronger 8th rank star beast could easily annihilate your team. Noticing S' evident dissatisfaction, felt a pang of embarrassment. He had felt a sense of pride in sharing their capabilities, considering they were among the mid-tier teams capable of exploring the rift in the starry sky, while most exploration teams could only delve into the 3rd-tier wastelands on Blue Star. Beside them, Witnessing her brother's moment of disdain, felt a surge of indignation. In her eyes, her brother had always been a prodigy, a figure of renown during their academy years, and within a few short years after graduating. He had achieved significant strength and status, ascending to a second-tier team. His future appeared boundless. Yet now he faced contempt. If not for the thought of his ability to effortlessly break her brother's arm, she would have retorted. However, in this world, strength dictated everything. Though she resented his attitude, she had to concede that this infuriating boss was indeed a more talented individual than her brother, and an extraordinarily peculiar one at that. It was a waste of such talent to be idling away in a shop rather than venturing forth to hone his skills. Ignoring the reactions of the siblings, furrowed his brow, contemplating the risks of their expedition. System, do you possess any life-saving items? He silently inquired. System, none. Damn. Cursed inwardly, realizing he could not rely on the system. Despite the possibility of encountering a 9th-rank star beast being the worst-case scenario, he had to remain vigilant. The siblings remained silent. Awaiting's response for exploration was no trivial jest. It could lead to death. After a lengthy pause, the light in his eyes gradually calmed. He looked up at the siblings and asked, "Would you like to purchase something?" The siblings exchanged hopeful glances, nearly choking on their surprise. Had all their earlier discussions been in vain? Boss's lips quivered slightly. Clarified, "Do not misconstrue. I will go, but before I do, would you like to buy some items first?" Was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Are you truly willing to assist us?" Nodded slightly, reiterating, "Select some items. All goods in this shop come with a quality guarantee. You understand? Yes? Try to purchase the more expensive ones. Why leave money lying around?" Though surprised, the siblings found themselves momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing's words. Nevertheless, they had indeed come intending to buy more items, and with his agreement to assist, they felt reassured and began selecting from the shelves. This gaze fell upon a pale bone lotus, and upon seeing the price tag, he was taken aback. 120,000, eyes sparkled. "Would you like to buy it?" Was flabbergasted. Is this extortion? Even for us explorers, earning over $1 million is quite challenging. What is this even for? Couldn't help but ask, recalling that the last so-called Enlightenment artifact had only sold for 20,000. Yet this one had skyrocketed by 60 times. Replied with a smile. It can elevate high-tier undead star beasts by 1 rank directly. If you possess a 9th-rank undead star beast, there is also a 5 chance it may evolve into a king beast. The siblings were left speechless, gaping in disbelief. It can directly promote high-tier beasts? Moreover, it can potentially allow a peak 9th-rank beast to transcend into a king beast? Such a treasure, even the well-informed had only heard of in legends, never having seen one before. Yet here it was for sale. Would you like to buy it? Pressed, his expression darkening. If you don't, I might just laugh at you. Chapter 53, The Bloodthirsty Skeleton, The Final Encounter. Under Su Ping's introduction, the Fan siblings selected some pet food they required, spending a total of 67,000. This amount automatically converted into energy points, totaling over 670. What is your surname, esteemed owner? Su. When shall we depart? Boss Su. Compared to the precious pet food they had just acquired, Fan Yujing was more anxious about locating their companion beast in an unknown star domain. The alternation of day and night would not follow the patterns of Blue Star. Perhaps it was night here, while daylight existed within the rifts of the starry sky. Such phenomena were common, akin to the chaotic undead realm. Su Ping had never witnessed the sun within it. Fan Yujing was momentarily taken aback, surprised. To notice such a detail seemed rather specialized. Only seasoned pioneers who frequently traverse the rifts of the starry sky would pay particular attention to this matter. One must not underestimate the significance of this temporal discrepancy. It was crucial for the routines of certain star pets, especially for demon-type star pets, most of which were nocturnal. Their attack power and bloodlust would dramatically increase at night. Earlier, seeing Su Ping hesitate, Fan Yujing felt a twinge of uncertainty. But now he suddenly realized he had underestimated this proprietor. The individual capable of effortlessly snapping his arm must possess strength far exceeding his own. How could he be unfamiliar with the rifts of the starry sky? The rift has just appeared, and we are still trying to ascertain the time cycles, Fan Yujing remarked. Su Ping replied, "Can you have your teammates guard the entrance? If it turns to daytime inside, we can enter immediately." Fan Yujing nodded slightly but hesitated. What if it takes a long time to cycle the daytime? Wouldn't we have to wait several days? By tonight at the latest, Su Ping stated firmly. He was also reluctant to wait too long. If they could not reach daytime, they would have to proceed through the night. Otherwise, Delaying too much could result in the lost star pet's demise, leading to the failure of his mission. All right, Fan Yujing promptly agreed. Go. At 10 o'clock tonight. Wait for me at this address. Su Ping swiftly jotted down an address near his home and handed it to Fan Yujing. Understood, Su Ping affirmed. As the two reached the door, Su Ping suddenly called out, Wait. Fan Yujing turned back in surprise. Are you truly not purchasing anything else? After bidding farewell to the two, Su Ping glanced at his current energy points, which, combined with the previous balance, totaled over 700. The companion beast he sought was a high bloodline fire-type creature, the Blood Fox Flame-Tail Beast. Unfortunately, the Fire Spirit Grass had already been sold. Leaving only the Flame Dragon Fruit, Su Ping took a bottle of Flame Dragon Fruit from the shelf, containing 8 pieces, each valued at over 300. This delicacy was favored by fire-type beasts, enhancing the concentration of fire elements within them. Long-term consumption could amplify the potency of their fire-based skills. To fulfill his mission, this Flame Dragon Fruit had to be used as bait, suppressing his heartache. Su Ping stored the Flame Dragon Fruit in his storage space and then proceeded to the beast chamber. Casting an identification spell on the sleeping little skeleton within the spirit array. Bloodthirsty Skeleton Attribute, Demon-type Beast Level, Tier 3 Combat Power, 7. 8 Qualification, Below Average Ability Mastery, Rebirth, Undead Servitude, Blood Spirit Transformation, Intermediate Blade Technique, Puppet Manipulation, Corpse Poison, Dark Blinding, Corpse Howl. Its combat power had risen from 7. 4 to 7. 8, comparable to the strength of a Tier 7 upper-level beast. However, in terms of qualification, it had diminished, dropping from above average to below average. Most notably, the prefix Bloodthirsty now adorned its name. All these changes were related to a precious item worth 15 million, the Blood Spirit Pearl. This pearl still floated within the little skeleton's skull, yet it had evidently diminished in size, having been absorbed substantially by the little skeleton. This absorption was the reason for its level breakthrough, combat power enhancement, and significant improvement in constitution, rapidly evolving from an ordinary skeleton species to a bloodthirsty skeleton species. Among skeleton species, the bloodthirsty variant is considered a mid-tier bloodline, although it is the most common and nearly the weakest among mid-tier star pets. Its adult form only possesses Tier 4 combat power. Nevertheless, it is vastly superior to the previously lowly ordinary skeleton species. Thus, its talent improved. But its combat power did not experience a corresponding surge, resulting in the little skeleton's qualification assessment being deemed below average compared to its peers. Here, the peers refer not to ordinary skeleton species, but to the superior bloodthirsty skeletons. Among all bloodthirsty skeletons that have emerged since the dawn of chaos, its qualifications and combat power could only be classified as below average. Fortunately, the prior mission had already been completed, and even if the qualification assessment had fallen, it bore no significant impact on Su Ping. After all, the more the little skeleton absorbs until it fully transforms into a Skeleton King bloodline, the more its combat power remains stagnant, and its qualifications may plummet further. Little one, it is time to awaken, Su Ping called to the little skeleton. The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton glimmered with a faint red light, seemingly regaining consciousness as it sat up, blankly staring at Su Ping. Su Ping instructed it to leave its resting place and brought it to the shop, rolling down the shutter door. Cultivation window, Su Ping silently contemplated. Indeed. He prepared to personally voyage to the cultivation dimension, however. He was not going to train the little skeleton, but rather to allow it time to absorb the Blood Spirit Pearl. It is essential to note that a day spent in the cultivation dimension equates to merely an hour in reality, with the time until 10 o'clock at night. There remained ample time. He could stay in the cultivation dimension for about a week. With this week, the little skeleton would undoubtedly experience further improvement in its constitution and a significant boost in strength under the nurturing of the Blood Spirit Pearl. Given the current circumstances of the little skeleton, enhancing its constitution would prove more effective than seeking battles in a high-tier cultivation dimension. After all, the previous battles in the chaotic undead realm had nearly exhausted the little skeleton's potential. Mere combat and death would not necessarily lead to a rapid increase in combat power. Moreover, if battle training were necessary, he would have to extract the Blood Spirit Pearl from the little skeleton's head. Otherwise, death could result in its loss, greatly hindering the little skeleton's absorption of the Blood Spirit Pearl. Before long, Su Ping located the low-tier cultivation dimension he had previously entered, the extraterrestrial starfall, Zone 1002. The entrance fee was only 1 energy point. Without hesitation, Su Ping selected this dimension, as its danger level was relatively low. Upon entering, He could store the little skeleton in his pet space, allowing them to comfortably remain there for 7 days while also gathering pet food. Even if he exhausted the 30 free deaths granted by the system, he could purchase additional death instances. The price for self-purchased deaths was merely 1/10 of the entrance fee. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the 7-day journey in the cultivation dimension had passed. In the deep of night, Su Ping's figure reappeared in the shop. Looking disheveled after spending 7 days in the cultivation dimension. Glancing at the time, it was 8:30 in the evening. Su Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Pouring all the pet food from his storage space onto the shop floor, allowing the system to assist with calculations and arrangements. He then quickly cleaned himself up in the shop before hastily cycling home. Chapter 54. Area 38 of the Wasteland business has been slow at the shop lately. Oh. You go wash your hands first, and I'll heat up the dishes for you. Su Ping obediently headed to wash his hands, then sat at the dining table, preparing for dinner. While waiting, he pondered whether to inform his family about his awakening as a beast master. After all, the truth cannot be concealed forever. Eventually, they would find out. Soon, a few steaming dishes were brought to Su Ping's table. Noticing the meat in the meal, he was somewhat surprised. She hasn't eaten? Seeing him think of his sister, Li Qingru felt a sense of comfort. Your sister has already eaten. This is an extra portion I saved for you. Su Ping realized. No wonder. Mom. Su Ping hesitated slightly, ready to share his awakening. Mom. A voice rang from the staircase. Su Ping's words caught in his throat. Then, a hurried set of footsteps echoed as someone rushed down the stairs, standing at the table in astonishment. Mom, didn't I finish all the food? Where did this come from? Su Ping's lips twitched. Finished? How ruthless. Li Qingru remarked. I made this separately. What does it have to do with you? Su Lingwei raised an eyebrow. How dare he speak to her like that? Has he grown wings? She casually sat down and remarked. It seems you haven't been very active lately. Su Ping appeared oblivious to the underlying threat in her words, replying with curiosity. Weren't you all competing recently? Haven't you been active? Are you just hiding behind the scenes cheering while relying on your pets to fight for you? The table shook slightly. The iron spoon in Su Lingyue's hand bent slightly. Heh. She smiled faintly, her fingers relaxing, causing the spoon to straighten unconsciously. Heh. Su Ping returned the smile, eating as he laughed. Yes, the water heater should be ready. Li Qingru nodded. You go ahead. I'll bring your clothes later. Thank you, Mom. However, he decided to act first and secure his escape before any complications arose. Is there something? Li Qingru asked, puzzled. The pet shop needs me. A customer wants me to check something on site. Su Ping had already prepared his excuse. All right. Su Ping finished his meal and rested a moment, appearing less hurried. He left before his sister emerged from the shower to avoid disrupting his plan. On a secluded street beneath the shade of a tree, a black SUV was parked. 2 figures leaned against the car, one smoking. Brother Fan, is this person really as strong as you say? Can he easily snap your arm? His strength is probably on par with the captain, right? The smoking man asked curiously. The other young man in torn jeans and a black t-shirt replied, probably about that. But he's a genius, quite young, and may even become a renowned beast master in the future. Really? So impressive? The smoking man exclaimed in surprise. Fan Yujing shrugged slightly. Who can predict the future? At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone approaching, prompting him to say, they're here. The two turned to see a tall figure clad in casual attire walking toward them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Su Ping spotted the black SUV and Fan Yujing among the shadows, along with another unfamiliar man radiating a strong aura of star power, likely Fan Yujing's comrade. We just arrived too. Fan Yujing smiled, noticing that Su Ping wasn't carrying any weapons, which surprised him, but he didn't inquire further. The strongest weapon for a beast master is their pet. As for firearms, their base had plenty, though few used them. Boss Su, this is my comrade, Liang. Fan Yujing introduced the smoking man to Su Ping. Liang extinguished his cigarette and warmly greeted Su Ping. Hello, I've heard much about you. Pleasure to meet you. Su Ping responded politely, then directly inquired, what is the situation over there? Has daybreak arrived? Fan Yujing's expression grew slightly serious. Not yet. Su Ping frowned slightly. But it was within his expectations, replying, let us go. Okay. Fan Yujing opened the back door of the SUV for Su Ping. I'll sit in the front. Su Ping said and walked around the front to take the passenger seat. Fan Yujing didn't mind, taking the driver's seat. After Liang entered, he quickly started the SUV and drove off. I heard Boss Su runs a pet shop. Your pet should be quite strong, right? Liang initiated a conversation from the back, testing the waters. Although he trusted Fan Yujing, the expedition was no trivial matter. A single mistake could be fatal. Su Ping glanced at him through the rearview mirror. They're passable. Liang chuckled. You're too modest, Boss Su. May I ask your name? Su Ping. Fan Yujing noted Su Ping's name for the first time, committing it to memory. I see that Brother Su is probably in his early 20s at this age. Most are still training in the academy. Did you perhaps graduate early? Liang inquired. Beast masters typically hail from academies, with few emerging through unconventional means. Seeing Su Ping evade the question, Liang pressed on. Brother Su, I heard from Fan that you easily snapped his arm. Is that true? Are you perhaps a high-level beast master? Su Ping frowned slightly. He merely executed a task, and didn't he wish to be interrogated about his background? Noticing Su Ping's discomfort, Fan Yujing quickly interjected, Brother Su, our expedition base is a bit far. If you're tired, feel free to rest a while. Su Ping shot him a glance. Why would I accompany you on an expedition if I were tired? Let us discuss the expedition. I've never been before and wish to learn more. Su Ping expressed. Fan Yujing was somewhat taken aback. Given Su Ping's strength, he had never participated in an expedition. Yet, he had noticed the issue of time zones. However, since Su Ping had spoken, he didn't question it further, only explaining. This time, the rift in the starry sky is located in Area 38 of the wasteland, just outside our Longjong base city. Our team is temporarily stationed at the expedition base there. Chapter 55. The Pioneer Base in the 38th Wasteland. Su Ping was aware that the world was home to over 500 wastelands, each designated with a unique number. Thus, the prominence of the 38th Wasteland indicated its long-standing existence. Indeed, Fan Yujing confirmed, the 38th Wasteland is classified as a B-grade area. Having historically witnessed the emergence of several king beasts, all of which have since been vanquished, presently, the 38th Wasteland is primarily inhabited by traces of advanced pet beasts. Su Ping nodded slightly, as the grading of wastelands was common knowledge among the general populace. They are categorized into 5 grades, A, B, C, D, and E, each signifying varying levels of danger. The A, B, and C grade wastelands are classified as unstable zones, formed due to frequent ruptures in the starry skies. Conversely, the D and E grade wastelands are remnants of war, laden with nuclear radiation and mutated pathogens. The creatures dwelling within are often infected, making them potential sources of widespread plagues and diseases, hence their isolation as wastelands. Is it true that B-grade wastelands frequently host intermediate to advanced pet beasts? Su Ping inquired. B-grade wastelands are indeed perilous territories. Typically, freshly graduated beast tamers lack the qualifications to venture there. They must first hone their skills in C-grade or even E-grade wastelands. If they perform well, they may be eligible for reassignment to a B-grade wasteland after 3 to 5 years, Fan Yujing replied, nodding slightly. However, it is primarily the intermediate pet beasts that are prevalent. Advanced ones are relatively rare. It might take 2 or 3 missions to encounter one, unlike in A-grade wastelands, where it is said that encounters with advanced star beasts occur with alarming frequency, leading to a high mortality rate. The mention of A-grade wastelands sparked a flicker of apprehension in his gaze. A one-third chance, Su Ping mused, his eyes momentarily glimmering. That is acceptable, as long as I do not encounter a king beast. Before long, the off-road vehicle ascended the expressway leading into the city, passing through the toll booth without the need for card swiping. Su Ping soon realized that this was due to the vehicle's license plate, which served as a pass. In certain situations, it even allowed them to run red lights. He had heard tales of the privileges granted to pioneers. There were accounts of ordinary citizens who provoked a pioneer and were executed on the spot. When the news broke, it was rumored that the pioneer faced confinement as punishment. Whether such confinement was enforced remained a mystery, and the common citizenry had no inclination to delve deeper. Nevertheless, it indicated that pioneers could kill without facing repercussions. For this reason, in the eyes of most ordinary people, pioneers were deemed untouchable. After racing along the highway for about an hour, Su Ping finally reached the outskirts of the base city. The border was sparsely populated, with buildings few and far between. Yet the roads here were constructed to be wider and sturdier. Su Ping's gaze lifted to the towering wall above the car window. This was the perimeter wall of the base city, erected to thwart the invasion of wild star beasts, but primarily to defend against king beasts. How imposing. Su Ping marveled, the grandeur of the wall far exceeding what he had seen on television. It stood at least 200 to 300 meters tall, a testament to monumental engineering. As they descended from the expressway, they encountered an asphalt road flanked by wild overgrowth. Ahead lay the exit leading out of the city. illuminated by streetlights. As they drove out, vehicles occasionally sped past them in the opposite direction. Adventurers, as Fan Yujing remarked with a glance. These are graduates who did not secure a place in a battle team and are now forced to work for private enterprises. Su Ping nodded slightly. There are two paths for beast tamers. The first is to join a pioneering battle team, while the second is to work in private enterprises. Although most private enterprises pale in comparison to federal departments, a few possess substantial financial resources, offering compensation that rivals that of pioneering battle teams. However, the corresponding expectations are equally high, often surpassing those of the battle teams. Soon, they arrived at the city exit, where soldiers stood guard day and night. As they approached, dozens of gazes instantly focused on them. Inspection, a military officer declared. The officer stood at attention, saluted, and then permitted their passage without even glancing inside the vehicle. The exit stretched several meters, revealing the formidable thickness of the wall. Beyond the base city lay a desolate expanse. Such barren scenery was absent within the city, save for the impoverished outskirts viewed through the eyes of children. In this desolation, several roads branched off in various directions. The road surfaces were not as pristine as those in the city, yet posed no hindrance to the off-road vehicle. Fan Yujing selected a road and sped onward, arriving at a fortress after more than half an hour. This fortress, constructed from massive stones, housed ordinary buildings within. This was the pioneering base of the 38th Wasteland. Inside, the atmosphere resembled that of a bustling market. Despite it being nighttime, the area was well lit and electrified. Numerous makeshift stalls lined the roadside, displaying an array of peculiar items, including bizarre plants, juvenile pet beasts, and eggs. Upon seeing the eggs, Su Ping couldn't help but think of his own. I wonder if it has hatched yet. The items we gathered during our expeditions are sold here and also listed on the Pioneering Trading Network, Fan Yujing remarked with a smile. Though being a pioneer is a perilous profession, it can also be highly lucrative. With a stroke of luck, a single mission can yield returns equivalent to a lifetime's earnings for an ordinary person. Su Ping nodded slightly, though he felt little enthusiasm. In terms of wealth, pioneers were merely laborers. The true beneficiaries were those elites residing in the base city, indulging in beauty and wine without the need for life and death struggles, effortlessly siphoning off a portion of the pioneers' hard-earned money. Before long, Fan Yujing led Su Ping to a modest building. Hey, everyone, I brought a new friend, he announced cheerfully. Two individuals emerged from the building. One was a burly man in his 40s with a full beard and robust musculature, exuding an air of strength. The other was a slender young girl, whom Su Ping recognized. Your sister? Su Ping exclaimed in surprise. Why do you curse? Fan Xiaoyu retorted, hands on her hips. Visibly irked, Fan Yujing chuckled. My sister is here to gain experience. She is a third-year student and about to graduate. This time, the academy sent her for training. Observing the slight pride on his face, Su Ping was momentarily speechless. What audacity to be so cheerful about his younger sister embarking on a pioneering venture. Isn't she going to hold us back? Su Ping questioned. You. Fan Xiaoyu exploded in anger. Hold back? I've always been the one riding on others' coattails. Chapter 56. Strength Assessment. Brother Su, there's no need for concern. My sister's circumstances differ from ours. Her experience is limited, and she can only train in the outer wastelands, accompanied by a protective team, so there's no real danger, Fan Yujing remarked lightly. Su Ping, realizing this, inquired curiously. Isn't it the case that students currently enrolled in academies are restricted to training in sea-level wastelands? With a hint of pride, Fan Yujing replied, my sister has performed admirably, and her academy is quite prestigious, hence she was directly recommended to the B-level wasteland. The academy arranged for a pioneering team that is on par with ours to escort her while she explores the fringes of the wasteland. Understanding dawned upon Su Ping. This exemplified the advantages and benefits of elite schools in the upper city, far surpassing the institution his younger sister attended, though both were labeled prestigious. One was well-renowned throughout Longzhong Base City, while the other's reputation was confined to the lower district and impoverished areas. Humph, Fan Xiaoyu declared with an air of arrogance. Do not underestimate me for still being a student. I am already a mid-tier beast master at the 4th tier, and I possess 2 5th-tier beasts. As long as I do not encounter a 6th-tier star beast, I can generally ensure my own survival. That is indeed impressive, Su Ping nodded in agreement. This level of strength was certainly exceptional among academy students, comparable to the owner of the thunder rat he had encountered, and in fact, Fan Xiaoyu was slightly stronger. One step further would elevate her to a 5th-tier beast master. Fan Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly irked by Su Ping's indifferent response. However, recalling Su Ping's displayed prowess at the beast shop, a sense of defeat washed over her. Despite her own accomplishments, she felt dwarfed by his monstrous capabilities. Little Fan. Is this the new friend you mentioned? A burly man with a beard interjected, having observed the banter between Su Ping and Fan Xiaoyu. Waiting for a lull in their conversation to speak, Fan Yujing quickly introduced, Captain, this is the genius I mentioned, Brother Su. This is our captain, the high-tier beast master Fan Ganglai. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Brother Su is remarkably young, barely in his 20s, I presume? Fan Ganglai's voice was deep and resonant, yet warm. I'm merely 18, Su Ping replied. 18? Both Fan Yujing and Fan Xiaoyu were taken aback. 18, and this strong? Fan Xiaoyu was particularly shaken. Realizing she was also 18, yet the disparity in their strengths was staggering. Fan Ganglai and Li Ying were likewise surprised, initially believing Su Ping to be young, only to discover he was even younger than they had assumed. He was practically a little brother. Could they truly venture into the Starry Rift alongside such a youth? Fan Ganglai glanced at Fan Yujing, a hint of inquiry and skepticism in his gaze. Previously informed of Su Ping's capabilities by Fan Yujing, he now found it hard to reconcile that an 18-year-old could defeat someone like her. Such talent was typically nurtured by powerful factions. How could someone of his caliber be joining them in their exploration? If that were the case, inviting Su Ping would be a grave oversight. Sensing Fan Yujing's predicament, Fan Ganglai spoke up without directly questioning Su Ping, for such a blunt approach would be foolish. Brother Su, the upcoming venture into the Starry Rift is perilous. If you wish to join our team, you will need to register your identity. Furthermore, for the sake of coordination during combat, we would appreciate it if you could summon your beast for us to familiarize ourselves with. Through the summoning of his beast, they would ascertain Su Ping's strength. Were it not for the system task, he would prefer to remain at the shop, where earning a living was far more appealing than flirting with death on the front lines. Fan Ganglai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that if Su Ping indeed possessed such strength, it was understandable that he would find the role of a pioneer beneath him. Very well, he agreed. However, the Federation mandates that anyone entering or exiting the Starry Rift must be a pioneer. Brother Su, you may register and join the temporary roster of pioneers. Though the provisions for temporary members are somewhat limited, you will still receive the essentials. Temporary roster? Su Ping raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the contract you will review upon registration will clarify this, Fan Ganglai stated with a serious expression. Now, please show us your beast. Su Ping surveyed the group and noted their tense expressions, clearly anxious to ascertain whether his strength would meet their expectations, lest Fan Yujing's trip be in vain. Very well, he acquiesced. With a thought, the secret patterns of the beast's space illuminated. The little skeleton tumbled forth, landing with a thud. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Yet swiftly, the scattered bones reassembled. The little skeleton patted its head, checked the bone knife embedded in its hip, and, once assured of its condition, scampered to Su Ping's side, scanning for threats. The silence persisted, observing the little skeleton's vigilant movements. The expressions of the onlookers seemed to twitch slightly. After a prolonged pause, Fan Xiaoyu was the first to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. Is this your beast? What else would it be? Fan Xiaoyu nearly choked on her indignation. A mere skeleton, and he dares to boast? Fan Yujing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If Su Ping were indeed lacking, he would bear the brunt of this blunder. Boss, is this truly your only beast? He asked, forcing himself to remain composed. Su Ping nodded. At present, this is the only one. Fan Yujing felt as though he had been soundly slapped. Are you not the owner of a beast shop? How can you possibly have only one beast? Fan Xiaoyu gazed at him in disbelief. Is it not reasonable for someone in the wedding industry to marry every day? Su Ping retorted, but he recognized her intent. He turned to the nearby open space and conveyed a thought to the little skeleton, intermediate swordsmanship. The little skeleton comprehended, swiftly drawing its blade, perhaps disregarded by the others. Aside from Fan Ganglai, none had fully witnessed how the little skeleton unsheathed its weapon. In that moment, however, the stance it assumed evoked an inexplicable thrill. Flash. Boom. The bone knife cleaved through the air with a resounding crack, unleashing a wave of dark energy that split the ground, creating a deep chasm. Chapter 57. The Pioneer Warehouse. Fan Ganglai and Fan Xiaoyu stood in astonishment, gazing at the black fissure on the ground that extended 7 or 8 meters away and measured half a meter in width. They were somewhat taken aback. Such formidable power could hardly be withstood by anyone present, aside from Fan Ganglai himself. Was this the attack of this small skeleton? Was it truly a low-level skeleton? As their gaze fell once more upon the small skeleton, they quickly noticed that it differed from typical skeletal beings. Its bones were not the usual pale color, but rather a dark hue, with a faint crimson glow pulsating within, reminiscent of flowing blood. Additionally, embedded in its skull was a ruby the size of a thumb, emanating an eerie scarlet radiance that seemed to embody its very soul. What could this be? Moreover, the skeleton exhibited swordsmanship, and such a powerful form of it at that. This indicated that the skeleton had undergone specialized training in sword techniques. Su Ping instructed the small skeleton to sheath its weapon and turn to the others, saying, "That should suffice, right?" Fan Gaoya's eyes flickered with understanding. He believed that this display was not the skeleton's ultimate technique, suggesting that its true capabilities had yet to be fully revealed. This implied that the skeleton was at least a formidable presence among intermediate pets. Although this differed from Fan Yujing's assertion that Su Ping was likely a high-level battle pet master, by the standards of pioneers, Su Ping was indeed qualified. All is well. After placing the blood spirit pearl into his pocket, he mentally invoked his storage space to secure it. Having completed these tasks, Su Ping followed Fan Yujing onward. Nearby, Fan Xiaoyu called out for them to wait and hurried to catch up. Once they had distanced themselves from the small building, Fan Xiaoyu, her face alight with curiosity, looked at the small skeleton trailing behind Su Ping and asked, "What kind of skeleton is this? It seems quite unique." "Unique?" Su Ping replied. "Is it because I am as handsome as it is?" Fan Xiaoyu was taken aback, her expression turning sour. "Forget I asked." The journey grew quiet as they continued. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent structure at the center of the base. Fan Yujing led the way inside. The grand hall was spacious, yet sparsely populated, given the late hour. Approaching a self-service machine beside the hall, Fan Yujing turned to Su Ping and inquired, "Do you have your identification? If not, step onto the platform to scan your iris. The system will record your identity and bind it to your civil registry. Henceforth, all your personal records will be classified as confidential." Naturally, Su Ping had not brought his identification. He stepped onto the platform as instructed, while Fan Yujing assisted him in selecting the options on the machine screen to register for a temporary pioneer identity and conduct the iris verification. A robotic arm descended, adjusting itself before Su Ping's eyes. A red light illuminated, capturing his iris, and simultaneously, his information appeared on the screen. Su Ping, gender, male, age, 18, schools attended, Blue Dragon Kindergarten, St. Warbler Primary School, St. Warbler Middle School, Baiwu High School, family background, mother, Li Qingru, sister, Su Lingwei, father, Su Yuan Shan. Upon seeing the detailed information, almost to the point of listing every hair on his head, Su Ping felt a jolt of shock, followed by a creeping horror. In a mere registration, not only had his entire life's identity been cataloged, but even the details of his relatives had been recorded. This indicated that the Pioneer Identity Registration System possessed extremely high authority, capable of retrieving pertinent information directly from other departments. The Fan siblings stood speechless upon realizing Su Ping's true age. They had not anticipated he was genuinely 18. Registration complete, Fan Yujing stated, closing the information table without further examination. Su Ping was taken aback. "Is that all?" Fan Yujing chuckled, explaining. "The registration for a temporary pioneer is inherently simple and does not require a review. As long as there is an invitation from a battle team, it proceeds seamlessly. I invited you through the battle team's intranet, hence the straightforward registration." He then tapped the screen, entering a password, and soon a battle team page appeared, displaying 5 avatars. Below them was a selection area featuring Su Ping's avatar. "From now on, you shall be a temporary pioneer of our team. If you wish to become a permanent member, you must undergo a review at the base. As a temporary pioneer, you will not receive allowances or specialized battle vehicle configurations in the city. But your other privileges will be quite similar to those of a pioneer. If someone provokes you, feel free to retaliate, but do try not to kill them outright. As you are a full pioneer and would face minor penalties," Fan Yujing remarked with a smile. "Just minor penalties?" Su Ping pondered, once again feeling the weight of a pioneer's authority. However, it was reasonable for pioneers, who protected the base, to possess such power. Indeed, their status surpassed even that of the military. If ordinary citizens could challenge pioneers, it would inevitably dishearten other pioneers, resulting in greater losses for the higher-ups of the Federation. It was evident that strength reigned supreme. Remaining an inconspicuous commoner in this chaotic world would likely leave one with no safe haven. Su Ping mused inwardly, aware that not all pioneers were benevolent. Encountering a temperamental one could lead to the arbitrary death of an ordinary person, leaving their family utterly defenseless. This, indeed, was the tragedy of the week. In any realm, life held disparate values. Although he was merely a temporary pioneer, Su Ping still possessed fundamental rights. Each time he undertook a mission, merit would be allocated based on performance. As merit accumulated, various benefits would be available, and he could exchange merit points for items he required. With a gentle smile, Fan Yujing addressed Su Ping. I shall first take you to the Pioneer Exchange Warehouse to see if there is anything you might need. Feel free to choose. Oh, Su Ping's interest peaked. Before long, they arrived at another building, where they logged into a computer to access the Pioneer Exchange Warehouse interface. Within, there were pioneering battle armors, weapons, and various cultivation techniques. For instance, the foundational skills taught in the academy only extended to the first 4 tiers, but here, one could find cultivation methods for skills ranging from the 1st to the 9th tier, Fan Yujing explained. Chapter 58, Entering O? Su Ping's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lacking formal education from the academy, he was utterly ignorant of enhancement skills. As a beastmaster, this was evidently a shortcoming. Beside him, Fan Yujing opened the Exploration Exchange interface on the screen, revealing a dazzling array of items listed before them. There were various categories, including weapons, techniques, rare treasures, and beasts. The dragon scale armor, capable of immunizing against physical attacks from mid to low tier star beasts, significantly mitigated damage from higher tier creatures. Magic ape body refinement technique. Once mastered, it allowed the practitioner to dodge bullets with agility comparable to that of an 8th tier star beast. 1000 pattern ice heart fruit. This could double the power of water type high tier beast skills. Blue dragon hatchling. Qualification yet to be assessed, redeemable for 50,000 points. The multitude of treasures left Su Ping in a state of awe. Within this array were not only enhancement techniques, but also body refinement methods essential for beastmasters, alongside various weapon training techniques. Can I simply choose? Su Ping inquired, directing his gaze towards Fan Yujing. Realizing the potential misunderstanding, Fan Yujing smiled wryly. Brother Su, I cannot afford these high-tier items. I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests for mid to low-tier ones. Very well. Su Ping did not press him further, merely selecting the 4 fundamental techniques at level 16, which were quite affordable. Is that all? Fan Yujing was taken aback by Su Ping's modest selection, initially expecting him to choose several coveted mid to low-tier treasures, which were highly sought after by explorers and consumable in nature. After a moment's consideration, he picked out a piece of mid-tier armor that could withstand most attacks from 5th-tier star beasts, providing a modicum of protection. After paying with merit points, a slip of paper was dispensed from the device. Fan Yujing instructed Su Ping and Fan Xiaoyu to wait, taking the slip to retrieve their items from the warehouse. This is your technique. Fan Yujing handed a small portable hard drive to Su Ping. Su Ping glanced at it before stowing it in his pocket and subsequently transferring it to his storage space. Upon leaving the base, Fan Ganglai, Li Ying, and Fan Yujing summoned their respective beasts. Boom, boom, boom. 3 massive creatures descended from the spatial contracts, a trio of mid-tier star beasts, the rock dragon lizard. Once mature, the rock dragon lizard qualifies as a 5th-tier star beast, possessing average combat capability among its tier, yet it serves as an excellent means of transportation. Adept at scaling steep rocks. The trio mounted their rock dragon lizards. Noticing Su Ping lacked a mount, Fan Yujing called out, Brother Su, come here. Su Ping, unhesitant, embraced the small skeleton at his feet, channeling star power into his legs, and leaped onto the back of the rock dragon lizard, sensing an unfamiliar presence on its back. The rock dragon lizard became somewhat agitated, flicking its long tongue in reluctance. Fan Yujing gently caressed it, soothing the creature until it gradually calmed down. Let us go. Fan Ganglai grasped the reins and set off first, with Fan Yujing and Li Ying closely following. As night enveloped them, they sped through the darkness. Just as the exploration base began to fade from view, Li Ying, feeling the surge of star power within him, activated his beast space once more, summoning a flying beast. This was a diminutive bird, less than half a meter tall, which immediately soared into the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Moments later, Li Ying remarked, 5 kilometers ahead. There's a small beast herd. Let us detour, Fan Ganglai replied without hesitation. The rock dragon lizard ascended the side of a mountain, and Su Ping had to grip Fan Yujing's shoulder to avoid tumbling off. Half an hour later, flickers of fire gradually came into view. On a plain, clusters of flames danced amidst a bustling crowd. As they drew closer, it became evident that this was a temporary encampment, marked by a vertical eye-like crack hovering 7 to 8 meters above, measuring over 20 meters in length and 8 meters in width, revealing a swirling, distorted space within. Is this the rift in the starry sky? Su Ping marveled, having never seen such a phenomenon up close before. Old Fan? Upon entering the camp, a voice called out. Fan Ganglai halted, turning to see a gaunt young man approach, a dark battle knife sheathed at his waist. In the flickering light of the fire, a long scar marred the youth's cheek, lending a sinister edge to his otherwise handsome features. I've kept you waiting, Fan Ganglai greeted with a smile. Turning to introduce Fan Yujing and Li Ying, this is Lin Mokwang, the attacking mainstay of the Black Wolf team, a high-tier beast master. A high-tier beast master? Fan Yujing and Li Ying exchanged glances, quickly introducing themselves and expressing hopes for mutual cooperation. I've reviewed your profiles. Lin Mokwang nodded slightly before his gaze fell upon Su Ping. And this gentleman is? Fan Ganglai promptly introduced. This is Su Ping, a friend invited by Xiao Fan. Lin Mokwang appraised Su Ping, inquiring, were you an explorer before? No, Su Ping replied. Lin Mokwang frowned slightly. The observation aligning with his initial thoughts. Su Ping's physique was too pristine, devoid of any scars, which was uncharacteristic of an experienced explorer. Moreover, the armor he wore was exceedingly ordinary. Lin Mokwang recognized it immediately as a lower-tier combat armor, seldom seen among explorers in a B-tier wasteland. Noticing Lin Mokwang's discontent, Fan Ganglai quickly explained, the situation is urgent. Although Brother Su is not an explorer, his strength is still sufficient. Lin Mokwang shot him a glance. The coldness in his eyes unmistakable. Strength is merely adequate? If that were the case, anyone could become an explorer. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, further discussion seemed futile. Once inside, follow the orders. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. You can count on that, Fan Ganglai assured him. After all, Su Ping was his guest, and he would ensure his well-being. Let us move, Lin Mokwang instructed, striding toward the starry rift. Fan Ganglai turned to beckon the others, following suit. Fan Yujing, feeling somewhat awkward, addressed Su Ping. Brother Su, explorers can be rather straightforward. Please don't take offense. Of course not, Su Ping nodded. He would not be offended, as his thoughts aligned with theirs. Chapter 59. The tiger scale taper. A few individuals arrived at the center of the camp, situated beneath the rift in the starry sky. You all follow suit, Fan Ganglai instructed Fan Yujing. Brother Su is here for the first time, so please take good care of him. With that, he leaped into the rift. Li Ying followed closely behind. Fan Yujing turned to Su Ping. You go ahead. After a careful glance at the rift, confirming there was no danger, Su Ping jumped in. The moment he entered the vortex, he felt the surrounding space-time shift, reminiscent of his previous experiences in the nurturing realms. Looking up, he saw a clear expanse of stars above, with various celestial bodies of differing sizes, evidently the unknown star region Fan Yujing had mentioned. The surrounding environment was relatively dim, typical of night. Fortunately, as a beast master, Su Ping's vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to see clearly within a 30-meter radius, though objects beyond that became somewhat indistinct. Suddenly, a flash of light signaled the arrival of Fan Yujing. Noting that everyone had assembled, Fan Ganglai retrieved a map from his backpack. This is the latest map from our explorations. The area we previously explored is here, and it is also where we lost the blood fox. Let us begin our search in this vicinity. The group's gaze fell upon the map as they quickly noted its details. Su Ping understood that this map was likely quite valuable. He scrutinized it carefully, memorizing the outlined routes. The extent of the world within the rift remained unknown, and unless necessary, Su Ping preferred to avoid the unexplored dark regions marked on the map. Li Ying is in charge of scouting, right? Lin Mokwang inquired. Li Ying nodded slightly and summoned the reconnaissance bird from earlier, sending it into the night sky ahead. How far can you scout? Lin Mokwang asked. About 15 miles at most, Li Ying replied. 15 miles. Lin Mokwang frowned slightly. This distance was significantly less than the scouts in their team, but considering Li Ying was merely a mid-tier beast master, expectations couldn't be too high. He turned to Fan Ganglai. Shall we clear the path? Yes, Fan Ganglai agreed, summoning a massive black wolf, a bloodthirsty demon wolf of 7th-tier lineage, suitable for nocturnal combat and highly aggressive. Its size indicated it was an adult, unlike the juvenile beasts used by the academy students. Lin Mokwang glanced at the bloodthirsty demon wolf, raised his hand, and summoned a giant python over 10 meters long, a Kodosen python, also a 7th-tier beast, although it belonged to the python family. It was highly venomous and posed significant challenges amongst 7th-tier beasts. Upon seeing the giant python, a sense of seriousness washed over Fang Ganglai and the others, especially Li Ying and Fan Yujing, who regarded it with some trepidation. Such vicious and bloodthirsty beasts were prone to losing control, and with their strength, if the python were to go berserk, it could easily kill them. While they believed Lin Mokwang's capabilities would prevent a 7th-tier beast from going out of control, the stakes concerning their lives warranted caution. The Kodasan python exuded an intimidating presence. At its emergence, nearby explorers from other teams instinctively cleared a path. Let us proceed. Fang Ganglai spoke in a low tone. The bloodthirsty demon wolf and Kodasan python set off, swiftly plunging into the encompassing darkness. As they ventured further from the rift's exit, the darkness deepened, and the light of the fire vanished completely. Since arriving at the rift, Su Ping's demeanor had shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Even more focused than during his explorations of nurturing realms, he extended his senses to gauge the surroundings, refraining from solely relying on Li Ying's scouting. There's an unknown star beast ahead, Li Ying suddenly announced. Closing his eyes momentarily, he opened them to report that there were indeed star beasts nearby, and not just one. Let us approach cautiously. If it's a high-tier star beast, we will retreat, Lin Mokwang suggested immediately. Fang Ganglai had no objections. They shared the same judgment on this matter. Soon, they approached and discovered a giant star beast the size of an elephant drinking by a lakeside at the forest edge. Fang Ganglai pulled out a device resembling night vision goggles, took a glance, and immediately sighed in relief. It was merely a 6th-tier tiger scale tapir. Let us take it down, Lin Mokwang decisively stated. Fang Ganglai nodded and prepared to act, but Su Ping furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Just as they were about to proceed, he interjected. Wait. Huh. Fang Ganglai turned, looking at Su Ping with curiosity. Lin Mokwang frowned, casting a similar gaze at Su Ping. He held no good opinion of this newcomer, who lacked any experience in exploration. If Su Ping did not have anything significant to contribute, he would have suggested he remain silent. Su Ping addressed Fang Ganglai. Did you see clearly? Is that truly a tiger scale tapir? Fang Ganglai hesitated, frowning. Though it's night, I saw it quite clearly. Let me see. Su Ping requested the night vision device from him. Are you being unreasonable, or are you simply afraid of death? Lin Mokwang's expression turned cold, his gaze piercingly fixed on Su Ping. Nearby, Li Ying also appeared dissatisfied. Su Ping's words implied concern that the creature might not be a tiger scale tapir, but another beast altogether, which seemed excessively timid. Moreover, he knew the captain never lied or spoke without certainty. Otherwise, they would have perished countless times by now. Fan Yujing felt awkward and quietly urged, Brother Su. The captain wouldn't misjudge. Indeed, Fang Ganglai had great confidence in what he had just seen and did not believe Su Ping's vision surpassed his own. If he had misjudged, it was even less likely that Su Ping could discern correctly. Hearing their responses, Su Ping's expression darkened. When it came to his life, he would not hold back. His gaze turned cold and emotionless as it locked onto Lin Mokwang. Afraid of death? Is that how all explorers charge forward with reckless abandon? Like you? Lin Mokwang's expression shifted slightly. What did you just say? Had it not been for the unsettling chill in Su Ping's eyes, he would have drawn his weapon on the spot. Moreover, tiger scale tapirs rarely drink water, primarily relying on small insects for hydration, and in dire thirst, they would consume plants to supplement moisture, classifying them as omnivorous star beasts. The group paused, startled, feeling the cool breeze around them. They exchanged glances filled with surprise and doubt. Fang Ganglai fixed his gaze on Su Ping. Are you serious? Do you think I would jest with you? Su Ping shot back icily. Fang Ganglai felt a sudden, inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat upon meeting Su Ping's gaze. It was as if the man beside him had transformed. During their time at the exploration base, he had been quite composed, yet in this moment, his eyes were as frigid as one gazing upon a corpse. Was this truly someone who had never participated in an exploration mission? Chapter 60, Blood Soul Beast. I will observe once more. Fang Ganglai, a cautious individual, took out his instrument for another examination. This time, he scrutinized it with particular diligence and confirmed that it was indeed a Hulin Mo. Is it a Hulin Mo? Lin Mokwang inquired, gazing at him. Fang Ganglai's expression darkened as he handed the instrument to Lin Mokwang. Take a look. Lin Mokwang examined it briefly and immediately affirmed that it was indeed a Hulin Mo. He returned the instrument to Fang Ganglai, and his gaze towards Su Ping turned hostile, filled with suspicion and resentment for the time wasted due to this absurdity. Sensing Lin Mokwang's murderous intent, Fang Ganglai sighed inwardly. Aware that this was indeed Su Ping's blunder, however, infighting during an expedition was strictly taboo. He sighed. Let us complete the mission first. Humph. Lin Mokwang shot a cold glance at Su Ping. If you continue to prattle, do not blame me for my rudeness. With that, he swiftly commanded his Caducean python beast to charge towards the Hulin Mo by the lake. Against a mere 6th-tier pet beast, his Caducean python beast could easily crush it. The Hulin Mo, sensing the approaching Caducean python beast, quickly turned its head. At that moment, Fan Ganglai, who was observing the battle, nearly gasped in horror. Not good. Hearing this frightened exclamation, Lin Mokwang was momentarily stunned and hurriedly pulled out his own instrument to inspect. Upon doing so, a chill ran down his spine. Previously, the Hulin Mo had been drinking water with its body turned sideways, revealing only part of its form. But now, as it turned its head, the other half of its body was exposed, revealing a ghastly sight of stark, white bones. Indeed, it was a Hulin Mo, but one that had long since perished. Su Ping had initially doubted his judgment, but upon hearing Fan Ganglai's exclamation, he quickly realized the truth and snatched the instrument from Fan Ganglai's hands. It is a 7th-tier soul spirit beast. Su Ping's pupils contracted slightly. This was a creature he had encountered in the chaotic necromancer realm, a monster that traversed the realm of lower-tier life forms. Though small in stature, it possessed immense strength. And most importantly, bang! The Caducean python beast had swiftly reached the Hulin Mo, which did not evade but instead charged directly at the Caducean python beast under the control of the soul spirit beast. The Caducean python beast, eager for the confrontation, opened its massive jaws and swallowed the Hulin Mo whole. Damn it! Lin Mokwang was stunned, not expecting the one he had looked down upon, Su Ping, to dare shout at him. The murderous intent in his eyes flared. What did you say? He too had discerned that the Hulin Mo was being manipulated by something. But many low-tier undead creatures could control the corpses of other beings. His Caducean python beast was a 7th-tier pet. Even a deceased Hulin Mo should pose no threat, let alone a living one. Seeing the two of them at odds, Fan Ganglai urgently attempted to intervene, when suddenly, a cacophony of agonized roars erupted from a distance. The group turned to look. The Caducean python beast, which had bitten the Hulin Mo, suddenly began to thrash on the ground in apparent agony, enveloped in a dense aura of darkness, characteristic of undead creatures. Fool! Su Ping gritted his teeth, realizing it was too late. He no longer hesitated and immediately said to Fan Ganglai, "We must leave this place at once. The Caducean python beast is beyond saving. It is entangled with a 7th-tier soul spirit beast. Unless there is a significant attribute advantage, typical pets of the same tier stand no chance against it." Soul spirit beast? Fan Ganglai, along with Li Ying and Fan Yujing, were momentarily taken aback. Lin Mokwang, who was poised to strike Su Ping, also changed his expression, a mixture of shock and fury crossing his features. What nonsense are you spouting? Fan Ganglai had never heard of such a creature. But Su Ping's prior awareness of abnormalities lent credibility to his words. He quickly replied, "If it is a 7th-tier pet, we can still defeat it together." Only if it is indeed a single one. Su Ping's face darkened, his words coming in a rapid rush. But the soul spirit beast is merely a parasite of the blood soul beast. Where there is a soul spirit beast, a blood soul beast typically lurks nearby. If I am not mistaken, the lake is not water, but blood. The blood soul beast resides within. Blood soul beast? The mention of this unfamiliar creature left the others momentarily stunned. With a 7th-tier soul spirit beast providing sustenance, the blood soul beast must be at least 9th tier. Perhaps even a royal beast. Su Ping clenched his teeth. If it were not for the necessity of relying on these individuals as scouts in this desolate land, he would have fled long ago. 9th tier? Royal beast? The mere mention of these terms jolted the group into awareness. Although they did not understand how Su Ping possessed such knowledge, witnessing the Caducean python beast's agonized struggle sent chills down their spines. Such a formidable Caducean python beast had been inexplicably defeated in a single encounter. This was undoubtedly a perilous situation. Let us depart. Fan Ganglai decided without hesitation. You little brat, are you seeking revenge, fabricating lies to ensure my pet meets its demise? Lin Mokwang turned his gaze towards Su Ping, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Su Ping paid him no mind, his own fury igniting as he glared fiercely at Lin Mokwang. If you wish to live, then silence yourself. You. Lin Mokwang's face contorted in rage, drawing his weapon. At that moment, a sudden splash echoed from afar. The group turned to see the Caducean python beast, which had been struggling at the shore, now plunging its upper body into the lake, stirring up waves. In the next instant, 3 robust crimson tendrils, matching the girth of the Caducean python beast, erupted from the lake, ensnaring the beast and dragging it into the depths until it was completely submerged. Lin Mokwang was momentarily dazed. He felt the connection to the caducean python beast sever at that instant. Run! Su Ping identified the blood soul beast in a glance, disregarding any further explanations as he turned to flee. Seeing Su Ping take off first, Fan Ganglai, Li Ying, and Fan Yujing instinctively followed suit, fear coursing through their hearts. Chapter 61. The Giant Peak. Li Ying observed the conditions of alternate routes Su Ping instructed as he ran ahead. Li Ying was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Su Ping would issue commands. Are you suggesting we take a different path? But, upon encountering such a bizarre and perilous situation right after their departure, Li Ying felt a pang of hesitation. Yet, he was surprised that Su Ping remained focused on the task of locating the blood fox. Although he was a pioneer, boldness did not negate the instinct for self-preservation. After all, everyone feared death. Fan Ganglai cast a deep glance at Su Ping's back and advised Li Ying. We must heed Brother Su's words. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. We cannot afford to deliberate further. Li Ying, observing Fan's support, conceded, understood. He promptly attuned himself to his beast to assess the status of other routes. Meanwhile, Lin Mokwang had caught up with the group, his expression dark as he mourned the loss of a high-tier beast upon arrival, feeling as though a piece of flesh had been severed from him. Upon seeing the figures of his companions, resentment flickered in Lin's eyes, but was quickly concealed. Su Ping glanced back and noticed the subdued yet ominous gaze of Lin Mokwang, causing him to furrow his brow slightly before turning away, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I found it, Li Ying suddenly announced. The star beasts along the eastern route have migrated elsewhere. We shall not encounter them if we proceed now. Let us go, Su Ping commanded instantly. Fan Ganglai began to voice his opinion, but swallowed his words upon realizing Su Ping had already spoken. Fan Yujing and Li Ying exchanged habitual glances with Fan Ganglai, seeking his approval. Seeing no dissent, they swiftly followed Su Ping. Lin Mokwang's expression grew even colder. It's nothing. I was merely careless, he muttered. No blame lies with you. We are in a new starry rift, teeming with unknown beasts. Caution is prudent. Fan Ganglai whispered in response. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Mokwang's eyes. Yet he refrained from further comment. Under Li Ying's guidance, they pressed onward, drawing closer to the depths where the blood fox had been lost. Upon hearing the echoes of a situation reminiscent of their previous encounter, the group's expression subtly altered. Su Ping quickly suggested, let us first approach the route where only a single star beast resides, to observe closely. Fan Ganglai hesitated. The saying once bitten, twice shy lingered in his mind, inciting worry. However, he rationalized that it was unlikely for him to be so unfortunate as to face consecutive bizarre incidents. As Brother Su advises, we shall proceed with caution. Fan Ganglai finally agreed. Agreed, both Fan Yujing and Li Ying affirmed without objection. Ever since the loss of his caducean python, Lin Mokwang had remained silent throughout the journey. Soon, guided by Li Ying, they arrived at a canyon. Su Ping extended his hand towards Fan Ganglai. Understanding the gesture, Fan Ganglai handed his reconnaissance device to Su Ping. From a distance, Su Ping surveyed the area and identified a mere fifth-tier star beast. Without hesitation, he commanded his small skeleton to engage. The diminutive skeleton, responding to Su Ping's order, unsheathed its bone knife and darted toward the fifth-tier star beast with remarkable speed. It was a fifth-tier death phantom. Realizing this, Li Ying passed his device to Fan Ganglai. After a glance, Fan Ganglai felt relieved and was about to summon his bloodthirsty wolf when he recalled the previous calamity involving the caducean python, instinctively asking Su Ping, is this creature safe to engage? I have already made my move, Su Ping replied. Fan Ganglai was taken aback and quickly checked his device, only to see that the small skeleton had, by some means, already leaped in front of the death phantom. The disparity in size was staggering, with the skeleton barely half a meter tall compared to the nearly 4-meter-tall death phantom. Yet, upon closing the distance, the skeleton leapt, unleashing a swift, dark blade of energy. Thud. Fan Ganglai was momentarily stunned. Although he had witnessed the skeleton's prowess before, he was still awed by the display. It had effortlessly slain the fifth-tier death phantom, a feat indicative of a sixth-tier creature's capabilities. Furthermore, while the death phantom was a common undead beast, defeating it was typically exceedingly challenging for ordinary beasts due to its energy-based composition, necessitating energy attacks for victory. Lin Mokwang observed this scene through his device, his gaze flickering. After the small skeleton dispatched the death phantom, it promptly leapt onto the corpse to absorb the dissipating death energy. After scanning the surrounding environment and confirming its safety, Su Ping addressed Li Ying and Fan Ganglai. "We may proceed." As they advanced, Su Ping fell in line, positioning himself amidst the group. Upon traversing the canyon, they encountered scattered skeletal remains on the ground. Detecting biological energy, these remains stirred to life, reassembling to launch an assault on Su Ping and the others. However, these were merely low-tier skeletons, the strongest among them only 4th tier, easily dismantled by Fan Ganglai's bloodthirsty wolf. Exiting the canyon, a magnificent giant peak loomed before them, towering majestically into the sky. Its summit seemed to pierce the heavens, extending into the boundless cosmos. Standing at the foot of this colossal peak, Su Ping felt dwarfed. As if before a giant, they were but insignificant ants in comparison. The blood fox was lost before this mountain, Fan Ganglai noted, a serious expression crossing his face. Nodding, Fan Ganglai glanced at Su Ping, acknowledging the heightened risk of encountering high-tier beasts on the peak. "It is highly likely we will face formidable star beasts here. Last time, we encountered an unknown high-tier beast that nearly scattered our team, and we barely escaped." Su Ping nodded slightly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a vial of flame dragon fruit, an essential item in his quest for the blood fox. At this moment, Fan Yujing summoned 2 of her beasts, preparing for battle. Fan Ganglai also called forth a small beast, a 5-tier multi-eared monkey, known for its acute hearing, to scout ahead. Li Ying summoned a 6th-tier earthworm beast, which immediately burrowed into the ground to lead the way. Chapter 62. A call for help. Li Ying led the way, with the others following closely behind, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The path near the towering peak was rugged and uneven, littered with depressions and footprints left by colossal beasts, as well as craters formed from battles with star pets. Instead of rainwater, the pits were filled with thick, dark blood, teeming with bacteria that emitted a foul stench. Even the seasoned warriors, Fan Ganglai and his companions, found themselves wrinkling their brows at the acrid odor. Su Ping had little skeleton beside him, ever watchful for sudden attacks. After a brief moment, Li Ying suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a crack in the brown rock that resembled grains of sand. A hand dangled from the fissure, adorned with a black metallic wrist guard. Lin Makong and Fan Yujing recognized the guard, their expressions shifting. The owner of this hand was likely a high-ranking battle pet master or a wealthy 6th-tier battle pet master, who had evidently perished here, indicating they must have faced an extraordinarily perilous situation, leaving no chance for escape. Su Ping, noticing the severed arm, felt a stirring in his heart and requested, "Let me have a look." Fan Ganglai was momentarily taken aback, puzzled, yet he complied and handed the severed hand to Su Ping. "You wouldn't recognize this wrist guard anyway." Lin Makong sneered, observing Su Ping's exaggerated examination of the arm. Su Ping inspected the severed hand closely, his pupils constricting slightly before returning to normalcy. He continued to study the rigidity of the arm and the relatively undamaged wrist guard before returning it to Fan Ganglai. "Any discoveries?" Fan Ganglai inquired, valuing Su Ping's insights, particularly since Su Ping had previously detected dangers that had eluded them. Throughout their journey, he had noticed that Su Ping seemed oblivious to the harsh environment around them, a behavior that would be expected from a seasoned pioneer, but was peculiar coming from a novice like Su Ping. However, everyone harbored secrets, and he felt it unwise to pry, lest he offend and create enmity. "Nothing much," Su Ping replied, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Lin Makong scoffed derisively at his response. Suddenly, Su Ping shot him a sidelong glance and raised his hand. Slap! The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed through the air. Fan Ganglai, Fan Yujing, and Li Ying were all taken aback, but Lin Makong looked utterly incredulous, feeling the burning sting on his face. He could hardly fathom that he had been struck. As a high-ranking battle pet master, his status was immensely respected. He could easily captain a 2nd-tier battle team like Fan Ganglai's. Yet here he was, being slapped by an insignificant newcomer. Realizing what had transpired, the 3 quickly restrained Lin Makong, with Fan Ganglai urgently advising, "Brother Lin, let us speak calmly. There's no need for violence. It's too dangerous here, and if we turn on each other, we may all lose our lives." Fuming with rage, Lin Makong struggled to draw his weapon, but Fan Ganglai held his hand down with surprising strength, preventing him from unsheathing it. This revelation startled him. He hadn't anticipated Fan Ganglai's strength would surpass his own, despite both being 7th tier. Li Ying and Fan Yujing were equally alarmed, swiftly stepping in to separate Su Ping and Lin Makong, fearful of a confrontation. "Su, brother, there's no need for violence. Can't we talk this out?" Fan Yujing exclaimed, anxious about Su Ping's calm demeanor. After all, Lin Makong was a high-ranking battle pet master, someone they could afford to offend. Indeed, Ling echoed, shocked by Su Ping's explosive temper, which contrasted sharply with his youthful appearance. Who would have thought that this seemingly innocent student could act so violently? Striking a high-ranking master, no less? He brought it upon himself, Su Ping replied nonchalantly. Despite the perilous environment, internal strife within their team would only hinder their survival and potentially expose them to external threats. However, it was evident that Lin Makong harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Should an opportunity arise to sabotage him, he would undoubtedly seize it. Thus, there was no need for hesitation. Moreover, he understood that even if he did engage, the others would intervene, and should a conflict arise, he was unafraid. It presented an opportunity to eliminate a potential threat before it could escalate. Upon hearing Su Ping's words, Fan Yujing and Li Ying were left dumbfounded. Indeed, Lin Makong had provoked him first, but to strike him for such a slight was audacious. Did Su Ping not fear inciting a deadly rivalry? You. Lin Makong's face reddened with fury, veins bulging as he forcefully attempted to draw his sword, only to find Fan Gonglie's grip unyielding. Brother Lin, it was a mistake on Su's part, and I apologize on his behalf. Let us complete our mission first, shall we? Fan Ganglai pleaded earnestly. Lin Makong glared at him, gritting his teeth. He understood that Fan Ganglai would not allow him to engage Su Ping in battle here. Doing so could attract monsters that would threaten them all. Perhaps Su Ping had calculated this very point, emboldening him to act. This meant that Lin Makong's slap had been in vain. Seeing Lin Makong relent, Fan Ganglai sighed in relief and turned to Su Ping. Brother Su, please do not act impulsively again, otherwise I cannot promise to assist you. Observing Fan Ganglie's serious demeanor, Su Ping merely smiled. Let us proceed. Li Ying and Fan Yujing exchanged glances, both relieved. Li Ying resumed his position at the front of the group. Before long, they encountered the remnants of other expedition teams scattered across the ground, revealing the grim toll of their encounters. The sight of several severed limbs, some infested with tiny insects, served as a grim reminder of the dangers that lurked. Be cautious, Fan Ganglai warned, as the sight of these bodies heightened their alertness. Suddenly, a colorful smoke signal erupted from a thicket ahead. It's a distress signal. Fan Ganglie's expression shifted as he swiftly declared, let us move. Chapter 63. The enslavement of the undead. A few individuals swiftly made their way to the location where the distress signal was launched, soon arriving at a sloped area enveloped by dense forest. From within, they could hear the roars of beasts and eerie, piercing screams, accompanied by the tremors of the ground, suggesting a fierce battle was underway. Quickly, Fan Ganglai took the lead, charging into the heart of the forest. Inside, the woods were filled with grotesque trees, permeated with a thick atmosphere of death and scattered with ominous bones. Lin Makong intended to lag behind Su Ping, seeking an opportunity for revenge, only to find Su Ping lagging the most, nearly falling behind the group. He cursed under his breath and accelerated his pace. Seeing Su Ping's sluggishness, Fan Yujing was puzzled, unsure of his thoughts, and consequently reduced her speed to prevent Su Ping from losing the team. Thus, the formation of the group stretched into a long line. As Su Ping and Fan Yujing entered the dense forest, they observed the remnants of massive trees that had been violently uprooted, evidence of the ongoing battle. They followed the path of destruction deeper into the woods, quickly spotting Fan Ganglai and Lin Makong, who were supporting two figures, seemingly a man and a woman, surrounded by several guardian beasts. Ahead of them, a few beasts were engaged in combat. That was an 8th-level undead beast. Upon witnessing the imposing figure of the bloodthirsty demon wolf engaged in battle, Fan Yujing's pupils constricted in horror. This undead beast stood 7 to 8 meters tall. Resembling a mound of bones and flesh, its body covered in menacing skeletal remains that continuously shot forth sharp bone spears or massive skeletal arms, attacking in a bewildering array of ways, making it nearly impossible to defend against. The sight of this colossal creature momentarily stunned Su Ping, who scrutinized the skeletal remains, adorning it with a peculiar glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a chef selecting his favorite ingredients. Simultaneously, a lively and eager consciousness from the small skeleton in his mind urged him on, filled with excitement. This is an adult 8th-level undead beast. Fan Gonglie's expression turned grim, a twinge of regret creeping into his heart for having come here. He turned to the two individuals beside him, saying, "Do you possess any combat-ready beasts? Summon them now. My bloodthirsty demon wolf alone cannot contend with this creature." The man and woman, both bearing numerous injuries, appeared to have endured a fierce battle. The man chuckled bitterly. The only beast I have left is this earth shield beast. My holy flame bird can still fight. The woman bit her lips slightly, her eyes filled with defiance. Beside her stood a bird adorned with golden feathers, unmistakably an 8th-level high-tier beast, the holy flame bird, albeit in a tattered state, its flames dimmed, and a gruesome tear wound on its ribcage, oozing golden blood. Fan Ganglai couldn't help but gaze intently at the holy flame bird, even among 8th-level beasts. It was a remarkably formidable existence. How had it come to such a pitiful condition? Seemingly perceiving the confusion in Fan Ganglai and Lin Mokwang's eyes, the man hesitated but ultimately revealed the truth. This undead beast is not an ordinary one. It possesses strength nearing the upper echelon of 8th level. Nearing the upper echelon of 8th level. Both Fan Ganglai and Lin Mokwang's eyes widened in fear. Li Ying and Fan Yujing, standing nearby, also turned pale. They struggled against 7th-level star beasts, let alone a creature of 8th-level upper echelon. Such an encounter would spell their doom. The man sighed. Earlier on our way, we encountered another 8th-level bone dragon, which scattered our group. Had the entire team been present, while we might not have been able to slay this creature, we certainly wouldn't have found ourselves in such dire straits. Fan Ganglai and the others were left speechless. What terrible luck, to encounter 2 8th-level star beasts in such a short span? Gentlemen, you. The man hesitated before taking a deep breath, earnestly looking at the others. Perhaps we should let your beasts hold back for now. If we continue to confront this creature head-on, we may all perish. Seeing the alarmed expressions on Fan Ganglai and the others, the man quickly added, once we escape, we will compensate for your lost beasts. Moreover, I, Yi Qinshan, assure you that I will keep my word. Yi Qinshan, just as Fan Ganglai was about to express his anger, he was taken aback. You are Yi Qinshan. Beside him, Li Ying and Fan Yujing stared at him in astonishment, clearly familiar with the name. Fan Ganglai's expression shifted as he regarded the bloodthirsty demon wolf, now increasingly battered in its struggle against the undead beast. Though it was a 7th-level agile attacker, it was utterly ineffective against the undead beast, which resembled a porcupine. Leaving it no openings to exploit, it could only rely on its speed to evade and delay the beast. Very well. Grinding his teeth, he ultimately acquiesced. If he could receive compensation for a bloodthirsty demon wolf, it would mitigate his losses and earn him a favor from Yi Qinshan. Yi Qinshan breathed a sigh of relief, about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. The ground around them erupted as numerous skeletal remains crawled forth, surrounding their escape route. It was necromantic summoning. The faces of the group paled. Just as they prepared to command their beasts to break free, the summoned skeletons unexpectedly bypassed them and charged toward the undead beast ahead. This scene left them utterly dumbfounded. Captain, is it not too wasteful to abandon your beast after so long together? Su Ping remarked. Fan Ganglai was taken aback. Turning his gaze to Su Ping, then recalling something, his eyes fell upon the small skeleton at Su Ping's feet. The small skeleton exuded a potent dark energy that enveloped its form, appearing as a mysterious entity cloaked in shadow. This necromantic summoning, is it your doing? Fan Ganglai was astonished. This was a high-tier necromantic pet skill, and judging by the scale of the summoning, it was evident that it was executed with remarkable proficiency, far exceeding ordinary necromantic summoning. Su Ping remained silent, directing the small skeleton to manipulate the surrounding skeletal remains. This was the small skeleton's ability, the enslavement of the undead. As long as there were bones nearby, it could directly enslave them. The strength of its ability depended on the quantity of nearby bones, and naturally, the area surrounding the undead beast was abundant with them. Furthermore, if the small skeleton's mental power were sufficiently robust, it could potentially enslave the undead beast itself. For the undead beast was also classified as an undead creature. However, it was apparent that the small skeleton currently possessed only 3rd-level strength. Although its mental power far surpassed that of typical 3rd-level beings, directly enslaving an 8th-level creature was still an insurmountable challenge, with a maximum capability of enslaving up to 6th-level beings. Chapter 64. The entire army strikes. What manner of skeleton is this? Yi Qinshan and the woman beside him gazed in astonishment at the small skeleton by Su Ping's feet. Due to the pervasive dark energy, they could not discern the true form of the diminutive figure. However, its ability to command such a multitude of undead was utterly bewildering. While some star pets and beasts may be small yet possess formidable strength, it is generally true that, with the exception of a few anomalies, the power of skeletons is proportional to their size. Could it be a unique type of skeleton adept in mental attacks? Their eyes flickered with speculation. At that moment, They suddenly witnessed the dark energy surrounding the small skeleton rapidly retract, as if a whale were drawing in water, revealing a pitch-black skeletal form. Subsequently, it unsheathed a sharp bone dagger lodged between its hip bones and, alongside the surrounding legion of skeletons, charged towards the demon skeletal beast. The two were momentarily dumbfounded. They had initially presumed it to be a mage, only to witness it suddenly transform into a warrior. A torrent of skeletons surged around the small figure, some bearing remnants of their former lives, others forming human-like shapes, and yet others resembling star beasts, all rushing forward with fervor. With the arrival of this undead legion, the pressure on the bloodthirsty demon wolf significantly diminished, as countless skeletons leapt onto the demon beast, tearing and battering it with frenzied speed, all at levels 5 and 6. Were their target the bloodthirsty demon wolf, they could easily shred it to pieces in an instant. The demon skeletal beast roared in rage as two thick bone whips shot forth from its mountainous body, sweeping and striking. The legion of skeletons leapt and dodged, some unfortunate ones being struck down, their bodies instantly disintegrating or shattering. Yet, from the remnants of their shattered forms, dark energy used forth, quickly reassembling them into existence, propelling them forward once more. Roar! A massive skeletal tiger, adorned with sharp horns, leapt onto the demon skeletal beast, its razor-sharp claws slashing rapidly, gnawing at the skeletal frame of the beast. Some of the weaker bones were crushed, while others were torn away and flung aside. The demon beast emitted a series of furious roars, erupting with bone spikes that shattered the undead skeletons clinging to it. However, the sheer number of undead was overwhelming. As soon as one batch was destroyed, another would leap forth, seemingly endless, quickly engulfing the massive form of the demon skeletal beast. With a sudden thrust, the small skeleton infiltrated the ranks of the undead, drawing near to the demon beast, and executed a swift slashing motion. The dark blade energy surged like a great wave, crashing down upon the bones beneath the demon beast, instantly severing several thick bones. Witnessing the demon skeletal beast being subdued, Yi Chunshan and Fan Ganglai were left in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the scene before them. Lin Mokwang was filled with shock. This was an 8th-tier entity, yet it was being restrained by Su Ping alone. A flicker of regret crossed his mind as he cast a sidelong glance at Su Ping, who wore a calm expression, a hint of apprehension gleaming in his eyes. He realized he could not fully comprehend this youth. Despite being a novice in exploration, he had remained remarkably composed throughout. And possessing such terrifying power at this young age was truly extraordinary. It was highly likely that he was backed by a formidable force, and thus, he had not merely offended Su Ping, but an entire power. With a shiver running down his spine, he was gripped by a cold sweat. Yi Qinshan, momentarily stunned, could not believe he still dared to covet the merits of this demon beast. Given its strength, slaying it would yield immense rewards, potentially elevating one to the status of a silver wing explorer. He had initially regarded this individual as merely a follower due to his age, but he now recognized the depth of his capabilities, fearing an unimaginable background. Seeing the calm demeanor of Su Ping, he hesitated briefly before nodding. Let us see how it goes. Excellent. With Yi Qinshan's approval, Fan Ganglai let out a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Mokwang. Brother Lin, do lend us your strength. The other summoned Lin Mokwang's most powerful pet, a 6-armed magic ape of the mid-7th tier, towering at 7 to 8 meters. Its deep brown fur and muscles bulged like those of a titan, wielding 4 weapons with its 6 arms, while 2 bore spiked gauntlets. And its chest was adorned with a black chainmail, fully armed. This was Lin Mokwang's trump card, his greatest reliance. Though mid-7th tier, under his training and armament, this 6-armed magic ape could contend with upper 7th tier beasts and could even barely withstand some lower 8th tier beasts. Yi Qinshan was taken aback by the 6-armed magic ape, glancing at its equipment with admiration, noting that its gear was worth several million, nearly enough to purchase another high-tier pet. Fan Ganglia's eyes glinted in surprise. Realizing Lin Mokwang possessed such a formidable pet, he too summoned 2 beasts without hesitation. One was a lower 7th tier mountain-shaking beast, an earth-type creature, while the other was a remarkable 8th tier serpent-winged azure dragon. This azure dragon, though of mixed lineage, was merely of lower 8th tier strength, nevertheless. It was still classified as an 8th tier battle pet. Enhance. Fan Ganglai channeled his star power, unleashing 4 foundational enhancements, each at the 7th tier, amplifying the capabilities to such an extent that even a feeble elder with a cane could sprint faster than an Olympic champion. In addition to the foundational enhancements, Fan Ganglai employed another secret technique of the Pet Master, the divine technique of projection. A second serpent-winged azure dragon materialized in midair. This was Fan Ganglai's signature skill, capable of temporarily replicating his strongest pet's image, effectively doubling its combat power. Yi Qinshan was impressed. He had not expected this team to possess such robust strength, categorizing them among the more outstanding second-tier teams. Just as Fan Ganglai and Lin Moquang directed their pets to assault the demon beast, a sudden, furious roar erupted. The demon skeletal beast's body exploding violently, sending sharp bone spikes flying and obliterating the surrounding legion of skeletons into fragments. Chapter 65 The Necromantic Technique, the Mountain-Shaking Beast. Fan Ganglai was taken aback, hastily instructing the mountain-shaking beast to raise earthen walls for protection. A series of earthen barriers rose before them, deflecting the oncoming shards of bone with a resounding thud. As the tremors subsided, the group quickly used their star power to sense beyond the barriers, only to find that the colossal figure of the necromantic beast had seemingly shrunk, surrounded by a multitude of remnants. The previously summoned legion of bones had been utterly annihilated, yet a small skeletal mountain stood firm in the midst of the chaos. It was the necromantic beast's corpse explosion attack. Yi Qinshan's expression darkened. Such a skill could only be mastered by exceptionally gifted necromantic beasts, confirming that the creature before them was indeed extraordinary. Prepare to engage, Su Ping declared coldly. He communicated with the little skull, and suddenly, the small skeletal mountain before the necromantic beast erupted, revealing several skeletal warriors. Amidst their ranks, the little skull stood regal, enveloped in swirling black mist, exuding an aura of malevolence. Roar! The little skull let out a fierce roar, utilizing its corpse roar skill. Despite its diminutive size, the sound reverberated like thunder, a dry, raspy, and somewhat tearing cry that sent chills through the veins of all who heard it. To ordinary beings, the intimidation factor of this corpse roar was immense, rivaling even the mightiest dragon's roar. The necromantic beast, being a creature of the undead, was not easily daunted. But its body stiffened momentarily, as if shaken from a stupor. In the next instant, the little skull and the remaining intact skeletal warriors charged towards the necromantic beast. Two serpentine-winged dragons soared forth, unleashing a torrent of lightning and poison, corroding the surface of the necromantic beast's skeletal frame. Meanwhile, the mountain-shaking beast employed a technique to tear the ground apart beneath the necromantic beast, hoping to ensnare its form within the gaping chasm. Lin Moquang directed the flame bird and the six-armed demon ape to attack. The flame bird spewed molten flames, while the six-armed demon ape, agile and swift, wielded a variety of weapons to assault the necromantic beast's dry bones, its other two arms poised for defense and counterattack. Roar! The necromantic beast, weakened from its corpse explosion, trembled with power. Its bones rattled like scales, suddenly launching several sharp spikes from within, aimed at the airborne flame bird and serpentine-winged dragons. The flame bird screeched, retreating in fright, yet was still pierced through the wing by a bone spike, teetering perilously. The serpentine-winged dragon, being an 8th-tier beast, reacted swiftly, evading several spikes before retaliating with a fresh spray of poison, which splattered against the necromantic beast's shell, causing it to soften and rot into pus. Fan Ganglai controlled the two serpentine-winged dragons, coordinating their relentless poison attacks, which swiftly eroded the necromantic beast's outer layer of bone, inflicting significant damage. Meanwhile, the six-armed demon ape circled the necromantic beast, using its 4 weapons and its own chainmail to divert most of the beast's assaults. As the necromantic beast found itself on the defensive against the onslaught of beasts, its skeletal frame suddenly shifted, loosening and tightening rhythmically, as if breathing. Observing this, Yi Qinshan's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "Not good. It's about to unleash a mental shockwave." A mental shockwave? Both Fan Ganglai and Lin Moquang's faces paled. The necromantic beast was among the few undead creatures proficient in mental attacks, and this shockwave was its signature technique. Retreat. They hastily commanded their beasts to withdraw. But it was too late. From the fissures in the necromantic beast's bones erupted a bizarre wave, distorting the air around them. Buzz, even from a distance. And despite their precautions with star power, Su Ping felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer, his senses clouded. Alarmed, he steeled himself with extraordinary willpower, managing to shake off the momentary daze. Fortunately, he wasn't the primary target of the necromantic beast. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness. My own power is still too weak, Su Ping thought, recognizing that Fan Ganglai and the others seemed unaffected, having withstood the shockwave with their own star power. while his own was merely at a third-tier level, akin to that of an ordinary student. Within the area of the mental shockwave, the six-armed demon ape, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, and the two serpentine-winged dragons were momentarily dazed, while the little skull also fell into confusion. Although its will was exceptionally strong, it struggled to withstand the direct assault of the mental shockwave. Whoosh! Several thick bone spikes shot forth, one shattering the little skull, three piercing the six-armed demon ape's arms, and another piercing the chainmail on its chest without exiting through the back. Additionally, 7 or 8 more bone spikes struck the two serpentine-winged dragons, one created by illusionary magic collapsing into starlight, while the other, unable to withstand the assault, spiraled downward in a twisted descent. The necromantic beast's assault did not relent. A dense aura of darkness coalesced before it, forming a swirling void. "It's the obliteration of death," Yu Qinshan exclaimed, his expression turning grave. Fan Ganglai and Lin Mokwang shared his fear, their faces draining of color. This was a necromantic secret technique, a power only ninth-tier beasts could hope to comprehend. The innate understanding of this necromantic beast was astonishing. Run! Fan Ganglai abandoned thoughts of hunting the necromantic beast for merit. This creature was extraordinarily formidable, undoubtedly an 8th-tier entity. The very existence of this obliteration of death rivaled a strike from a 9th-tier beast. However, their beasts were still reeling from the mental shockwave, their minds clouded and movements sluggish. No matter how urgently they called, their beasts moved as if mired in molasses. The only option was to personally rush into the fray, summoning their beasts into the contract space. But doing so would leave them to face the necromantic beast and the impending obliteration of death alone. Boom. The obliteration of death was unleashed. The black vortex hurtling toward the serpentine-winged dragon that had just landed. The dragon let out a terrified scream, hastily raising its wings to defend. But upon contact with the dark vortex, its wings began to dissolve, the 7th-tier solidified star patterns vanishing in an instant. No. Fan Ganglia's eyes blazed with fury as he roared. The black vortex engulfed much of the serpentine-winged dragon's body, which shrieked in agony, its entire form crackling with lightning as it desperately resisted. Finally, as the obliteration of death approached its neck, the dark vortex began to dissipate. This incomplete obliteration of death failed to annihilate the serpentine-winged dragon outright, yet left it gravely weakened. Without timely treatment, its demise was all but certain. Fan Ganglai, witnessing the dragon's pitiful state on the ground, its pleading gaze directed at him, felt a mix of anger and complexity wash over him. He dared not approach, uncertain if the necromantic beast would unleash another obliteration of death. At that moment, the necromantic beast's bones writhed, slowly revealing another bone spike, aimed directly at the serpentine-winged dragon's head. Whoosh! The spike shot forth with lethal speed. Just as it was about to pierce the dragon's skull, a dark blade of energy cleaved through the air. The sudden intervention startled everyone, and they witnessed the little skull, previously shattered by a bone spike, reappear unexpectedly, now enveloped in dark energy, emanating an even more potent aura of menace. Chapter 66, Skillful Exemption, Is It Not Dead? Fan Ganglai and Yu Qinshan were momentarily taken aback. They had clearly witnessed the shattering of the little skeleton earlier. Although skeletons typically possess the ability to reassemble, one must have bones to do so. The little skeleton had been reduced to mere fragments. How could it possibly survive? As the group stood in stunned silence, the little skeleton, undeterred, charged fiercely towards the demonic skeletal beast. Enveloped in swirling black mist, it emitted a deep, resonant growl, and within its dark bones, a faint crimson hue pulsed. This was the essence of the skeletal king's blood. The demonic skeletal beast sensed danger emanating from this diminutive creature, accompanied by an aura that instilled fear and trepidation. It roared in fury, unwilling to let the little skeleton approach, and unleashed a barrage of bone spines. Like javelins, the bone spines shot forth, yet the little skeleton exhibited remarkable agility, dodging between the projectiles while occasionally slashing out with its blade, deflecting the unavoidable spines. With the little skeleton drawing ever closer, the demonic skeletal beast grew increasingly agitated. It suddenly let out a low growl, its bones contracting and expanding as if in rhythm with its breath, preparing to unleash a mental shockwave. This is bad. Fan Ganglai and Yu Qinshan exchanged worried glances upon witnessing the beast's brewing attack and were just about to alert Su Ping. A cold glimmer flashed in Su Ping's eyes, and his intent was instantaneously conveyed. Roar. This time, it was the little skeleton that roared, invoking the skill of corpse howl. The sound waves erupted from its mouth, and at that very moment, the mental shockwave emitted by the demonic skeletal beast invaded the little skeleton's consciousness. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the little skeleton did not falter. Instead, it charged forward with unwavering determination, seemingly unaffected. Fan Ganglai and Yi Qinshan were astonished, their faces a mixture of disbelief. It had withstood the mental shockwave? This was an 8th-tier mental shockwave. Even creatures adept in mental attacks could hardly endure it. Could it be that this little skeleton possessed a mental strength surpassing that of the demonic skeletal beast? If that were the case, the only explanation was that the little skeleton had previously utilized something to counteract the beast's mental assault. And indeed, the little skeleton had employed the corpse howl skill. Yi Qinshan had encountered this skill in textbooks, but it was widely known that most skills associated with howling were intimidation techniques. Could it be that the corpse howl, aside from instilling fear, could also resist mental attacks? This was not mentioned in any textbook. Yi Qinshan pondered in confusion and glanced at the calm youth beside him, who appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Who exactly is this person? Yi Qinshan's gaze flickered. He was certain this was no mere coincidence, but rather an exhibition of the youth's control. The true reason behind it remained known only to him. Kill. Su Ping's eyes gleamed with cold resolve as he imparted his murderous intent to the little skeleton. The earlier use of corpse howl to nullify the mental shockwave was entirely within his expectations. During his time in the chaotic undead realm, he had inadvertently discovered this clever application. While the corpse howl skill itself could not directly counter mental attacks, he found that every time it was activated, the little skeleton's consciousness would fill passively with intense negative emotions such as rage and brutality. This infusion of emotions endowed the corpse howl with formidable killing intent, producing a deterrent effect. At the moment the skill was unleashed, these negative emotions would surge forth, effectively countering the invading mental assault. However, mastering this fleeting moment of less than a millisecond was exceedingly difficult. Su Ping had allowed the little skeleton to engage in playful encounters with a malevolent spirit, employing mental attacks countless times before he managed to grasp a semblance of control. Yet the success rate remained around 70%. The demonic skeletal beast had not anticipated that its mental shockwave would prove ineffective, leaving its subsequent attack of death annihilation awkwardly stalled. As the black vortex began to materialize, the little skeleton had already closed the distance, swiftly unleashing a wave of dark blade energy that shattered the brewing death annihilation. After dispelling the black vortex, the little skeleton leaped onto the back of the demonic skeletal beast, its movements as swift as lightning, delivering a flurry of slashes. The bone knife in its grasp was extraordinarily sharp, cleaving through the beast's skeletal structure with ease, shattering the outer shell and sending bone shards flying. The demonic skeletal beast emitted a pained howl, extending enormous bone claws in an attempt to grasp the little skeleton. Yet, the little skeleton was too small and nimble, evading the strikes while continuing its relentless assault, severing more and more bones. Finally, unable to withstand the onslaught, the demonic skeletal beast curled into a massive bone ball, rolling across the ground in a desperate attempt to crush the little skeleton. Boom, boom, boom. Each roll sent tremors through the earth. After several revolutions, the little skeleton's figure vanished from sight, seemingly flung away or reduced to bone fragments. Fan Ganglai and Yi Qinshan noticed this, and their expressions shifted. If anything happened to the little skeleton, they would be utterly defenseless against the demonic skeletal beast. Should we assist? The woman beside Yi Qinshan inquired, biting her lip, eager to contribute rather than remain a passive observer. Lin Mokwang and the others turned their gazes to Su Ping, realizing that he was their greatest hope in this dire moment. The strong held the power to dictate the situation. Roar. The rolling demonic skeletal beast suddenly emitted an earth-shattering cry, filled with agony. Its body gradually ceased its tumultuous movements as a thick black mist began to emanate from within, enveloping it entirely, like an invisible maw of death, swallowing its form whole. Yi Qinshan and the others were startled by the beast's anguished cry, turning their heads to witness this bizarre scene, exchanging bewildered glances before shifting their attention back to Su Ping. What is this? Yi Qinshan questioned, astonished. Fan Ganglai was momentarily taken aback and glanced once more at the demonic skeletal beast, now shrouded in black mist, leaving only a massive cloud obscuring its condition within. Chapter 67. The puppet steed gazing ahead at the ominous figure of the skeletal beast shrouded in black mist, a palpable tension hung in the air among the group. Fan Yujin quietly inquired of Su Ping. Su, boss, is it under the control of your skeletal pet? His reference had shifted from brother Su to boss, a subtle indication of his unease, as Su Ping's displayed prowess made it difficult for him to maintain an equal camaraderie. Sort of, Su Ping replied, casting a glance at the black mist. Through his mental connection, he sensed that the little skeleton was drawing the necrotic energy from the skeletal beast. Earlier, as the beast prepared to roll, the little skeleton had cleaved a gash with its bone knife and infiltrated its body, causing an internal collapse. When something that poses a threat from the outside penetrates within, it becomes utterly fatal. Do we need to assist in ensuring its complete extermination? Liang asked hastily. Feeling that he had yet to contribute meaningfully and eager for the opportunity, though the eerie black mist made him hesitant to act recklessly. Su Ping shook his head slightly. He retrieved a vial of flame dragon fruit and addressed Yu Qinshan and the woman beside him. Have you ever encountered a blood fox flame tail beast here? Fan Yujing and Li Ying were taken aback, surprised that Su Ping still had the presence of mind to inquire about such matters. This creature belongs to one of our teammates. I've been entrusted to help locate it. Su Ping felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing they had not seen it, realizing he would need to expend more time in the search. Entrusted? Yu Qinshan expressed astonishment, observing Su Ping with renewed interest. He noted that Su Ping referred to their teammate, implying he was not a member of their combat team. From the earlier behavior of Fan Yujing and the others, he had suspected this, and now he felt reassured, for given Su Ping's strength, it was improbable he would be unknown to the team. Boss Su. Fan Yujing was taken aback that Su Ping placed such importance on his request, feeling a dryness in his throat akin to having sand in his eyes. Su Ping cast him a curious glance, pondering what he was so moved by. I was referring to the system, not you. Warning. Cursing detected. The system's voice echoed sternly in Su Ping's mind. He merely curled his lip in response. The blood fox. The woman beside Yu Qinshan murmured thoughtfully. I believe I may have seen its tracks. She spoke hesitantly, uncertain and concerned that an incorrect statement could mislead Su Ping. Oh, Su Ping's eyes brightened. Where? Just beyond the thicket on that slope, but there wasn't any scent near the tracks. It seems they were left some time ago. She gestured in the direction. Su Ping glanced towards it, committing the information to memory. Thank you. We should be thanking you, she replied with a radiant smile. Hello. I am Luo Guxue from the Beichin combat team. May I ask your name? Su Ping. Su Ping. Luo Guxue and Yi Qinshan exchanged bewildered looks, quickly searching their memories but finding no recognition of the name. They silently noted it, for given Su Ping's displayed strength and age, he would surely gain renown swiftly. His gaze then fell upon Yu Qinshan, recalling his earlier words, and his eyes flickered slightly. Yu Qinshan noticed Fan Gonglia's changing expression and smiled faintly, patting the silent Fan Ganglai on the shoulder. Captain Fan, Yu Qinshan, keep my promises. Rest assured. Really? Fan Ganglai was momentarily stunned, surprised that Yu Qinshan would indeed be willing to compensate him with a serpent-winged azure dragon, an 8th-tier beast. Yu Qinshan smiled slightly and addressed Lin Mokwang. I'll also cover the medical expenses for your injured firebird and 6-armed demon ape. Lin Mokwang was taken aback and quickly expressed his gratitude. Though he could manage his own healing, saving a significant sum was certainly advantageous. And thank you, Brother Su. Yu Qinshan turned to Su Ping, offering a sincere expression of gratitude. You're welcome, Su Ping acknowledged, nodding slightly. At that moment, the black mist enveloping the skeletal beast began to recede. As the mist dissipated, revealing the creature's form, the group immediately focused their gazes. The black mist seemed to retract like a sponge, merging back into the beast's body, which lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any energy response. With a sudden crack, a small, pitch-black skeleton emerged from one of the bones. The little skeleton brandished a bone knife, surrounded by a faint dark energy, while 2 crimson glimmers flickered within its hollow eye sockets. A chill of danger coursed through the group as they were met with the little skeleton's gaze, as if scrutinized by a formidable presence. Su Ping willed the little skeleton to activate its puppet technique. The puppet ability, which the little skeleton had previously mastered, differed from necromantic enslavement. It was singular in nature and required time to create, unlike necromancy that allowed for immediate combat. The skeletal beast before them was the perfect material for a puppet. With Su Ping's mental command, the little skeleton surged with dark energy, which flowed through its bony limbs and infiltrated the skeletal beast, steadily binding its bones together. Minutes later, the beast's body twitched slightly. This movement caused Yi Qinshan and the others to instinctively narrow their eyes, nearly gasping in surprise. Do not worry. It is merely the puppet ability, Su Ping reassured them, devoid of any malicious intent to frighten. Puppet? The group was taken aback. They understood the capabilities of such high-tier necromantic beings and were astonished that Su Ping's little skeleton had mastered not only high-level necromantic enslavement, but also puppet mastery. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. Before long, under the little skeleton's control, the skeletal beast slowly rose to its feet. The puppet ability could manipulate corpses no greater than its own third tier, resulting in a combat capability that was one tier lower than the creature's living state. Thus, the skeletal beast could only exhibit 7th tier prowess. As for how the little skeleton could create an 8th tier puppet with its 3rd tier strength, it was undoubtedly a matter of innate talent. The guideline of not exceeding 3rd tier was derived from the Federation's educational texts based on collected data, but the true limit, from the dawn of chaos to the present, was likely known only to the system itself. Now we have a means of transportation, Su Ping remarked, striding toward the skeletal beast. You're looking for the blood fox flame-tail beast? We shall accompany you, Yi Qinshan offered. Su Ping nodded, aware that they were reluctant to venture alone. Wary of encountering other unknown star beasts that could pose danger, particularly as Yi Qinshan and Luo Gushue's pets were largely injured and had little fighting capability. The group sped through the dense forest atop the skeletal beast, guided by Luo Gushue, and soon discovered the tracks of the blood fox flame-tail beast. Su Ping merely glanced at them to recognize the trail and promptly pursued in the indicated direction. During the pursuit, Su Ping retrieved the vial of flame dragon fruit, crushing the fruits one by one, releasing a peculiar fragrance that was highly attractive to fire-type star beasts. In this necrotic environment of starry rifts, there were few other fire-type creatures to worry about attracting any formidable entities. As they observed Su Ping's thorough preparations, Fan Ganglai and Li Ying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Several hours later, the group found traces of the blood fox flame-tail beast near the edge of a cliff, with lingering scents indicating it had departed not long ago. Chapter 68. The Netherstone Fan Ganglai gazed into the abyss of the unfathomable cliff ahead, then cast his eyes toward the footprints, which vanished at the precipice's edge. His expression shifted, a grim realization dawning upon him. Could it be that there were other traces here? It seemed something had been pursued, likely plunging into the chasm. Yi Qinshan glanced around the surroundings and spoke delicately. Both Fan Yujing and Li Ying wore troubled expressions, after enduring countless hardships to arrive here. And with the prior battle having claimed the serpent-winged Songlong, if the blood fox flame-tailed beast had also met its demise in the fall, their efforts would be in vain. Su Ping remained silent, his gaze sweeping the environment, absorbing the scattered footprints, the faint signs of battle, and the remnants of crimson fur and shattered bones. Suddenly, he leaped down from the demon skeleton beast and approached the cliff's edge, crouching to peer into the abyss. He adopted this position to guard against any potential ambush that might send him plummeting into the void. Though he understood that Fan Ganglai and the others had no reason to do so, the cliff was engulfed in darkness, the night rendering visibility exceedingly low. Do we have any glow sticks? Su Ping inquired of those behind him. Seeing Su Ping leaning over the edge, Fan Ganglai and the others felt awkward remaining on the demon skeleton beast and promptly dismounted. Li Ying quickly rummaged through his backpack and handed several glow sticks to Su Ping. Twisting one open, Su Ping tossed it into the abyss. The glow stick fell straight down, illuminating the sheer cliff face along its descent. The rough brown rock was vividly revealed, and several dozen meters below, Su Ping caught sight of a cluster of fiery red fur fluttering in a crevice. Indeed, the fur of the blood fox flame-tailed beast. As the glow stick continued its descent, it illuminated some withered vines emerging from the rock face. Suddenly, Su Ping glimpsed an unusual object. But the light was too dim, and the fall too swift for him to discern it clearly. He cast another glow stick, following the same trajectory. This time, he saw clearly. It was an irregular, hard mass embedded in the cliff, with dark golden particles adorning its rough surface. Could it be a gold mine? Su Ping pondered, astounded. In this unexplored territory, where no human had harvested resources, discovering a gold mine was not beyond the realm of possibility. Such is the allure of pioneering. Countless adventurers have struck it rich upon uncovering veins of gold or uranium. To his surprise, his initial visit had yielded such fortune, filling him with delight. Yet, to extract this treasure would be a formidable challenge. He would need the assistance of others. Li Ying nodded and summoned his earthworm beast, which burrowed into the rocks at the cliff's edge. Although both were earth-type creatures, the mountain-shaking beast lacked the ability to tunnel. Upon hearing Fan Ganglai's words, Su Ping's earlier excitement evaporated, and he lamented inwardly that his task might end in failure. Moments later, Li Ying suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming with joy, "The earthworm beast has found the blood fox. It's still alive." Su Ping and the others were taken aback. Found it? Still alive? Given the depth of the cliff, how could a non-flying creature like the blood fox flame-tailed beast have survived the fall? Observing their astonished expressions, Li Ying chuckled. The earthworm beast found it in a cave within the cliff. A cave in the cliff? Su Ping's face contorted in an odd expression as he recalled certain elderly figures who had waited patiently. Fan Galia's excitement surged as he urged, "Take us there." "All right," Li Ying replied. "I'll have the earthworm beast carve a passage." Before long, a slanted tunnel appeared beneath their feet, created by the earthworm beast melting the rock with its bodily fluids. The group braced themselves against the walls of the tunnel, sliding down until they reached the cave where the blood fox awaited. Upon entering the cave, Su Ping quickly surveyed his surroundings. Realizing it was not truly a cave but merely a hollow in the rock wall, only 4 or 5 meters deep, the blood fox flame-tailed beast lay resting inside, rising defensively at their arrival. However, upon recognizing Fan Ganglai and Fan Yujing, its hostility vanished, replaced by a glimmer of joy in its fox-like elongated eyes. "At last, we've found you," Fan Ganglai beamed, unable to contain his smile. Despite his heavy losses, at least this mission had not been in vain. The blood fox nuzzled against Fan Ganglai, familiar and affectionate. Despite him not being its owner, he had often fed and played with it. Seeing that the blood fox bore only minor injuries, Su Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, his task could also be deemed accomplished, thankfully so. It must have used the withered vines to slow its descent and jumped here, Yi Qinshan observed, examining the situation on the hollow wall. Su Ping recalled the protruding object that resembled a gold mine and surmised that the blood fox had indeed used that to reduce its speed. He promptly spoke to Li Ying. "It seems there's a metallic vein above. Have your earthworm beast tunnel up there so we can investigate." "A metallic vein?" Li Ying was taken aback, while Fan Ganglai and Yi Qinshan exchanged astonished glances before their eyes brightened with excitement. They understood what it meant to discover a metallic vein in the starry rift. If it were a gold mine, they would strike it rich. "Let us hurry and check," Fan Ganglai urged eagerly. Li Ying, equally invigorated, commanded his earthworm beast to carve a passage, and the group ascended through it, soon arriving at a hardened mass in the earth, measuring 7 or 8 meters in diameter and 4 to 5 meters in width. Fan Ganglai retrieved a small scanning device from his backpack to measure the gold content within the object. Others possessed similar devices but refrained from using them, gathering around Fan Ganglai to observe. Uranium content 0.002, gold content 2.902, silver content. Numerous elemental contents appeared like a list. And upon seeing the uranium and gold percentages, the smile on Fan Ganglia's face vanished, replaced by disappointment. The subsequent elements, iron, copper, nickel, vanadium, also yielded extremely low concentrations, none exceeding 5. Su Ping glanced at the devices list, perplexed. If such a sizable mass lacked these elements, what could it possibly be? Just then, the small skeleton at his feet emitted an excited awareness, extending its bony claw to caress the mineral mass, displaying an avid desire. Surprised, Su Ping quickly realized that this was likely not a mineral composed of earthly elements, but rather an unknown substance beneficial to undead beings. "System, can you identify it?" Su Ping internally inquired. "Affirmative," the system replied. Su Ping's excitement surged. "What is it?" "The identification fee is 100 energy points per inquiry," the system stated. Su Ping nearly sputtered in disbelief. This required a fee? Calculating his remaining 600 or 700 energy points, he gritted his teeth and paid. The system first notified him of the energy deduction, then revealed, "This is netherstone ore, a conglomeration of necromantic energy, from which netherstones can be refined." Netherstones serve not only as a medium for cultivation but are also used as currency in the netherworld and among the undead. Netherstones? Su Ping was taken aback. "So, this is akin to spirit stones?" "That is a fair comparison," the system clarified. Realization struck Su Ping, and he promptly inquired, "Can you refine this material?" "Indeed." "Is that true? That would be fantastic." The refining fee is 100 energy points. Chapter 69. Return. It appears that this is an unknown mineral, possibly possessing great utility, or perhaps merely the value of ordinary metal, Yi Qinshan remarked with a hint of regret as he observed the data scanned by the instrument. Fan Ganglai offered a faint smile. Within these enigmatic rifts of the starry sky, one frequently encounters such unexplored metallic substances or peculiar flora. Should the Federation's research reveal immense worth in such findings, it could lead to monumental rewards, with even the names of the discoverers immortalized in the annals of educational textbooks, celebrated for eternity. Conversely, if deemed worthless, it would amount to mere futility. Noticing Su Ping had something to convey, the others turned their attention toward him. Su Ping's expression remained serene as he inquired, "May I have this?" The group was taken aback. Yi Qinshan and Fan Ganglai exchanged glances, realizing that if no one desired the object, it would go unnoticed, yet a request would undoubtedly indicate its value. Su Ping, observing the flicker of intrigue in their eyes, understood that once he spoke, their attention would be drawn to this item. Nevertheless, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Fortunately, they remained oblivious to its true nature, as did the Federation, or else the instrument would have detected it. If the Federation was unaware, it followed that the average individual would likewise be ignorant of its worth. "Do you want it?" Fan Ganglai asked, regarding Su Ping with curiosity. "Do you know what it is?" His inquiry was a blend of skepticism and genuine curiosity. Even if the individuals present later discovered a similar item and brought it to the Federation for appraisal, his statement would bear no flaw. They would merely acknowledge their own oversight and not hold him accountable. The others soon realized that Su Ping was the only one among them with a necromantic pet, which explained his ability to sense the anomaly. However, spending several days in this location caused hesitation among the group. They were deep within the rift of the starry sky, having recently encountered an 8th-tier monster, the demonic skeleton beast. Continuing to linger here could potentially expose them to further dangers. After Su Ping's assertion, he instructed his little skeleton to touch the stone and absorb the necromantic energy within. His intention was not to fully extract the energy from this piece of dark stone, but rather to allay the suspicions of the wary. If no one questioned his actions, there would be no harm in proceeding. As the little skeleton drew forth the dark energy, the last vestiges of doubt faded from Yi Qinshan and Lin Maoquang's eyes. Earlier, they had sensed something amiss in Su Ping's words. Although there were no apparent flaws, his suggestion to remain for several days raised suspicions. Did Su Ping not comprehend the implications of staying here for so long? While such a possibility seemed remote, after all, the Federation's instruments had failed to detect anything. There was always a chance. Moreover, Su Ping had consistently exhibited an aura of mystery, suggesting he might possess knowledge beyond their comprehension. However, witnessing the little skeleton extract the necromantic energy dispelled their concerns, and they realized their overthinking. This object was merely a gemstone containing necromantic energy. While such a gemstone was invaluable to necromantic beings, to them, it could only be exchanged for merit points. They had encountered other rifts containing stones imbued with elemental energies such as flames and frost, where the merit points varied significantly. Some could equate to the merits gained from slaying a 7th-tier beast, while others might only match the value of a 3rd or 4th-tier beast. Given that the lesser stones were more common, and considering Su Ping's substantial assistance and formidable strength, they were not foolish enough to squabble over a trivial amount of merit points with him. Indeed, it is an elemental stone, Luo Guxiwei remarked, observing the dark energy absorbed by the little skeleton. A look of relief washed over her as she addressed Su Ping. "This elemental stone is quite large and appears rather rough. It must be an elemental, or right?" Fan Ganglai nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it likely is. Typical elemental stones are usually petite and aesthetically pleasing, whereas ores tend to be more rugged. As long as Boss Su requires it, I am willing to part with it." Fan Yujing declared first. Fan Ganglai nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Boss Su has helped immensely. This discovery belongs to him, and I have no objections." "I concur," Liang added. "Indeed. It is too perilous to linger here for long," Fan Ganglai immediately concurred, having intended to propose the same. Su Ping surveyed the group and, seeing their consensus, nodded. "Very well." With Su Ping's agreement, Fan Ganglai exhaled in relief and promptly instructed Liang to expand the passage with the earthworm beast. Subsequently, they all worked together to gradually extract the dark stone or from the depths, securing it with ropes to the back of the demonic skeleton beast. Once accomplished, Fan Ganglai summoned the blood fox to accompany him, and they formally began their return journey. On the way back, Li Ying led the reconnaissance, while Yi Qinshan summoned a scouting pet, ensuring double the vigilance. They evaded encounters with formidable star beasts, directly slaying the weaker ones, managing to navigate without incident. The most perilous moment arose when they encountered a lower-tier 8th-grade insect beast while descending the mountain. However, with the coordinated efforts of the little skeleton, the demonic skeleton beast, and the sacred flame bird, they swiftly vanquished it. Hours later, Su Ping and his companions emerged at the outer fringes of the starry rift. The star beasts encountered in this vicinity were predominantly 5th and 6th tier, with 7th-tier beings being a rarity. Naturally, some areas concealed 8th-tier star beasts, warranting caution. Upon sighting the starry rift suspended ahead, the tension in their bodies eased slightly, and they unconsciously quickened their pace. Near the rift, other pioneering teams were assembling. As the ground trembled and the demonic skeleton beast approached, many teams instinctively recoiled in fright. Had they not seen the riders atop the beast, they would have fled in terror. Once the demonic skeleton beast leaped into the starry rift and departed, the various teams quickly reacted, erupting into a frenzy of excitement. Did I just see that correctly? An 8th-tier demonic skeleton beast? My heavens, who rides a demonic skeleton beast? Who is that? There's someone on it. It appears to be Yuchen-shan. Yuchen-shan? The one from the Bachin team? Is that beast the mount of their captain? Upon exiting the starry rift and landing in the temporary encampment within the wasteland, Su Ping had barely opened his eyes when a chorus of gasps surrounded him. The number of pioneers gathered here was greater, all startled by the imposing demonic skeleton beast beneath him. Fan Ganglai and the others exchanged wry smiles. The caliber of the demonic skeleton beast as a mount was indeed far superior to the rock lizard beasts typically employed by their fellow pioneers. As the figures atop the demonic skeleton beast came into view, the surrounding soldiers and guards breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were not facing a monstrous beast emerging from the rift. Let us depart. Su Ping did not linger, guiding the demonic skeleton beast away. The pioneers in front of the demonic skeleton beast hastily cleared a path, gazing up at the riders with awe. Some recognized Fan Ganglai, while others identified Yuchen-shan, prompting a flurry of astonished discussions. The ground trembled as the demonic skeleton beast sped away from the temporary encampment. Once in the wilderness, the group resumed their vigilance. Although they were no longer deep within the starry rift, they were still in a B-level wasteland, where encounters with high-tier star beasts were imminent. The route they chose was the most direct path from the temporary encampment to the base, also frequented by other pioneering teams. With many travelers, a path had formed, and the star beasts encountered along this route were notably fewer. After all, star beasts possess a certain awareness and tend to avoid areas where human presence is felt, with a few ferocious exceptions. Chapter 70. Distinguished teachers. As the crowd approached the base, the 8th-tier skeletal beast once again stirred some commotion. 7 to 8 missiles and laser cannons stationed at the base simultaneously locked onto the beast, poised to fire at any moment. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. There had been instances involving both royal beasts and lower-tier parasites in disguise. The pioneering base served as the second line of defense outside the city, thus necessitating stringent inspections. Upon passing the inspection, the guards couldn't help but glance at Su Ping and his companions, their impressions of these faces deepening. Riding an 8th-tier skeletal beast, they undoubtedly belonged to a formidable team. Apologies, but large pet beasts are not permitted within the base. Please store them in your contract space. One of the guards addressed Yuchen-shan politely, recognizing him as a member of the elite team Bachin. Yuchen-shan cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward, ignoring the guard's lack of discernment. He turned to Su Ping and said, "Brother Su, this is indeed the base's rule. Perhaps you could temporarily leave your puppet mount outside the base?" The guard and several others were momentarily stunned, realizing only now that the unfamiliar yet youthful Su Ping was the true owner of the fearsome mount. They were taken aback, initially believing he was merely a student tagging along with the team to gain experience, not expecting such a terrifying mount to belong to him. Was he a wealthy heir? Yet, even a rich heir must possess considerable skill to summon an 8th-tier mount. No need. Su Ping gently shook his head. I intend to surrender it for merit. In terms of combat strength, while a 7th-tier upper position was formidable, possessing the little skeleton made this one less significant. Furthermore, he had come to the frontier to complete a system task and would not frequently engage in battles here, rendering it unnecessary to retain the beast. Besides, should the need arise again in the future, he could still create a puppet from the remains of high-tier beasts. The others were taken aback by his decision to exchange such a powerful mount. What a statement it would make to ride it. Most would covet such a creature. Yet he was willing to part with it? Fan Ganglai, in particular, found it hard to accept and immediately began to persuade him. However, despite his attempts, Su Ping remained resolute. He instructed the skeletal beast to deposit the dark stone or on the ground, and then had the little skeleton deactivate its puppet ability. With a whoosh, the necromantic energy within the skeletal beast was drained, scattering its bones across the ground. The once imposing mount now lay lifeless, leaving Fan Ganglai and the others speechless, filled with both regret and heartache. Alas, it was not theirs to claim, and they could only watch helplessly as Su Ping squandered it. Now that the skeletal beast had become a corpse, it could be transported into the base. Fan Ganglai sought out the transport team to move both the dark stone ore and the skeletal remains inside. Such a waste, an utter waste. Fan Ganglai muttered as they traveled. Fan Yuqing and Li Ying shared a wry smile. Fan Yuqing understood Su Ping's perspective, realizing that he was different from them and would not frequently linger in the wasteland. In the base city, the skeletal beast would be of little use. So selling it was indeed the prudent choice. All right, Fan Ganglai and Liang nodded, holding him in high regard. Until we meet again. Su Ping also nodded, bidding farewell. I will contact you regarding the compensation when I have time in the next couple of days. Yi Qinshan informed Fan Ganglai and the others. Fan Ganglai nodded, confident that Yi Qinshan, given his status, would not go back on his word. Before departing, both Yi Qinshan and Luo Guxue exchanged contact information with Su Ping and Fan Ganglai. This is my address and identity in the base city. If you are interested, I sincerely hope you can visit our academy. With your prowess and insights into combat, I believe you could impart knowledge to many aspiring beastmasters, shaping the future. Luo Guxue earnestly expressed to Su Ping. He accepted the small card she offered, feeling a sense of familiarity upon seeing the academy's name. Wasn't it the same academy as his younger sisters? His expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Luo Guxue's identity, discovering she was a senior instructor at this academy. I will consider it, he replied, putting the card away. Luo Guxue bowed once more in gratitude for their assistance before departing alongside Yi Qinshan. Before long, the merits for the skeletal beast were issued, totaling an impressive 6 million merit points. Su Ping had previously gleaned some understanding of merit rewards and their value from Fan Ganglai. This sum was indeed substantial. Slaying a low-tier first-tier star pet beast yielded 10 points of merit, while second-tier beast granted 50 points and third-tier beast 100 points. The fourth tier offered 1,000 points. The fifth tier 10,000, and the sixth tier 100,000. The seventh tier commanded 500,000 points per beast. As an eighth tier magical creature, the skeletal beast's merit began at a minimum of 1 million points, with typical eighth tier beasts averaging around 6 million points, which was a fair valuation. However, upon seeing the merit awarded, Fan Ganglai's expression soured. The beast they encountered was exceptionally gifted, having mastered the 9th tier skill Death Annihilation. Ideally, a reward of 2 to 3 million would not be unreasonable. Despite his frustration and resentment, Fan Ganglai understood that complaining to superiors would be futile. He could only resign himself to misfortune. Su Ping, on the other hand, remained unfazed. This merit was already sufficient for him to procure numerous items. In addition to the merit, the name of the beast slayer was recorded under Su Ping's name, granting him a corresponding amount of pioneering points, which instantly elevated him from an ordinary pioneer to a silver merit pioneer with over 1 million points. The next tier was the gold merit pioneer, requiring 5 million points. Above the gold merit tier, there existed the esteemed honor pioneer, recognized for slaying 9th tier beasts valued at 10 million points or more. Each honor pioneer held an esteemed status, akin to a legendary beastmaster, revered within the entire Blue Star Autonomous Region. Chapter 71. Homecoming. After 8 arduous years, I finally attained the status of a silver pioneer. While Boss Su managed to achieve it in a single visit, Fan Ganglai looked at Su Ping with envy, yet devoid of jealousy. He understood that Su Ping's journey was far from over. At such a young age, he had already become a silver pioneer. If Su Ping were to immerse himself in the wilderness like them, he would likely ascend to the rank of gold pioneer within 6 months, his future boundless. Captain, spare us the talk. We are still mere black pioneers, Li Ying remarked with feigned bitterness. Fan Yuqing gazed at Su Ping's youthful visage, feeling a pang of bitterness. He had believed himself to be quite exceptional, and those around him echoed this sentiment. Yet, in comparison to Su Ping, he felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against a wall. Su Ping, however, remained indifferent to the distinctions of gold or silver. Due to his temporary status as a pioneer, he received no allowances or compensations. Thus, in his eyes, the difference between gold and silver was negligible. Perhaps merely a matter of reputation within the pioneer community, a realm he did not intend to delve into. What truly captured his interest was the merit exchange repository. With 6 million merits allocated by Fan Ganglai, the latter and his companions symbolically distributed a mere 100,000 points, leaving the remainder entirely for Su Ping. The successful hunt of the magic skeletal beast was solely due to Su Ping's efforts. He had single-handedly vanquished the creature. They were eager for merits but lacked the audacity to claim them. Although Fan Ganglai possessed the authority to seize this considerable merit, he was not foolish. For an ordinary individual, he might have taken the risk, but with someone as extraordinarily powerful and whose background was shrouded in mystery as Su Ping, he knew not what formidable forces lay behind him. Should he dare to be greedy, he might find himself lifeless in the wilderness by dawn. Not one to be overly courteous, Su Ping proceeded to the merit exchange repository, eager to make selections. He first acquired the 4 fundamental enhancement skills and promptly exchanged for levels 7 through 9, expending a total of 150,000 merits. Moreover, he invested 880,000 merits to procure a set of original water armor. This peculiar defensive artifact appeared as a sphere that, upon the infusion of star power, transformed into a transparent water energy that enveloped the user, capable of withstanding physical and energy attacks of up to level 8, though it provided no defense against mental assaults. There were fruits that promised to extend one's lifespan, yet they only offered a mere 3 additional years for an exorbitant price of 1 million merits. And they could not be stacked, far too costly. There was a beauty fruit as well, but alas, with my already handsome visage, any further embellishment would be tantamount to disfigurement. It served no purpose. A king beast's egg? My goodness, a staggering 13 million merits? Su Ping hastily sifted through the offerings, but ultimately refrained from making further purchases. While there were additional secret techniques for beast tamers available, he had yet to master the 4 fundamental enhancement skills and had no time to practice others. Despite the presence of the word fundamental, these skills were indispensable for beast tamers. Without enhancement skills, a tamer's creatures would be significantly weakened, even more so than with typical secret techniques. Boss Su, should you wish to take that or out, you will need to pay a transit fee of 100,000 merits, Fan Yujing suddenly recalled, reminding Su Ping. Transit fee? Su Ping raised an eyebrow. You see, we pioneers are dispatched by the Federation to cultivate the wilderness. The resources we gather must generally be submitted. If one wishes to retain them, a transit fee of 100,000 merits is required for any item, to prevent pioneers from hoarding treasures they discover, Fan Yujing elucidated. Su Ping nodded. It was a reasonable policy. No problem, he agreed. Fan Yujing exhaled in relief, adding, furthermore, should you wish to transport pioneer resources, they must undergo inspection at the health station. If any unknown viruses are found, it could spell disaster for the base city. Understood, Su Ping replied, confident that the virus detection would not reveal the peculiarities of the Netherstone mine. Seeing Su Ping's cooperation, Fan Yujing smiled, saying, in the future, should any troubles arise, I hope Boss Su will be willing to lend a hand. Of course, Su Ping responded lightly. A woman with a cane gently stroked the head of the blood fox, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she held them back. Upon spotting Fan Ganglai and the others, she immediately called out, Captain, Brother Fan, Li Ying. Li Ying leaped before her, exclaiming in irritation, how many times must I say it? Don't call me Old Eagle. I am only 28, for heaven's sake. Am I that old? The woman with the cane glanced at Su Ping beside him, and upon seeing his youthful and slightly innocent face, she was taken aback. How could someone of such tender years accomplish this? Indeed, Fan Yujing affirmed, nodding emphatically as he recounted the events of their journey to her. The woman listened with her mouth agape, her expression one of sheer disbelief as she regarded Su Ping. Feeling somewhat awkward under her gaze, Su Ping thought to himself, am I some sort of spectacle at a zoo? I merely acted on behalf of others. Su Ping waved dismissively. Boss Su, let us not be modest. We owe you a favor from this venture. You must stay tonight, and we shall not depart until we are thoroughly inebriated, Fan Ganglai declared with bravado. With that thought in mind, he nodded before adding, next time, let us have a drink when you're free. You've worked hard this time. Not a problem. Lin Moku stated curtly before turning to leave. Once Lin Moku had departed, Fan Ganglai turned to Su Ping, saying, Boss Su, Brother Lin is a straightforward individual. He may have offended you earlier, but don't take it to heart. He showed no dissent during the merit distribution and the hunt, indicating he harbors no desire to be your adversary. Su Ping nodded, regarding him merely as a fleeting acquaintance. As long as he doesn't provoke me in the future, I won't trouble him. That's good to hear, Fan Ganglai sighed in relief. Why the rush? Fan Yujing inquired, perplexed. I still have a shop to run. Su Ping replied, somewhat exasperated. Fan Yujing fell silent, forcing a smile as he remarked, indeed, Boss Su, your merchandise consists of substantial orders. Until we meet again. Su Ping bid farewell to the group. Chapter 72, The Golden Crow Divine Body. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Ping and Fan Yujing proceeded to handle the departure formalities from the base. The Darkstone ore was entrusted to the health quarantine station, once tested. It would be transported through a designated route to the municipal health station for collection, from where Su Ping could retrieve it with his identification. As they entered the expressway leading into the city, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Leaning back in the passenger seat, Su Ping stifled a yawn and silently summoned the rewards from the system. The Golden Crow Divine Body. This reward manifested as a secret technique for forging the body of a divine being, and its very name resonated with ancient wisdom. The technique was imprinted directly into Su Ping's mind, indelible and accessible at will. The Golden Crow Divine Body was an exclusive war form of the ancient divine clan of the Golden Crow, renowned for its indomitable strength, capable of shattering stars and reviving through blood. The cultivation secrets involved absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, refining the essence of divine beings, honing the 5 organs and senses, and strengthening both spirit and body. Upon the unification of soul and body, one could transform into a youthful golden crow, surpassing the speed of sound, enveloped in divine flames that could incinerate all. As Su Ping absorbed the information, the fatigue that had lingered in his eyes vanished, replaced by exhilaration. Although he understood that the system's rewards would not be subpar, he was astounded by their magnitude. This was a secret technique reserved for youthful divine beings. The capabilities and powers delineated within were unprecedented and immensely formidable. If he could master this Golden Crow Divine Body, would he not also become a small divine being? The thought sent a thrill through him. Divine beings were entities born from the cosmos in ancient times, incomparable to the beasts of the present day. The technique comprised 7 tiers, each level demanding immense effort, yet offering substantial increments in power. Upon completing the first tier, one would become impervious to blades and bullets. With the ability to move at near supersonic speeds, the physical strength alone would rival that of a 5th-tier beast. Advancing to the 2nd tier would not only allow one to exceed the speed of sound, but also withstand armor-piercing rounds, with physical resilience comparable to 8th or 9th-tier star beasts. The 3rd tier, however, was even more daunting. Upon unifying soul and body, one could transform into a juvenile golden crow, capable of surviving in space for brief periods and wielding some fundamental abilities of the golden crow, such as the divine flames. Truly, this divine body forging technique elevated one's combat prowess beyond that of beasts, perhaps embodying the true power of ancient beast tamers, a strength befitting a master of beasts. Su Ping mused inwardly. As the SUV navigated the expressway into the city, they soon arrived at the location where Su Ping had been picked up earlier. "We're here," Fan Yujing announced, engaging the handbrake and preparing to open the door for Su Ping. However, Su Ping did not wait for him to rise. He opened the door and stepped out, bidding him farewell. "Thank you for your hard work, Boss Su," Fan Yujing smiled. "Indeed," Su Ping nodded, waving as he turned away. Mom." Just as Su Ping was about to stealthily sneak into his home to feign sleep, he was greeted by the sight of his mother, Li Qingru, seated in the living room. His body froze, as if caught in the gaze of a formidable beast, cold sweat breaking out all over him. Li Qingru leaned against the sofa, her eyes lost in thought, only snapping back to reality upon hearing the door open. When she turned and saw Su Ping, her expression shifted, and she sternly asked, "Where have you been all night? Did you not sleep?" Su Ping was taken aback, guilt flooding his heart. "Come here," Li Qingru commanded. Su Ping obediently approached, bracing himself for a reprimand. Li Qingru stood and sniffed him, relieved to find no trace of smoke or alcohol. Yet her brow furrowed as she questioned, "What did you do?" Looking down, Su Ping replied, "I went to fix a computer." "Oh no." "I helped someone take care of their beast." "Taking care of a beast?" "All night." Li Qingru's face was rife with skepticism. Su Ping had no choice but to fabricate a tale, weaving a narrative so convincing that he almost believed it himself, thus dispelling his mother's suspicions. "Did you rest last night? Are you hungry? Go wash your face first. You look exhausted. I'll prepare breakfast for you. After you wash up, wake your sister. If you're too tired today, you needn't go to the shop." Su Ping felt a surge of emotion amidst this unfamiliar world. He experienced a sense of belonging for the first time. "Thank you, Mom," he murmured softly before rushing to wash his face, holding the towel to his face for a while before finally cleaning up. After freshening up, Su Ping ascended the stairs to his sister Su Lingyue's door. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open with a whoosh, revealing Su Lingyue, as if she had anticipated his arrival. Su Ping was momentarily taken aback, turning to see the girl's silhouette already descending the stairs. Breakfast that day was unusually tranquil. After finishing, Su Lingyue headed to the academy, unusually refraining from troubling Su Ping. He, in turn, ate his fill before riding his bike to the shop. Despite Li Qingru's insistence that he could take a day off, Su Ping's current constitution allowed him to withstand a night without rest with little consequence. Business at the shop remained as unremarkable as ever, with few customers visiting. Occasionally, someone would come in, only to be deterred by the prices, leaving Su Ping with no opportunity to make introductions. He felt like a salted fish, overwhelmed by boredom. Fortunately, he had exchanged for 4 fundamental enhancement skills in the pioneering warehouse, allowing him to practice in the shop during the lulls. These enhancement skills involved structuring star patterns through stellar energy, imprinting them onto beasts, to maintain the enhancement for an extended period. The imprinted star patterns needed to be precise and complete, preventing them from dissipating too quickly and losing effectiveness. Though the star patterns were somewhat intricate, Su Ping had previously observed the marvelous structure of the chaotic stellar energy map, making him adept at delineating the star patterns. Remarkably, within a single day, he mastered the first tier of all 4 enhancement skills, an astonishing speed. Typically, students required at least 1 to 3 months, with some even taking a semester to achieve mastery. In addition to practicing the stellar enhancement skills, Su Ping utilized his spare time to log into the Pioneer's website on the shop's computer, searching for rare medicinal ingredients needed to cultivate the Golden Crow Divine Body. The first tier of the Golden Crow Divine Body required a copious amount of heavenly and earthly energy to refine the body, transforming it fundamentally while incorporating the energies into his very being, thus forging his body like a weapon to achieve formidable strength and an impervious physique. Chapter 73. Cultivation. In ancient times, the energy of heaven and earth was abundant, and the Golden Crow divine demons fed on various energy-rich spiritual herbs and celestial plants from the moment of their birth. Most of them reached the first layer of the divine body just after birth, and with a little cultivation, they quickly ascended to the 3rd or 4th layers. However, in the present day, it is exceedingly challenging for Su Ping to find the spiritual medicine necessary for cultivating the first layer of the Golden Crow Divine Body. With too many cultivators and too few resources, any truly effective spiritual herbs have long been harvested. Moreover, the energy concentration on blue star pales in comparison to that of ancient times, leading to a scarcity of newly born spiritual herbs, most of which are sourced from unknown worlds within the rifts of the starry sky. To Su Ping's delight, he discovered a considerable number of precious medicines in the pioneering warehouse, including some valued at over 10 million merit points, capable of bestowing rejuvenation. With just over 400,000 merit points remaining, he selected only 3 or 4 mid-range precious medicines, nearly depleting his resources. He decided to assess their effects first. In the days that followed, Su Ping awaited the air delivery of the precious medicines while continuing his daily routine of skill enhancement. The efficiency of the Pioneers Department was unexpectedly swift. On the day after Su Ping placed his order, a group of uniformed pioneers arrived at the base city, transporting the precious medicines in a vehicle 10 times sturdier than an armored truck, accompanied by 7 or 8 security personnel, one of whom was a retired pioneer. This retired pioneer, in stark contrast to the high-stakes life in the wilderness, found the role of a pioneer courier significantly less strenuous. "Hello. This is your order. Millennium Dragon Spirit Grass, Divine Fire Cypress," said the retired pioneer as he carried several tightly sealed boxes into the shop. These were password-protected boxes made of special alloys, with the access codes sent to him at the time of Su Ping's order, known only to him. Should anyone attempt to forcibly open the boxes, an internal mechanism would trigger, destroying the treasures within. Su Ping nodded as he accepted the boxes. He randomly selected one, entered the password, and upon opening it, a rich aura of spiritual energy wafted forth. He quickly closed the box again and sent the delivery personnel out of the shop. As the group of security personnel and the middle-aged pioneer departed, the other shop owners and passers-by paused to observe, some with bold curiosity peering into Su Ping's shop. "Look at them. They seem to be from the federal government. I bet they're here to shut it down. TSK, I told you this place is a black market. Even the government can't stand it," remarked one onlooker. "I saw the items inside. They were exorbitantly priced. Good thing I left quickly, or I would have been forced to buy something." Su Ping, with keen ears, caught snippets of their conversations, feeling a wave of frustration. He couldn't explain himself, so he simply closed the shop, which was fortuitous as he needed to examine and utilize the precious medicines anyway. See, they really closed the shop. Serves them right. Black markets should be dealt with. The crowd dispersed, leaving the area eerily quiet once more. He entered the passwords for all 4 boxes without a single error. The fragrant aroma and dense spiritual energy of the medicines instantly filled the entire pet room, awakening even the little skeleton resting in the breeding area. which stared curiously at the unfolding events. The Millennium Dragon Spirit Grass. Su Ping marveled at the first medicine, sourced from the rift in the starry sky. Priced at 12,000 merit points, said to be infused with dragon energy and brimming with life force. Su Ping could feel the energy contained within. It was not merely stellar power, but a superior spiritual energy. The cultivation of the Golden Crow divine body required an abundance of treasures rich in spiritual energy. The breeding area itself was constructed from spirit stones, and even the meager spiritual energy emitted by these stones could enhance a pet's constitution. Direct consumption of a treasure rich in spiritual energy would undoubtedly yield transformative results. Following the cultivation method of the Golden Crow divine body, Su Ping condensed and compressed the stellar energy within his body, enveloping the Millennium Dragon Spirit Grass in a viscous energy, slowly eroding and pulverizing it, merging the spiritual energy into his stellar energy and gradually absorbing it into his body. The stellar energy served as a bridge, transporting the spiritual energy into him. Once the spiritual energy entered his body, he could begin refining his physique, progressing gradually. This process was arduous, as Su Ping was merely a mortal with a human physique. Unlike the true Golden Crow divine demons, who could voraciously consume spiritual herbs and absorb the energy directly, as the spiritual energy was transported within, it immediately entered the swirling vortices of stellar energy in his cells. To Su Ping's astonishment, the spiritual energy began to swirl along with the stellar energy, slightly enlarging the vortices. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy integrated into the cells, refining and transforming them, as every part of his body absorbed and evolved. Half an hour passed, and when Su Ping opened his eyes again, he found that the Millennium Dragon Spirit Grass had completely withered and disintegrated, its spiritual energy fully extracted. However, his body was now coated in a thick, dark residue, even smudged across his face and hair, emitting a foul odor. Su Ping was momentarily taken aback. Was this the process of marrow cleansing and bone reshaping? He hurried to the pet bathing area to wash himself, and as the dark substance washed away, he felt remarkably lighter, as if every pore was breathing freely, providing a liberating sensation akin to emerging from a stifled environment into fresh air. Moreover, he noticed that his skin had become exceptionally smooth and fair, with even the small scars left by mosquito bites vanished. Gazing into the mirror, he marveled at his transformed appearance, feeling significantly more handsome. The next medicinal herb, slightly less potent than the Millennium Dragon Spirit Grass, was quickly absorbed by Su Ping, ground to powder using the stellar energy vortex until fully consumed. This time, a smaller amount of the dark substance seeped from his body, merely a thin layer. Upon realizing he had no clean clothes left, as both sets had been soiled, he prepared to wash again. The next item was a fiery redwood, intensely hot, akin to a red-hot branding iron. The moment Su Ping's stellar energy made contact, a wave of heat surged through him, invigorating his entire being. He gradually absorbed the fire spiritual energy within, feeling his body temperature rise rapidly, as if he were engulfed in flames. Yet, rather than discomfort, he experienced an overwhelming sense of euphoria. The spiritual energy that had permeated his cells, along with any impurities yet to be expelled, was thoroughly ground and purified in the presence of this fire spiritual energy. An hour later, all 4 boxes lay empty, their precious medicines entirely consumed, leaving only remnants behind. Su Ping, who had seldom engaged in physical exercise, now felt a newfound sense of vitality. His body appeared more upright, with defined muscle contours in his arms and chest, exuding an aura of robust health. With a deep exhale, Su Ping released a breath of murky air, which, astonishingly, shattered the remnants of the medicines in front of him. Rising to his feet, he felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. Previously, he had sensed his physique was exceptional, but now he felt as if he could leap hundreds of meters or sprint thousands of meters with ease. However, judging by the level of refinement within his cellular structure, he had yet to reach the first layer of the Golden Crow divine body. He had merely completed 60% of the process. As he infused stellar energy into his body, a faint sheen of energy appeared on the surface, rendering ordinary weapons incapable of inflicting easy damage upon him, unless wielded with immense force and crafted from the finest steel. I should be able to withstand an attack from a 4th-tier beast without issue, Su Ping mused, recalling his experiences in the Chaos and Dead realm, where he had endured assaults from various levels of monsters, becoming quite familiar with their powers, his estimations proving remarkably accurate. It is essential to recognize that a beast master is ultimately human, incomparable to the creatures adorned with thick fur, unique membranes, or scaly armor. Even a renowned beastmaster, without the aid of stellar energy for protection, could potentially succumb to a single bullet. However, at this level of expertise, even in slumber, stellar energy instinctively envelopes their entire being, rendering them impervious to the threat of gunfire. Chapter 74. The trend of thunderlight mice. He donned his still damp clothing and opened the shop door, awaiting the arrival of customers while simultaneously honing his enhancement skills. During moments of respite in his training, he divided his attention to browse recent news articles on his computer. Keeping abreast of the daily headlines had become a habit since his arrival in this world. A certain actress had succumbed to depression and committed an act against her beloved pet. Turbulence had returned to the coastline of Tianjin City, with sightings of advanced beast packs. A prestigious school in Longjiang City was besieged by a rodent plague. Each enticing headline beckoned, igniting the urge to delve deeper. With years of experience, Su Ping had long grown immune to such sensationalist clickbait. For instance, the article about the actress was sure to reveal a deeper story, far removed from the implications of its title. Otherwise, it would not have passed scrutiny. To validate his instincts, Su Ping reluctantly decided to investigate the matter personally, setting aside the more pressing societal news for the moment. Indeed, upon reading the content, Su Ping was struck with dismay. The current state of journalism had descended to a level where even basic ethics were disregarded. Such shamelessness was infuriating. In a fit of anger, he closed the web page and shifted his focus to the subsequent societal news, his expression gradually becoming grave. Tianjin Bay City, being a coastal municipality, had long grappled with border security issues. The ocean housed a multitude of monstrous creatures that often traversed inland waterways, wreaking havoc upon ports and fishermen alike. After silently absorbing the information, Su Ping moved on to the next article. A rodent plague at a prestigious school in Longjiang City? Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, only to find a familiar name, the esteemed Foshan Academy, where Su Linghui studied. However, the so-called rodent plague was not a true infestation, rather. It referred to the sudden prevalence of thunderlight mice within the academy. These diminutive creatures were now ubiquitous on campus, appearing as if an actual plague had befallen the institution. The cause? A prodigious thunderlight mouse had triumphed through the academy's annual competition, leading its owner into the finals. This remarkable creature had effortlessly dispatched numerous mid- to high-tier beasts, showcasing an extraordinary talent, having even mastered all 10 secret techniques of the lightning element. Below the article lay a video of the Thunderlight Mouse's competitions. Su Ping watched in astonishment, realizing that this small creature was at the forefront of the excitement. The video prominently featured Su Yinying, the very customer who had visited his shop, accompanied by her diminutive Thunderlight Mouse, which was captured in a close-up. With its shifty eyes and mischievous demeanor, the mouse was anything but ordinary. As the competition commenced, the Thunderlight Mouse surged forward, unleashing skills like Lightning Flash and Lightning Shadow, swiftly closing in on its adversaries and defeating them with ease. Instantaneous victories continued for 4 or 5 rounds, as the Thunderlight Mouse vanquished opponents, some of whom were highly regarded mid-tier beasts, while others boasted noble bloodlines and resplendent appearances, all brought to their knees by this little rodent. The commentary section erupted in fervor, with praises for the Mouse Lord flooding in, obscuring the video beneath a torrent of enthusiastic remarks. Su Ping could hardly fathom the meteoric rise and popularity of the Thunderlight Mouse in such a short span. If word got out that this remarkable creature had been nurtured in his shop, his business would surely thrive. He scoured the internet for related news, discovering several breeding establishments that had already begun to advertise, falsely claiming the Thunderlight Mouse was cultivated in their shops, even posting doctored photos with Su Yinying. However, Su Ping quickly recognized the blatant forgery. Despite this, throngs of unsuspecting patrons flocked to these shops, causing their business to flourish. Outraged, Su Ping contemplated leaving a scathing comment, but reconsidered. His typing skills were insufficient to make an impact. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had Su Yinying's phone number. If he called her to come over and film a video together, her endorsement would be far more convincing than any edited image. With this plan in mind, he rummaged through previous receipts and quickly located her contact information. Dialing her number, he waited for a response. "Hello?" A bright female voice inquired, tinged with curiosity. "It's me, the owner of the mischief," Su Ping replied, lowering his voice to match his usual aloof tone. "The owner?" Su Yinying sounded momentarily taken aback but quickly recognized his voice, her surprise giving way to delight. "What can I do for you? I was wondering if you're free to come by. I'd like to film a short video with you." A silence enveloped the line. Film a video? Su Yenying was momentarily stunned, questioning if she had misheard. Hello? Su Ping prompted, sensing her hesitation. Realizing her oversight, Su Yenying's cheeks flushed as she stammered. What do you want to film, boss? Oh, right. Don't forget to bring the Thunderlight mouse. Of course, he replied. But if you want to raise it further, you'll need to invest again. Are you planning to help me cultivate it again? Su Yenying asked softly, intrigued. If I want to film the video, it's to prove that it was nurtured in my shop, Su Ping clarified. Oh, she understood, her face turning crimson as she expressed her gratitude. I was actually coming to see you at the shop. I can't thank you enough. Without your help with the Thunderlight mouse, I might not have made it to the finals. Although I lost in the end, reaching the finals was no small feat. I truly appreciate your support. Ah, yes. No need for thanks, Su Ping replied dismissively, quickly ending the call. Yet, upon hanging up, he suddenly recalled her mention of losing. Had she only reached the finals? Astonished, he pondered how a mere academy competition could feature beasts of level 7 or higher. To defeat the Thunderlight mouse, one would need the prowess of an adult high-tier beast, capabilities usually reserved for team leaders among pioneers. Could such strength reside within an academy student? He immediately scoured various video platforms for recordings of the finals at Fengshan Academy. Though the internal competitions of prestigious schools garnered less external attention compared to elite beast tournaments and the Royal League, some enterprising individuals had captured and uploaded footage online. The quality was shaky and unclear, yet it was the only glimpse he could find. Chapter 75, Exhibition Match. Su Ping selected a highly viewed video to watch. The cameraman was positioned at the back, yet the scene on the arena was still discernible. On one side stood Su Yenying with her Thunder Mouse, while her opponent, a strikingly handsome young man with an upright posture, faced her. Before him loomed a silver serpent thunder dragon beast, a fierce creature of the 9th-tier bloodline. This formidable lightning-type beast possessed advanced pet skills inherited from its lineage. Despite the stark contrast between the 9th-tier star pet and the ordinary, lower-tier Thunder Mouse, the crowd's cheers predominantly encouraged the Thunder Mouse, as they hoped to witness another miracle. The distant vantage point of the video made it impossible to clearly count the number of lightning horns atop the silver serpent thunder dragon beast. But Su Ping estimated its level to be around 6 to 7, still far from maturity. A fully matured silver serpent thunder dragon beast would occupy the entire arena, rendering the competition moot. As the battle commenced, Su Yenying swiftly applied for enhancement skills to her Thunder Mouse and subsequently cast an invisibility spell, concealing its presence to make it harder to detect, requiring visual confirmation to lock onto it. The Thunder Mouse darted forward at Su Yenying's command, executing a series of lightning dashes and creating 4 lightning afterimages, closing in on its opponent. This spectacle drew gasps from the audience, although they had witnessed similar feats before. The display remained awe-inspiring. The barrage of comments in the live stream reflected their astonishment, with many expressing admiration for the Thunder Mouse's prowess. Su Ping muted the comments to avoid obstructing his view. It was evident that Su Yenying had a grasp of her Thunder Mouse's capabilities. Observing her tactical command, Su Ping nodded slightly before turning his attention to her opponent. The handsome young man, after the match began, enveloped his silver serpent thunder dragon beast in enhancement star patterns, matching Su Yenying's level, with a remarkable power boost reaching 5 levels. This exceeded the Academy's teachings, indicating that the young man was not only a genius, but also quite intelligent and likely well-connected. As the Thunder Mouse charged, the silver serpent thunder dragon beast erupted in a cloak of lightning, employing a lightning defense skill. Meanwhile, the Thunder Mouse fortified itself with lightning armor, a superior version of the lightning cloak, offering enhanced defense and more aggressive counterattacks. The two beasts collided in a fierce lightning skirmish at the center of the arena. The electric impacts rendered the video a blinding white, showcasing a dazzling display of lightning. When the flashes subsided, Su Ping observed the Thunder Mouse performing a lightning dash followed by a lightning slash aimed at the silver serpent thunder dragon beast. However, the dragon deftly employed a lightning afterimage, evading the Thunder Mouse's assault, and retaliated with a lightning bite. Su Ping furrowed his brow. Prior to executing the lightning slash, the Thunder Mouse should have utilized a thunder roar to discern the afterimage, but it did not, resulting in a missed opportunity. This silver serpent thunder dragon beast, still in its growth phase, had evidently not mastered such secret techniques as lightning dash. After the Thunder Mouse lost the initiative, the dragon unleashed a series of strikes with its tail and thunder hammer, inflicting significant damage, leaving the Thunder Mouse battered and bruised. Lightning dash, lightning slash, multiple afterimages. lightning armor, and the tenfold thunder prison. Was it limited to just these 5 skills? Odd. Su Ping found himself puzzled. The Thunder Mouse possessed over a dozen skills, and with a mere combination of them, it could have easily overwhelmed the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon beast. Through the battle, Su Ping discerned that the dragon was merely a 6th-tier upper-level beast. Ultimately, after a final lightning dash, the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon beast exploited a vulnerability, striking the Thunder Mouse out of the arena, thus concluding the match. They actually lost. Su Ping felt somewhat speechless. He realized that Su Yinying, knowing only a handful of skills her Thunder Mouse had, excessively relied on them, leading to missed opportunities for other techniques. This was akin to having a teammate who could not even carry the weight of a loss. Su Ping was at a loss for words. Given the Thunder Mouse's strength, even if left to its own devices, the outcome should not have been so dire. As the match concluded, Su Ping reopened the comments section, revealing a flurry of regretful sentiments, yet the majority celebrated the Thunder Mouse's valiance. Among the 5 skills, 4 were advanced techniques, and 1 was a lightning secret skill. Such secret techniques are typically accessible only to high-tier beasts, showcasing the Thunder Mouse's remarkable potential. However, Su Ping smiled wryly. What about the Soul Summon? The Soul Devour? The Life Drain? All these skills when in used, even a Death Deception could have turned the tide for a potential comeback. Watching the match had left him feeling constrained. Although winning the championship mattered little to him, it felt as though a precious asset had been squandered. He provided a king, yet it played like a mere bronze. Su Ping felt quite vexed. Before long, a visitor arrived at the store. He looked up to see Su Yinying, whom he had summoned with a phone call. "Boss," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she approached the counter. "I've made it to the finals. It's all thanks to the Thunder Mouse you helped me cultivate. I've been eager to thank you in person. I truly appreciate it." He sighed and replied, "Come on, let us film a video first." Su Ping's expression darkened. Who would want to be a hidden figure in the limelight? Expecting payment in goodwill? Noticing his frown, Su Yinying was puzzled until a bright idea struck her. "Oh right, boss. Are you free? Our academy's annual tournament has wrapped up, and tomorrow is the final exhibition match, which will be quite lively with fireworks. My advance to the finals is all you're doing, and I would love to invite you on stage with me. Would you join me? An exhibition match?" Su Ping raised an eyebrow. "But I'm not a student at your academy." "No worries. The exhibition match is primarily for show, emphasizing spectacle. Participants can invite their family to attend," Su Yinying replied, her face beaming with joy. Chapter 76. Promoting seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ping nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Since it was about promotion, directly engaging with the students at their academy seemed quite reasonable. These elite students truly invested in their star beasts, unlike ordinary passers-by who merely kept pets for amusement and would never exert themselves to cultivate them. Really? Upon hearing Su Ping's consent, Su Yinying's eyes sparkled with excitement. To her, Su Ping was shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly backed by an exceptionally formidable mentor, possibly one of those reclusive titans. Associating with such individuals could only yield benefits. "Shall I come to pick you up tomorrow?" Su Yinying quickly seized the opportunity. Su Ping inclined his head slightly. "What time do we start?" "There are several performances, and Yi Hao and I will be the finale in the evening," Su Yinying replied promptly, a hint of pride gracing her features. After all, they had made it to the finals. Although she initially aspired to win the championship, the journey through the rounds made her realize that without the Thunderlight Mouse, she would have only reached the top 8. The hidden talents in the academy were numerous, and she had been oblivious to them before. This realization deepened her gratitude towards Su Ping. The honor of reaching the finals had brought her benefits beyond her expectations. "Yi Hao? The annual champion of our academy. The one who defeated me," Su Yinying chuckled, devoid of any resentment. She accepted her defeat gracefully, considering Yi Hao's formidable Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon beast with a 9th-tier bloodline, a level already deemed among the strongest beneath the kings. Noticing her carefree demeanor, Su Ping felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Shall I come to pick you up tomorrow evening?" Su Yinying blinked with sincerity. After pondering briefly, Su Ping replied, "In the afternoon, around 4 o'clock. Are you planning to arrive early?" Su Yinying's eyes brightened. She was eager to engage more with Su Ping and learn about the beasts. Su Ping nodded slightly. "I would appreciate your assistance with a few matters. By the way, distributing flyers at your academy doesn't violate any regulations, does it?" "Distributing flyers?" Su Yinying's shoulders slumped, staring at Su Ping in disbelief. Was his intent to utilize the daylight to hand out flyers? "Are you serious about promoting?" Upon seeing Su Ping's serious expression, Su Yinying finally believed that this enigmatic figure truly intended to promote. Could it be that even such a reclusive expert was in need of funds? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for someone of your stature to be handing out flyers? Su Yinying inquired timidly. Su Ping nodded. Indeed. A wave of relief washed over Su Yinying. I thought so. Even a master must maintain some dignity. How pragmatic. Feeling a sense of despair, Su Yinying thought it absurd to have to distribute flyers herself. Are you truly going to have a school beauty hand out flyers in the academy? Doesn't your conscience ache? What do you think? Su Ping asked, seemingly seeking her opinion. Su Ping appeared quite satisfied, nodding in agreement. Is there anything else? Would you like to purchase something? On instinct, Su Yinying glanced at the shelves and, upon spotting an item priced at 1.2 million, quickly averted her gaze. Swallowing hard as she stammered, If I don't buy anything, can I still leave my beasts here for fostering and training? Noticing her sudden timidity, Su Ping found it somewhat amusing, of course, but the subsequent training will be rather standard, with only moderate enhancements. Su Yinying raised her gaze. Moderate enhancements mean what exactly? Typically, one training session would yield a maximum of one skill learned or a slight increase in combat power, perhaps half a tier to a full tier. Su Ping replied casually. Su Yinying was left speechless. Is that what you call moderate enhancement? In an ordinary training establishment, even a tenth of a tier increase would be considered excellent, and acquiring new skills would often incur additional fees. However, recalling the extraordinary combat prowess of the Thunderlight Mouse, she quickly understood the disparity in perception between her and Su Ping regarding strength. What defined a true master was precisely this elevated perspective. One could not view it through ordinary logic. I understand now, boss. I wish to leave all my beasts here for fostering and training, Su Yinying declared without hesitation, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. Fortunately, business was slow at the moment. If it were busier later, securing Su Ping's undivided attention for training would be a challenge. Suddenly, she felt a pang of regret for agreeing to help Su Ping promote. Such a reclusive master was a treasure best kept secret. Yet, she also understood that news would inevitably spread, and what she needed to do was seize the moment and visit as often as possible before others discovered it. Boss, do you offer membership cards? Su Yinying pondered. Su Ping raised an eyebrow, catching on to her intentions. No? Disappointment washed over Su Yinying. The training fees remain unchanged, 10,000 for tiers 1 to 3, and 100,000 for tiers 4 to 6. Su Ping inquired, how many beasts do you wish to train? Upon hearing this, Su Yinying was reminded of her financial constraints. As a student, her funds were nearly depleted, and she still owed her friend Lan Lele money. There was no way she could afford 100,000. Her cheeks flushed. I forgot to bring money today. I'll come back another time. Forgot your money? Su Ping regarded her skeptically. With an awkward smile, Su Yinying waved her hand. Boss, then I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. She turned and hastily exited the shop. Watching her retreating figure, Su Ping felt a mix of amusement and disbelief, wondering why he felt as if he were robbing someone. Was he truly that terrifying? As he entered, Su Ping overheard Su Lingwei in the living room pleading with their mother for money. Listening closely, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Was she also interested in acquiring a Thunderlight Mouse? The trend of the Thunderlight Mouse had evidently infiltrated his own household. After removing his shoes, Su Ping entered the living room, where the girl who had just been playfully clinging to their mother now sat upright, her demeanor returning to its usual aloofness. Rolling his eyes, Su Ping casually informed his mother that he was hungry. Li Qingru immediately rose to heat up some food for him. As Su Ping washed his hands and sat at the dining table, he noticed Su Lingwei had not yet left. I heard your academy has a performance tomorrow? Su Lingwei cast him a sideways glance. How do you know? I heard it. Su Ping replied nonchalantly. Are you performing? Curiosity piqued. Su Lingwei almost asked who had told him, but her pride prevented her from inquiring further. Instead, she simply stated, of course, I am the annual champion of the first year. I will be the finale performer tomorrow. Isn't the finale reserved for the third-year champion? Su Ping probed. Instantly, Su Lingwei fumed. Is it not permissible for me to be the finale for the first year? Chapter 77. The Flyer Campaign. Su Ping, feeling slightly dazed, was soon surprised by the arrival of a hot meal brought by Li Qingru. Today, he noticed there was quite a generous portion left, and to his delight, the stir-fried green pepper with meat actually contained a good amount of meat. He glanced at Su Lingwei, who was sulking, and turned her head away in a huff. Su Ping thought to himself that she was being unreasonable, but he chose not to provoke her further and focused on his meal. Once Li Qingru had set the dishes down and taken a seat, Su Lingwei implored, Mom, seriously, could you please buy me another one? You have no idea how popular the Thunderlight Mouse has become. Its potential is severely underestimated. Aside from that freakish Thunderlight Mouse in our academy, I heard there's another one at Nanxiang Academy that defeated a 4th-tier Flowervine beast while only being 3rd tier. This is undoubtedly a hidden low-tier divine beast. Choking on a piece of spicy pepper, Su Ping coughed violently. He quickly gulped down some water from the nearby cup to regain his composure. There's plenty left for you today. No one is competing with you for it. Su Lingwei rolled her eyes. Su Ping chuckled softly, continuing to eat. Yet he was astonished that an ordinary Thunderlight Mouse could engage in battles beyond its tier without his training. It indicated that the creature was indeed a prodigy. However, such occurrences were rare. Despite its excellence, a Thunderlight Mouse remained a low-tier pet beast with limited bloodline potential. Li Qingru, being an adult and a novice cultivator, expressed a more rational and mature perspective, stating, "This incident illustrates that with sufficient talent and comprehension, even a Thunderlight Mouse can unleash astonishing combat prowess. Therefore, if you nurture the illusory flame beast you have well, it too can exhibit even greater strength." Su Ping was taken aback by his mother's profound insight and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are right, Mom." Li Qingru, surprised, remarked, "Is your teacher really saying this? That's unacceptable. There are so many pet beasts. We cannot dismiss others just because of a single Thunderlight Mouse." Su Ping recognized the flawed argument and earnestly nodded. "Exactly. If that were the case, this academy would inevitably close down. Can't the food silence your chatter?" Su Lingwei turned her face, her expression resembling that of a fearsome demon. Almost as if blood would start gushing from her orifices, creating an eerie discomfort. Su Ping glanced at her, but found the food even more enticing. He hadn't expected Su Lingwei, who generally displayed considerable cleverness, especially in her pranks, to act so irrationally at this moment. Yet, it was understandable. The Thunderlight Mouse craze had persisted for several days, and her restraint in only now voicing her desire to purchase one was commendable. Nonetheless, she remained a young girl, her perspective and judgment still not fully independent, making her susceptible to trends and public opinion. Ultimately, after much coaxing from Su Lingwei, Li Qingru relented. The price of a Thunderlight Mouse was not exorbitant, merely over 3,000 units, with adults costing around 5,000. The profit margins for such low-tier pet beasts were minimal, relying mostly on selling their food for earnings. Li Qingru's primary concern was that an additional pet might distract her, yet seeing her daughter's resolve, she acquiesced. Elated by her mother's promise, Su Lingwei suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, Mom, there's a performance competition at the academy tomorrow. Will you be attending?" Li Qingru, already aware of the event, shook her head. "I'm not feeling well, so I won't go." Su Ping glanced at Li Qingru. Knowing well of her health issues, which stemmed from a past incident involving a wild pet beast that had attacked her when it was not yet fully tamed. Fortunately, she had reacted swiftly, saving her life, but the incident left her with lingering ailments, preventing her from doing heavy work or enduring excessive strain. The monetary compensation for her health was trivial compared to the value of her well-being, and there was no point in dwelling on it further. Su Ping recalled some extraordinary medicines in the treasure vault that could potentially heal Li Qingru's injuries, even restoring severed limbs. However, such miraculous remedies were exceedingly expensive, costing over 1,000,000 merit points. It seemed he would need to make another visit to the vault soon. He regretted not thinking of this earlier, as the merit points he had left were dwindling, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the idea for the time being. "All right," Li Qingru smiled. Su Lingwei chuckled lightly, her gaze briefly resting on Li Qingru's injured leg before she turned to ascend the stairs. However, as she passed by Su Ping, he noticed her smile had vanished, replaced by a shadow of sorrow. His heart stirred slightly, and he fell into silence. The next morning, Su Ping awoke peacefully and without alarm. By the time he descended the stairs, Su Lingwei was already having breakfast. After Su Ping finished washing up and joined her at the table, a group of girls called out for Su Lingwei from the doorway. Upon hearing their voices, Su Ping recognized them as the same girls from before. "Here is your entry ticket. If you're interested, you can go watch. If not, just toss it away. It's not worth much." As she left, Su Lingwei casually placed a card next to Su Ping's bowl. He glanced at the tickets on the table, which Li Qingru also noticed as she entered from the kitchen. "If business is slow today, you should go watch. Support your sister, as her older brother. You need to protect her." Su Ping thought to himself that as long as she wasn't bullying others, he needn't worry about protection. However, he planned to visit the academy today, which was convenient, albeit at an inconvenient time. He tucked the tickets away and finished his meal before cycling to the store. Spending the day at the shop felt like being a lazy fish, as there was little business. By afternoon, he prepared the printed flyers, and just before 4 o'clock, two charming figures appeared at the shop's entrance, Su Yinying and her friend Lan Lele, as previously arranged. "Boss, are you really making us hand out flyers?" Lan Lele exclaimed, astonished at the thick stack of flyers in Su Ping's hand. "Otherwise, what do you think I called you here for?" Su Ping replied, "You." Lan Lele was left speechless, realizing she was often exasperated by this boss. Su Yinying quickly intervened. "All right, I promised the boss, and Lele, you promised me too. Come along with me." "Ugh." Lan Lele rolled her eyes dramatically but stepped forward to take half of the flyers from Su Ping. "It's getting late. Let us set off," Su Ping remarked, glancing at the clock. As they left the shop, Su Ping locked the door, noticing that the two girls had already hailed a taxi. Chapter 78. Famed Su Ping settled himself in the front seat of the taxi, allowing the two young ladies to occupy the back. He instructed the driver to head to Foshan Academy. Upon observing the situation and noting the trio's youthful countenance, the driver deduced they were all students of the academy. Engaging in a lively conversation, he inquired about the world of battle pet trainers, and their innate curiosity as ordinary individuals made them even more eager to learn. Su Ping spoke sparingly, mindful not to distract the driver. After a half-hour journey, they arrived at the academy's entrance. The thoroughfare was sufficiently broad, yet lined with an array of luxury vehicles. From these cars emerged strikingly handsome young men and women, all students of Foshan Academy. Gaining admission to this prestigious institution required not only academic excellence, but also substantial financial backing. At the very least, one needed to come from a well-off family. The tuition fees alone were exorbitantly higher than those of ordinary universities, and the costs associated with acquiring and nurturing battle pets were burdensome for most families. As the vehicle pulled over, Su Ping promptly exited, while Lan Lele settled the fare. He cast a glance at the imposing academy gate, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and stepped inside. Su Yinying and Lan Lele hurriedly followed suit, with Su Yinying expressing her astonishment. "Have you been to our academy before?" Typically, newcomers to Foshan Academy found themselves awestruck by the majestic stone phoenix sculpture at the entrance, crafted in the likeness of the royal beast, the purple-feathered phoenix. This masterpiece, created by a renowned artisan, radiated an overwhelming presence befitting a kingly creature. "This fellow," Su Yinying murmured, hastily catching up to Su Ping's stride. Today marked the performance competition, and many students were accompanied by elegantly dressed parents. Some even brought along siblings. "Isn't that Su Yinying?" Suddenly, a girl spotted Su Yinying and gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Upon hearing her name, other students swiftly turned to look, and as they recognized Su Yinying's face, a chorus of exclamations erupted, quickly surrounding her. Even in ordinary circumstances, Su Yinying held a certain celebrity status within the academy, being one of the campus beauties and ranking among the top 10 on the female combat strength leaderboard. Her combination of beauty and prowess made her the object of many young men's admiration, whether they aspired to conquer her or be conquered by her. After all, achieving second place was not solely attributed to her own merits. It was also thanks to her formidable Thunder Rat, a creature capable of competing with 6th-tier battle pets, leaving an indelible impression on everyone. "Is that really Su Yinying? I heard she was the annual runner-up for the 3rd-year class. She looks stunning." In the distance, some parents of the students observed the commotion around Su Yinying, feeling a twinge of jealousy, wishing their own children could bask in such glory. At this moment, Lan Lele assumed the role of a bodyguard, blocking the throng of admirers seeking signatures and inquiries about the Thunder Radish training. She turned to Su Yinying, saying, "You two go ahead, don't mind me. Let us meet at the usual spot." Her tone resembled that of a valiant warrior facing impending doom. Seeing the eager faces pressing forward, Su Ping grabbed Su Yinying's arm, urging her to swiftly enter the academy. They dashed along a verdant pathway, with a few straggling boys in pursuit. However, they soon abandoned the chase, realizing it would be too undignified to chase after them. Halfway through their escape, Su Ping suddenly halted, smacking his forehead in realization. "Weren't we here to promote something?" Su Yinying blinked. "Right? Why are we running?" Indeed? Never mind. Let us find the second promotional team first. Those random folks at the entrance aren't worth it. You know your academy better. Let us seek out the affluent ones." Su Ping pondered aloud. Su Yinying paused, silently lamenting on behalf of Lan Lele. After all, she was also a campus beauty and a wealthy heiress. Yet here she was being treated as merely a second-rate promoter by Su Ping. Wait a moment. If she was number 2, then who was number 1? She opened her mouth, ultimately offering only a wry smile before resuming her pace. Before long, the trio reconvened at a gazebo amidst the lush greenery. Fengshan Academy was vast, adorned with dense foliage, featuring not only resting pavilions but also ornamental koi ponds. Isn't that Han Xiangqing and his group? Lan Lele suddenly pointed out a few individuals strolling along a gravel path. Su Yinying's eyes lit up, and she remarked to Su Ping, "They're on the combat strength leaderboard." The combat strength leaderboard? So they must be wealthy? Su Ping's eyes widened. "Hurry, we can't let them slip away." Upon hearing Su Ping's urgency, Su Yinying felt her cheeks flush. She had never initiated a conversation with anyone, as it was always others approaching her. The thought of distributing flyers felt somewhat humiliating. Noticing her embarrassment, Su Ping quipped, "Handing out flyers is a valid job, you know. Do you look down on it?" "Of course not," Su Yinying replied hastily. "Then go." With a slight bite of her lip, Su Yinying steeled herself and, along with Lan Lele, approached the group. Su Yinying, Han Xiangqing, the leader of the group, was taken aback upon seeing the two girls. Observing their flushed faces, a thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that they were infatuated with him? Could you take a look at this?" Su Yinying, blushing, extended a flyer towards Han Xiangqing. Han Xiangqing, puzzled, accepted the flyer, only to be stunned by its content. "What is this?" "This is the training establishment for my thunder rat," Su Yinying explained, her cheeks still rosy. "It's where I raised my thunder rat. If you're interested, feel free to visit." Han Xiangqing felt as if lightning had struck him, questioning his own hearing. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. Wasn't there supposed to be a romantic tension? Su Yinying hastily distributed flyers to the other three individuals beside him, saying, "If you like it, please do visit," before turning on her heel and fleeing. "I've handed them out." Su Yinying ran, breathless and her heart racing. From a distance, Su Ping observed them accepting the flyers. Quite pleased with the outcome. "Excellent. Now, let us continue to seek out your wealthy classmates." Exchanging glances, Su Yinying and Lan Lele understood that while they were aware of the quality of Su Ping's training services, they couldn't shake the feeling of indebtedness towards their classmates for engaging in such activities. "Where are the flyers?" Su Ping inquired. "I gave them out so they could help distribute them," Su Yinying replied with a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling with cunning. Su Ping was left speechless. "You learned to develop a network that quickly? Did you tell them to prioritize finding the wealthy ones?" "I did," Su Yinying assured, though her gaze avoided Su Ping's, revealing a hint of guilt. It was a conversation Su Ping had seemed to treat as a matter of course, yet she felt too embarrassed to bring it up herself. However, she believed that even without mentioning it, once the flyers circulated, Su Ping's establishment would gain a modest reputation, eventually spreading like wildfire. And soon they would likely have to manage a queue of eager patrons. Realizing her unspoken thoughts, Su Ping understood there was no point in pressing further. As long as the promotion went well, even a few dozen customers would keep him occupied. "Boss, let us head to watch the competition. Although it's not our turn yet, the performance battles are bound to be thrilling. We must not miss out." Su Yinying quickly changed the subject. Su Ping nodded, reflecting that it was likely Su Lingwei's performance had already commenced. "Is the performance competition for first to third years all held in the same venue?" he asked. "Of course." Su Yinying beamed, "All in the largest arena." "Then let us proceed," Su Ping declared, accompanied by the two young ladies. The trio made their way towards the competition venue of the academy. Chapter 79. The seventh rank. Outside the venue lay an expansive square, bustling with numerous students accompanied by their relatives, all heading towards the competition arena. Su Ping was astonished to observe that, just as reported in the news, Fengshan Academy had indeed ignited a tempest of thunderlight mice. Among the students he encountered, 7 out of 10 were accompanied by a purple-furred thunderlight mouse. To an outsider, it might seem as though this institution exclusively nurtured thunderlight mice. "Boss, this is all thanks to you," Su Yinying remarked with a smile, noticing Su Ping's expression. "Haha," Su Ping replied. The trio entered the venue, which was vast enough to accommodate 100,000 spectators. Su Yinying and Lan Lele appeared thoroughly familiar with the layout, easily navigating through the intricate sections and corridors, swiftly arriving at a front-row seat with an excellent view designated for upperclassmen. "Look, it's Jiang Bingshan." Lan Lele pointed toward the stage. At that moment, a male and female were engaged in a fierce duel on the arena floor. Although the combat seemed intense, it lacked substantial lethality, yet the atmosphere of the martial stage was palpably vibrant, eliciting cheers from the audience. "She barely made it into the top 8 this time. And I heard she was assigned to a second-tier team," set to serve in the C-grade wilderness for a year before being promoted to a formal pioneer. Lon Lele remarked with a smirk. Now, she can't boast in front of you. You're being courted by those first-tier teams, and once you enter the wilderness, you'll be a formal pioneer. Plus, serving just 3 months in the C-grade wilderness will lead you to training in the B-grade wilderness. Your growth will undoubtedly outpace hers, making it entirely possible for you to become a renowned beastmaster one day. Su Yinian gazed at the tall and proud figure on stage, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. She recognized that her success was merely fortuitous, thanks to Su Ping. Otherwise, with her current beasts, she too would only have reached the top 8, equally matched with her opponent. Yet, fate unfolds in mysterious ways. She would ascend swiftly, evolving beyond this competitive relationship. She would encounter new rivals and behold a broader world, with all that transpired here transforming into mere memories. The wilderness? The teams? Su Ping pondered, recalling Fan Yujing's sister, Fan Xiaoyu, who was also a student but had already ventured into the wilderness for training. He inquired, "Will you both become pioneers after graduation?" Lon Lele shook her head. Ying will. She has that dream, but I want tea. Even if I wanted to, my dad wouldn't allow it. And I certainly don't want to be in a desolate place like the wilderness, where you can't even have a daily shower. Su Yining chuckled softly. To become a powerful beastmaster, what are a few hardships in comparison? Lon Lele scoffed. Why should I strive to be a powerful beastmaster? Even if I became an 8th rank beastmaster, I'd still be my dad's bodyguard. There is nothing in this world that money can't solve, unless you simply don't have enough. Earning money is the true path. Su Yining smiled wryly, aware that their differing backgrounds shaped their dreams in unique ways. Is that you, Su Yining? A warm and composed voice interrupted, drawing their attention to 3 individuals approaching. 2 trailed behind, resembling attendants, while the young man in front donned casual attire, his crew-cut hair giving him a spirited appearance. His deep, warm eyes sparkled with an intensity that hinted at latent energy, exuding a restrained yet remarkable aura that captivated passers-by. Yi Hao? What brings you here? Su Yining asked in surprise. This is the audience area. Why shouldn't I be here? Yi Hao chuckled. Realizing her faux pas, Su Yining shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. Aren't you with your class? Yi Hao smiled. I came to find you. To find me? Indeed, Yi Hao replied, his smile brightening. After my last battle with your Thunderlight Mouse, my Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast seems to have been inspired. It has broken through to the 7th rank, officially entering adulthood. Though it's still far from true maturity, it's a positive development, and I came to express my gratitude. 7th rank? Su Yining was momentarily taken aback, with Lon Lele beside her equally astonished. He was merely a student, yet he had already cultivated a 7th rank beast. Moreover, it was evident that his own stellar power must be remarkably formidable to summon such a creature. Are you becoming a high-level beastmaster as well? Lon Lele couldn't help but ask, her curiosity piqued. If that were the case, it would be astounding. Yi Hao shot her a glance and chuckled. It's not that quick. We're still students, after all. I was at 4th rank before, and thanks to the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast's advancement, I managed to reach 5th rank. With my current stellar power, I can barely summon the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast, and I can't keep it out for long. 5th rank? Su Yining and Lon Lele exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Both were still at 4th rank, Su Yining at mid-level and Lon Lele at low level, which was already considered quite impressive in their class. However, compared to Yi Hao's 5th rank, they paled significantly. At the intermediate Beastmaster level, even minor differences in stellar rank were glaring, let alone a full rank disparity, which felt like an insurmountable chasm. Besides expressing my gratitude, I primarily came to greet you. After the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast's breakthrough to 7th rank, it has undergone some changes. It now possesses a natural dragon might. I haven't yet learned how to manage its power. You know this is a showcase match. Should your Thunderlight Mouse become frightened, it would be rather embarrassing. Although your Thunderlight Mouse is exceptional, it is of a lower bloodline and naturally fears those of higher bloodlines. Thus, I suggest you use your Falling Phoenix to battle me. It would at least look more aesthetically pleasing, and I'll go easy on you, if not for Yi Hao's gentle smile. Su Yining might have perceived his words as a provocation. Nevertheless, seeing no malice in him, she felt a mix of annoyance and discomfort but replied, I understand. I will consider it. There is no need to consider, Su Ping interjected, having listened to the exchange. Fight however you wish. It's merely a 9th rank beast. Even if it's not fully mature, even a fully grown royal beast wouldn't intimidate a Thunderlight Mouse. Yi Hao and the others turned their attention to Su Ping. Su Yining was momentarily stunned, her eyes brightening. Is that true? The Thunderlight Mouse's transformation is due to Su Ping. I completely trust what he says. Moreover, she recalled a previous battle against the Dragon Hound, during which the Dragon Hound had employed a technique infused with dragon might, yet it had no effect on the Thunderlight Mouse, confirming that Su Ping's words were not unfounded. Who is this? Yi Hao furrowed his brow. He was courteous to Su Yinying because she had been sought after by a top-tier team with a promising future ahead, but he had never seen Su Ping before. He was not on the Academy's power rankings. Furthermore, Su Ping's confidence seemed exaggerated. What did it mean to face a fully grown royal beast? By the time one laid eyes on it, it might already be too late. Such creatures were among the rarest in the world. Not only would a Thunderlight Mouse tremble before a proud Silver Snake Thunder Dragon beast, but could a Thunderlight Mouse truly possess a lineage superior to that of the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon beast? Chapter 80. Appointment fee. At this moment, Su Yinying realized she had forgotten to introduce them and immediately said, Yi Hao, this is Boss Su. My Thunder Mouse was nurtured at Boss Su's shop. He is practically a co-owner of the Thunder Mouse, and perhaps Boss Su understands it even better than I do. Boss Su. Yi Hao is the annual champion of our academy and is known for his willingness to spend lavishly on pet beasts. The latter part of her statement was clearly a subtle hint directed at Su Ping. Boss Su? Yi Hao was taken aback, glancing at Su Ping, who appeared to be of a similar age, if not younger. A boss at such a young age? Moreover, the Thunder Mouse was cultivated in his shop? This implied that there was a nurturing master present at the shop. How could someone so young command a nurturing master? Could he be affiliated with a major corporation or a prominent family? Yi Hao did not doubt Su Yinying's words, as fabricating such a lie would only diminish her reputation in the eyes of her mentors and team, given that everyone previously believed she had trained the Thunder Mouse herself. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, his icy demeanor subtly softening as he maintained his composure. With a slight smile, he remarked, So, this exceptional Thunder Mouse was nurtured at Boss Su's shop. I wonder where it is located. If given the opportunity, I would be grateful if Boss Su could assist in nurturing my Silver Snake Thunder Dragon beast. Regardless of the cost, I am willing to pay. Of course, money is merely a trivial matter. If there are other ways I could assist you, I would certainly strive to fulfill them, as my sincerity is genuine. Hearing his words, Su Yinying and Lan Lele silently concluded that he had misunderstood. He was indeed after money. With business now on the table, Su Ping had no intention of turning it down. Observing Yi Hao's demeanor, it was clear he was a wealthy individual. He nodded and replied, Since you are so sincere, I can consider it. If you provide me with 100,000 now, I can prioritize the nurturing of your pet beast. 100,000? Su Yinying and Lan Lele were taken aback by Su Ping's exorbitant demand, exchanging astonished glances. Was this merely a Q fee? They had thought Su Ping was already quite mercenary, but this was outright robbery. When Su Ping spoke, he had already consulted the system and received the answer he sought. The system only monitored the service fees in the shop, leaving other charges to Su Ping's discretion. Thus, fees such as gratitude and Q fees were entirely at his arrangement. However, any extra money collected would not be converted into energy by the system. It remained simply as currency. Although money could not purchase items from the system's shop, it was exceedingly useful in the Federation. As Lan Lele had stated, as long as one had enough money, nearly anything could be acquired, even items from the pioneering warehouse, which could be obtained by hiring pioneers to purchase them with merit. This was a plan that Su Ping had conceived on a whim, and he was pleasantly surprised by its feasibility. It felt as though he had found a loophole in the system, which had a rigid pricing structure inherently prone to exploitation, a trait that cunning humans often took advantage of. What pained Su Ping was the realization that he had thought of this idea too late. Otherwise, he could have extracted more funds from Su Yinying earlier. However, considering that Su Yinying could barely afford nurturing fees, she was not likely to yield much. With this thought, Su Ping glanced at Su Yinying. Su Yinying felt a sense of confusion. Why did it seem as if she was being looked down upon? 100,000? Yi Hao was momentarily stunned, casting a curious glance at Su Ping. It wasn't that he found the demand for money strange or excessive. Rather, he thought it was surprisingly low. To nurture a low-grade Thunder Mouse to such an extent, surely a nurturing master was involved. Yet, the Q fee at a shop with a nurturing master was merely 100,000? Was that really money in his eyes? In his understanding, renowned nurturing shops manned by masters required years of advance notice for appointments, and to cut the line would typically start at several 100,000, with direct priority costing over $1 million. Very well, Yi Hao promptly agreed, glancing at Su Yinying and then at Lan Lele. Although 100,000 was not a significant sum to him, casually handing it over felt somewhat foolish. He reasoned that Lan Leilei's family was wealthy, and their words should carry some weight. Upon witnessing Yi Hao's swift agreement, Su Ping felt a pang of regret. It seemed he had set the price too low. He sighed inwardly, but reconsidering now was futile. Was he to simply accept this? After pondering briefly, he recalled that he had merely said he would consider it. Yes, consider was a term open to negotiation. He looked at Yi Hao and said, "Since you are so forthcoming, I will place you in the 10th position." Su Yenying and Lan Leilei exchanged bewildered glances. The 10th position? Does your shop even have reservations? If memory serves, every time they visited Su Ping's shop, he was idly lounging at the counter, and the place was eerily quiet, devoid of customers. Moreover, if there were truly appointments, why would they be forced to distribute flyers today? Yi Hao, however, found it quite normal and felt a sense of delight. He did notice Su Yenying and Lan Leilei's odd expressions, but dismissed it as insignificant, concluding there was no potential for deceit. If it were indeed a scam, his family's connections would ensure Su Ping faced dire consequences. All right, Yi Hao agreed, requesting Su Ping's account details and promptly transferring the 100,000. Upon hearing the notification of funds received, Su Ping marveled at the spending habits of the affluent elite from prestigious schools. They truly spent without hesitation. Indeed, he had made the right choice in seeking business, or rather, in attracting clientele. Excellent. I will inform you of the specific timing later, Su Ping generously stated. Yi Hao nodded slightly and suddenly inquired, "Boss Su, from your earlier remarks, have you ever seen a royal beast?" "Indeed," Su Ping replied casually. At this, Su Yenying and Lan Leilei were momentarily stunned, gazing at Su Ping in astonishment. Seen a royal beast? They had only encountered them in disaster news. In reality, they had never even seen a fully matured 9th-tier pet beast. Yi Hao paused, scrutinizing Su Ping closely. Could he truly be from a prominent family? Only such families had the capability to protect their members and allow them to witness royal beasts firsthand, thereby honing their courage. However, it was possible he had merely glimpsed one from a distance, nothing quite as grand as he imagined. "Boss Su is indeed extraordinary," he complimented with a smile. Su Ping appreciated the flattery. This young man had potential. With two women present, Yi Hao did not wish to appear overly modest, as his own status was commendable. He exchanged greetings with the two ladies before turning to leave. Once Yi Hao departed, Su Yenying immediately turned to Su Ping and asked, "Boss, was what you said true? Have you really seen a royal beast? Also, is my thunder mouse truly unaffected by intimidation?" Su Ping nodded, affirming that it was indeed largely immune to intimidation skills. "Therefore, you should confidently showcase your thunder mouse. After all, you are the main event. The audience present today must have heard of your thunder mouse. If they do not see it perform, they may feel disappointed and think the rumors are merely fabrications." Su Yenying paused, having not considered this perspective. Upon hearing Su Ping's reasoning, she felt it made sense. Even if the thunder mouse were intimidated by the advancing silver snake thunder dragon beast, she would have to go ahead with it. L nodded in agreement, affirming the boss's words. Indeed, if one were to employ the strategy of Lu Effing, even if the opponent were to concede, the outcome would be overwhelmingly unfavorable. The entire exhibition match would showcase the silver serpent thunder dragon beast as the sole star, eclipsing your brilliance entirely, rendering you unnoticed. Conversely, in the case of the Thunderlight mouse, merely demonstrating its skills would be sufficient to captivate attention, and a loss would be inconsequential. "I understand," S.Y. New Yorking replied. Though noticing a hint of unease in her expression, she inquired, "What is it?" L scoffed lightly towards the direction in which YHO had departed, stating that YHO harbors ill intentions. "The Academy has been abuzz with discussions surrounding your Thunderlight mouse these past few days. I suspect he is envious, seeking to undermine your reputation. His so-called well-meaning advice is merely the ploy of a self-serving individual, having grown up in a commercial environment." L is far more attuned to such nuances than S.Y. New Yorking. The latter, not lacking in awareness, grasped the underlying sentiment upon hearing these words, her brow furrowing slightly. L continued with a huff, "Fortunately, the boss managed to cost him 100,000, which serves as a small price for his schemes." Who told him to enjoy manipulating others? S.P.ing, however, was displeased by this remark, retorting, "What do you mean I cost him 100,000? My fees are quite reasonable, thank you very much."